Oh, happy weekend, one and all. Hopefully you're having a good evening, good day. I mean, dude, it's not evening yet. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We should be going into the evening eventually, though, with this stream. So yes, a rare occasion, actually. I don't usually stream on the weekends, mainly because that is like prime time for tournaments. But of course, we've got a little bit of a limbo moment, right? There's no tournament that I'm going to be casting on. But there is going to be a tournament going on today. So actually, there's going to be the Warchief Club. They've got the, I think it's the Warchief Club into the, I think they usually have a different name for the playoffs. But I figured we'd actually check in on this. Actually, a lot of big names are going to be playing. Marine Lord's going to be entering. Demu's playing. Anatan, Lucifron, Vortex, Beastie, Wham, Magic, B, Poppy Paw, Kiljardi. Amongst other familiar faces. You've got, like, Voldemar's in there, MSN, Warspite, Faye, Recon, Dragavan. Who else we got? Dude, Hosen's going to be up against Myriad. That would be interesting. You got Numedan in there, Gully Deckle's playing, Vanadorf, Mr. Munch, Lash, Avali, so on and so forth, right? The list goes on. There's a lot of people playing in this tournament. It's a one-day event, $1,500. So, like, a nice kind of a balancing point, right? A point where, you could actually just easily imagine them getting the bigger players to actually sign up, especially considering there's like no other tournament to practice for in the next few weeks. So that is going to start, that's going to kick off in about a little bit over an hour. So we'll be tuning in for a lot of those games. In fact, I'll probably have to, of this match, remember to just add a few more of these names in case I don't have enough people to cast. But we should be pretty Gucci. $150 per win. Is that the way it works? That can't be right? Let's have a look. Because how would that work? That wouldn't work if you have all these players. You've got like 64 players or something, right? I think it's so first, second, third, fourth, and then all the way down to eighth, they get paid. So like probably first is going to be something like $500, I'd say, and then seconds maybe like 250, third, fourth, 100 each, and then wait, no, that doesn't. 600, 650 bucks maybe, I don't know, like something around that. Usually, like these type of prize pool events, I'd say first place ends up getting about like 40-45%. What is up? What's going on, Crackety? Check out Gully Deckle's recent games. Is there something in particular I should be looking at here? Like, what has he done? What have you done to our cherub? What have you done to our baby? Oh, he's been playing Voldemar a lot. Jesus. Okay, what has Voldemar done to our baby? Okay, I'm sorry. I jumped to conclusions. I thought you'd done something to him. We have to protect him. We have to shelter him, okay? He's innocent. He'll evolve into a beautiful butterfly one day. But we have to incubate. We have to harness the wrong way. Hone his skills. We'll get him there. But I might check out one or two of those. We'll see how much time we've got. We're going to be opening up actually with Wham versus Anatan. I noticed they had a Japanese Ottoman game. And we haven't actually cast a Japanese Ottoman game since the patch. I feel like Ottomans are still favored. But like theoretically, yeah, that's tough for Japan. But I thought it'd be interesting checking Crackety, because I think it's still tough, but I'm wondering if it's overcomable now with the significant nerfs the Ottomans received, especially if you consider like the Japanese fast castle timings. Everybody's a war crimer? Nani? I mean, you do all kill villagers. You actually need to make Yumis. No, Wham's playing Ottomans, mate. So, I mean, Anatan did... Anatan will build a lot of things. I don't think he builds Yumi, though. And I'm not sure about Yumi. Like, so the problem is, like... So, it's annoying because Yumi... Here's the thing. Yumi have lower base damage. So, the melee armor, range armor difference from the meta is, like, it's no different. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same amount of pain that you feel, right? If you are, like, I think you have to go fast castle. If you play... Actually, no. You might be able to play long feudal by playing into mass horseman. That might be the way. Should we find out? Oh, we do need to turn off our overlay. All right, me and Crackety are already theory crafting how you overcome this, because we've got an interesting one here, folks. We actually haven't cast this matchup since the Ottoman nerfs. Before those nerfs came in, Ottomans were deeply favored against the Japanese. Then again, Ottomans were favored against practically anything. Since those nerfs, I'm wondering if there's maybe hope, especially with a Japanese aficionado like Anatan. I feel like this is one of his strongest civs right now, actually. Like, you know, if there's a civ I see Anatan with, but I look and I go, he could take down the best in the world. It's Japanese and it's Juji right now. I think this guy is phenomenal in those two. And he will have to take down one of the best, because this, of course, over here, OPA is Wham's Smurf account. We are going to be playing on Gorge. This is a map where, like, usually aggression plays quite well, and that's where I think there might be some hope for the Japanese, in that this whole idea of being more present early on can be quite frustrating for the Ottomans, considering where Ottomans got hit hardest is in Feudal Age. So we'll have to see which way he wants to go. Like, me and Crackety were starting to discuss the idea. You're seeing it, he's talking about it there in the chat. The meta is kind of insane here. The melee armor essentially offsets all the potency of Japanese melee comps, because remember, Japan gets +1 extra melee, right? So they can get +2 in Feudal Age. But on the flip side, in Feudal Age, your opponent can get +2 melee armor, right? So like it mutes your damage, it nullifies it. This is very difficult to deal with. Then Crackety raised the idea that in this matchup, actually, like, I think the way you have to go is Yuumi. And that's an interesting thought as well, until you remember that the meta can toggle into range form, and all of a sudden that's -1 damage, which is significant on Yuumi, considering they have lower base damage anyway. Now, I know why Crackety was suggesting the Yuumi. It's about sniping the meta. So if Anatan wants to play a longer feudal, he needs to solve for that problem. I think we're either looking at a fast castle build or a heavy cavalry comp in Feudal Age, because I think the way that Japan plays this matchup is mass horsemen, and then you gradually transition to archers, right? The logic is that as you scale horsemen up and up and up, you get the daimyo, you get the bannerman aura, and all of a sudden you pack quite the punch, and you're capable of competing with even the likes of Sapai. So step one, of course, is giving that Kura Storehouse, always going to be the go-to, and a lot more people just been doing this consistently now, just dropping the Kura Storehouse next to the wood line, so you are able to save 50 wood on a lumber camp. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually is in the early game. And on top of that, it ensures that all your farms will definitely be in range of the daimyo, and you don't have to worry about being raided, right? Like, this is literally the safest place on the map. Good thing as well, because on the other side of this, Wham has opted to go for the early military school. It's kind of funny how often we're still seeing that opening military school, even with the nerf to passive production. I guess, you know, part of it is Ottomans don't really have many other options that feel great. I don't think the faster feudal feels that much better, especially with how long Sipahi take to come out. And the flip side is actually, especially Wham and Puppy Paw, they've been leading this trend of deer pushing. Now, we're not going to see that straight away from Wham, because with this opening spearman, you should be able to force some attention, right? A reaction, like an outpost. Funnily enough, Anatan was a little bit slow in his time in getting this outpost up, so he's either going to have to pull all the villagers to rush it up, or just basically run away. And you don't want to be running away here. So nicely done by Wham, actually. This is more lost resources if you think about it for Anatan. Each additional build-up builds slower than the first. So you're just missing out resources, and you're not even being efficient about your build speed. And it's just so much more painful when you have to pull back villages like this, right, without the wheelbarrow. I don't think he even has... No Tawara. So it doesn't even have the basic increase on movement speed. The outpost goes up. And this is what you should always be looking to do with the Ottomans, right? That opening little bit of pressure forces the reaction at your opponent. Ding! What do you do next? You've got a second spearman. Would you like to guess where he is? Because one's over here playing with deer. Now, Wham is such a Chad. He's clearly going to push all these deer back to his base. No. He's just messing with Anatan's ability to play like 2 TC if that's an option. But look what the other one's doing. Spearman comes out here. Scout here as well. This is going to be a deer shove. Anatan really needs to intercept this. Otherwise, the game gets a lot more difficult, because you allow the Ottoman player to play safe under TC for a very, very long time. And I'd say Ottomans are like one of the most turtly efficient civs when it comes to food in the game right now. You have to remember that not only do they get the Madrissa coming online in Feudal Age practically every game, which gives them infinite food to a certain degree. On top of that, they are all going for Anatolian Hills right now, which spawns the 8 sheep. So that's 2,000 extra food. The Madrissa, like, upon spawn is decent, nothing too crazy, right? But, like, you know, that's a permanent resource, so that keeps coming back. That can sustain 4 villages. So you get 2,000 food from the sheep, and then you get 2,450 food from the deer. That's insane. Like, that's enough to actually just fast imp, realistically, if you don't feel like there's a reason to come out. So it's a very powerful play, and that's frustrating for players on the other side, like Anatan, who likely want to rush Castle Age. They want to be going to Mount Samurai, because all of a sudden, you know, when you come in with this Mount Samurai timing, you're not going to be attacking exposed resources, right? They're going to be condensed in SimCity here. Charging in is going to take extra time. That's going to allow reactions, and naturally, Spearman could just kite tank in this area. You can't really dive with something that counters them. So I'm wondering, like, Anatan, does he maybe pivot differently, knowing this detail? Do we get Pivotan today? Like, 2TC is quite an interesting idea. We don't really see it from the Japanese at the moment, but I'm a big fan of it. I feel like if you just play into your natural Castle Age timing, you're going to run into a wall here. It's going to be a wall of buildings in the base, to be specific. You know what? It looks like actually both of them are going for Castle Age. Kind of worrisome, actually. I feel like this is a lot slower coming out from Anatan, but he was slow to move across from the sheep, right? He's still got people out here. I don't like this. If you know this is a Castle Age race and timing is critical, you want to be getting that timing as quickly as possible. Gathering sheep here instead of gathering the berries when you've gone for Tawara and the Takasaiku, this is terrible. So yeah, very slow tech timing compared to what it could be for Anatan, and it means that Wham might be able to get there a bit quicker, actually. He did go for the Anatolian Hills, right? Like, sheep count as it stands, still up at 10. Other side, this is down to 7. I think he must have got... No, this is too early for Anatolian, isn't it? So that's still coming. It's kind of crazy to think, actually, like, in some cases, it might be worth pumping a few units to get Anatolian fast, just because that gives you the fast gathering rate on gold, which does pay off quite quickly. I know. In this matchup, it has to be... Whoa, okay, no, I thought he was going to go Mount Samurai. So, I mean, I get why he doesn't want to, right? You are up against Janissaries, but it gives you a layer of map control. Instead, he's going for a more food-intense build here. This should realistically be Onobugisha. I'd be kind of surprised if he goes Samurai. Just because the dive timing's not going to work, right? Like, Wham's already on his way up. Let's hit the fast forward, because genuinely, we've like dissected what they can do in the early mid-game here. What's going to happen is now it's just going to be fast castle. Nothing is going to occur of substantial importance until after that point. You are going to see the point pull from Wham into the imams. This is pretty standard with fast castle builds. You just get a lot more value than things like the extra sheep we talked about. And for total clarity, he doesn't even need those sheep, right? Like, he pushed the deer all the way in. Right here. So, like, he's pretty content to move out a little bit. It's not difficult for him at all, and there's no threat coming his way. So check out complete first. Wham already going to start yoinking those relics, and on his way home with 2. 2 that are aggressively located as well. Dude, this is actually a really big deal. Oh, man. I think Anatan needed to be out with a few of these Onobugisha quicker. This is always a race, right? Like, the Japanese fast castle build is all about going ahead and just grabbing those relics. But as you just saw there, kind of looked pitiful in comparison to the timing out of Wham, right? And I'm a little bit shocked and perplexed by this. I mean, well, you have to realize, like, where the difference really came, a big part of it was the idle time around the gold there. You're being forced to invest 100 wood that your opponent doesn't have to invest. And on top of that, you're idling villages without wheelbarrow at all. So that slowed him down substantially. And it proves to be the difference here. Like, I have to wonder, like, Anatan, if maybe the better reaction would have been to have gotten a few Onobugisha out, delayed your Castle Age time slightly, but been able to block the relics. Because even though it looks like he may be able to slow down the return of the additionals, this is still looking like a 4-relic game for Wham. And thus we enter a deeper phase, a dangerous phase as well. Anatan has got a good comp, actually. Like, he's just spamming Onobugisha. The problem is, it looks like Wham has seen it, and he's finally getting the appropriate counter ready, right? Vet Archer upgrade on the way. Good yoink here by Anatan. I wasn't expecting that. Actually does get his hands on a mid-map relic, so it looks like it's going to be a 2-3 split. Still pretty decent for Wham, but Anatan at least makes the game a bit more competitive, right? Like, if this had been a 4-1 split, you just feel like you're lost at this point. I'm wondering, I know, like, what is your win condition now? Because I don't think it's this Onobugisha timing, right? It feels bad to say, but I feel like you have to play the game a little bit later. The reason it feels bad to say is, like, as you get deeper into this Castle Age now, and you get that Meteor out with the melee +2 armor, and then you switch into Janissaries, like, you know, Onobugisha get shredded reasonably by Janissaries if you support with frontline Sapahi. Funnily enough, instead, though, Wham is going for Men-at-Arms, and I think this is cost efficiency logic, right? It's like for the sustainability as a front line, Sapahi, very good when you have infinite pump in the late game. At this point in the game, they're an expensive meat shield compared to men-at-arms that are cheaper and will last a lot longer in a fight against Onabagisha. My concern about the men-at-arms choice is the natural transition for Anatan is to go from Bagisha into Samurai, which means your unit will get destroyed, right? Like, men-at-arms do not beat Samurai, especially once Odachi comes in. So we'll hit the speed up a little bit again. Anatan is going to start playing out the flank resources. It looks like he did get scouted doing that, though. That's very dangerous. I think the timing misaligned there. Would have been better just to delay his arrival on the food to guarantee that that goes masked. Because now, wham, at 1 or 2 of the Sapar, he can just sneak in later on. And that's going to be a heavy loss for you in a game where you're already behind on Eco. Onabagisha looking to fix that, though. They're moving in. Anatan missed villager production as well, right? Yeah, I think when he went with the tech up timing, he used all of his food, so he had none left over to just guarantee the flow. He hasn't gone for textiles, so that doesn't equate for it. And looks like we are actually getting kills on the other side. Onabagisha moving in. Nice 1-2 stab there. Does actually push the villagers off the stone, kills one of them. Mangonel's wasting his time, and in the meantime, military school's getting taken down. And guys, Wham doesn't have wheelbarrow. Oh my god! What a hit! Unfortunately, he wasn't able to stick on top of the villagers quick enough, so he will have to retreat from this, but decent damage done, right? Military school taken down, idle time alongside this. It's still going to be a free relic game, so Wham's mostly content. And now we do see the power of this, right? The melee armor +2 is insane here. These Onabagisha, fettered, most of their melee techs, like once they're fully tech, they can do 10 damage, right? But the cool thing about playing Ottomans with that meta aura is you get up to 4 armor reduction. That is phenomenal in this matchup. Makes it very difficult for Onabagisha to break through quick enough. And even once they reach that soft underbelly, the archers, the crossbows, the funny thing is like archers will be out DPSing you, right? Because they've got the 9 damage, and then they've got +7. And their attack speed is like a lot worse, but it is genuinely the melee armor that breaks that matchup. And that's before we talk about the idea of kiting and start stepping, right? Anno looking to come again. Third melee tech on the way, so that's at least going to be him feeling like he hits for something. Love this idea to just target the infrastructure, right? See military school, kill military school. It's a worthwhile endeavor each time because it keeps Wham down and wasting efforts rebuilding. Instead, though, Anatan bypasses it, goes straight for the economy. Mango? Oh, that ain't going to benefit from the melee armor that much. Warlord's going to come out, but isn't going to go off. Double Mango split here. He's going to lose both of them. Okay, that's a really good trade for Anatan. Wow, and he's still keeping the army bogged down here, right? Villagers being idled again. They forced off the deer. Overall, like, I'm liking the state of this game for Anno, but one thing that is worrying me a bit is this number isn't going up. He done phenomenal damage. Double Mango taken out. More eco kills. Like, look at the lead now. He has now killed 11 workers. He's 10 ahead. But things are slowing down a bit. I think we're running out of finite resources. The deer is mostly exhausted. In fact, it's terrible what's happening. This explains that Anatan. Dude, that's... Oh my god, that feels like a simple but very important mistake. He never dropped a farmhouse for the deer. So he's walking all the way back here to drop off, right? So that's a lot more idle time. He has at least got Fudasashi to make it shorter. But imagine like the difference that made. He could have probably had an extra 6, 7, maybe 8 Onabagisha at this point, which would be enough to just keep flooding the base, right? Like he could actually split this further, keep him starved off the deer. But instead, Wham does get back on the food. This is where you have to start calculating, like, what is the value of passive reduction, right? Like, how good is it in Castle Age, and does it make up for now being this many villages behind? In its entirety, with the Mehmed Imperial Armory included, it definitely does. But you're not just up against those elements, right? The Daimyo's coming online, the food gathering rate at these villages is better. You've got the Yorishiro drops, which is adding in additional production, as well as additional resources. And then on top of that, you've got berry bushing, right? Which is incredibly fast for Fudasashi. It's better than gathering from boar. I know. Coming out for a fight. Interesting, we've got a ram here. Wham's rams. Up to something. Melee armor's activated, so this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, usually these guys would be chopped up like sushi already. Although they are dying notably sooner. In fact, you can see it by the raw count of bodies on the floor. this type of fight with Bannerman Aura would usually just completely wipe Red's backline. Instead, he stays alive insanely long. Even the melee armor on these men at arms, right? And reminder folks, like you know, you might be used to seeing fights like this work bad for the Japanese when their opponent has double melee armor, right? And while Wham does have double melee armor, the difference is he never bought it. This is just purely the meta effect. Yeah, this is like the thing that's really annoying at this stage for the game for Anatan, and I think he knows it. If he keeps doing this, it's going to get worse and worse. Like, you can't play Masa Ono Bagisha without numerical advantage. The meta with the melee armor is ruining all of his plans. So, what I really need to see from Anno, I'd love to see like a second TC here. Second TC, you got Mangoes plus Ono Bagisha. That's good enough to hold. Although, you need to get a front line together to hold. Mango goes down. I think Anno's kind of rushing to meet his opponent when he's not ready. So we'll be back away. Another Mango's coming out. Oh, come on. Anatan never dropped off the Yoroshiro, so he's actually... This is crazy. Like, this makes a very big difference. Remember, it's going to just ramp up your production to an insane degree. He would have been able to... Yeah, there you go. Look at that. He would have been able to basically have 3 Mangoes out at this point, as opposed to trick them out one by one. So yeah, that would have been a big difference. I think that fight that just happened, if he had 2 Mangoes there, let alone 3, you know, the men-at-arms aren't going to be able to disintegrate it all, right? The archers will die. Instead, Wham actually just bypasses this problem due to that little misplaying. I think that's the interesting detail from the perspective of Anatan here, is like there have been some slight slip-ups that have made him less than optimal, which is worrying. Like, you know, if you think about it, I feel like if he'd optimized those details, given his timing, the damage he'd done, he'd be 1.5 miles ahead right now, right? With the extra Ono Bagisha, because he didn't have the farmhouse over here, and then the Mangoes coming out, he'd be cruising. But instead, he's about to be bruising. He sends a bunch of the Ono Bagisha on the flanks. He leaves only a small retinue to defend. And, well, this many units around, the Rams moving in, this is where the game becomes frustrating because he knows you've actually exhausted the gold already. He's hunting the flanks. And there is one logical conclusion, right? You check the gold here. Interestingly enough, Wham. Wait, oh my god, he never scouted it. But, okay, so this is like, if he doesn't go south, this is, in my opinion, a mistake by Wham. He should know where that gold is, right? You know how much gold spawns on Gorge. It's your starting stack, 2 small veins, and then 1 big vein per player. Nice little raid in the back though. Oh, wait. Wham? That's actually quite a lot of losses for how few Ono Bagisha are in here. He's even going to get 1 more, right? Jesus. So in the last, like, 2 minutes, he's gone from 11 worker kills to 24. Do you know what I'm going to say? You still build a new TC. I genuinely think you still go 2 TC here. It sounds really greedy, but like from Wham's position, he's in recovery mode. And, you know, with the way you're playing gold flanks, with the way his army's kind of premium right now, you can't afford like to commit to these fights, right? So you're going to get denied some areas. 2 TC will just allow you to inflate and take risks more easily with your economy. And to be honest, Anatan mostly has what he needs. The stone has just been trickling in for free off the gold gathering, right? This wood is not hard to get. He's even actually got the broad axe coming in, so it's going to make it much quicker. I think Wham needs to consider a second TC while he's got strength in his army. Because actively just combining all your resources and put it into this army is difficult unless you want to go into the base. And the paranoia for Wham is like, if he starts to slow siege this base, Anatan can just rush on the stone. If he rushes stone and Shogunate Castle comes up, you're not diving this. It's just GG. Here we go. Wham. Wham's Rams. He says, you know, 3 relic games are good, guys, but 5 relic games. Oh, mamma mia. Ono Bagisha in again. Wait, what? Was he gathering food here? Wait, that's a farmhouse. What? Huh? Okay. Ono Bagisha raid gonna go deeper. Wham. Wham, you gotta start reacting to this, man. This is actually stinging. Even with textiles, this hurts. Dive into the base is gonna be repelled in the meantime. We are now up to 4 mangonels. Good God. Rams are at least getting through some of the infrastructure. Just a small group of samurai is really smart here for Antan. This seems like a really greedy comp that he's running, but realistically, this defense is so strong and so scary, his opponent doesn't want to get involved. And Anno, what the hell did he just spend the stone on? Am I imagining, did he not have Daimyo? No, like, Where did his stone go? Oh my god, he sold it. He actually sold the stone. The stones on this map, well, he doesn't have stones anymore. That's... Wow. That is insanely desperate. I don't remember the last time I saw Japanese players sell stone. It feels so negligible to do, right? Like, negligent, rather. You are keeping yourself away from your food surge on a Civ that relies on food surge, but that's the interesting thing about this, right? Is like, Anatan is doing something I classify as quite bold against the Ottomans. He's trying to play a siege war. Reminder that Ottomans play siege wars very well. They get all this free siege across the course of the game, and then if this ever goes to Imperial Age, Great Bombard's a king, right? So, ambitious from Anno, but this tells us a lot about his optimal game strategy here, right? His goal is to end this in Castle. He doesn't want this affair going into Imperial. That's where he feels like he loses the game. That's what I'm reading from this. Wham, of course, to go Imperial himself at this stage with 41 economy, he has to sacrifice a lot. So it is a smart identification by Anatan. He realizes that with the raid damage he done, there's no realistic world in which Wham can reach up for Imperial before like 30 minutes without sacrificing the game. Good lord, nice dodge there, shifting out and... Oh no. 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 Oh my god. That is a substantial chunk of his economy lead, guys. And he is doing this right underneath an outpost, so it's seen. I mean, dude, you can already see what's being queued up, right? The Lancers were already on the way. This is perfect for Wham. He's planning to play flank and find the Pocket Eco. And now the Pocket Eco has come to him. Nice block over here on the north side gold. Anatan, where is he even gathering gold right now? He isn't. He goes in the base. Oh my god, wait, he's going for the landmarks. What? No. Okay, that, dude. Big claps, right? Like, most people click a building here and get less damage done. He's attacking both the Redressa and the military score, but this is it. He's going for it. Moving in with the mangoes. Shots don't track. Spring will start getting sniped out. Missed micro by Wham here. He needs to get home fast. Spring keep pushing back. Mango count is still at 5. Samurais are splitting up, but the backstab should be on the way. He just needs to be fast about it. The A clicks are slowing him down. But I don't think this is going to work for Anno. I think he needs too much from this. Men-at-Arms coming out from the backstab. And it looks like the mangoes are going to be lost. So all the siege gone. Anatan throws away all of his quality. And now, looks like a giant trash bag. I mean, Spearman and a handful of Samurai is not going to cut it here, folks. This is bad. On top of that, the economy on the flank, I think it's actually ran back now. So he only lost 1 villager, but that's still a lot of idle time to return home. However, oh my... Do you guys remember when I said that I wanted to see 2TC Japanese? This is a little bit overkill. I think Anatan has kind of misread the state of the game. Okay, he cancelled one. Sorry, yeah, we're good. It's just 2. Wait, was it 3 at one point? I swear on the UI it said 3 at one point. 2 is more logical. I thought this was 3 for a second. I was going to have a heart attack. So this is what I wanted Anatan to do a while ago. It seems he's content with reducing the army to now do this. 2TC is sustainable while you make a farm transition at this point. 3TC would have killed him. It would have taken way too much food away from units. And now with the level 2 daimyo coming in, this many farms in range, Anatan, I think you double down on Castle here. I don't want to see him dreaming of Imperial, because that's going to give a little bit of a recovery out for Wham. Wham does have options right now. For example, he could go for a second TC to recover. On top of that, he could just continue to kind of like scale passively and try to go towards him. I think that's suicide. You don't want to force it, right? Nice raid here. Wham is not committing to that TC idea, though. He is, however, adding in farms. Oof. Yeah, so... Wait, there it goes. There it is. Okay. So, I was about to say, I think like his paranoia is he's running out of food, so going for a TC too quickly would make it impossible to get an army together. But he's just walked the left side. He's got both deer stacks here, right? Well, actually, one's practically gone, but he's got the other deer stack to work with. He's got farms being set up on the front side as well. This is the stage where you can start to afford 2 DC. It's risky, but the reality of this game is like your opponent dove your base, threw away a really expensive army, some players would misread that as an opportunity to go and attack your opponent. Wham is very smart about this, being classy, right? You don't want to look desperate in a game of AoE4, folks. Wham understands that there's a reason Anatan was throwing this away, a play he was making behind it. It's not Imperial Age, so he can wipe the sweat from his brow, which means it's likely 2 TC. When he sees all these farms coming in as well, it should kind of be confirmed that this is now his opponent setting up for the late game, so he needs to do the same. All right, what do you think, guys? At this point, one's if you think Wham's going to win this, two's if you believe Anatan's got it. This feels like a very good point in the game to kind of make this comparison, right? Like, Anatan has a clear lead right now, but it's very important to remember that as this game goes later, as we hop into Imperial Age, Sapahi with Janissaries is surprisingly effective against the Japanese, as long as you can kind of, like, close the breadth of the map. And Great Bombards are phenomenal against Japanese as well, due to the fact they rely heavily on melee comps. I know. Has got him when he's Shogun it now. Okay, this is going to be crazy. Options open up at this stage. It's interesting he's gone this hard in the spears, by the way. I'm not the biggest fan of that option by Anatan. It feels unnecessary. Yes, you're seeing knights being spammed out, but like you need to make sure you've got a healthy comp of samurai coming through as well. Glad to see they're finally getting queued up again. Gold's still not being accessed though. Okay, so Wham just like he once again just had another moment where he wipes the sweat from his brow, right? Like he scanned the south side with the knights, he saw the gold wasn't being gathered actively. He probably thinks that he's got a few more minutes until this turns into Imperial Age. And that's catch-up mechanics for him, right? That's 2 TC, that's farm insulation, then ready to go. So pretty decent state of the game for Wham. This is like one of the interesting things when both players go greed at this point, is because Wham is playing Ottomans and he's got all these military schools online, he's still inflating his military with some quality units, but he's not really spending anything to do that, right? Whereas Anatan, the reason why you're seeing mainly just spam spears here is to save resources for the farm transition and the TC. He can't afford all these things, right? That's an interesting difference between Ottos and Japanese here. And it's one that's only amplified by the fact that Anatan didn't do very well in the Relic game. And Navigation's just raiding on the back. Only a small group though. Anatan doesn't really have enough left over to try and push in. And yes, we do have mass lancers coming out from the military schools, which I really like here. It's, you know, you could spam Janissaries, but Janissaries need a front line, right? We said this already. You could spam men-at-arms, but that feels really bad because your opponent has Odachi Samurai, so you'll just get destroyed. And sure, you're spamming knights into mass spears, but now you'll have an option, a window where you can raid the flanks, right? Where they aren't needed in the main fight, they can just go and attack. And on top of that, it gives you a level of mobility to choose where you defend. And then the final thing I was trying to avoid saying, because I wanted to be nice to them for once, Japanese spearmen suck in Castle Age. Yeah. Don't know if you guys knew this, don't know if this is news to you, but they are absolutely, like, they feel atrocious to have to build. Of all the options you have, it's literally the worst thing you could build in Castle Age. I feel like I'd rather see someone build Yumi than Spearman. Like, I know they're having a bad game, or they're being forced to if they have to do this. And to me, this is Anatan being forced to do it. I feel like his goal was to try and spam spears and go for like an all-in landmark snipe again. It's just a shame the way he forced that fight with the Mangoes last time. Like, if he'd waited for this many spears and went with Mangoes, game's probably over, right? But that's ifs and buts, and we have to remember that Wham lost a lot of army defending. So you might not have had a situation where you would have been able to actually break through with just spears. Trying to break through just lancers. Wham has found his way out onto the flank where the gold is being harvested. Pushed in the meantime. Only one Mango isn't very impressive here, folks. He's up against 6 Springles, so I guess he just can't play Mangoes at all. But like, take that fact that you're not spending gold there, put it into something else. He does need a lot of Samurai for this. I'd love to see Onobugishi coming back into the fold. The Janissary count getting high is worrying me also. It's just not a Civ that builds Yumi, right? It's kind of crazy as well. Like, Yumi isn't that terrible in this matchup. Not with the comps as they stand, but here we go. Clash comes in. Odachi Samurai should be able to make quick work if they can actually reach. The problem right now is the Spearmen are getting in the way of this. Wham clears up all the siege. Janissaries stand their ground. And I just feel like he's not breaking through quick enough here. I mean, this is insane. Guys, right now, Wham, like the way he's taking this fight, there's no meta. There's no +2 armor against an army that gets absolutely countered by it. But despite that detail, Anatan just got obliterated. And the Knights weren't even here. Like, that shows you how absurd Janissary is. Right? That's power of Janissary right there. I just, sometimes I look at this unit and I wonder how it ever gets through a balance check. They are still so insanely powerful. Really well played by Wham. Remember when Janissary first got added and people like, oh no, they're going to be terrible because like they have such low base damage compared to hand cannoneers. Not what I just saw. Okay, so Anatan has to Imperial now. Like, this didn't work. You do it again, you lose the game entirely. You literally have to go, like, there's no other option to go Imperial Age. If you can't win that fight, you're not winning the next one when there's more Janissaries, right? So you have to come over the top. And Anatan, he agrees. He's heading towards Imperial. Wham's going to do the exact same thing, though. Like, his pop is at a decent point, and he understands with what just happened in that fight, realistically, Anatan's only option out is a tech up. So if you mirror this, get your hands on the elite Janissaries plus the trench guns, all of a sudden, you're sending Anatan 6 feet under again, back to back to back. So, like, the other detail that Wham has to be a bit worried about is the flanks. He needs to make sure that, you know, when this timing comes from Anatan, because he will try to go back into Massa and Bagisha, you are exposing yourself, right? Like, if you want to be out on this flank here, get a keep. And that's why you're seeing Wham right now gathering stone on the south side of the map. So, like, on a Bagisha... There are enough resources to split this map in an annoying way, because, like, at this pace, Wham isn't going to get enough for double keep. But he should be able to drop 1 keep. And, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he opts to secure this area first on the gold, and then secure the north side. Could become important later on in the game. And instead, I mean, of course, why not just build stone walls? That's a lot of stonewalling, actually, from both players. What do we say about Gorge, folks? Remember, there are 2 types of maps. 2 types of games, rather, on Gorge. Those that have no walls, and those that have all the walls. I think we can see the writing on the walls in this one, that we were always heading towards this. Makes sense for both players. Now with them both targeting Imperial Age, Anatan is paranoid about Sipahi, and more of these Knights coming out. And then Wham, of course, is paranoid about the Ona Bagisha. Istanbul Observatory on the way. So what's the comp's going to be? Anatan's likely to be going towards Ona Bagisha plus Samurai. Wham's goal now is just to kind of meat grind the front line, build the Janissaries up to about 40 to 45, and then get up to 6 Great Bombards. If you can do that, it's almost just a guaranteed GG at that stage. It's very difficult for Anno to break through fast enough at that point. Anatan, like, if he sees that Wham is going a little bit light on the front line, Mass Ona Bagisha can still work. You just have to bypass and go straight for the back line. But you are going to lose a lot of Ona Bagisha doing that because the Janissaries attack so fast. Which Janissaries? Now going for the fight. This is a bit early from Anno. He doesn't have the full upgrades coming through yet, right? Ona Bagisha upgrades, Samurai on, has got the final melee tech. So Wham is going to stand his ground, and the meta comes out at the perfect point there. An immediate switch over into the melee armor, and all of a sudden, these Ona Bagisha merely tickle. Oh, dude, the timing on that. That was like watching a dam about to flood, and then at the last second, the valves being turned. That meta coming out, getting that melee armor, made sure the Ona Bagisha didn't even have a chance of breaking through and starting to hit the Janissaries. Janissaries that, by the way, are now elited and ready to yeet Anatan out of this game. Oh, this is over. Magadai counter Janis? Yeah, if like counter you mean you get out of the game quicker, so like, you know, you don't have to deal with Altman's BS, then yes, Magadai counter Janissaries. They get destroyed by them. You like you have less health, right? So like, and Janissaries have high damage. You never want to be running Magadai into Janis. And also from a cost efficiency standpoint, it's not even better. So yeah. Please don't build Magadai against Janissaries. That is a death wish, my friend. First Great Bombard out. I think if Wham gets the full Great Bombard, this is over. I mean, it kind of feels like it already is. Anatan doesn't have much life left in him. He's got the 3k gold down here. He's exhausting the last stone deposits he has. And then what? He's got the 2.7k on the front. Gold is more important for him. Like, Japan can't really function without gold in the late game. It's impossible. You know, you could say the same of the Ottomans, sure, but remember, guys, passive gen is kind of bonkers. It feels a little bit broken, right? When you're pumping out Janissaries in under a minute per. I mean, Onimusha is a quick way to die. The Onimusha is really baiting because anytime you build Onimusha and they have like this 5 tower range, 5.5 tower range, versus like gunners at 4, you always feel like, oh, I should be able to kite him. But you never can because the hitboxes are bigger, which means the formation is deeper stack. And it means they kind of clown around, stay in range. Add in their attack animation, and it means like quite often, if you have like only 0.5 tower range extra, you always get hit in return, right? And while Janissaries are slow, I feel like you're still set up and doomed to fail. Also, you don't want to be building an Onimusha because it just favors Ottomans as they just simply go Sipahi plus Janissaries. And you might think that your answer then is Spearman on Onimusha, but it's the attack speed diff that loses you the game. Anatan, his only hope is to get mass hand cannoneers, but that is going to take time. The Psycho Ashigaru are here! Just kidding, let's focus on the main characters. Janissaries absolutely shredding the Samurai. This is over, man. I mean, he maybe, if he's lucky, he holds for a little bit, but I'm doubtful of that even. Castle coming up on the forward. It's Tom Cruise mode as the last Samurai are falling. And Anatan really doesn't have the ability to reboom this fast enough. 2.4k food is not going to allow you to mincemeat your way through this army. It's 52 Janissaries and 3 Great Bombards. It's insane, but Wham has kind of reached a point where frontline doesn't matter as much. A little bit of a misstep there against the Mango, but outside that, hasn't really stepped out of position at all. Smill's now moving up. Mango's going to be removed. And with this castle being dropped, I think it's fair to say that even with the nerfs to the Ottomans and the new builds the Japanese are finding, Ottomans still absolutely destroy Japanese. And it's all about this guy right here, man. Reminding the people, there are more drum modes than attack drums. Melee defense is your best friend in this matchup. Wham show you exactly why time and time again. I think Anatan, you know, if he'd been a little bit more tempered about his approach with that mass mangonel count, he could have won this game, actually. Credit to him. That was his pivot away from standard Japanese. Mass Mangoes almost won in this game, but I think he just rushed for a kill. He got a little bit overexcited, and he prematurely executed. And that paved the way for exactly this moment. Janissary count has been heavily reduced, sure, but the Great Bombard count, guys, is now at the 4. And by the way, you can't even kill Great Bombards with Azutsu. Azutsu have got range damage, not siege, so they will do 1 damage per shot. Your only hope is to reach these Great Bombards with the very, very limited number of samurai you have. Now, if that seems like I'm being a bit unfair and not giving him a fair odds of taking them out, that's because he doesn't have any chance of taking them out. GG's going to get called. Anatan finds himself in that tricky late game against Ottomans. Discovers the hard way, as usual, as most Japanese players do, that this might be their single hardest matchup. Woo! Yeah, I don't know what. Like, I don't know what I thought was fundamentally going to change about that matchup. It's pretty stompy and one-sided still. What tourney is today? It is the Warchief Club. It's starting in about half an hour, actually. I did notice, was that MSN saying earlier that he had Voldemar? Yeah, I was actually thinking of watching MSN versus Voldemar. That was the one I was eyeballing for round number 1. Either MSN versus Voldemar, or I think the other one I was considering was maybe like Ramen versus Ark. We'll probably go with MSN versus Voldemar, though. We could always tune in to watch Hosen get his ass kicked. Sorry, Hosen. He's up against Myriad. Yeah, outside that, maybe Mr. Munch. Mr. Munch versus Vanderdorf could be intriguing. Hello, Near Resort. I'm not doing too bad. How are you doing on this fine Saturday? Where went for elite army tactics first instead of chemistry, seeing his army comp. The men-at-arms were tanking, right? So, Shivaki, the logic is that you have men-at-arms with the armor drum, and they are, even if you have no... It's kind of insane, actually. Elite men-at-arms, even if you have no melee defense tech, have 7 melee armor at that stage. But it's very easy to be at 9 melee armor at that stage. And things like Onibigisha hit for, what, 14? It's interesting when you think about Adachi and like how big of a buff it is, giving the +4 damage, but then you remember that the meta drum removes half of your bonus damage in those kind of equations, right? It's a weird one. So let's have a look here. We've got a little bit of time left. Gully had some games. Who was he up against? So there were some Gully versus Voldemar games. Shall we maybe have a look at one of those? He's also been up against Ruslan. Yeah, let's have a look at one of his Rocky Rivers. So Voldy versus Gully. Let me get that game ready. Where can we watch the tourney? Here. That's why I put casting tournament 15. Yeah, if I was casting like if it was on the EGC or whatever and I was on the official broadcast, I probably wouldn't go live today. I'd just wait and get ready for the show. So I'll be casting a bunch of the games here. And I believe Rising Empire should also have a broadcast live on their channel. I imagine maybe a few of the players will be casting their POVs, but why take one POV when instead you could watch the entire picture? It's a no-brainer. So there was a Rocky River game I wanted. HRE versus Byzantines. You were in 3 other streams, no one's able to answer. I am here to serve. So, one sec, actually. Let me update my Nightbot command. Because I need to add in the bracket. And then what we'll do, we'll cast the Gully Deckle Voldemar game. And then that probably will bring us close to like start time for the tournament. Thank you, Sven. Appreciate you, buddy. Remember, guys, get those subs in. We've had to watch some tournament games in like half an hour. Do you really want to worry about ads appearing? That's atrocious. How will I watch the games? English Mirror? Good God, no. HRE versus Byzantines. You think it's 1.5 hours? Is it? Did they put the wrong time in? Or did I read the wrong time? Clocks went back today, right? So let me double check. The timestamps... Oh, you're right, actually. Yes, thank you. You are right, M7. Thank you, thank you. Let me update that. Apologies, chat. Well, I know what happened. Clocks went back today, didn't they? So we will cast at 4 my time, so in an hour and a half. Appreciate you, M7. I must have... Yeah, I must have got the time... Like, the clocks did go back today, right? Because, bless my mum, yesterday, she was like, remember, kids, you need to turn your clocks back tomorrow. And then my sister's like, they automatically do that. I was like, oh, bless her. Oh. Is AOK as broken as everyone says? Well, Abbey of memes is most definitely, it is. It's really, really strong. It's a bit hard to gauge if it's completely broken right now, because the thing you have to remember is people need to discover a solution to it. But it is very strong. Test out for yourself, but basically it allows you to very thoroughly go 2 TCs. There's no easy counter. But we're not going to worry about that here. We've got HRE versus Byzantines. All right, a little bit earlier, Crackety came to my chat, and he was like, KP, you need to check out Gully Deckle's recent games. I did. Do you know what I saw? 5 games in a row on the ladder up against Voldemar. I hope he's having a better day today than he did the other day when he kept queuing into Puppy Paw and Wham. Because while Gully Deckle may be an easier mark than the Canadians, he is a very talented 16-year-old kid on the rise who I think is yet to be beaten on the HRE, actually. Like, he is completely unbeaten on this Civ since the patch. Like, actually, the interesting thing about Gully Deckle. This 16-year-old kid from Austria, when the patch dropped, he played like 10 H3 games in a row, won all of them, and ended up being like top 10 on the ladder entirely. Like, actually, here's an interesting thing for you right now. Gully Deco, the time of recording, he's 1911 elo. He's sitting in 17th place on the ladder. Voldemort just a little bit behind him at 1890 elo. So typically top of the ladder from both of them. Voldemort playing the Byzantines, though. You know, these are the two civs that got buffed by far the most in the recent patch that came out in the middle of the Elite Classic 2 tournament. And I think in this particular matchup, HRE has some really powerful players, man. Like, you can easily kind of harass and block out the Byzantines' natural flow points. I feel like the play for your Byzantines in this matchup is to not play long feudal to reach into castle. But it's always variant, right? Like, for example, if the HRE player is rushing castle as well, you're going to have more value out of getting a Lombo contract group out of 5 minutes and trying to harass your opponent. But if you get any semblance of feudal aggression, which I know Gully likes to do with these builds right now in Holy Roman Empire, you need to get the hell out of dodge. Hanging around in feudal long term as the Byzantines feels like a recipe for failure right now in this matchup. And it's going to be difficult to try and do it later on, considering that this spawn for Voldemort has a forward berry and a forward gold. He has nothing worthwhile retracted behind his TC. And he is going for the greedy boy approach. Grand Winery. So this bodes well. This tells me Voldemort is at least not considering the idea that feudal age is a good idea here. It's not. You really don't even want to rely on Hippodrome to try and win out against HRE. That Marcher Drills buff with the increased gathering rates is kind of ludicrous. By going for Hippodrome, you always have to remember that you're more reliant on trading well against your opponent's army because you've lost a layer to your economy, right? Like, the Grand Winery gives quite this surge point in your initial contract mercs. And that's going to give Voldemort at least a little bit of agency, a little bit of control over his own defense. I imagine we're going to be looking at the Western contract. Western contract feels really, really good up against the HRE. For a start, the Lombos are the better choice when turtling and defending. Javelins only really matter if you're definitely up against an Archer comp, right? Keshik contracts feel terrible as well. Marcher Drill Spearman is very difficult to contest. And the cool thing about actually going for the Western contractors, the Byzantines, is that it scales really, really well. The Lanceneck especially I find incredibly impressive, actually. Because unlike the HRE, you find it a lot easier to scale them in the late game, right? Have you guys noticed that? It's kind of funny to watch, but the order of civs that can actually build Lanceneck across the course of the game as it goes deeper as well, it's Byzantines #1, Dragon #2, and HRE #3, which is kind of wild to think about. Like, HRE's always had a difficulty with finding a way to do it efficiently. Especially since those relic nerfs a few years ago. Was that a few years ago? Like, does anyone remember how long ago the relic nerf was now? It was a year and a half ago, right? Roughly. God damn. It's crazy to think it's been that long. Am I getting old?
Yeah, Inti.
At least a year. Has been a while then. So Voldemort. Wheelbarrow being prepped on each side. Gully actually is going to be adding in units. I wondered for a second if he was going to do so. He had, of course, moved on the wood. 9 people on wood tells us this is going to be archery range follow-up over racks. Because otherwise, you'd already switch this down to be like 6, maybe. He's going to be adding in a few farms as well. Actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it isn't archers at all. How many sheep has he got? He's got 9? 14 on the other side. So Voldemort done a damn good job of taking sheep away. The walls are going up now. I imagine we're going to be getting a Merc House drop shortly, because with the amount of people gathering the olive oil here, it's got 175 coming in, right? Like, if you actually prep the contract, you start building now, you prep the contract, you should be ready to get Lombos by the time you have, I think, about 325 olive oil. Gully. Okay, scrap my idea. No archers at all. He's legit just spamming men-at-arms. Oh, man, I love this new build. I know a lot of people don't because it feels toxic to encounter on the map. Guys, this is like a natural Burgrave. That's the whole logic. It's very similar to what we used to see up against Delhi, if you remember correctly, the HRE. HRE used to beat Delhi for quite a while because they would mass like 30 or 40 men-at-arms, tech up, still go Regnants, but then they just have an army. They'd already have their Burgrave in effect, right? Very powerful. So we should be seeing similar here coming out from Gully. First one's on the way. It's not toxic at all. All right, clearly someone's been playing up against Fast Castle, Crackety, Pass Guard spam builds too much. That's enough to make you think anything is not toxic. MA arrives. Outpost is at least up for Voldemort, so that's going to make it a little bit annoying for Gully, but not annoying enough, right? Like, if he actually just camps here, Outpost shouldn't be able to reach him. Yeah, nicely played, right on the edge. Okay, so he's idled out gold. I wonder if Gully just thinks about trending towards Castle Age now, because now that you've bought the gold, you know Voldemort can't race the same. His only play is to play Long Feudal. That's where you will eventually lose out to Lombo Mass. You haven't got a Rax plus Blacksmiths, you've only got double Blacks, right? So you don't actually have the Undermish at all. Which means you're taking half damage from these Lombos, and diving them just isn't a viable option. So far, Gully says, no, I'm going to keep trucking. A little bit surprised by this. I think you've done decent damage with just this opening play, and you know it's going to force a reaction out your opponent. Just feels better to actually get ahead, right? Like with map control now, you know it has to be the Western contract. You've kind of guaranteed a lock-in. I'm hoping once Gully sees the Lombos come out, he's like, good enough. Prage, back away. Because then you can just play for relics. Like this spawn is pretty beneficial for you, right? You camp the right side, you freely gather the south, you get a full relic game. Gully just like, la la la, I can't hear you, need more meta arms. And there we go, Lombo shops. Gully, like, you just need to back away now. Undermesh is being prepped, so he's going all in then. Yeah, if you see someone getting undermesh like this at this stage, when they just saw Lombos, it's a full prep play. Am I blind? Where the hell? Guys, oh, that explains. I was like, where the hell is the blacksmiths? I was looking for a proxy blacksmiths across the map for some reason. This was because he was building the Palisables. It's kind of crafty, actually. It has an added layer where, like, Voldemort at this stage, because of what I just said, like, oh, you've built Lombos, logically, Gully shouldn't be contesting you, right? He should just be backing up and tacking up. So Voldemort might be thinking the same. By building the blacksmiths back here behind the tree line, it makes it even harder for Voldemort to get info on your play. So, not sure if that was entirely intentional for that layer, but it is a layer to this cake. Houses around Arkan? Who cares? You can end this game in Feudal Age, right? It is pretty weird to see. Especially considering he could have built them north side, but he was trying to be optimal, right? Like, I don't think he had a wheelbarrow at that point, so he wanted to build the Raxes there. And Arms ready to dive in. Olive Grove's coming through from Voldemort. He's desperate for a tech up. Look at this. Look at the food right now. Voldemort, greedy boy. And Gully, because he doubled down like this. What a smart read. I was a little bit concerned it wasn't going to work, but Voldemort did not see through the visage. He genuinely thought this was just going to be a castle race, and the funny part is, folks, it is. Gully Deckle is gathering up what he needs to tech up, but in the meantime, he's idling Voldemort out. He's finding chip damage and kills on eco, and he's idling the gold. That's the most important detail. Voldemort, by the time he mops this up, he's going to have a handful of longbows left over. He's not going to be ready to tech himself. It's going to take him an extra minute and a half at least to get there. And that's if he pulls 10 villagers across from that gold. Wow, dude. Can we give golf claps all around, Gully? What a Chad Lord this kid is. He was doing mental cartwheels when he read the HRE patches and the buffs. I know he was. And who can blame him when they look this bloody strong? Reminder that this Civ right here, Byzantines, were the other ones that received substantial buffs. Before those buffs, they were already becoming a top 4 Civ. And now, HRE, you know, a Civ that I think a lot of players expected to move like midway up the rungs. The more I'm seeing them, the more I'm like, did they move midway up the rungs? Did they go from being like a 10th Civ to being a 7th Civ? Or are they now a top 4 themselves? Because this Civ is really impressing me in most matchups at this stage. And yes, Gully Deckle is very young. He is 16 years old. Just kidding. He's 2 years old. Yeah, he came off the boob just yesterday. And apparently the calcium levels were strong because this boy can play. Relux being played for right now. Voldemar only about to initiate his tech up, and oh my dear god. Well, let's see. You stayed under your TC, you built Lombos, you walled yourself in. You know, you might not have picked the English Voldemar, but you are definitely playing like them in this game, and that is rough. I like how Faye's still hoping him about the Order of the Dragon. I'm actually... So I think Order of the Dragon is still favored in the H3 matchup, but it's nowhere near as much now. The Marching Drills difference really did help a lot. Remember I said that this Civ can't build land stacks? They are the literal worst Civ at building the salami slices. And yet, here we are. Gully Deckle with a Knight Lance combo. Did he misclick HRE when he meant to pick Order of the Dragon? Because it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Right, this is the comp that I actually think Order of the Dragon have been finding the most success with in Castle Age. And yes, HRE Men-at-Arms are better than Gilded Men-at-Arms because of maces, but you don't get those until Castle Age. That's why Order of the Dragon is favored, is because they drag the game in Feudal. They don't let you tech up. That's the whole point. It's like, Order of the Dragon's Feudal units feel like Castle Age units. Oof, Lombos. Wait, why are you running? Just... Wait, what? What was that? Okay, he's like, this knight should have cleaned this up with more HP left over, but a little bit scramble brain there from Gully. I don't know what the hell that was. So he's going to actually reveal the Lance next. So good news for Voldemar is he knows he's about to have his face sliced off. Bad news for Voldemar is he was planning to go into Varangian anyway, and Knights plus Lance Neck deals with Varangian easy peasy. And Voldemar needs crossbows really badly. And he needs it more than ever now that Gully is doing the typical thing and adding in Men-at-Arms like any HRE, self-respecting HRE player would. DB and Gavin on flanks as well. Love this from Gully. It just slows down the farm transition, right? Like, yeah, farm transitions can feel great and it lasts forever. Firm handshakes all around. Great for your diamond games. But at the highest level of play, timings are everything. And he understands right now with Voldemar choosing to set up Olive Groves, with him taking up late, doesn't really need to rush his own farm transition. Like, doing that sacrifices a very strong point in the game. Like, he's about to go 5 relics up and he has complete map control. Why would you throw that away for a little bit of easier food gathering? There's no threat in your flanks. Just take advantage of it. So, love to see that. And I hate to see this Voldemar. Oh my god. He came out for a relic and instantly regretted it. Ouch. Guys, Voldemar is about to run out of gold. This game could abruptly end. Gully is actually strong enough to constrict all gold on the map. I think Voldemar, while he's got a little bit of time, his best move would be to wall out on the south side here and just wall this off. Just move out, wall off quick. You even have some berries here. Get a few more mercs together. Like, I don't think you go for the berries, though. Like, they're beyond the tree lines. Tree lines are your natural bridge points for walling, remember. And yes, Gully, we are watching your game. I still don't like no crossbows here. Not the cleanest. Yeah, I think there's like, you've got this army this big, right? I think you genuinely could have went and attacked. We have God Vision. It's easy for me to say right now, but you saw how desperate Voldemar looked. I really liked your feudal timing. You blocked his castle timing completely. I think what happened at this stage is you got HRE brain. You know what I mean, right? Like, so HRE brain is where you're doing everything logical and you're playing HRE really well, and then all of a sudden your brain is like, Imperial. We should go Imperial. It's like you can go Imperial, but you don't have to be here. You could easily be in his base right now doing damage, right? I think this is natural, though. Whenever you're thinking about teching up, you instinctually want to do this. Gully doesn't know he's this far ahead. He should be able to sense it, though, with the fights he's taken. And thank you, Scion. Welcome this one, buddy. Remember, guys, use your Amazon Prime subscriptions across on my channel. Mwah. But, like, the interesting thing is, like, the reason Gully doesn't want to try to take this fight, even if he feels ahead, is because another part of being HRE brain is that whenever you look at your building options, you don't see an archery range. Right? Like, you always build melee. So the thing he's paranoid about is running up to these walls where there's going to be lombos, maybe there'll even be a mangonel, and he'll just get held by repairs on the wall, right? And he'll lose his entire army. And it is an expensive army to risk. So Gully, it's a safe choice, but it's one that works here, right? He's now a mile ahead. He's 5 eco up, and he just went up to 4 TC and Imperial. Not to mention the fact this is a 5 relic game and 3 sacred sites. You know, I just realized we didn't do our appropriate intro of the kid versus the toddler here. Oof. Does the kid need to go back to school? Emerson's the toddler. Yeah, but what are we going to call you? Like, so here's the thing. If Voldemar's the kid, but he's older than you, you can't be the teen. So, I think MSN's the baby. Right? Like, what have you got after toddler? Because, like, it's baby, toddler, teen. Baby, toddler, kid, teen. There's probably something I'm forgetting. Taiban's coming in as well. Good God, as if he didn't have enough ego already. All right, big brother. Time to show him how you defend. Gully Deckle. Frontlining with these Elite Knights, and there's not enough Limitane. This wall's going to go down. Gold access is going to be gone. Voldemar is in trouble, and he hasn't got a wall up here. He built the cistern. Dundamar has arrived, as in he is done with this game. That is brutal. 55 to 27. But the Landsnecht, the Knights, finally the Berserk's going to come out, but it's going to come at a price. Men-at-Arms, Lance, Knights, able to keep Voldemar deadened in his base. He will be able to hold. But the problem is he's falling further and further behind as the minutes pass. 51 to 72 eco. It's not enough to hold your own base anymore, Voldemar. You need to go and kill. Really good hold there, though. This is the interesting thing about Varangian, is if you don't have the maces, you 100% lose. Like, I'm kind of surprised he didn't get maces. I guess he thought the Knights were going to be good enough, but this is an interesting matchup, by the way. Like, when you get into Imperial Age and you get all the upgrades on each side, Varangian are better than Men-at-Arms one-on-one. Because they have a better attack speed, right? 1.38 compared to the 1.38, but then when you get the Berserking... No, Berserking's the move speed. When you get T-drop shields, you get down to like 1.12. And then if you Berserk, like, you just mincemeat, right? It's very, very powerful. Oh, wait. What are you building in your base? Wait, you're building Siege? Why? Oh, archery ranges. Are you? Golly, it seems that your recollection of your own games is, cringe. Berserk coming again. That Mango's doing decent damage. Have I misread this? Wait, dude, have I called this too early? Gully, where the hell are your troops right now? Build some units, for God's sake. Oh my God, I can't believe he didn't get heavy maces earlier than this. I mean, this is still a hard base to dive, right? Cannon's coming in 10 seconds. Voldemar can do some damage, but I don't think he can end the game off this. This is about to get dicey, especially when he clumps up like this, which is what's happening when the Varangian run over, right? Heavy mace is coming through soon. Siege engineering being prepped. Voldemar. Siege engineering is usually better to build not underneath the TC. I actually think the cannon's going to save him. Dude, this is so stupid about HRE. Any other Civ makes this choice, game is over. Right? Like, game is done. But HRE, with these obnoxious cannon emplacements and the triple TC effect of Pulse of Swabia, means they get away with blind murder. Unbelievable. I feel so bad for Voldy. I mean, I was like, yeah, this game looks over. Voldemar's like, hold my beer. And he's like, oh, wait, I'm trying to dive HRE and Imperial. I know what's coming. Poor guy, he tried to prep for it as well, right? He got Siege Engineering, but it just felt like it was too late. More Lancenet coming out. Men at Arms as well. This should be enough to stabilize. I think this is now where Voldemar, it looked like he was starting to macro towards Imperial Age. Playing into Imperial here is going to slow down his grinder, though. And the problem is by the time you get there, it's going to be a 90, 95 eco situation, right? So a 30-plus villager lead with all the relics. Like, it's just not... What the f... This is so unnecessary! No, also, by the way, I didn't... No. This is not my fault. I told Gully to attack the gold. He finally listened. Not to attack the base. No, in fairness, I think Gully, like that attack into the base of Voldemar, if he'd just done that before he teched up instead, it probably would have been GG then. He waited a very long time, though. And credit to Voldemar, like, he played it right. He got his comp together. And now he's trying to go into Imperial, but guys, like, he can't access the gold! Oh, this is over. This is actually over now, right? Like, he's got 4k gold up here. Maybe that's his recovery arc. But this is a lot of gold for HRE to have and you not. Someone call this greedy, considering he's got 5 relics and Palace of Swabia. He's even building his houses out here. Foreign engineering company on the way. It's not a bad choice. Foreign engineering company, like, the logic is you're up against mass men at arms, you build nest of bees, GG. But you're actually going to be up against culverins. One thing that is quite nice, actually, about Foreign Engineering Company with this contract, though, is the volley on the Lombos is super effective. Like, your base damage is high enough that even men-at-arms with all their armor still feel it, right, at this stage of the game. But this is still precarious. And, wait, no, Faye, I'm not going to hear this. Like, wrong landmark. Dude, if you're building a Palatine school when you have 4k gold and that's it, I don't want to look at your match history. I'm sorry. I'm going to say, I'm going to have to look down in 300, 400 rank. You just can't. Like, I'd agree, this matchup, Palatine School probably feels pretty good if you have your 8k gold. If you have your 8k gold. Alright, I'm not going to talk to you. If you're bidding on Matane against 5 Relic, Lance deck HRE, Jesus Christ. I would think that someone that respects Lancenet so much they load a ram up with it would have more respect on them in the Unlimitane matchup. Because, like, it's Unlimitane versus Unlimit Lancenet, right? And wow, Gully's actually going into hand cannoneers. I mean, there are ways you can potentially lose a game of AoE 4, and this is trending towards that direction. I would rarely ever recommend hand cannoneers when you're up against Longbow Byzantines in Imp. I guess he's just like, I've got all this gold, how do I spend it? And I don't want to be just melee comp. Maybe it would have been better to just like build Siege and mass melee with Lancenet. Because like, I think he's got too much gold to lose the game, right? Like realistically, he has way too much gold to lose this game. But if there was a way you could lose a game of AoE 4, I'm not saying he's going to, but if there was, it would be building hand cannoneers up against mass volley longbos. These guys hit hard. And remember, they get volley by default, right? The moment the Foreign Engineering Company is built, they have it. That's coming in. Now, the Mangoes just need to move here, and this is over. And Arms are going to go line formation to protect. And Lombos have to start dodging like they're Neo. Vrang going to get wrapped around the back. Voldemar could go for the Berserk here to clear up the siege. I think you should as well, because right now these Bombards are like 50 caliber sniper rifles. And I think it just doesn't matter. Elite Army Tactics is in for one side, and it most definitely is not for the other. So that will definitely be GG. Tough matchup, right? I've been seeing a lot of HRE players stomp on Byzantines at the moment. I think this is the time when we always notice. It's that tech up into Imperial ahead that gives them the advantage getting into elite army tactics. And that is the difference maker. If a Byzantine player can find a way to survive that, they can find a way to win. But the only person winning non-stop, 100% win rate now with the HRE, is Gully Deckle. Congrats. It will help very much when it gets banned in every tournament game ever. It probably will, actually. What's up, man? You're glowing? I don't know if I'm glowing. What are you on about? What are you trying to say? What are you after? You can play other OP civs? Oh, that's, yeah, okay. Have you learned how to play Abbassids? KB's showing us what to ban today? Yeah, you just ban HRE. Well, there's no Roost games going. It's like Dragavan with Abbassids. Dude, why are you worried about Dragavan with Abbassids? You should be worried about Dragavan with English. That guy's been obsessed with Abbey of Kings for years, and now it's finally good. Oof. All right, there we go. What's going on? I was exposed to the new Gunner the Fallout glasses. Turns out that I didn't consume my radiation pills, so that's why I'm glowing. There you go, dude. That was a great segue right there. I should be getting sent some of those next month, I think, actually. So at least that's what I was told. So keep an eye out for me wearing those. Whoop, whoop. I hope they send out the prescription ones. You won't be able to get those. I know the way it works is you can't get new frames for the first 60 days with a discount. Afterwards you can, but you should still use the code Pigeon at checkout so that I get paid if you really want the Fallout glasses that quick. Alternatively, get these. Get the Intercepts. Really like these. The only little thing that's a little bit tricky for me because of what I do for a living is you guys can see the reflection there. That doesn't happen with my other glasses, so I need to talk to them about like anti-glare there. But for most people, that's not a problem. You don't really care about that. What do you think? How far will I get today? So, shall we quickly judge Gully's trajectory? Because that's always a fun thing to do. So, Gully Deckle is here. And as you can see, by the Lucifron matchup, he will quickly find himself here. Oh yeah, I'm 100% going to cast Voldemort versus MSN. That's going to be the kid versus the toddler. Brackets will change. Why do you want them to change, Faye? Like, Faye, why do you need them to change? You've got easy matchups. You've got. Look, dude, you've got Friends and Chaos here, whoever that is, and then you can just beat Recon. It's easy. But Recon these days tries to play full aggro. So you just do your weird aggro, and you've been doing it longer. That's how that works. And then after that, you got Vortex. He just does aggro as well. Just do your weird aggro. It's fine. Just attack more, lol. Just attack forehead. All right. So we've got an hour until the game start. Is Emma in chat? I wonder if we can have early food. Show your message history of Gully or I boycott you. I don't have a message history of Gully. Why would I have a message history of Gully? Do I? Let's have a look. He's waved at me. No, we haven't even waved at each other. Wow, we're antisocial pieces of crap. Check-in just opened. Well, they better get in. Yeah, exactly. We never messaged on Discord. Wait. You make it sound like we've been messaging elsewhere. What the hell? So, who's Anno playing? He's probably playing free-for-alls, isn't he? Kino Blues is back? Yo. I thought that guy was gone. Wasn't that the That was the Age of Mythology player that plays on 4-3, right? Right? The wins cast versus lose cast ratio. What do you mean? What? Oh, you mean you losing? Yeah. All right. Voldemort, do you really want me to pull up your match history recently to answer that? Is that what you'd like? Because I can pull up your match history to answer that if you really want. But I'm seeing a lot of red. Oh, we got some green in there. Okay, so guys. I chose to look at like Voldemort's data at 2 different points, right? I chose to look at his data at this point. You can see a lot of red. Then we chose to look at his data at this point. Still a lot of red. I won an HRE game. I mean, like Gully doesn't count if he's not playing HRE. That's the way the rules work. Also, do you want me to make this even better, Voldy? Actually, let's quickly check if there's any other options. If not, we'll do Anton. I can make this even better. It wasn't Gully that chose, like, asked for the match to be watched. Crackety came in and said, you should watch some of Gully's games from yesterday. So, funnily enough, it wasn't even the kid, the kids weren't trying to, like, stroke each other's ego or, like, you know, get their own games cast. It was legit was Crackety came in and was like, you need to cast his games. I'm like, all right. Oh, that makes it so much better. Voldemort will never stream again. Yeah, it's time to retire. Okay, guys. You know, Lord Head, what? Oh, Head. Timu's changed his name again. So, interesting thought here, right? Yeah, we'll do that in one. Interesting thought here. What if there was a way to like we need an anonymous mode? Do you want to know why we need anonymous mode? What would be great is like if I was able to take like the Voldemort game from the other day that you had up against I think it was Wham. It was Roos versus Acids. And then you just like you sit on that data for like 3 or 4 weeks. And then you book a coaching session with him. And because it's anon data, he doesn't know who the player is. And you run through the replay and it explains you everything they've done wrong. All right? And you sit. What you do is you sit there and you go, I really sucked at that moment, didn't I, Voldemort? Like, yeah, but we can improve. And then at the end, dude, it's like it's like one of those catch the person type shows. You reveal, well, Voldemort, it's interesting that you highlighted all the flaws in my gameplay because my gameplay was actually yours. How does that make you feel? Poor Voldemort. I'm piling on him right now, but like, dude, that would be great to do with people in general that coach. That is why I want anonymous mode. Voldy, we're talking about your Roos Acids game. Wouldn't that be cool content though? Like, it reminds me of when people do that content where they hire a coach and they pretend to be really bad, and then they suddenly improve a lot, sort of thing. I think that'd be pretty cool. You watch that with climbing, it's too funny. Yeah, dude, it's like, I think like my favorite one's watching it with like FPSs. And the guy like gives them a little tip on like how to be more optimal. And then all of a sudden I was like, wow, you're really good. What happened? They are pretty entertaining for sure. All right, 1 second. Just double checking this.
Mother?
All right. So we're going to be checking in on Anatand here, going up against Kino Blues. Some of you guys might remember Kino Blues from a while ago, actually. It must have been like over a year ago? That must be. Has it really been that long? God damn. So Kino Blues came from Age of Mythology, if I recall correctly. This was a guy that I think he, for a very short period of time, streamed his gameplay. And it's kind of weird, guys. He plays for free. That's odd, right? He was playing 4-3 ratio. Like, if anyone doesn't know what 4-3 is, it's like the ratio of the monitor. Most people at least are playing 16:9. So basically, you know, like, if you've got slightly graying hair, you might remember fondly the days of 4-3. It's a long, long time ago. But they've been missing. I haven't seen them in a hot second. Seeing them back now on a new civ, I'm excited for this, especially considering that I don't feel like I see the Abbasid Japanese matchup very often. Adding Voldemar here because honestly, I think Voldy's best is like Abba. I'm really impressed with his Abba to this day. I know a lot of people say Chinese is signature. He feels good about it. But I'm curious from the kid. He's played Abba in a lot of matchups. He knows them very well. Who do you think is favored in this particular matchup? Because Japanese versus Abbasids, I feel like Japan does pretty well, right? With this fast castle build. Because in my experience, Abbasids struggle against civs that have tempo timings around tech ups. It's like, the perfect example is actually Ayabids. Ayabids feels really good against Abbasids, right? Because you just can't stop their castle. I think Japanese functions the same way. HRE can actually be quite surprising against Abbasids still. The reality is, like, for Abbasids, they benefit in matchups where you play a prolonged feudal, right? Because they naturally go that second TC, and then they gradually tech up. Japanese have a timing where Abba's aging? Yeah, I agree. That was my thought as well. It's like, any civ that is just rushing towards castle, I think makes the game really frustrating for the Abbasids. But Anatan is doing something funky. We're getting trade wing gameplay. And this is on EGC Lipany, by the way. I think these guys are in a private lobby scrimming. What I love about Anatan, by the way, is like most people go and do their private games and they hide their data. Like, Anatan doesn't hide his data, and he also actually makes the games publicly viewable that he scrims. Trade wing against Japanese, though. Is that viable here? Let's check the spawn. I think spawn's really important. He has got some nice wood lines to try and wall off. Like, you could wall here, here. And then you could just guard the center and then wall the right side and have full link trade. So, like, the interesting thing actually about what we were highlighting there, the tempo of the Japanese and the timings that could kind of screw over the Abbasids, I think Trade Wing escalates a lot better than, say, Eco Wing or Military Wing, right? Like Trade OP. It escalates the income so quickly. The risk is, of course, guarding it. So I hope Anatan has something crafty in mind. You know, I don't want to say Camel Archers, because Camel Archers versus Mounted Samurai feels like a loss. You just are too squishy. But maybe like some Camel Archers, some Spearmen, and some Wolves could work here to get him what he needs. But I love the opening trade. Guys, you seeing this? This is an important lesson to decipher when you watch these type of games. Anatan's initial trade is going to be the long one across the enemy trade post, because he knows it's going to be a fast castle Japanese play. How does he know? Because it's Japan. Every single Japanese player under the sun wants to go fast castle. And funnily enough, actually, Kino Blues is going to waste more resources doing it. He's building outposts that don't even feel relevant here. So really crafty read by Anatan. He's probably looking at 2 trades at least before he has to switch over. I imagine he'll look to keep it safe, and after he returns the traders back towards the House of Wisdom, he'll probably be switching over to a trade post here. And oh, what? Wait, what? All right, dude, this officially just got weird. Anatan is gonna trade with the enemy trade post, not once, but consistently. All right, like Anatan is like my daughter with toys right now. You know, like we well, no, the better one would be my daughter with like bottles, right? Her bottles of water. One runs out, you give her the other bowl that is basically the same thing, and she's like, no. Kind of the same thing, right? Because like if you think about distance, this is definitely longer, but I don't think it's insanely further than just going this corner to this one. But it is a lot more dangerous. Wow. The question is, does Kino Blues even know? Because he's being pushed in by horsemen, right? I don't think he scouted this. He must have. There's no way. He would have at least seen the trade wing at some point. That would be crazy if he didn't. But now the Horseman forces a reaction, right? Kino Blues needs to consider adding in a Rax or just accepting he's not getting the berries. That means he's on limited food and also contained inside his base. Really cool read by Anatan. Whenever you want to do trade like this, the Horsemen are important because the Horsemen block vision. They ensure that your opponent doesn't know how many traders you're building, what you're doing. That's why I always rate Horsemen as such an S tier unit in Feudal. It's the flexibility. You can use it to raid, you can use it to cut reinforcements, you can use it to counter range comp, you can use it to block vision. Like, there is no other unit in the game in Feudal Age that can so easily run a scout down. I can't believe he's actually adding in traders. They are pretty pricey as well. Like, look at this, 26 food, 105 gold. And remember, you're playing Abbases. They're not expensive. They're 40 wood and 40 gold each. Do all combat units have the same / similar vision besides scouts? Most have a common kind of categorized vision range, but there are exceptions. So, for example, Camel Lancers are a pristine example, ones that have additional range. And I believe Desert Raiders sit somewhere between Camel Lancers and standard units. So some units do have special vision treatment. And then Siege has a lot of vision as well. No problem, buddy. Floating Gate now on the way. It's going to be the Stables play. Yeah, I don't like this. Horseman plus Camel Archers is actually the right read by Antan. Remember what we said about the counter to the Mounted Samurai? Like, it's Camel Archers, but you need to have a front line. I thought he'd settle for walling and doing Spearmen, but Horseman is a much more logical choice if you're going to trade this far across the map. That is crazy. Anatan, of course, doesn't have to rush up if this is his response. If he's up against the Samurai spam and he keeps blocking out food, it's going to be very difficult for Kino Blues to consistently use this to spam out Samurai. And remember, Camel Archers aren't just good because they reduce your base damage on Cav. They're good because the base damage is so high themselves. So, like, what is it? You're talking about 24 damage on a knight by default? You're taking away 5 damage. They go down to 19. You do 12 damage. Obviously, there's armor involved. So, like, you're never going to have a situation where Camel Archer, or even 2, will beat, like, a knight one-on-one. But you're not one-on-one. You've got these horsemen as a front line. So, what is Kino Blue's follow-up going to be? Because that's the other thing that's scaring me right now. He's trying to play for relics, obviously, but like, surely Onabagisha is your go-to here. You have to anchor yourself to that comp really fast, in my opinion. Otherwise, this is difficult. Guys, by the way, this game can be made even more difficult because if it is Onabagisha, if you're Anatan, once you tech up, you're immediately into armored caravans. +5 armor against Onabagisha, like, they may be fast, but it's going to take them a year to kill. It's a little raid over here. Does chip down 2 villagers. Anatan now over 10 workers ahead. Trade up to 7. And he's not going to slow down. You can tell that this guy used to scrim a lot with B. Because this is a classic like B build. I think he was the person doing Camel Archer spam the most consistently. Next on the list would probably be Kiljardi. Other players do it from time to time, but those two have been like the standout regulars for me. And you can see the damage isn't like a shrug off, right? Like, it does hurt quite a bit. Even with the undermesh giving you 5, it's still taking 7 damage per shot. Kino also now feeling like he's starting to lack long-term food success here, right? If he's got about like 1,200 food he can rush down underneath his TC, and he's got limited farms, some of which are never coming online because his farmhouse, like here for example, is going to block out any additional farms for free. Flash coming in though, and dude, this is a terrible fight. Kino Blues is going to get absolutely wiped. This game is potentially just over. Jesus, Anatan, give him a chance. Steel Arrow is now coming in. Anatan, like, I don't think you even tech up. This is the funny thing about this, right? Like, this build seems really weird with Trade Wing when you remember that you're getting gold and food. Camel Archers are food and wood. And the food isn't your primary resource, so like it's not very good. It's not like you have French trades where you can toggle. So the fact that this is the comp that you run with Trade Wing always amuses me. But you just see why it's so effective here, right? Like, there's no move Kino Blues can make onto your economy that doesn't get mirrored. the same time, he's struggling to reach his own eco. Camelot is moving in. The villagers, Kino, a little bit neglectful, so more villagers going down. At this stage, this many camel archers, I mean, you just bring in one horseman to tank long enough, these samurai die. This has to be so infuriating for Kino. Kino, who, by the way, isn't going for like a second TC to recover. They're opting for the abandonment. Like, this is all in, and I don't think this works. And at the camel archer count. Oh, jeez, it's the micro as well. He drags across on the horseman. The worst thing you'd be attacking right now. Similar health, but much more cheap unit to throw away in these engagements. Outpost can't even go up. This is impossible. If Anatan missed-microed or like greeted, I could see it working, but Kino Blues has been in Castle now for a few minutes. His Mountain Samurai count is at 2. And he's only got 1 relic home. Damn, that's brutal. Yeah, I think Kino maybe just need to consider, and it's going to feel painful, but going Yumi, but like, going Yumi is still less painful than losing a game like this. GG comes out. Dude, what a sick build out of Anatan. Camel Archer Trade Wing still proving powerful in these matchups involving momentum. Just make vet archers? Yeah, I guess you could. I think I was thinking from like a food perspective. Oh, okay, Faye just like, okay, actually, I'm just going to address that because it's Faye saying just make vet horses. She doesn't like Yumi. I think Yumi is actually like a decent solution there because Yumi base damage is high enough, the horsemen get their asses kicked, and it's mass camel at that point, right? The reason why Yumi makes more sense than horseman is like he has a lack of food. Food is like you're not reaching food is the problem. Musha versus Yumi, if you're building on a Musha versus camel archers, I wish you every loss. I'm sorry, I'm getting toxic today. That is a death sentence, my friend. Good God. Onimusha versus you. Oh, sorry. Onimusha versus Camels. Like, ugh. Onimusha in other matchups, sure, but Onimusha versus Camels is pain. Also, your opponent is building horsemen. Faye, we've got to talk. Musha are the better ranged horse unit. Me watching them lose to horse archers. XD. Musha have 0 humps. Exactly. They've been flattened out. They got laid out flat. They have more. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Daniel, please. All right. Who else we got? Where's Emma? You know what? Just gonna say, I'm expected to pay all the bills. Doesn't even watch my stream. How supportive. Because I crawled out for it early. I'm like, can we get dinner early? I'm gonna get a response. Because that's gonna be a problem now, actually, with the timing. Because we've got like, what, 40 minutes until the tournament starts? Put music on while we find a new game. There is Wham versus Gully. There is a tournament? What tournament? The Warchief Club. Order food to wake you up before playing, but isn't here yet. It's doomed. Dude, it's chalk. The good news is you can eat your food warm after the first round. Oh, I'm sorry. GG. Just have someone feed it to you while you play. That's the play, right? Oh god, Anno and Kino are doing a Chinese mirror? Why? I mean, there are easier ways to lose brain cells. So we said about the Wamgali one, right? Yeah, we could watch that. Guys, should we watch like a Voldemort win? So tournament starts at 4. Let me check. How many rounds are we looking at? Because the whole tournament's going to be today. I don't know if we'll cast the entire tournament. I don't like to like double cast. So like I'd probably at least leave the grand finals to Rising Empires. But we can follow the rest of the way through. So these are all BO1s. So there's 4 games. And then we'd probably be able to catch like, so 6 games, roughly. Depends how long they are, obviously. So like roughly we'll be doing like 6 games. Then we go into playoffs. It's like maybe 12 games today? Warchief takes like 12 hours? Good God. All the big names? Yep. I mean, there's nothing else to play right now, right? Alright, so looks like I'm eating chips and pizza. She's like, spag bolognese or pizza. I was like, well, tournament starts at 4. She's like, you have some chips before then. Alright, give me chips. All in one day, a lot of games for one day. Yeah, it's pretty lofty. But that was the logic, right? Is like limited space because BC's got tomorrow for his tournament. And then I think next weekend is meant to be Energy Slapfest. And I think they were also being cognitive of the fact like getting all these high-level players to play was going to be difficult if it was $1,500 for more than one day, right? That's difficult. I guess we can watch Gully versus Wham. Gosh, Gully. I'm going to keep making that joke. You can't stop me. Alright then. Oh. Ooh. Alright, so let's find out if the new kid on the block knows how to deli against one of the best in the game. We've got Wham versus Gully Deckle here on Dry Arabia. A Byzantine Deli matchup as well. Now, this is interesting, actually, because this matchup, I actually think Byzantines can win this quite abruptly. We've been seeing Byzantine versus Deli a bit. Late in the recent ST tournament, we actually saw Byzantines looking really strong against the Deli, actually. And we've even seen builds, actually from the Canadian players, where the Byzantines can win in under 15 minutes versus the Deli. That was before the Byzantine timings got buffed, by the way. So, curious to see what we're going to have in store on this one. Because Wham, his bro was the one who whipped out that 15-minute win with the Hippodrome build. I think we could be looking at Hippodrome play here. I personally think it's a really powerful tool against the Deli because of the timings. Like, Deli is all about timings and optimization in the early game, and this Hippodrome build is a huge disruption to that. If you catch the Deli player with their first Scholar walking out to a Sacred Site, you completely unravel their builds because of their reliance on Tower of Victory and passive gold to scale Scholars. So curious to see if that's going to be the target. We have also actually seen both Wham and Puppy Pool go towards Grand Wineries and just target Castle Age plus play. That can work quite well here because your Castle Age timing is quite hard to disrupt, and it comes in quick enough that the Deli don't achieve their win condition beforehand, right? They don't lock the Sacred Sites and get them down under 5 minutes before you're there. See how the scout rotations to begin with, though. Looks like actually a pretty good haul here for Gully. A little bit surprised he came back so early instead of wrapping around the back of the base, but I guess he wasn't sure if Wham had checked that corner, and he wanted to guarantee that he didn't get cut off on the other side. The reason I'm surprised by him coming back is when you play Deli, play a Bastis, play any of these civs, you should never really be rushing back home. You could be out on the map. Like, he could actually have stayed out on the map the entire time. I argue that he could have actually scouted the entire map before coming back, and I think that can be quite worth it. The problem is it does some weird stuff to your timings where, for example, if you at least come back halfway through, when you scout out again and you check this corner in case nothing's been taken, when you come towards the enemy base, it's a perfect time to see what the opening playing field is here, right? So like you can see he's in this corner, he's gathering a few sheep. By the time he reaches this corner and then jumps across to where the Byzantine base is, the Grand Winery is going to be complete, and it means that Gully will be able to see the opening play. And that is very important here because it's going to be very telling, right? Like if it's a Hippodrome, then I think going for Ghazi Raiders can be quite a big mistake. But if it's Grand Winery, then you 100% know you're safe to bat the Ghazi. we can see it's going to be the Grand Winery. On the fort as well. Wow, double berry kind of exposed on the fort. There is a nice safe berry in the corner, though, and it is the 8 stack. So I'd say overall Wham spawn is pretty good. The double deer stack on the left side close together, but you know they are far enough away that pushing them in might be a bit annoying. I wouldn't be surprised if Wham does try to shove these deer at least to here, though, so he can wall it off. Because I think if you just wall here and you wall here, the Deli don't have agency to rotate around your base. And that's a really big negative for Deli play, considering how often it revolves around Ghazi. Oh, I just realized this is a live game, which means we can put predictions up. And you guys can all lose your points betting on Wham to take the win. There you go, guys. That's my confidence. I'm like, Gully, he's got this. Also, shout out to Gully for choosing the correct color for the Deli. I'm not sure what Wham is doing. The purple is available. So, opening play here from Gully. Likely going to be the stables into blacksmiths. Makes a lot of sense. Other side of this, we're probably going to be looking at what Limitane makes a lot of sense quite often. Just to drop the rack straight away. You could probably wait though. Like actually, longbows are really good at holding the base to begin with. I've noticed a lot of Byzantine players shifting into the Silk Road contract now against Delhi, though, because it feels a lot better with your scale point around deep feudal early castle, right? Longbows can be nice in the late game, but I feel like you get less value out of Lanchnecht in the Delhi matchup compared to other civs, right? It doesn't like play into the palm of your hands as much, especially against TOV. Like Tower of Victory crossbows will snipe out Lanchnecht pretty easy. So, Racks drop, Limitane, going to be coming out as the opener. Other side of this, it is, as expected, going to be the stables with the military efficiency in. This is just always going to be the go-to play because Delhi are all about dictating timings and controlling the map. And there's no better unit in their arsenal to do that than the Ghazi. And yes, we did already shout out that Warchief Club's going to be happening. We will be casting it. So, looking at the sacred sites, we got that classic 2-1 split, right? That we've been seeing quite a bit on Dry Arabia. This is very cozy, actually, for a Delhi player. This is exactly what you want up against a civ like the Byzantines, because when they go into Limitane, they are going to be slow, right? Your opponent isn't going to be coming out of his base, so you can easily pull, like, Double Scholar, Sanctity Control. We're probably going to see him just target one sacred site to begin with, likely the eastern one, but then you can just produce a second Scholar to go to the west side, right? Like, if you play wide, this game gets really frustrating. And, wow, there it is. We said about it. The deer push-in is coming. You know, mark my words. This is going to be the direction of the meta. We're already seeing it in tournaments. It's proving very impactful. If you can get this play off, it makes your game so much more compact. The reason that's important is it means you need to invest less into defending and you can put more into attacking. Now, that's just an important breakout point that Wham is looking for in this matchup, because of the fact that it is Delhi, and they are going to try to keep you pinned in your base, right? And it's interesting. Delhi are kind of like border patrol, right? Like, they're not going to come in. They're not going to come beat you up. But every time you try to come out, every time you try to come in their territory, they're going to be asking for that passport, right? Only in this case, they are a bent and corrupt organization that always says you don't have your passport and then beats the crap out of you. So yeah, Delhi, very oppressive for that reason. And Wham is going for the Jav contract. Yeah, Javs just feel a lot better than longbows because of that detail where you have to come out. Longbows are great when you are only turtling. When that is your only requirement is that your opponent has to break you. But because Delhi can play Sacred Sites so early, they don't have to break you, right? You have to come out. Another thing that I really like is Javs. They have really good base damage compared to longbows. Longbows are at 6, Javs are at 8. Longbows do, of course, have a better attack speed, but you got to remember, like, the difference with these Javs is when it's Ghazi running in and out of range, you're probably going to get one strike out before they get out of range. Now, obviously, Javs have less range slightly than Longbows as well, but I think that's really a moot detail. Especially when you then add in the beautiful layer to the cake, the fact that these Javs can't be killed by archers. Makes it so easy peasy. Now, if you're up against spears, kind of a different matter. Longbows feel better there, but let's be realistic. The Delhi, like, the last thing they want to build are spears. Their comps are healthily focused around Ghazi and Archer Masses. So pretty successful choice by Wham, and we could already see us saving up that cast stage we talked about. Yeah, this is the annoying thing about the Civ, man. You just can't really block their timings easily as the Delhi. This is why I said I was favoring the Byzantines. I think Delhi have to lean towards the Castle Age builds when they're playing against the Byzantines. Because you're going to be behind your timing, right? And like your army is nowhere near big enough to dive. Limitane plus Javelins are way too tanky in these choke points. So now Gully Deco has a difficult several minutes ahead of him, actually. Because if he now tries to match the tech up timing, the first Sacred Site's only being capped right now. Yeah, fair to say he's going to be fairly delayed. So what's Gully's recovery mechanism? Go next game. I think he has to go for Castle ASAP. It's going to be difficult, but this army is nowhere near substantial enough to dive the base. It's kind of crazy what they've done with the Byzantines, man. Like, looking at Wham's army while he's doing this at 9 minutes in, like, this is not a cheap army, folks. That's almost 900 resources into Spearman. And then in terms of Javelin, right, like the power of that Javelin count, that's 1,000 resources into Javs. And that's enough to defend against Delhi at this stage. Oh, I don't want the... Okay, that might be the point where I'm like a bit oof for Gully. I think that's the thing that was not essential at all, was going into the racks here. It's just extra production targeted at something I don't think you really want. The other thing that makes Delhi struggle in this matchup, by the way, is that Byzantines can kind of match your tech, like your production timings. Not immediately, but they scale much better than most Civ matchups, right? Conscriptor really is kind of bonkers in these clashes. On top of that, like the thing that you have that actually the Delhi don't is Dialecticus. So when it comes to researching, getting tech ups, you get them insanely fast. It's actually like looking at two opposite ends of the spectrum, right? Super fast tech ups versus what is a tech up? I just love this idea that like the Byzantines is like, it's time to research an improvement in tech. Guy just like this Greek guy just goes into his library, pulls out a scroll straight away. Then there's the Delhi. I don't quite understand this piece. Let me call my friend Tony. Yo, Tony. Yo, yeah, Tony. Yeah, bring Jimmy as well. Jimmy. Oh, yeah, bring Rick. All right. Between us, we might be able to figure this out in the next 2 minutes. Makes such a big difference as well. Like, when you think about the tech cost, you're building these skulls at 130 each. Let's say you, like, maybe you start to compare to Dialecticus when you have 4. You really don't. You need a lot more. But, like, level 2 assistant Dialecticus, the stone investment there is going to be, what? With the aqueducts, about, like, 160 stone. Insanely valuable. And on top of that, of course, you're buffing your economy. So, like, just a little bit over the cost of 1 scholar, and you're that much better. Gully now needs to dive. He has not got siege engineering, though. Sacred Site capping is not going to work. Limitane split onto the right side. And he's going to go for the dive. Villagers cannot be sniped. The Varangian have come out. Like, even just 1 or 2 Varangian is going to slow this down enough. Jav count up at 7 is good enough to push this away. Ghazi count, meanwhile, now going down to just 6 on the front line. Charges into more Limitane, and that is a scrappy mess to be taking. I mean, this is probably Gully's like best timing, right? If he can't break the base now, he's never breaking it. There was no undermesh, but yeah, it felt irrelevant. The veterancy on the Javelins just locked this in as a win, and now Gully Deku, game spiraled out of control, right? Like, he started to save up for a tech up, but Wham is now there. Wham can play for relics, and actually there's a nice little grouping here around the center where he needs to go for a decap anyway. So we could easily be looking at a 3-2 split. Gully, he hasn't left himself any wiggle room for scalability here, folks. When you see House of Learning like this, it tells you a lot about the intent and timing of the player. Compiler Defender is a player saying, there is now an eco play, I play late game. This to me is saying Gully's like, I've got 1 punch, and if that doesn't work, it's over. Also, keep in mind, like, playing into House of Learning and getting home blades, you'd think it's really good with the attack speed buffer. It's actually not that great. Varangian, I haven't seen this matchup often, but I'm tempted to say Varangian still win that matchup. Because, like, we've seen actually Varangian beat HRE men at arm spam, right? In equal numbers. At least the advantage Atria has there is they get a lot of passive gold, but like Delhi, you don't usually get as much, especially when you're in a game where you're taking up second, and your opponent can easily grab the relics before you. Pass coming in though. A little bit overly ambitious from Wham there, diving forward so fast. Varangian at least coming to reinforce, but the Javelins are going to be paying the price for it. However, this is where you now just switch into Mass Varangian. Javs are nice to have, but the Varangian are now the MVP. Gully immediately queuing up his own men-at-arms as well as crossbows to try and solve this. There is an opportunity to grab some relics here for Gully. Unfortunately, it looks like Wham is guarding the Eastern one. So we're probably looking at a 4-1 split for the Byzantines. And the Byzantines go fast castle most of the time since they already get enough units from all to defend. Sort of OPD Vlam. The difference, though, is like, I think there is a timing for the Delhi. It's very difficult to execute here. Not many players can do it, but it involves like the ram push. It's so difficult to do against 1 TCs. But I wonder if that maybe would have been the play for Gully. I haven't seen many players successfully pull it off. I think the alternative is you just go Castle Age. You accept it for what it is, and you rush Castle. Like, if it's Hippodrome, I think you can play, like, Spear Archer and mass the blob. But these type of fast castle builds, I'm wondering if Delhi going FC is better at this point. Because you can immediately, like, just prep. You can play around Sacred Sites and prep crossbows, right? And those crossbows will beat Varangian. Then you add in, like, some Lancers, and you've got the solution to Javs. And make no mistake about it, in this matchup, it'll always be Jav contract. Jav is just the natural go-to. So Flash coming in, Varangian. Callan is kind of getting high enough already, right? Men-at-Arms are not going to hold out against this. The numbers just don't favor them. Gully gonna have to back away. You know what's quite comical to me as well is when the Byzantines first came out, there was so much complaint about how unaffordable Varangian were and how bad they were. But yet every Byzantine player, and their mum included, will choose Varangian when they reach Castle Age. Insanely powerful unit. And, you know, a big part of it is to do with the system buffs allowing you to spam them. But the other really big part of it, you know, very effective front line. This stage in the game, like, almost all your contract choices are leading you towards having a backline already. And the other thing that I really like about Varangian that makes them 100% feel worth the increased cost is that they are good raiders, right? They don't get on top of villagers quickly, but when they get there, you can be guaranteed they will kill quicker than any other men-at-arms type unit in the game. All because that Berserk. Another thing is, like, this comp works so well because if your goal is to flood numbers and you can see you have a mathematical advantage, you just press R, right? Like, it actually does feel like you're playing a MOBA when you run these units. This is your ultimate. Flash comes in, Gully Deco about to be pushed off the food, and he's not even reacting with the rest of the villagers. Oh, Gully, no. That hurts. This is a game where he's not going to be scaling into multiple TCs anytime soon. It's a House of Learning game. First Lancer arrives. Jav's going to trade out with the backline of crossbows, and the Varangian looks like they are going to be overwhelmed, outnumbered. But the second wave comes back, and I think this is going to be the wipe of the army that forces a GG. Gully, I think, you know, he thought he needed to go more in feudal. I think maybe there was someone who was a faster castle here. Either way, it's just another easy cleanup for the Byzantines, especially for Wham. Yeah, that's a rough one. Is he researching high rations? It won't matter. In the lower leagues, where where I play, most people go FC since the Golden Horn scale is better than the second TC. Oh yeah. You should definitely be going like. So here's the thing: if Wham went for second TC, then 100% the play is like a ram all in feudal. But I genuinely don't think you can break Byzantine base in feudal as Delhi, unless they misplay. You have to have them come out their base, right? And if they're targeting fast castle, they don't need to come out their base because you'll never capture the sacred sites quick enough. It's a really tough one. So we've got what, 20 minutes until the tournament starts? Is the check-in done now? How long until the the bracket locks. You got 16 minutes. Okay. Not everyone checked it. Outrageous. Oh, guys, dude. By round 3, we could have a Louis versus Dumu. Woo. Sorry, M7. You're going through one of his games right now. I mean, that's why you just watch this stream. You get all the info, dude. Oh, put the music on while we wait a sec. So we've got 16 minutes. I hope my partner done those chips. She's meant to have done me chips. Shakes fist. I'm guessing nobody else is playing a game. They're probably waiting now. Maybe Anatan's the one exception because he's playing private games, right? Let's have a look-see. Yeah, I think everyone's waiting now. BC's searching, actually. Sassy's playing. Anatan's doing, yeah, some private games. That's what I would have expected. Says the guy who only plays 2 civs. I mean, you only play 2 civs as well. Sorry. Oh, that was mean. Dude, you're literally like, aren't all your wins this season on HRE? Do I need to do a check? Do I need to do a count? Oh, sorry. You do have a few English ones. KP some rare form just literally this, like, in the last month, over half of his games I think are HRE, if I'm not mistaken. It's actually close to 50% of his games being HRE. No cap. I'm just being real here, okay? Like, no. 50% of them are HRE. You add in English, we're probably like 75%. You do play some other civs, but you play a lot of 2. It was just playing what is most fun. I can't believe you said that. Well, English is the thing we're talking about. Oh, Gully, have you been doing the Abiff Kings build? Should be doing the Abbey of Kings build, sir. It's very strong. Yo, should we test something? I'm curious. Oopsie. Because if I have got chips coming in a sec, I'm going to need to eat them, right? I'm going to have to be hands-free. And I'll take like a watch party approach to one of these scrim games. I'm wondering, did they actually make the auto cam from the player view good enough to do that? Right? That's an interesting idea, right? So Killjoy had a bunch of games versus Dimu. We want a short and dirty one. Ibids versus Delhi. Sure. I think Ibids are really heavily favored in this matchup, actually. Personally. Because, like, Desert Raiders just ruin the entire comp plan for the Delhi, right? Because they open Ghazi, and the Ghazi is the dictatorial flow. So if you open with, like, Horsemen plus Desert Raiders, there's not really much they can do. Alright, I'm curious. Let's have a look. Wait, which button? I need to find the button that allows me to go to camera perspective for player. Because I can't remember which button it is. It should be here, right? Observer it. There we go. Control C. Interesting. What do you think, guys? Can I just be lazy now? Oh my god, I can be lazy. Let's see if this will be good. All right, one sec. Let me just quickly message my partner and be like, where the hell them chips? Is this good or annoying? Did you guys know that they actually patched the player perspective thing? So I don't know if you guys know this, but basically, like if you watch, whenever Killjoy looks somewhere else or whatever, well, apparently he never does. So look at him. See how it moves like that? It used to be you click one place and the other, and now it's smoothing it or trying to, but it's smoothing it at such a fast pace. It's not doing a good job of it. So this was something they changed. I'm wondering, like, is Killjoy actually the better player to watch from a POV? Because I imagine we got some people who, like, watch Dimmu streams. And Dimmu and Beastie are like two of the biggest streamers, right? But like because they have a StarCraft background, I think that the POV is maybe quite polarizing to a lot of Age of Empires players. Do you guys get what I mean? Like I said this about Crackety before. I think something that really helps Crackety, obviously very good at the game, very entertaining fella, very friendly. But another big tick in his boxes is I think he's not overbearing with his APM. Right? He doesn't span the camera to 15 different locations. It's the same with like when Recon like goes live. I watch Recon and I'm like, man, look at this guy just slowly drag. How does he get to Rebel Wallow with camera movement speed like that? It's kind of interesting to think about because it actually does make a very big difference. Right? Like I was watching Warman the other night, and I kind of had that same realization. Like when I was watching Raika, I was like, not over the top like camera movement, right? Whereas I'm very high APM. I'm very jittery like that. So I don't know how good I would be to watch play. Chat, the chips are here. Thank you very much. Pog. All right, guys. So here's the plan. We're gonna watch this game unfold together while I eat these. These are chips, by the way, Faye. Learn the real language. Did I get top 50 without military hotkeys? Yeah, real chips. Yeah, no, dude, we ain't speaking American. These are chips, or fries, as I like to call them. Ah. Gully, Faye, MSM, have you figured out how to win this matchup as Delhi yet? I don't need to dip them in honey mustard. They're covered in peri-peri salt. Although I usually would eat them with hummus if I want something. That's a long-ass chip. Asking you, Brave? I just want to know if you're going out in round 1. Who's Hedemore? Gee, I wonder who it could be. They're from Turkey. It's such a good question. Who is Hedemore? Sassy? No, I don't think so, because Sassy was in a free-for-all. What other Turkish player we got? I know there's one I'm forgetting. Definitely not Kazwa. Whoever Gargamel was before? Who the hell was Gargamel? No, I dropped a chip. Valuable carbs. So, we will be doing proper casting in about 10 minutes, guys. We're just casually watching this game. How is this camera work, by the way? Is this annoying or is it good? Basically, because we'll be here for several hours casting pro games, I won't have time to eat. So we're eating unhealthy crap now in prep. Why, like, Why does Dumu's camera sit here? There's no way he's sitting there with his camera like yeah. I don't get it. The thing is buggy. Like, Killjoy's camera position kind of makes sense. Dumu's is weird. It's almost like he's half a screen off on the autocam. So this opening is why this matchup's so hard. Oh, sorry, yeah, not Dumu. Sorry, yeah, sorry. It's not Dumu, we said, yeah. Well, whoever this guy is, he has a really weird camera. Really weird, really weird camera. Wait, is Gully praying he doesn't have to deal with Beastie? Well, this matchup's really hard because if Killjoy just builds an extra Desert Raider and then a Horseman, there's nothing that the yellow can do. I feel like Killjoy could play a bit more feudal. Like, I'm curious, Killjoy, why are you trying to rush castle here? Don't you think it's a bit better to play a little bit of feudal so you can get tier 2 Golden Age? Don't you like that? Against Delhi, I don't think so. Interesting. I feel like going a few Horsemen with Desert Raiders is really good against Delhi, no? Because you've just went... I'm guessing you just went... Did you just go for... Yeah, advancement. Wouldn't it feel a lot better to have Growth Wing? Dude, I'm just like that. I'm the little guy on your shoulder. Be more greedy. You guys can't hear me eating, right? Oh, that was the plan, yeah. That's why I mean, like, I really like the build that Marine Lord brought out against Delhi. I know it's Marine Lord, how can you compare? But like the idea of playing a little bit of feudal, you build a few horsemen, a few archers, you get 1 or 2 extra Desert Raiders, and then the Delhi player is like still leading fights. He has no scalability. He's locked in. And then you just get Growth Wing, that's GG. Yeah. You had crazy berry micro, and then it got weird. Dude, I like how you got it right, and then the final one was like, wait, what? Yeah, this dive is never going to work for yellow. He needs Sacred Sight to attack up. He can try and ram this, but he doesn't have Siege Engineering. What? I just realized. We've got the thingies the wrong way around. I never have to switch it because it's always right these days. Shift Alt F. Yeah. No Gamba Wing. I had someone who was meant to cast before the patch dropped that actually had a Gamba Wing game. Was it you, Faye? I think it was you. But then the patch dropped. Alright. So just update the tile because we're getting close. I need to start actually eating. So I think I really like that Killjoy's going Golems. That makes a lot of sense here. There's no like you only lose this game by going Lancers. But the Rams are coming. And one thing that's really important for Killjoy is that he has enough gold to get to 10 Golems and a Manjanique. So I like that Killjoy has got 5 people on gold. That's good. Time is pretty good as well. Delhi player shouldn't be able to actually get what he needs quick enough. Uh-oh. No double production. Guillims are expensive, man. I think Killjoy might have went for Dervish too soon. So, think about the Dervish cost. You spent 560 resources. 560 resources. You could have had almost, what, like, was that 4 extra Golems? Looks like it's fine, though. It's pushing back. I'm a little bit surprised Yellow's giving that much away. I actually thought he'd be contesting a bit more. Yeah, like that. How's your food looking as well at this stage? You must be getting low, right? No, 11. Okay, you got a really good sheep pool. Yeah, dude, Delhi's out of food and you're not. Did you scam him? Killjoy, did you get like freaking 70% of the sheep? Jesus, yeah, I didn't check that at the start. I was busy eating. Oh, yeah, that's GG. In this matchup, that much sheep diff is insane. Are there maps with more than 3 secret sites? Not in official rotation, but there are in like custom maps. Is check-in done? This patch, like 90% games, sheep are super uneven. They've been uneven for a really long time. It'd be on maps that aren't in rotation then. So like there was 1 or 2 made by community members that had like 4. I should really eat these quicker. I'm trying to not be anti-social. Is the bracket locked? I think we've got 2 minutes, right? This is a scary number of Delhi Ghazi, actually. He's got 10 Golem. He hasn't got any blacksmiths, though, which is kind of wild. You need to defend that. That was not ideal micro. Sup, Drero. We might check on Beastie a little bit later. I think we're going to be opening with Voldemar versus Gully. Voldemar versus MSN, sorry. Gully just crapped himself for a set there. I'm doing wonderful, my darling. I hope you're doing well as well. I think you've been given like a lot of freedom on the map, right? Like you have this many Ghazi, you shouldn't be headbutting the front. I like this timing though. That flank attack's really good. That's actually a pretty good fight. Probably the best you're going to get. So what the Delhi player is doing here that's really important is he can't actually fight directly against the Manjaniques. But the weakness of going Manjaniques on a map like Gorge is you naturally have to play flank. Oh, dude, that was so close. Still gonna get him. Wait, what? Kill Jardy? Oh, no. Oh, man. So, like, this looks really bad, right? But remember, Killjardy has got more golems coming. He just needs to get a blacksmith. Armor's really important here. This is... I think Killjoy's fine. I think yellow's dead. Alright. Watching that fight, I hope people took away a lesson on why golems are better than camel lancers. So much better. It's insane. That was without undermesh. If he had undermesh, he takes half the damage, right? Because he's taking 2 damage from each archer. He takes 1. It's really powerful because you still got the camel on ease from the monk, right? But then double tap is really strong. The double strike is really good on golems against no melee armor units. Guys, you have no melee armor. Excuse you? Dude, I can't believe you're just sitting there building a freaking catapult next to him. Oh, dude. Killjardy's activated Joker mode. He's like, hit me. I want you to hit me. Like, you let those first 2 flurries going, like, oh, duck it. Might as well just keep building now. Brackets are locked now, right? Big pog. All right, so we'll get ready for a game in a sec. I'm almost done with my chips. We watched this one. We watched MSM versus Voldemar. And then... Then we'll probably watch... Maybe watch them versus CSO could be interesting. Killjardy versus Faye will be hilarious. I really want to see that. Greenlaw's clear for a while. Louis versus Dumin will be wild if that happens. I mean, this is pretty GG. If Killjardy just def pushes the base, which I think he's now doing, right? He has 2 Manjaniques. Yellow has to out micro. The keep drop? Mr. Killjardy? Can we just shout out to Killjardy? What a nice guy. He sees that the Delhi player hasn't got compounded defender, hasn't built his own keep yet. So good guy Killjardy is like, I'm going to build one for you. What a nice guy. Last few chips and then we can get ready. Oh, gum. Who's Marcelo? Don't know. It's about to be a marshmallow the way he's about to get gobbled up. Hey. Alright. This is I'm screwed. I need damage raid. Let me do better camera work. No textiles, right? Okay, textiles is there. This just doesn't matter, though. I feel like you're far enough ahead. It's kind of irrelevant damage right now, to be totally honest. Oh, that's interesting. Control C flips their positions, right? That's really weird. Anyway, it's a trade. Killjadi's losing a lot of eco, it just doesn't matter. It's a landmark snipe victory. GG! Mr. Killmonk. Oh, pardon me. Mr. Killmonk, Killjadi takes it. Alright, so we need to check in on our game now. I don't know if people just absolutely hated the way I was casting that. Or liked it. I mean, we weren't really casting it. It was more like a watch party. I kind of like the idea of us eventually getting to a stage where we have, like, watch parties. That'd be nice. Don't feel like I have enough people that watch for me to do that yet, but we'll get to that stage. I'm envious of Cadrill's amazing watch parties. He's even German? Wait, is that Zertin? Dude, surely if it's Zertin, he's not allowed to have a fake name, right? That's, like, against rules in practically every tournament. TWC started? Yep. We're waiting on the games now. So, Louis, that better not be your game. People are getting in lobbies now. So we are looking at Voldemar versus MSN. $50 seconds until DQ win? Wait, for who? For you? Them versus lose? Well, dude, okay. Is that going to start straight away then? All right, chat. Do we do MSN versus Voldemar, or do we do Gully Deckle versus Lucifron? Anatan is no longer a 3D clan? Yeah, because 3D clan, like, rumor has it that they're planning to abandon ship and go to Zero Space or Stormgate. And Anatan is AoE4 until he dies, right? You're casting MSN on the main channel? The fudge? You took my glorious children? You ruined my amazing clickbait title, The Kid versus the Toddler. GG. Reported. You sure you... Kyle, do you not want Gully Deckle versus Lucifron? I don't want him anymore. I guess we're casting Gully. Alright, so presumably you guys are going to start straight away. Like, we'll give it a sec and we'll see. If not, we'll like hop into another one. But Lucifron versus Gully Deckle is what we're checking in for to see if it's going to work. Because, like, what might have happened in now chat is, like, Lucifron saw that he's in round 2. He might have been like, oh, I'll just, like, I'll go have something to eat quickly. And he might wait, like, 5 or 10 minutes. Oh, I was really looking forward to that Voldemar versus MSN, actually. Oh, well. Ah, well. So, we have got Lucifron's account added, right? I mean, we've got Gully. Sorry, that makes it sound like I'm like, wow, he's going to lose here, right? So we better make sure we got Lucifron added. Like, yeah, Lucifron's just not online right now, though. He should be on his Lucifron 7 account. DQ, okay. Check in, is Lucifron around straight away? Are you guys going to be going straight in? That's hype, guys. We get Lucifron versus Gully Deckle. Old man versus new kid on the block. Right? Lucifron, basically the point where he should have a Zimmer frame. Jesus, actually, Lucifron, like, isn't he, like, I think he's 33. I'm pretty sure Lucifron is 33. It's set for 1620? Oh. Really? Lucifron's 32. Okay, yeah. I think Vortex was 30, right? Am I right on that? No, yeah. It's 30. So did we find someone else to cast? Or do we wait for that set, chat? What do you think? Well, because it's actually 15 minutes away then by that logic. At least 15 minutes. So we could catch another set. Dickinator. Jesus Christ. We checking on someone that should be a quickie? Should we check in on Myriad versus Hosen? Myriad? Bruh? Bruh? Where are you? Oh, he's in lobby. Alright, so we could probably do Myriad versus Hosen. Hosen is one of our community members. He's one of our modders. Or there's also... What else is there? Sass versus Ezra? Dude, that's going to be a long game. Sass versus Ezra, like, I'm predicting that'll be a 40-minute game. No offense to Hosen, but Myriad Hosen potentially could be very quick. Then again, Myriad... okay, Myriad likes to go late, right? Let's look at Faye's match. Yeah, we want someone fast, actually. Faye's probably going to deliver the quickest. Because she'll do something rapido. Have I not got... Dude, I've got her added. Why? Like, am I blind? I swear I didn't see her here. Oh, she's right there. I'm blind. Alright, guys. So, we're going to cast Faye versus Dickinator, who is Talanos, until the Gully Deckle Lucifron set starts in about 15 minutes. Oh, Jesus. Wait, what? Japanese... yeah, she's going to have to do something fast. Full Unga Bunga Knight Archer combo and Feudal? Hell yeah. Wait, why? Hello. What? That's bold. against Javelins plus... yeah, you're a ballsy man. I'll give you that. Oh, crap. I haven't actually got the Warchief Club logo. I totally forgot about that. Maybe sort it off this game. All right, anyway, let's check this out. We've actually got a tournament game. This is the early rounds of the Warchief Club number 71. We've got Dickinator. Probably gonna get me demonetized. Versus Faye-chan to see who is gonna get inated. I'm sorry, I had to with his name. Because actually, like, this is a really hard matchup for Faye. Japanese versus Ottomans. Even after the nerfs to Ottomans, Ottomans are still like one of the absolute best counters to Japanese. So I think Faye, the best way to play this actually might be something feudal present and aggressive. The problem with that, folks, the problem with that chat is Faye doesn't agree with Yumi. She will never build Yumi. And if you want to play a strong, hard feudal timing, I think Yumi is part of that composition. Horseman plus Yumi would be the way to win this in feudal. So we'll have to see what she's going to do instead. We'll go 2 times so we can get to as live as possible, because the opening, of course, is going to be the military school and the spearman. You can use these spearmen to try and harass a little bit in the goal, but the best value you can actually do is shoving the deer in so that Faye doesn't have any exposed eco to attack. On the other side, Faye actually got a pretty safe gold and berry spawn. 4 tree lines means this is a fairly safe position to play from. And that is interesting. Is that correct, 0-3? So Dickinator is playing on console. All right, so Faye, if she loses this game, it's not just the counter matchup of Ottomans countering Japanese. She can say that it was aim assist as well. Very, very creative for that. So we're probably going to get in Kuristo House. I don't think you do anything unorthodox there. There's not really great value in Shinobi. Your opponent's always going to want to be going archers, so Shinobi doesn't make sense. Kuristo House, I love that. Wait, no, I don't love that. Faye, we could get closer than this. Come on. That was a cool idea. She dropped the Kuristo House close enough to the berries that between this farmhouse and this Kuristo House, you have optimal drop-off on your berry stack. That's a pretty cool detail. I haven't seen people do that before. They always optimize around the lumber camp, right? I still think, actually, like the jackpot is, sadly, because your forges are so big, you couldn't do some, like, drop a Kuristo House here for a drop-off on golden wood. But that's, like, one of the small negatives of forge being this big, right? It's like it kind of strips options around your mining camp area away from you. Outpost actually getting denied temporarily. I think Faye just commits to this, right? Like, you can take some damage on the eco, but it's not going to stop you getting up. One spearman will never do. What I would love to see right now, I hate the Dickinator is sending the second spear across. This second spear should be here, pushing the deer in. Then again, with the detail that someone highlighted, that this is actually a console player, I haven't tried microing deer in as a console player on account of the fact that I didn't get sent an Xbox by Microsoft, so I ain't buying that. I imagine it's very difficult though, right? Because if you think about it, like the way to do deer optimally is you shift, you shift. You shift click all your way, like lining back and forth to keep shoving them in. That's a lot of moves for a console player to make. All right, that is a very long paragraph to read on the Rus-Byzantine matchup. Talking to me about Japanese-Ottoman matchups instead. Akinello. So we actually got Takazaki coming in. I think Faye's probably going to just go fast castle, right? Like, it's going to work pretty well because I just don't feel like Green's hitting this right. Going stables is kind of peculiar. I feel like Archers maybe hits a bit better. Diving a double outpost setup as well is incredibly difficult. Faye is going to guarantee there's no sort of move-in. So maybe like from that perspective, Sapai works better. If you've gone archers, this would have been redundant because the double outpost stops you even touching, right? But there's no way he's going to be able to stop the tech timing. I guess then from that perspective, going like archers is not valuable when you're up against Mount Samurai, but Sapahi at least gives you an ability to raid, right? And choose your fights. So we're going to keep speed. Oh, wait, we can't speed up. Damn it! We've caught up to live. Mass Jans plus mangoes, everything the Japanese can do. Actually, there's a more simple reason why it beats everything the Japanese can do, and it's not about Janissaries and mangoes. The Janissaries and mangoes can win, but actually, like, I don't think you build mangoes. I think you build Janissaries. The reason they win, though, is the meta. The meta is the OP unit for Ottomans in this matchup. It makes this matchup amongst the hardest, if not the hardest, for Japanese, because of the +2 melee armor. The +2 melee armor takes away one of the biggest strengths of the Japanese. Like, you just can't do anything because, for a start, your Onabagisha are fast attackers with low base damage. They get hit hard. You have this extra melee tech level as the Japanese that is irrelevant against the Ottomans because of that +2 melee armor. It's insane just how powerful this tool is. It's actually, like, this is one of the few matchups, I think, where Ottomans can play long feudal and win. Now on the way with that meta with the Sapahi. They did not go for the Anatolian Hills, right? I don't think they did. Wait, did they actually go for the movement speed? No. They did. Look at the movement speed on this guy. Yeah, he's got the meta move. Okay, dude, this is a really wild build. You don't see this, by the way. Like, at the highest level of play, it's always Anatolian Hills, without exception. The only exception might be if you're playing on, like, a water map, and then you don't need it, right? Maybe instead you're going for, like, Imam points. But nobody, and I mean nobody, has been doing the meta movement speed. That's wild. That means they're quite weak on food at home, though, right? And that scares me because you got 5 sheep left. Meanwhile, Faye has 10 sheep to work with. That's scary because if this is just a stables play, you're going to have exposed eco on the deer. The deer that you had spearmen that could have pushed in, but you chose to use them to fight instead. There we go, flank gate now on the way. Faye, about to get enough wood. This has to be stables play. I'm getting a feeling we might have quite a quick stomping on our hands here, folks. Not to discredit Dickinator, but oh, for God. Okay, no. He's back in the game. Can't, no, I spoke too soon. He's back in the game. Such a fake move. There is absolutely categorically no reason to build Onimusha other than it's Faye playing on the Japanese. It's like, I like my Ona builds, and last time I checked, KP, Mounted Samurai are not Ona. This is an Only ladies build. Here we go, Onimusha on the way. Onimusha when you've seen Sapahi as well is wild. Did you guys ever consider, like, Faye has the talent to go really deep in tournaments if it wasn't for the fact that when you get into a game with Faye, you already know exactly what unit she's going to build? Oh, this dive is death. Dickinator is not getting through these in time. So he's going to lose mass, and then Onimusha are just going to go play Horse Archer, right? Like, you could fight the main army, but it's even easier if you just go and attack the base. You know what the weird thing is, actually? The meta movement speed might have been the right call now that it's Onimusha. How do you stay far enough away with Onimusha? You're a 1.62 movement speed unit with a slow attack speed and low, like, not a great range, right, compared to the movement. I guess you could immediately snipe the meta. That's probably the thought process coming out from Faye. It's like, this is a way to move in, snipe, move away. You need to be very careful, though, in the meantime, right? Onimusha only having 80 health, die very fast. I'm sorry, I'm just... I should have known what we were getting into when we chose to watch a Faye game, but the fact is Onimusha is just so wild. Love the Kabura. I'm a really big fan of the Kabura. I've been like putting this on blast 24/7. Kabura is the way you make Onimusha work. I can't believe how often I watch people sleep on this tech. It is worth getting by the time you have 6 to 8 Onimusha. It just allows you to micro the fights. It's much harder to microwave out because you take too long to get in range that your opponent can respond quite often and do damage. Kabura makes you insanely fast. Dickonator going in for the dive. Really wants to get rid of that Shinto. Okay, dude, Faye, Faye, please. Like, I feel like she's trolling right now. She could be trying to sneak a relic. She's not even attempting. She's just vibing with these Shintos here, healing up the army. Steel Darren now on the way. For those tuning in, about to go, like, wait, where is Lucifer versus Scully Deckle? We are getting to that after this one. Their match hasn't started yet. This is difficult. Dickonator, he prioritized Undermesh, doesn't have Steel Darrow. Like, the problem with that is, like, all this guarantees is that you die slower. Your problem is you have to kill. I actually think, like, getting Steel Darrow after Undermesh was a mistake. For Dickonator, for him, on his units, it's 20% increase in damage, right? For Faye, like, it's a reduction in damage by 10%. And your goal is to kill before this heal comes out. Like, that's what makes the healing from Faye really smart. She can't risk going out due to the Sipahi. But what she can do is heal off any tickle done while cutting your numbers down. Dude, this is tough, man. Kaburia, another interesting details you're seeing here is when you actually have it activated, 1.79 movement speed means you can actually gap close on Sipahi. His damage is getting permanent. I'm getting worried, like, Dickonator, what is the plan from here? Faye seems to have missed villager production, which is intriguing. Oh, sorry, no, she lost 3. She did. I thought she only lost 1 or 2. So credit Dickonator for getting a little bit more than I expected. But yeah, this is getting a bit ugly. You just can't split the Sipahi and archers like this. I think if Dickonator wants to make this work, it needs to be a ram and kind of down the center, right? The one way you can actually kind of outplay these Onimusha. Like, one of the big problems for Faye right now is she's scaling mass range units. She has no answer to, like, 2 rams. And if you just ram the left side of the map, there wouldn't have been any gold for Faye to have. But now, it's starting to feel a little bit too late. Second relic is going to be pulled back home. Wolves are going up to secure more resources long term. And Dickonator has about 3 minutes to do something. Maximum. And by, like, 3 minutes, I mean you start now, you don't wait. Oh, is mouse and keyboard on console? Okay, I'm less impressed. Alright, he definitely should have been shoving the deer in then. I mean, actually, guys. Deer shoving is the difference between 144 Hz gaming and 60 Hz gaming. There you go, GG. Onimusha, nice snipe out. So Meteor has been removed. Kaburia can now chase this down. I mean, this is going to be a wipe of the army. At this stage, Faye could genuinely just A-click this fight and she'd win it. But why A-click when you can make it much easier like this? Start step your way through. Spy being taken down. Archer count is still decent, but like I'm getting worried by the fact that Faye somehow almost has more archers on horseback than there are archers now. Dude, I feel like she's just playing with him right now. Dickonator is hard on the stone, so maybe we see a second TC over time. It sounds weird because you're playing like a very, very long feudal, but like you haven't got great alternatives, right? Relics are now being garrisoned, so gold escalation is going to get a bit bonkers here. And we should have another Yorishiro drop coming very soon. Faye, go on. Just go. Go. Do it. If she just dives towards the deer, I actually think the game is over. Dickonator doesn't really have an ability to mirror and respond like productively, right? Sipahi coming out. The problem is when you have so few Sipahi, they just get 2 hit by this many. And this is wave 1, folks. Faye has got a second stack coming up. So likely Faye's thought process is, I'll hold the main army back with this group. Second group will go on a raid. And that will be perfect because then you know there's no split reaction, right? They're all dedicated to fighting you here. There's going to be nothing to defend on the flank. Looks like they are marching out. Range 2 is such a killer in this game. You only have 6 damage. You're about to lose 33% of your damage output on your archer force. This is rough. Dickonator does see the Onimusha moving, but they are going to be moving in the dark as well. Faye marching north side. Reinforcements trying to cut this off is probably the worst way you can address this because it just means you're going to looks more troops. Looks like the outpost rush up is not going to work here. Villagers have to shift away, so idle time over here is Dickonator has to shift half their economy back home. Onimusha coming in on the other side, looking to target a secondary resource here. Unfortunately, there's only one location Faye can go, so the saving grace right now for the Ottoman player is the fact that both of his deer stacks are in one area. So once you're here guarding, it's very difficult for Faye to kill anything. The wood, however, the gold, they're a different matter. Nice little strike there. This is like the interesting thing that she's... I feel like Faye... I didn't cast her games when the game first came out. I imagine she was a Roos Pew Pew Ponia. Right? Like, with what I'm watching. Oh, dude, this is going to be absolutely demoralizing. Dickinator sees the raid coming in. He's got the outpost, sure, but it's 2 outposts for 35 villagers. Like, there's no safety net here. Kabutoya is also activated, so you can easily chase this in. And you can move over to the woodline afterwards. Like, this game is now starting to grind to a halt. Dickinator was getting ready for a tech up, but I think now it might be a little bit late. No, Killjardy. His name is definitely Dickinator. This is like, you want to like, it's like he's like the AoE 4 version of like American Pie Sherman. You know the Shermanator? It's Dickinator. Although the likelihood that he'll be back is low. So in fairness, he will be the Dickinator because just like Arnie, he will be back. Remember, this is a double Elam bracket, so there's a chance that the player on the Ottomans can make a return later in the tournament via that lower bracket if they fall here. Right now, the only reason this doesn't feel over is that Faye hadn't brought the other half of the Onimusha. They're now on the way, by the way. Wait, okay, she just forced out the council, right? There's no way she shot that down. Oh my god, guys, Onimusha OP. Did you see how they just blew up that building? Nice cut-off opportunity for green. Sadly, Kabutoya makes it not feel as valuable. The raids come back in. Mehmed trying to be built up, but oh my god, the frustration he must be feeling right now. Dickinator completely idled up. He's whoa, he's not even realized he's not building the from the TC, right? He's not ungarrisoning. Archer count of 32. We now have 38 Onimusha. Good god. And well, Faye, she's not microing the left side group. This stop playing with him, damn it. Just take the entire army and send it. No, says Faye. I'm going to build a second TC at home and we're going to go Imperial Age. No, please, please. Oh god, the horseman spam now. So this should be over in like a few minutes then, for sure. At this stage, the game becomes very, very difficult now for Dickinator to come back into because of the stable transition. Like, he's put everything into contesting Mass Onimusha, and the Mass Onimusha keeps him off of a lot of things you'd logically go to that could deal with horsemen, right? Like, you're thinking spears, but I'm thinking more like men-at-arms would feel really good. You can't build men-at-arms against 45 mounted crossbows. Outpost's not going to go up either. And let's say wrap around the back. Are you kidding me? Dude, she's coming back. And look at where the deer is. Look at where the outpost vision is. By the time that Dickinator sees this one, he's going to lose 10 villagers for it. It all comes down to Faye's angular approach. Instead, she goes towards the woodline again. Mount Samurai now on the way, though. Jesus, I thought it was going to be Horseman. This is even worse. Onimusha in. Kabutoya is going to activate. Village is going to be added up. What can green do? Because I feel like I'm being a bit defeated, so I don't want to be that way about it. Like green is very much up against the ropes. How can they get back into this? It's the Mangonel play. The Mangonel play and some walls. That's when the Onimusha stop, right? And then I think you have to go 2 TC. You can't just play 1 TC now. You should realize that... Oh, for God, she's got 3 TCs. I was about to say, you should realize she's at least 2 TCs behind this because she hasn't killed you. With this type of lead, like a high-level player will just kill you. So Faye is playing the long con, right? Scaling herself, getting more like runway to the game. I think Dickinator is hemorrhaging too many troops at different points. The way that you structure your base to get the walls up, by the way, you move the archers to one location, send villager wall. Move the archers to another, send villagers wall. There's just way too much open ground here. Onimusha now marching in underneath the outpost, but there's not enough room for all these villages, so even more eco losses. We're now at a 25 villager lead. It's not just the villagers, folks. 5th Relic is now on the way home. Sacred Site's being locked in. For some reason, Faye is free TC. Also, Faye... Faye's like, I came to play an RTS game, but you know what? I feel like we're just going to play one of those wave survival games instead. So Mounted Samurai after Musha is the optimal route, in my opinion. That's what I did last season. Food-only units allows you to boom behind with TCs and farm. So here's the interesting thing, Agnala's point. Actually, Onimusha as an opening doesn't make sense in too many matchups. And the reason is the gap close potential. If you're up against, for example, cavalry-type units, you need a front line. So even if you open Onimusha, you need to get a few Mount Samurai in quickly. The reason why Faye didn't do that here is because the Sipahi were too slow versus Kaburia, and the archer count was what she was targeting down. Though, like, if she had actually gone Mounted Samurai, she breaks out of that attempted stranglehold much quicker. 3 or 4 Mounted Samurai with some Onimusha behind is GG. But Faye is doing Faye things. She likes Onimusha. She wants Onimusha. She's going to give Onimusha. I think this has to be the killing blow, right? The size of this army. The fact that she is just doing mass cavalry versus Janissaries. And then again, Dickonet is only 2 Jannies in. Oh, how many military skills are we looking at? It's only 2, right? So you can't even rely on the Vizier point pull to get you back in the game. I'm watching the introduction to Ghost of Tsushima. If instead of getting cut down, they actually beat the Mongols. Sorry, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't played that game yet, but what are you doing with your time? It's a crime that you haven't touched it already. But I think it's time for Dickonator to go outside and touch some grass, because he's done here. Dickonator, nowhere to run. Entire army's going to get cut down, and this is just too much to handle now. Onimusha is one thing, but Mounted Samurai is an entire other. GG. Faye will take round 1. Musha openings are very good in certain matchups. Yeah, but not this one. Typically, you don't do it in this one. You don't do Musha when you're against Archer openings. It's very dangerous. Because you're giving an advantage over your opponent. But, like, she felt quite confident, quite comfortable in her position. Numenor Myriad. Sorry. What the I was going to do that one as well, Cal. Okay, guys, do you want Lucifron versus Gully Deckle? Because that's the one we said we are going to do. Vortex versus Dragavan. Or... Actually, I think those are like the lead ones right now I'm looking at. Oh, wait, or Kiljadi versus Faye. I think you guys want Gully Deckle versus Lucy, don't you? Golly. You better have remembered. Where's Lucy? Okay, they're not in game yet. Alright, good. Alright, so we'll give it a sec, and then Gully Deckle versus Lucifron should be a go. Not yet, not anymore. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah. Better make that game like viewable. Demu rated Biz S tier along with China and above Otto, Jean, Rus, and Mongols. Sure. I think they're very strong as well. I think I've actually already said something akin to this. Like they are easily a top 3 civ. Byzantines are insanely strong right now. I think China's a bit weaker. I don't fully agree with China. I think they look good because some of the players have been using them, like Puppy Paw. I would still put Rus above China. And I think Atri maybe just below China. There's no draft for these BO1s, right? I think they're just blind punt picks. So, do I need to put a poll up for whether you guys want Lucifron or Faye? Because I feel like you guys were more split and close on it than was expected. Scully Deckle with you as in stupid. That's not a nice thing to say of him, Kappa. Oh look, guys, Gully's giving us a draft. Faye didn't give us a draft. I'm just saying. Okay, so they're going to go on Gorge. All right, GG. Gully's going to pick English, and Luceron's going to pick Malians. I'm calling it. Delhi, oh, yeah, immediately the HRE got banned away from Gully. I'm surprised he banned Delhi. I mean, I feel like you do. I think you pick Ibids there. I really like Ibids versus Delhi. I think it's really strong. Yeah, so the snipes was Delhi. Luceron sniped, had Delhi sniped away from him. HRE sniped away from Gully. The bans were Chinese, Luceron, Roost by Gully. You don't want Delhi mirror? Oh yeah, you can get mirrors in this, right? Yeah, but like, what I'm saying is like, no, I'm not saying Delhi mirror. I'm saying Ayu. You just pick Ayabids, right? I feel like I feel like Ayabids is the freest win in competitive on Gorge. I'm trying to think if there's a better Civ than Ayu. I'm not sure there is. For Gorge. HRE? Yeah, but like that, I mean, that's like saying Roos, right? Like, what next? Byzantines? Haven't heard that one before. What can you do here against Ayu? Alright, hear me out. You actually open full infantry. Alright, I'm going to stop now. Now, see, the problem with like the Ayu-Delhi matchup is you always open Ghazi, and the Desert Raiders are a really good opener. And then if your opponent just like plays a few archers plus a few Desert Raiders, they can win. Oh, actually, Horsemen, sorry, plus Desert Raiders, they beat you. Like, legit, if you just build Horsemen Desert Raiders, what you do is you win fights early against Delhi, then they double down on Feudal, and then the Ibid player just goes Castle Age. So that's your problem to solve for, right? How do you solve for that? You could go Spears. The problem, like, I think with... It's awkward because with, like, Delhi, you naturally want to go Ghazi Archers. And you feel like you're going to lose if you go Ghazi Spearmen because you know an IB player wants to have a reason to build Archers. Because Archers is the one thing they will keep from Feudal Age. It's like, yeah, this is what I mean. Like, these mutations make it very difficult. Game is already over? What? What are you on about? What are you waiting for? Oh, wait. What? Do I need to watch it? Oh. 3 players there. Alright. Let's watch this game then. Well, you weren't clear about that, actually, Gully. I thought you were practicing in lobby getting ready. Alright. Let's get ready then. We've got Gully Deckle versus Luciferon. Baited. Goddamn pleb. Where's my mods? Time him out. Time him out, and then I'll make a free-for-all game and have people use the join command. You'll love that. All right, we've just dissecting this, and this is a rough one. We've got a competitive series here. The Warchief Club 71. Luciferon versus Gully Deckle. I've got a bad feeling Gully might very quickly be heading to the lower bracket of this tournament. Ibid versus Delhi is a very difficult matchup. I think Ibid is probably the best Civ you can get on Gorge, actually. So, ban-wise and snipe-wise, the snipes were Delhi, HRE, so those were removed from each player. And then the bans, the global bans, was Chinese and Roos. Roos could work quite well here. The other pick that would have made a lot of sense, I think... Other than Iabids? I don't know, not Abbasids. I genuinely think it has to be Iabids. Like, if Roos is removed, China's... Byzantines, maybe. Byzantines might be the one other way you can play this. The problem with the Ibid-Delhi matchup is Ibid players, the absolute top, people like Luciferon, people like Marine Lord, people like Beastie, like, a lot of them have leaned into this idea of playing a slightly present Feudal Age. You basically open with, for example, Desert Raiders, and then you add in a stables, add in 1 or 2 more Desert Raiders, a few Horsemen, and it basically counters the optimal comps for the Delhi on the opening. So really, if Gully wants to win this, he needs to find a way of doing something creative and quite different. Because if this is going to be your standard Ghazi into archery range openings, he's going to die quicker than a fly. You get Desert Raiders to debuff Ghazi DPS. Yes, it's not just that. Like, obviously, if you only build Desert Raiders, you will lose to Ghazi. You will always lose to Ghazi in that situation because Ghazi have got the plus range damage and you have range tag on the Desert Raiders. But the point is, like, you have to think of Desert Raiders a little bit like when you add Camel Archers to a Mass Horseman strategy for Abbasids. It's the same idea. In fact, that build used to be reasonable for the Abbasids up against Delhi. I think Delhi was still favored in that one, but it's the thing that allowed them to compete. So really, Gully's goal is to get to a 1-1-1 comp. The problem with this particular matchup that makes it much harder than the Abbasid example is the Iobid players don't hang around long enough for you to do that. What they do instead is they often just like add a few units in, they let you play with yourself, go for the 1-1-1, and while you're doing 1-1-1, they're going towards castle. And then like you just build golems and win. Lucifron is not going to be going for the Desert Raider opening though. Instead, he goes for the greedy choice. Growth Wing on the way. That is interesting actually considering his gold spawn. Wow. Yeah, I would not have expected that with a gold spawn like this, but now with Villager being pushed to the gold more, I'm wondering, because of the berry spawn, Lucifron might just be going for the good old advancement wing tech. It's very bold what he's doing here. Like, typically, going Desert Raider is a lot safer because it forces reactions and keeps your opponent in check, right? And then you come over the top of a Growth Wing play that escalates your economy. But actually, the reason why Growth Wing works so well in either Feudal or Castle is because of the fact that at the given points that you typically trend towards it, it's a notable increase in your economy. Like, for example, Lucifron, by the time he gets his hands on these extra 3 villages, it's going to be like he's got an extra 15% eco. It is going to be an extra 15% eco. That is a humongous advantage at this early point in the game. Especially in a matchup where, like, the Delhi don't have anything else over you, right? Like, you can talk about free eco techs, but, I mean, haha, very funny. Golden Age 1 activates, I get a 10% gathering rate increase anyway. You can talk about berries, but haha, very funny. I'm Ibids, therefore I eat berries very well as well. So Lucy, I think he's genuinely just going to rush advancement. We should be getting an outpost out on the gold, right? Like, he's got 100 wood ready right now. Then again, the fact that he's got 10 villages here, he hasn't gone stone at all. That's over here. This is stables then. Like, this has to be stables. Yep. Okay, stables opening. So we are going to get the Desert Raid and the Horseman added in. Now, that is interesting, actually. Like, so there has been a debate on whether it's Desert Raider or Growth Wing in these type of matchups. Let's dissect why Lucifron goes for the Growth over Desert Raider. Desert Raider makes a lot of sense when you have a timing. So, for example, if you're playing against HRE, you go Desert Raider because you force your opponent off the timing. If you're up against a 2TC type player, you go Desert Raider because you block the timing. In this matchup, the Delhi don't have a timing at home that you need to block with the first Desert Raider. So, if you actually do the basic maths, Growth Wing is better in that circumstance because Growth Wing, look what he does. He pays for this Desert Raider. He spends 180 resources to get it, but if you do the maths, 3 villages, 45 resource base gathering rate, that's 135 resources a minute. That's 270 resources every 2 minutes versus getting a free Desert Raider every 2 minutes versus 180. So you're getting 90 resources more and you have flexibility of those resources as well, right? When you think about it that way, the Desert Raider from the stables makes a lot more sense. And it is going to be a Rax build, dude. I guarantee you Gully didn't anticipate Rax. You never expect Rax here because, like I said, at the units you can build in Feudal Age, you know, Horsemen at least have some kind of malleability. Spearmen feels like the absolute worst thing to have to build because you're never going to upgrade them. You just want Golems out of this building later, right? At least with Desert Raiders and Horsemen, they have some flexibility. Archers, you always want to upgrade. So this is a really crafty build by Lucifron. He's going to look to just kind of bait Gully in, catch him off guard with 3 or 4 Spearmen, and then take full map control, which is incredibly impactful in this matchup because for Lucifron, his goal is to reach Castle Age. For Gully, his goal is to capture Sacred Sites. Now, with this comp, Lucifron gets both things. Did Gully see that? He had the scout, so he definitely should have seen the racks. Archers are being added in now. But you're adding archers into Spearmen, right? And you see the difficulty of that in small numbers. The archers are going to be good if you can get critical mass together. But that's going to take time. And I think the problem that you always face with the Ibids in these situations is like they don't give you time, right? You're always worried that they are going for a tech up. Well, oh no, no, oh no! Well, Ringer Ringer Rosie's being played for himself there. Gully Deckle. 2 Ghazi going down like that, no damage done. That is an insane loss. That is brutal, man. That has a knock-on effect because now what happens is like naturally your timing to go Sanctity play gets delayed because you're against a Cav comp and you're now 2 down, right? It's like if you run archers out blind, they die. You need your Ghazi to be split to defend the flanks. Like this game gets really awkward from here. Like Luciferon realistically has options. He can either contest the Sacred Site or now harass the economy. And I think it is going to be the former. Notches him. Cap not complete. So Gully Deckle's getting no extra economy right now. Notice that he's just giving way straight away. It's smart because I think you lose this fight, but even if you felt like it was going to be close, it's not worth risking the Scholar for. Gully Deckle only has 2 Scholars. If he loses the first, has to pull the second. He has no scalability to his Archer count because that right now is the military efficiency, right? And then I've seen this so many times. Delhi players, like if they lose the first Scholar, they're on their last life. If they lose the second Scholar, game's over. You can't afford to split yourself, then going across on the gold to actively gather for a Scholar replacement. It's too expensive. And, you know, I think this detail, the 2 Ghazi at the start, may have been a big enough expense that Luciferon is confident in the lead now. He's saving up. This should be advancement wing. There's not really anything else you want to play for. I mean, 3 Desert Raiders is kind of cool against Gulam. I don't think it's relevant, though. Logistics could be a play, but you just don't need to wait. So Castle on the way. And this is the new Ibid build that I was talking about that's really powerful, right? Like Naked Rushing fast castles, just eh. Playing a little bit of Feudal does this. Look at his building count. Golden Age 2 is only 4 buildings away. Make that 2 buildings away. He's going to build an extra 2 buildings in the next minute, right? Like quite easily in this type of base. That's important because that allows you to get the upgrades much quicker. It's a 50% research speed increase, which means if you want to, for example, upgrade into Spearman or Horseman, whatever you want to do, only takes 40 seconds instead of a minute. If you need that Undermesh level 2 Rapido to dive the enemy base, you can have it 20 seconds sooner. And we are indeed getting Masculum. Villagers getting hit. Luciferon a little bit slow to react here, but that's because he's going for a trade. He dives into the base on the other side, and Gully does not have textiles, so he takes just as many losses. In fact, he took more from that. Even on the exit, like the losses kind of feel painful. The Horsemen don't really matter to Luciferon anymore. They definitely matter to Delhi. Look at the food gold. Like Luciferon is ready to pump like there's no tomorrow. I think we're going to be 10 Gulums in, or 10 Gulums on the count rather, a minute and a half into castle, which is kind of wild. It only takes him 26 seconds per, right? And he has got enough food and gold to queue all them up. Gully, meanwhile, doesn't really have a leg to stand on here. He didn't go double blacksmiths. He only has steeled, like, has undermesh rather. No steeled arrow means he does no damage in these fights. Gulums are on the way. Gully trying to burn in. Unfortunately, that outpost is receiving the fire armor, so it takes notably longer to take down. It's buying time for the first of these heavily armored troops to come out. Gully does at least snipe down 2 of the villagers, but now you have to run. This is where you're like, oh, Jesus. I really hoped that he was queuing up spears. No. Honestly, I think what you do is you go up to 10 Gulums here, and then you just get Sultan's Mamluks, and that should be game. He's still raiding and cutting reinforcements, by the way. So these 2 are going to convene together soon, right? Gulum's Lancers also being added in. So has the cavalry to chase this down, not just the foot infantry. And the double strike is so effective. That one Camel Lancer reduces any possibility the Ghazi can stand against this. Yeah, the Gulums are eventually going to die, but think about the raw pop costs. They're making the wave for wave number 2. Wave number 2 will end this. Second wave in. Archer count is now being struck down. And I think this is going to be a big question mark as to why we spent over half an hour waiting for this game. I'm sorry, Gully. Yeah, this is brutal. I think the Delhi-Ibin matchup is a really hard one for Delhi. You need to find a way to constrict the map immediately. That didn't happen here. I think like whenever you see your opponent going for villages, especially the growth wing option, you need to be the one punishing it. But Gully never got the opportunity to do so. Now with Lucifron into the dervishes, prepping for the relics. Gully 1.5 miles away from going towards Castle Age. The Gulam's now arriving in his base. This is forgone. It's done. That's a tough one, man. I think Ibis is just very hard to solve for right now. You know how for a long time Delhi really was the civ that like differentiated high-level players from pro-level players? Ibis is now weirdly enough becoming that. There's been a lot of transitions, a lot of actually mutations quickly evolved with this civ, and they are becoming overwhelming at this stage, as Gully just discovered. Oof. All right, GG, Mr. Gulus. So game over there. Let's check back in. Totally worth the wait. Thanks for that. So there is Kiljadi versus Faye. We could watch Kiljadi versus Faye. Or... who else is there? I think Kiljadi versus Faye, actually. B's playing, but he's up against someone called Famos. CSO versus Voldy? CSO versus Voldy or Kiljadi versus Faye? What do people want? I assume people would want the Faye versus Kiljadi game. Just because of how wild those two players can be. What's the matchup? Byzantines versus... wait, how did Roos get through? Byzantines versus Roos on Lipany. All BO1s? They are all BO1s, yes. And the Voldemar one, let's have a look. Abbasid versus Delhi. You guys really want Abbasid versus Delhi? Really? Alright. Make your choice, guys. Which one are we doing? I'll give you guys 1 minute to choose what to watch. Faye versus Kiljadi. Or Voldemar versus CSO. You got 1 minute. Use the poll. That's how we decided. Alright, put music on for a sec. Sup, Cisco? How's it going, buddy? Yes, Guillims are a lot faster than MAA. And that's like, that escalates the power of the Sultans and Mamluks even more. The thing about like Gorge, especially, I think Gorge is really good for Gulims over Camel Lancers because you're meant to dive anchored location. The timing on your Gulims, like your opponent isn't playing flank resources. Flank resources, Camel Lancers are better, right? All right, how are we looking? 5-5 each. Y'all need to make a decision. Alright, whatever. I'm lazy. I'm not loading another game. We'll do this one. That's how I decide. I can't be asked to go back to the menu. Alright, one and all, welcome back to the competitive AoE4 action. We are checking in on the Warchief Club number 71. Voldemar versus Team Elephant CSO. That's right, this is Louis MT's teammate. Someone who he scrims with regularly, contractually is obligated to scrim with, frequently in fact. Abbasids versus Delhi. This is interesting. Like, CSO going for a pretty traditional, very powerful pick in competitive play. Voldemar, on the other hand, leaning into one of his specialities. I imagine the draft went as follows. Ibid's probably got banned by one of the players. There was a snipe on Chinese, because nobody lets Voldemar have Chinese. And H3 might have been banned on the other side. That makes sense, because it paves the way for Delhi. On top of that, like from Voldemar's perspective, Abbasids are incredibly powerful. I think he is one of the players that I still back to beat Delhi with Abbasids. If you had to give 2 civs to Voldemar that you think would allow him to like be strong enough that those are the ones who like need to be banned away. Apart from like most people saying Roos, because Roos is OP everywhere, it is actually Abbasids in Chinese. So although we are used to seeing Delhi just dominate in comp, don't write Voldy off in this one. I've seen him do some miraculous things. Usually, like the way he loses this matchup, I kind of feel like when I've watched him in pro play, he loses this matchup by kind of throwing away the win, if you get what I mean. And that he'll be in a very firm position. Like I remember we cast a series between Voldemar, I think it might have been Kiljada or something like that, where he had a dominant lead, he blocked the Delhi's timing, and then he added a third TC for no reason and lost. So like, you know, it's all about that kind of mutation, playing these different scenarios, iterations to understand what you're meant to do. The reason why Abbasids can actually compete with the Delhi very well is because of the opening. Military Wing forces a reaction out of the Delhi that they don't want to do. That reaction is not building a stable. When you see the Abbasid Military Wing, as a Delhi player, your logical opening has to be to go archers. That puts you a step behind on your goal of map control. And the reason that's important is like Military Wing, in its own way, is more of an eco wing than eco wing. And what I mean by that is Military Wing allows you to get a second TC freely. Eco Wing means you have to make difficult sacrifices, like you can't go for a loose TC. Because this Military Wing opening, if Voldemar wants to play 2 TC, he could even walk out over here and drop it on the berries, which actually I'd love to see him do, because then he'd be in range to easily wall this area entirely. So Scout Hall. Oh, that's not great. 12 for CSO. Only 7 for Voldemar. There is a little area in the middle that they both neglected, which I think has about 4 to 5 sheep in it. But yeah, overall, this is looking like a little bit tough for Voldemar. He will, by some miracle, find extra sheep over here. This has to be 2 TC, and it in fact is. He's already on the way there. Got to say, by the way, I've really, really been rating the Abbasid 2 TC fast castle builds highly. You just set up kind of like a condensed second TC. If you get enough sheep, you can even drop on your gold. I think this is a game where Voldemar probably can't do that. Realistically, though, one really cool thing you can do here is if you see that your opponent is already going to go for an archery range before you arrive in their base, then instead of going over to the base with the Military Wing units, you can take them to the deer instead and shove these deer in. If you shove these... even more sheep here. If you shove these deer in to, say, here, you can easily guard this area with that second TC I talked about. And then fast castle's your win condition. So Tower Victory from CSO is almost complete. And actually, CSO's like wood income's a little bit off, right? I think his timing's going to be weird. Okay, he's moved more villagers over now. So tech up complete. And Voldemar actually adding in the stables. Okay, so this is pretty cool. This is one of those mutations where sometimes you will just see the rush TC. But Voldemar has opted to go for the stables because now he knows the reaction of CSO naturally has to be to go archers. He's going to have the counter. You're going to get the 1-1-1 build cheaply at the start of the game for the Abbasids. The reason this is impactful is it naturally forces Delhi to make all the choices as well. Otherwise, they don't feel very comfortable with the game. I imagine we will be getting that TC drop. What? Here? Yeah, I think here. I don't think you have to be too risky. Like, if you go too loose, there's always a risk that your opponent will spam feudal units and burn down your TC. But this is nice because it keeps you in range of the House of Wisdom, which is really important. Gives you the fire armor, keeps you close to your production. Spears Archers come around the back. CSO doesn't even see it yet. And guess what, guys? Voldemar knows the exact range. Your boy plays quite a few AU4 games if you didn't know this. He'll even coach you. Nice little stab in there. Won't quite find a villager. Great reactions instantly out of CSO. But now, we're going to see the moment truth is indeed going to be the Ghazi Raider opening. CSO. This is kind of a little bit arrogant almost, right? To open the stables first instead of the archery range. It's going to keep him off his berries, but I guess he's content with that. He got more than enough sheep that he's not going to be running out anytime soon. And he probably knows that behind this has to be 2TC. Like, it's Abbasids, it's Military Wing. It's always 2TC. So that's why the Ghazi opening doesn't hurt him that much. However, now, like, if you're Voldemar, you just walk all the way home and start shoving these deer in. In fact, I'd love to see CSO just kill them. But he has to come over here with the sheep, but you definitely should be killing the deer. Weirdly enough, no. I'm a little bit surprised by this. I guess he's worried about the loose TC, and actually for good reason. Voldemar, what the f... This is way too greedy. This is insanely greedy. Scout sees it as well. That's 14 villages without wheelbarrow. First Ghazi's on the way. It's definitely going to go up. You're probably looking at 2 villagers dying for it. Spearmen are coming back faster. Nice little clonking. Good pull. Dude, that's a sick pull by Voldemar. The injured villager would have died if he went back, so pulling him towards the spearman guarantees he lives. That was a cool move by Voldemar. It means actually, these Ghazi aren't going to do anything. Yeesh. CSO needs a lot of troops ASAP. He has got the double production on the Ghazi, but not on the archery range. I think the archers are going to almost feel like they're more important here. Fresh foodstuff's coming in very late, by the way, for Voldemar. Like, didn't choose to go for it pre-7 minutes. I feel like usually you see it around 5, right? But his TC was delayed, remember. This wasn't an optimal second TC timing because he opted into the cav units. There's walls going up. I mean, I agree with Voldemar now that, like, he went for the Horseman. If he didn't want to go Horseman at all, it has to be the TC here. But we mentioned this at the start of the game, right? This is a very wallable area. And once the walls go up, CSO is going to take a very long time to break through. CSO has got a way in here still. Love to see Voldemar just add in a short wall here. I think it's really underrated. And a short wall at the back is the obvious one, right? Doing a short wall near your TC guarantees that the Ghazi have to dive underneath it. That's something you never want to do as CSO until you've got like 20 Ghazi. Instead, for the time being, Voldemar's going to be adding in more Horsemen. I'm wondering if we're potentially looking at the beginning of, like, you know, a mass Horseman plus Camel build. I really like that build. You have to be careful about where you put your Camel Archer due to mass archers on the Delhi side. But if you position them correctly, your Horseman basically hit as hard as the Ghazi. Alright, what do you think, guys? One's if you think CSO is going to win this. Two's if you're backing Voldemar. Always love to do this with you folks. I really like Voldemar's position. This is exactly like what I look for and what I anticipate. Crackety siding with CSO tells you that he's recently had too many TC Boomy Voldemar games. You think CSO is Gigabrain? Yeah, he done something very interesting in this game. Like, the opening from CSO is unorthodox in that he didn't do what most Delhi players do. When he saw the military wing, he didn't react to it straight away. He opened with stables. That is already a very weird and different way to play the Delhi. Like, you know you'll eventually add in archers, sure, but like the whole idea is typically you just add in archers straight away to guarantee you get control of your base immediately. Now Rams coming in from CSO. Walls going up. Voldemar did go for the wall we talked about. I feel like Voldemar, the weird part to me though, is you're playing defense. Horseman feels neglectful. You can raid, sure, but like imagine how impactful mass archer spears would be of your own. Especially if you just like add in boot camp, which is one of the big benefits in this matchup of doing military wing past the first 2 minutes, right? Is you don't have that attack speed to match, but what you do have is the extra health. Okay, if yellow allows you to be invisible on the minimap, I think you might be colorblind to yellow, sir. I think green would work better for that. My favorite one are those sweaty tryhards that pick like blue or teal on water maps. Wait, Crackety, don't you put pretty sure you picked it. In fairness to him, he picks teal everywhere, right? Secondary walls going up. Voldemar trying to buy time. It's critical. He needs like another 2 minutes for this TC to have fully paid off and get his production to a point where it ramps. The problem is it's very hard to keep walls going like this against battering rams. Battering rams get double damage versus walls. And these walls haven't got much health to work with in the first place. Horseman, not going to dive in. I guess it's kind of difficult, right? Like you might be freaking out that Textiles is on the way. If Textiles was there and you dive in with 4 Horsemen, you just lose the Horsemen, right? Unfortunately, Voldemar missed an opportunity because CSO is not going for Textiles at all. They are, however, on the way towards Steeled Arrow and on the way towards this second TC. Undermesh has already been researched. Incredibly tanky. And now we're about to see exactly why usually people opt for the condensed second TC. It's because of the lack of fire armor in conjunction with the Rams that this town center is going to feel undefendable. Voldemar needs to outplay in this fight. CSO hanging around the archers a bit long, but that's a lot of spears to contest. He needs to get through this count. 12 remaining. Archer count is much lower though, down to 8 already. Ghazi are going to commit in though. It's difficult. The Rams behind this are going to draw some attention, and they are forcing a lot of idle time to repair. Looks like the Horsemen are getting cut at the backside, but good hold by Voldemar. I think CSO, this was a tricky predicament. I feel like the Ghazi count was too high. The Archer count wasn't high enough. Great hold by Voldemar. It shows you the difference the boot camp makes when it kicks in like that, right? Like, it just was impossible for the Archers to even annihilate one spearman at a time at that stage when they turned around. Now the reroll coming through. Voldemar, game kind of sets itself into almost like an autopilot state, right? Sacred Sites have been locked in, sure, but you're now 12 eco ahead, and you've got 10 minutes to work with. Yeah, I think, like, CSO in hindsight is going to be looking at this and thinking, I probably should have had, like, an extra archery range earlier to compensate for the fact that I had double production in the stables. It's so difficult to get right sometimes in these situations, but now it makes the game quite frustrating. He's going to come again, and maybe the Mass Ghazi can be good after the fact if you get past the chokehold, but I think these Ghazi, the Ram play was the mistake, right? Like, Rams get through the wall great, but then these Ghazi needed to hunt for some eco before he committed to a big fight and a dive. The problem is now there's just so many spearmen that it's difficult to go for that dive. 18 spears and counting. A lot of gold coming in from Voldemar as well. 18 villagers on gold. Is he trading for food? He must be planning to, right? That's an insane amount of gold gathering. I guess he needs the early ecotechs. Love the guard here on the left side by CSO. He's aware that actually his opponent is running out of food ASAP. So needs to move out soon. CSO's like, well, I've got 20 plus Ghazi that aren't doing anything. I might as well send them on a blitzer, burn some walls. I think CSO, like, you just go castle now, right? I don't think you want to, like... Playing the Sacred Site time route theoretically is doable, but, like, my issue that I'm seeing is just mass spearmen mosh pitting towards one Sacred Site isn't contestable. And this choke point, Jesus, yeah, leave right now. CSO's a crafty bugger. Hung around just long enough to beat back the unit he could definitely win against there. Retreats just before the spearmen get in range. And nice damage on that one Ghazi, so he's not going to be contesting. However, these guys most definitely will be. Berries in the forward. Can be retreated away from. That also means he has to retreat away from the secondary berry patch. You can't rely on outposts here. They're not going to be chained in. They're going to have the fire armor. This is way too many. Spearmen are on the way. Ghazi. Oof. Voldemar is playing a very dangerous game of cat and mouse right now. Problem is behind this, the ticking time bomb, right? We're down to 7.5 minutes. The Archer count is actually looking really healthy now. This is the flaw I had in CSO's plan, the criticism I had. Didn't have enough before. I think Voldemar actually would benefit from having Archers now added in his mixer. No more Horsemen, just Archer Spearmen. He should have a good enough economy for it, right? Like, actually, Archer Spearman, rather, is much better than Spearman Horseman for scalability. It's a lot more cost efficient, and also it uses less food. Food is the thing that Voldemar doesn't have much of. More spears go in. Ghazi have to commit to the defense. Torches out from the village to deal with the outposts. Voldemar heavily outnumbered in this engagement, but the Spearmen, especially with the Phalanx, looking to do as much damage as possible. Ghazi count going low. And if it's only Archers left afterwards, there's not much they can do on their own. Well played, actually. I think Voldemar, considering the numerical advantage for CSO, that was a bloody good fight. And now more Rams have to come. I think Voldemar's got enough left to do that one more time, where if the Ram goes in, he can force the army to engage him and the villagers can clear them up. But he needs to get a lot more troops pumping. The problem I'm seeing is, yeah, I knew it. I could tell by the numbers, Voldemar has gone for a farm transition. If he had a little bit more food, if he'd snaked his way out or gone Archers earlier, he wouldn't need to worry about this right now. But this is about to be a very difficult fight for Voldemar. It's a critical hold. If he saves himself on this, if he defends this push, he should be able to break out. the farms will give him the permanent food. But this push is critical. Not just that, it needs to be clean enough that you can decap the site afterwards. Much better from CSO. Notice he commits with the Rams this time. Archers are going to start to peel back a bit. Melee! Oh no, that's not the way you want to fight though. They disengage. The Horsemen turn on the Rams, which means they weren't gap closing on the Archers. Guys just trying to hold this back. Spear count getting a little bit low, down to 8. Archer count looking healthy at 25. And I think this is going to be enough to break him. CSO. Voldemar just doesn't have enough to defend, let alone go for a decap on a sacred site. New outposts are being added in, sure, but the reality is, like, for all this effort to defend the berries, he hasn't taken a single berry patch worth of food here. This is insane, man. So well played by CSO. 2 more Rams, like a dog with a bone. I think we're looking at a sacred site timeout here. The problem is you can't sneak a horse to the left side. The Ghazi's already guarding the right side. You don't need to guard the left side. Like, you see this horseman coming in now. The Ghazi are trickling, right? As long as they're trickling, they can run across in time. It's going to be critical that he times this right, though, and doesn't get distracted. Like, the moment he sees the decap happening, he needs to beeline it. Voldemar. Oh, no. No! What are you doing? Oh, select all army strikes again. All right, that is going to be it. I believe this is what we call chalked. Horseman count is spamming up, but the archer count is just too high. The scholar healing, just a few Ghazi should be good enough. I think this is pretty much decided. Voldy, he's now attacking Ghazi on horse. The archers aren't being contested anymore. The chain healing is proving effective, and CSO is proving too damn strong on the deli. Yeah, I don't think that select all army would have really mattered too much. I think Voldemar, even that decap, was still doomed here. But this at least accelerates the fort. It was the food that killed him. Voldemar didn't get enough sheep on the early play. I think if I had to criticize one thing, it's these deer. You can see how good your deer are that CSO wants them. If Voldemar had shoved these deer in with his military wing opening play, he'd have the lifeline to try and contest this. That farm transition, the requirement for it, the predictability of trying to go berries instead, is what killed Voldemar in this game. And now it feels undeniable that this one is over. CSO, 3.5 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory. The question now is what happens quicker, landmarks dying or the Sacred Site clock ticking? Yeah, these deer pushes are going to, like, I already highlight these deer pushes are high level. They're going to be a really big difference. But, you know, if you want a kind of mathematical way of thinking about this, 2,450 food, that would have been an extra 24 horsemen. Imagine his army if he had 24 extra horsemen. Instead of having to add in, how many farms in are we now? This is getting ludicrous. 32 farms. Jesus, at what point do you look back at the game and wish you got an eco wing? I think this is it. If CSO had bowed to the pressure of the military wing and gone for an archer range first, maybe this would have been more worth. But considering CSO didn't react to it, and he didn't use the military wing to push in the deer, I actually think Voldemar would have been better off with eco wing. Nice, looking good as dead. Ghazi are just going to block any attempt at a decap. House of Wisdom goes down. The moment that happens for an Abbasid player, it's basically over. Voldemar ready to make his last stand. Feels like Leonidas is 300 spearmen. I love that immediately CSO's like, and now I'm going to back away. So why is CSO backing away? He just took away a 15% gathering rate buff. It doesn't matter that Voldemar is almost 40 villages ahead. He's lost a huge amount of extra economy now. In a game where he's still raw military outnumbered. Archers. Getting caught. Ghazi pulling very far back here. Voldemar has got one big swell point, but it's a difficult fight. More reinforcements on the way. The second group hasn't even arrived yet. And the archers, if you trade all these archers out just to kill the spears, it's worthwhile. Love the micro. Voldemar is keeping the camel archer just far enough away that he can't be sniped. And that's exactly why the Ghazi aren't committing. But now, the Spearman line's starting to thin. But the fact that this is 20 Ghazi left over, surely this is where he looks to go. He has to. Too many archers being thrown away now. Scholar Heal is going to start chaining out. Camelonese is proving annoying here. Dude, he just needs to snipe the camel. Oh my god, no. You got to be kidding me. We're a minute away. There's no way. Voldemort, I mean, he has got 1,500 food. And remember, that's infinite food now. Camel Archer's still alive. I mean, if he just snipes it now, this is the moment. Like, this is where you can easily just take it down, right? There's not much of a front line anymore. Instead, he's just going to A-click in. I think it doesn't matter. Like, even if he gradually lost this fight over the next 2 minutes, Voldemort has only got 40 seconds. And he has not got enough production to pump out quick enough, surely. He's going to try to skip it. Horseman out in the flank. There's already guards there. He's splitting the map. Voldemort, he's in desperation mode, running to the left side here. But CSO knows. Ghazi's already on the move. CSO's army has been heavily reduced, sure, but at this point, with half of it still being Ghazi, it's going to be difficult for Voldemort to get out quick enough. Yeah, well played by Voldemort. Like, actually, he had me sweating for a sec. I was like, oh no, KP's classic called the game early. But I think you kind of see the power of the Deli, right? The attack speed on those archers was phenomenal. The Scholar chain healing made all the world of difference. I mean, CSO realistically probably should have been teching up with this type of macro, but I think he just kind of got bogged down, maybe a little bit distracted. Like me, he probably thought this game was over before it truly was. Shout out to Voldemort for actually like throwing in one big fight at the end that looked convincingly like it was going to be a win long-term for him. The problem is, unless he can get a decap, it's never going to come to fruition. That's exactly what he's desperately trying for now. A dive onto the right side. Army is now marching to the east, though. Wait. Oh, CSO! He dragged him away intentionally. And that might have just bought enough time. Are you freaking kidding me right now? This game! So not only do we have the select all army, we then have all the army being selected to chase after one guy. That's going to be the difference here. The extra little bit of time not decapping means that CSO doesn't have to rush onto the site. He just cruises on. He pulls away the cav, kills off the villagers, kills off the spearmen. And now it feels like this game is never going to end, for God's sake. Oh, Voldemort, you may stop the timer, my friend, but you are now an age behind. Dude, this is crazy, this game. Decap is going to occur, right? Nope. Horsemen are on the way. He's on 1 second. Are you kidding me right now? There's no way. Like, he needs to get back on the east side. Everyone's coming. Recommitment with the Ghazi. Archers having to hang around. The upgrades are just so far away. A minute and a half. They'll be dead by then. He'll stop the decap on the left side, but God bless Voldemort. Horsemen have to dive in. If he can just clear the site. If he can clear the site right now. That's all he needs. It's going to be a GG. What? Wait, what? He doesn't think he can do it. Oh my God, Voldemort. I can't believe that. I actually think he was winning that. No, I mean, he still has the issue of Castlades, right? He still has to solve for the upcoming Lancers, Men-at-Arms, but I'm pretty damn sure he could have got the decap there. He still had troops on it. Oh, I can't believe that. What a brutal end to a BO1 tournament game. It's the bug? Wait, what's the bug? Explain the bug to me quickly. I haven't seen this bug. Is it when you pull a unit off, it like unpauses the timer? Sometimes the decay doesn't happen. For example, Gremlins. Wait, you mean the timer doesn't pause? I need to know what the bug... Okay. All right, so we're just talking about it. I think there might have been apparently there's a bug where sometimes when the decay is happening, the timer resumes even if you bring a unit back on. So I think Voldemar, I think he just got destroyed by a bug. Oh, dude, that's so depressing. Oh, okay, all right. Let me record this then. I'll put it on the end of the video. All right, so Neri coming in the clarity and Gully helping as well. So apparently there is a bug when you decap 2 sacred sites simultaneously. If one's cleared, the timer resumes. So unfortunately, I think Voldemar just got relegated to losers bracket due to a bug. And I genuinely think if it wasn't for that bug, we were looking at a win for the kid. Wow. I mean, you have to realize, like the reason why it would have been a win is he already has his full farm transition, right? So he's not running out. Damn, dude. What do I call that one? Okay. Made him lose. All right, so let's find out who else we're going to watch. Like, he was in a really good position. I was impressed by the way he's peeling that back. And then into below. Right, I'll have to edit that in later. So, let me have a look. Put music on. Let's check what we've got on the brackets. Okay. Louis versus Dumu seems like a no-brainer to me. Maybe that's just me, but I'm feeling like Louis versus Dumu is chugga chugga choo choo where we go. There's no argument on that for sure. I love casting these two. Damn, this is going fast though. So we'll have these series, then these ones. And then by the time we're done these ones, there'll be these two, right? And then we'll be into like playoffs. So maybe I'll do up to like quarterfinals. We'll see how I feel. Wait, Dragavan beat Vortex? Ah? Wait. Oh my god, dude, he done the freaking Abbey of Kings build. There's no doubt in my mind he done the Abbey of Kings build. There's no other way English beats Malians. The Abbey of Kings build. Where you go King and then you build 2TC. Yeah. You do Abbey, then fast 2TC. And then you can just like... Or you can even just do fast castle actually. Yeah. I guarantee you he done the fast castle build. Maybe, well, fast imp even. You can do 2TC white tower, or you can just do fast castle into like night span. I think it's like longbow spears. And then, but like if you do the 2TC into white tower, what you then do is you go Imperial Age, and if you Imperial Age, you then just spam out Cav. Dude, I can't believe this. Voldemar is showing me the replay. Yeah, so the reason I called it, I thought Voldemar had just thought it was over and he called GG, but him showing to me, yeah, he didn't call that. Like, he legit, like, he got scammed. Oh, I feel bad for Voldy, man. Oh, that's rough. Relic Spaghetti Code at its greatest, dude. Like, I mean, at what point did we just accept we need to get AoE 5 in development? You know what I mean? Right, we should get ready for this Dimu Louis series, right? They're in lobby. We haven't missed anything yet. They haven't started. CSO played really well. That Voldemort was down to 1 second left on SSS is not the game's fault. No, I'm sorry, Typera. That's the incorrect like mentality to have. Regardless of like regardless of like whether you're like, oh, you know, like CSO played really well. Okay, should that just be like, here's your degree, firm handshake, dude? Like Voldemort earned his chance to get back into that game, and he was robbed. He had over a 40 eco lead. Sure, he's an age behind, but his army was huge. He could legit, if like what you have to remember is Delhi running out of food as well. Like they're losing map control if the army's too big from the Abbasids. So like realistically, with 30 plus farms behind it, floating point rounding issue, dude, I don't get me started on that crap. But like legit, Voldemort, I actually think Voldemort was going to win that game. Yeah, Voldemort's saying he's behind a score, 40 plus Vils behind, full farm setup. Yeah, like these are all the things we said. I don't know if I agree with that. It's literally your timing. That's a very, very tight timing to go for, Voldy. But yes, I agree. Like that is your time to shine. If you get that decap, like it's over. You win, for sure. And yeah, he has got camel archers as well. Sorry, Voldy. I think you're okay with me saying. Yeah. So I should have checked. Like I just realized I was reading what like your DM was saying. But yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like he has to play map, right? Like to even stand a chance of using his castle age, right? It's like 100% your bigger army wins. That's so unfortunate though. All right, I think Louis versus Dimu is ready. Ooh. Okay, dude. Papa likey. HRE versus Iabids. This is a spicy one. All right. Oh, damn. We still got 3 minutes. Paul, we got ages. All right, what I'll do then is I'll run ads, guys. Run 90 seconds ads now for the game. This is a perfect time to remember to subscribe because then you can spend the next 90 seconds talking to me. Because obviously after that, I don't exist as a person. I just like float off into the abyss. Dimu's S tier Civ. Wait, I thought S tier was Byzantines for him. I talked to you? That's because someone gave you a sub. Damn. That chain conversation is going. I mean, dude, I just clicked on it. I'm not reading up, man. Anytime you're on a chain, you have to. Anytime you got a thread, you scroll once, and you've still got 3/4 of the way to go. Woo! All right, now Chat GPT summarize, please. We're not count IU out. Gully deck, especially with Desert Raiders, countering both Cav and M. Oh, you talking about this matchup? Nah, dude, like you literally just play mass archers HRE. I actually think you just play mass archers and spears and you GG. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what Iabids do against mass archers here. You might not even be able to get a clean tech up. Like I legit think HRE actually take a dump on Iabids now. It used to be the other way around because Iabids fast castle timing and the way they've done it completely nullified HRE. But like you legit just spam archers. FC into Gulams. How you getting the gold for that? Arch, like this is the thing you're not respecting about this HRE timing. Marching drills changed a lot. It's so egregious how quickly it hits. Feudal men at arms, yeah, exactly. You open archers for sure. I think you open archers every day of the week, and then you follow MAA. Can't go archer spear immediately. No, but you go archer. I think you go archer then MAA. Open some MAA. I feel like the archers are better, no? Because you can get there before they even tower. Is what I'm thinking. Because, like, if you have 2 men at arms and they tower, you're not going to do anything, right? But, like, versus towers? No. Like, if they've got towers, you can't do anything anyway. But, like, the archers can at least, like, probe the berries and whatnot. Men-at-arms kind of struggle to... Like, they take longer to get in. They hit harder, for sure, but they take longer. After towers you age up, 100%. Yo, guys, you know what the solution to the HRE build in this game is? Industry Wing. I hate that I'm right. I actually hate that I'm right there. I mean, actually, Industry Wing is the solution. It solves that problem, but then, like, you need to somehow get to Growth Wing, and that's just not happening. But yeah, also, like, Gully, the reason why you do archers first instead of men-at-arms is if it's a Desert Raider, you don't, like, you just get KO'd. If it's archers, you kill the Desert Raider. You go fast castle? Sure, but, like, I think you do a bait first. You have to bait them to do something. What's industry? It's the one that gives you 300 wood. 300 wood is enough to put outposts, double outpost on your gold and outpost on your food and wood. All right. This matchup always puts a smile on my face. I watch it countlessly on the ladder. And finally, we get to watch it in tournament play. It's Team Elephant's Louis going up against Team Liquid Dumu here. Iabids versus HRE, a matchup that before the HRE buffs would have heavily favored the Iabids. I actually think it's the other way now. I think HRE are pretty bloody strong here. Dumu is no stranger to this. I think he's been ranking them highly in his recent tier list. He's also been willing to engage in those feudal affairs that seem to be very difficult for most civs to stop. Feudal timing, the Iabids are no exception to. So, curious to see what the reaction of Louis is going to be. He's got to be anticipating that this is going to be some feudal pressure coming out from HRE. Looking at his resource spawn as well, he got the worst case scenario. Gold on the forward side towards the enemy base is a jackpot for Dumu. Now, the question mark that we were just discussing in chat before we go into the game, Gully was trying to highlight he thinks you go men-at-arms opening for the racks. I was of the opinion that I like archers a bit more. It's a faster unit. It arrives sooner. You can potentially even get there before your opponent is built on the first outpost. So curious to see which way Dumu leans. Theoretically, you're going to have a lot more extra food gathering than you are going to have wood gathering. So maybe that leans you towards the men-at-arms instead. But the upside, at least for Louis, to a certain degree, is his berries have spawned to the right side of his base. The downside is, like, if you build archers and sit here, no outposts are going up, right? And then your only other option is the further away gold on the forward side. But let's see how this is going to play out. Scout-wise, Dumu, where are your sheep? Oh, God, dude, that is... Where are the sheep? Oh, my God. Wait, he checked back corner first, right? Unbelievable. I think Louis cut him off. Either that or this is an atrocious spawn. Like, Louis only got 6 sheep of him, right? But I think he took 2 of Dumu's away. Now, Dumu does still have the south side of the map, but he's playing a thin margin here. He's got 2 club sheep, 3 fresh, and it's HRE villagers being buffed, which means they gather from those sheep much quicker than is standard. Oh, man. Dude, there's got to be a lot of sheep down here, right, to compensate. There's 2 over here that okay, he's going to get... Jackpot, free. Wait, yes. Okay, so he's getting free here. Let's check the rest of his route. We're probably looking at about another... Alright, like, if it seems like I'm fetishizing over the sheep a lot, it's because it's really important in this matchup. The HRE's aggro timing requires quite a lot of sheep. The problem is Louis' position. I'm a bit worried. If he sees this one sheep, it's going to daisy chain. Because he'll move over, like, you know what it's going to be? It's like, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Louis. All right. Dumu actually is in with a shot here then. The question mark is whether Louis instantly turns back. If he does, then Dumu's still going to be a negative sheep count. But no. Okay, this would be really smart. Dumu, yeah. That detail, you see that right there? That is huge. What he just saw, he saw that Louis cut him off, so you can't keep chasing the same way, right? So Dumu pivots, and that pivot could be a jackpot here. Oh, dude. The difference these type of timings make. Now, unfortunately, Dumu is going to scout the base instead of coming back. But the positive is he might still end up actually yoinking those sheep, as Louis now has to go and check what Dumu is doing. Now, make no mistake, folks, he didn't get the rest of the sheep, but he still found bounty extra. Yeah, like, honestly, this game was pretty much rip if you couldn't have that timing, because if you didn't have these extra sheep, you wouldn't be able to stop Ibex from going fast castle, right? But the lesson there, guys, is whenever you see someone cut your route off with your scout, you need to change your route. Like, you can't obnoxiously follow their shadow. So you have to look where they came from, and then you have to pivot between where they're going and where they came from, right? Try and find that mid ground. Because the alternative is, in that case, Dumu would have just went back to this corner that he's already scouted. There was no value there at all. Louis actually isn't coming back, so it looks like no one's going to find those sheep. Now, Louis, of course, does have a lot more sheep, but remember, that's because of the berry factor. So it's kind of deceptive. I'd say they actually got kind of an even count of sheep, I would expect here. But the difference is that Louis isn't munching them. Dumu is munching them hardcore. And it is going to be the Archer opening. Okay, so this is really good. I 100% do believe the Archer is the opening, because if it's Desert Raider, you're screwed with the Men-at-Arms. And if it's Archers, you also reach the enemy economy quicker. The other added benefit in this situation is Dumu didn't get that many sheep, so going Men-at-Arms is a death sentence. Archers is something you sustainably build because you have all this wood. Now Louis, with the outpost going up. Yeah, I love this. I was about to say, the stone is so close, this is kind of a jackpot. We talked about the negatives of the Ford Gold. We didn't praise the stone placement. This is a quick drop-off onto the mining camp, and that's going to be arrow slits. And then Dumu's going to have a hard time diving this. Remember, if Dumu wants to now go into, say, Men-at-Arms, that's 150 wood. Then if he wants to go into Rams to try and break through these, that's going to be 150 wood to build the blacksmiths, the cost of getting siege engineering, and then it's also going to be the cost of adding in Rams. And even with HRE's eco being what it is, that's not a pretty picture. Yeah, I think Louis is kind of like one step ahead with this detail, right? If Dumu had got 4 or 5 more sheep, I don't think you'd have to add in farms this early. But the reason you're seeing it this dramatically quick is because he's only got 5 sheep. That doesn't last long with HRE gathering rates. So pretty sucky position for him. It's kind of a game where you maybe wish you'd just gone for fast castle instead. He probably is still going to have to go towards that. But Louis' timing doesn't look like it's going to be interrupted. And remember, guys, he did go with the military wing. So growth wing is incredibly viable here for the Ibits. Archers are going to try to weave round. Unfortunately, the timing could be bad for Dumu potentially. The arrow slits is being researched. Has he clicked the stone? Like, this is the other crafty thing when people get spawns like this. Him not dropping a mining camp doesn't make it obvious that there's going to be an upgrade coming in. Actually, Dumu might get caught off guard by it. Good micro so far, and there is the arrow slits coming in. So Dumu at least doesn't lose an archer for it. The best thing that Dumu could do right now is head over to the berries and harass this, right? Like, I think that's maybe his best move available to him. You could try to, like, you know, grief on the deer if you thought that Louis needs it. But I think it's better to try and shut down the berries and slow Louis down a bit. But unfortunately, it's too late. Growth wing already on the way. I don't like that Louis over-ate the berries here. That's really unfortunate. He had enough sheep to just sit underneath his TC, right? Yeah, 13. So kind of an important detail there, right? Like, that is an extra 500 food he's missing because he didn't wait. Other side, this Dumu is all in, by the way. He's building archer's spears. I'm not sure if this hand plays, buddy. Because, like, realistically, all Louis needs to now do is build archer ranges. It seems really trivial and simple. Like, it seems like I'm just dumbing the game down to 1 point, but it is actually the way you win this now. Iabids always want to add archers in when they reach castle age anyway. It's like their second layer to their comp quite often. So it doesn't feel bad to be spamming them earlier on than you've teched up. And then when you get Sultan's Mamluks, like, the chase potential it gets insane. And for Dumu, even if he now decided to build Men-at-Arms in Feudal Age, that's a losing play, right? Because the Men-at-Arms base health and base armor is too low compared to their archers. So Louis Archer's going to start coming out. Dumu still trying to constrict this behind. He is starting to save up. Only 4 farms, though. And he's, oh my god, dude, he's on berries. Yeah, this is never a good sign. Pre-10 minutes, you're on berries. This is exactly where H3 players never want to find themselves. Especially considering the Archon's on the opposite side of the base. To me, with only 7 archers, like, once Louis has 7 archers, he can just push you away, right? It's a number game. In fact, even before that, dude, I love that. Melee form with the Desert Raider absolutely claps you. So Demu, only 6 archers, 5 spearmen. And credit to Louis, still has 2 Desert Raiders, right? Did lose 1. That was the free spawner. So tech up complete. Demu now actually getting the Steel Arrow as well because he needs everything he can to compete with this. And this is greedy from Louis. He doesn't even hesitate. He just goes straight for it. The reason you need to be this greedy is because of the matchup. Any other Civ, I don't think you drop them off this quickly. Maybe Japanese. But against the HRE players want only one thing, and it always makes us sick. They're looking for the relics. With the Desert Raider still alive, and the timing on this first Dervish, you could very easily be looking at a 4-relic game for Louis. In fact, he's already patrolling for the wide flanks. Main army is still in the base as well. I mean, Louis does lose a villager, but he's far ahead, remember. He had the extra 8 villagers spawned from the growth wing. Mass wood gathering, because, like I said, you just need archers right now. Mass archers, get control, go back on the food. It's really important you get the archers first, because look what's happened back here. The double berry, he needs access to that. Unfortunately, it's very annoying to hunt these guys down due to their movement speed. I'd love to see Louis just get a short wall here. It just stops these rotations 24/7, right? You don't like how this went? I mean, of course you wouldn't like how this went. Demu couldn't do really any significant damage with that attack, right? It's tough as well because like the scout went through there, so he saw the lay of the lands. I wonder if he just didn't anticipate the arrows that's coming through so quick. It's almost like you sometimes need to be willing to like cancel a play when you're halfway through and, you know, count your losses, right? But I think he went up to like 5 or 6 archers before it started to become apparent what the player turned into. Oh, come on, dude. He was mid-swing on that as well. So Demu will keep the prelate alive and get the first relic bank. That's really important. If that prelate died, you'd have to pull the Arkham one, and it takes him an extra 20 seconds to do the trip, right? But the problem as well is sometimes Arkham bugs out. The moment you take the prelate out, sometimes the buff gets lost. Because an interesting detail here, the buff, as far as I can tell, it doesn't get applied consistently. That would be way too much server load. So the way that the buff works is that it gets applied on a rotation. And that, like, you know, you get it every 30 seconds on the timer. So if you pull out at the wrong time, you can lose the buff like 2 seconds in. Hello? Oh, Louis. Louis? Okay, well played, actually. I think Louis was in range form, right? It looked like he was in range form, so if he switched melee afterwards but on a delay, well played there. Demu is going to get a second relic. It's going to be a 3-2 split in the end. And I've got to say, actually, Demu is still in this game. I think he's really impressing me here. All to protect the pocket eco. Oh no. This is going to be expensive. The archers can just ignore the Ibid archers, right? You move quicker, so just start, step, and go. Start, step, and go. Kill villagers. Oh, that was really well played. Demu getting, what was that, free? Free worker kills. Wow, 2 plus the Dervish going down. So that delays the relic timing. And all of a sudden, Louis only with a 5 eco lead in a game where he's up against a gradual farm transition from the HRE. I think Demu is still firmly in this game. Military count, they're neck and neck, right? Army types, they're similar, so that's not an edge either for the Ibids. Louis now only adding in the first Camel Lancer. Meanwhile, Demu starting to layer men at arms. Another group of archers are getting scouted. Demu. We'll just have to shift away from this. Yeah, numerical advantage, right? Like, you're never taking that fight. Undermesh is only now coming through, so that's why Demu also is looking for more fights, is before those upgrades coming for Louis, like, he has the premium archer, right? But now that those upgrades are completing, you need to consolidate your forces. Demu. This is so depressing watching a Men-at-Arms lose to a Desert Raider. If anyone was ever wondering, I mean, no guys, scout difference, scout difference. He was going to lose. That was actually remarkably close. Camelances were scouted though, so Dimu, like, he just got the critical info. If I saw Lancer like that, I'm thinking like, okay, I need a solution. The problem is if you just transition spears now, these archers destroy you. So it's kind of difficult. I wonder if Dimu considers just maybe siege and like condensed play with spears instead. Or maybe just siege and men-at-arms could also work. Wolves are up from Dimu. I think at this stage, actually playing men-at-arms is fine for Dimu. The Camelance account isn't going up quickly here. You'd think Camelances counter men-at-arms, but the awkward thing is the heavy maces detail. When you're like 15 heavy maces versus, say, 10 Camelances, you trade actually reasonably well. And you still have that hybridized role where you're a very effective tank up against the archers. And yep, Louis is going to be first one to blink. Switches over onto crossbows. Now, this is an interesting detail because if Dimu IDs this, this is when you switch to spears. Right? Because the crossbow is going to be terrible at dealing with spears. Definitely not cost efficient anyway. I wonder if Dimu's real goal here is to get towards Imperial like it always is. Wait, where's the other relic? Oh no. I remember this. He was here last time we came by. This is like that person that gets a participation ribbon. Like, look at me! I done really well! Yeah, buddy, we need that right now. Anyone watch Peppa Pig? I do, I've got a kid. That's my excuse. There's like a scene where Peppa runs really fast to her dad. It's like, thank you, Daddy. You must now take the baton and win the race. And then the dad, in the kindest way possible, says, shut up and give me the baton. Kind of that moment, right? It's like, well done. We got 2 relics in this very hard game. Please bank it. Finally does. And it looks like the prelates are going to be moving over to amplify the deer. So, Dimu right now, his position isn't too bad, but it's about to get worse. Louis is doing that natural transition for the Ibids. He's going into the second TC. Sometimes we even see free TC, and I think this actually might be a free TC build on our hands. I really like the free TC build, actually, with Aya here. We've seen, I think Marine Lord is the other person that's done this a lot, and this kind of tracks, like, Louis and Marine Lord actually scrim together a lot. It's a really powerful build, and the timing on HRE trying to convert into an Imperial Age means that your eco count actually can kind of keep in pace with them, right? You build a big enough lead early enough that being 4 TC versus free doesn't put you behind. Archer's now moving in. Lancers as well. Louis looking to punish. Dimu never walled this south side. It was way too long. And now he's kind of awkwardly split, right? Camel Lancers are diving a bit deep. Archers are catching up. Another important detail. Ibids at any point could just build a Manjanique. If they see a lot of archers, if they're convinced it's worth it. But now, the Camel Lancers will look to contest. Solon's Mamelukes has been researched. So he has got that bonus damage coming through. Lancers have to stand their ground against the heavy maces, but there's just too many Lancers and not enough MAA. Louis still has archers left after this. He still has camels as well. Crossbow count is insanely low for Dimu. Only 2 in total. Trade on the other side isn't going to be effective. Reinforcing troops will be able to shut this down. And it looks like after the fact, Dimu is now going to be denied food. He might be denied any further access deeper into this game. Yeah, really well-timed attack there by Louis. Camel Lance count just high enough to last long enough here. The Undermesh level 2 are really just doing God's work. And you see the power of the Mamluk's blessing here, right? The Mamluk bravery in these engagements makes all the world a difference. All of a sudden, like, between the two, your archers can't really dent these Camel Lancers. The archers on the other side for Louis do enough damage that they hurt the men-at-arms. And now, this is the other ugly part. When these fights get smaller, it favors the Ibids more as you're just left with a trickle of troops that are all golded up. And that golden aura is worth its weight in gold. Last of the Lance has at least been cut down. Second wave of men-at-arms now coming in. That should be enough to finally push Louis back. But think about what Louis has done here. While he hasn't won the game straight away, he has now insulated himself. He's walled at home. He's got access to enough berries and deers at the back of his base. He's got free TC, and Dimu isn't even a third of the way to what he'd need for Imperial Age. This is a tough one now for Dimu. In fact, Louis, how much food has he got left over? He's only now onto the 8-stack berries. I think he can get a very smooth farm transition going. By the time he needs to rush into farms, he's going to be at like 85 to 90 pop. which is a very, very good position to find yourself in. That's the stage where you actually have enough surplus eco to allow for it. Dim, on the other hand, how long until we reach a point that this Arcan's not useful? We're getting close to the point where it starts to get inefficient in the walk distance, right? He already chopped too deep here, so the lifeline of this Arcan is kind of being cut short. The power of it is going to start to shrink a bit in the coming minutes. So there's going to be a wall down. Magic has now been built. Sacred Sites were also locked in, so that's another annoying thing for Dimmu. He doesn't want that creeping up on him, so he has to go decap that, because there's even more eco going to his opponent as well. I think Dimmu is he focused on more farms instead of age up, maybe? He's got a lot of wood, so I'm wondering if he's going to go for the long wall on the south side now and just try to attack. He is at least pushing. He's going to force reactions out of Louis, but Louis is now at 18 crossbows. And a nice healthy line of front camel lancers, right? So Dimmu needs to balance aggro with keeping in reserve. The issue is, like, we know that's the way Dimmu needs to do this because we know it's free TC. He doesn't. He probably feels like that army lost by Louis has put him ahead. And you know what, Dimmu, I would agree in a game where it was 1 TC. Maybe even 2. But free TC is an absolute ballbuster. Imaginiques. Now 2 of them. Mass farms being added in. Louis is in a very comfortable position. The raids on the flanks do need to be shut down. That's the only annoying detail. But only a few troops getting through here. And the Sprune emplacements are going to make it very difficult for them to park here long term. Let's clean up the front. Rewall also coming in. Lancers are going to chase down the remaining archers here. And it looks like Dimmu has accepted the fate of this game. It is going to be going to Imperial Age. It really is his only play at this stage. I like how I've just got a bunch of people being racist about my accent in chat. Alright, in that case, I'm just going to cast like this in it. Alright, bruv? So yeah, Dimmu and things, he needs to get on that clap, right? Go get the bling bling. Make sure he's going up into the age 4s. Because, you know, 4s is like Forza, and Forza's motors, and motors are fast, and I like Lamborghinis. You know what else is Lamborghini like? Mass men at arms. Zoom into the... Okay, I'm going to stop now. You're right, you're being stereotypical at least. Alright, so Dimmu is still not walling himself in. He's still actually massing. Are we possibly looking at a faster tech timing out of the Iabids and the HRE into Imperial? You don't really see that often, but it's kind of reaching that point. Like, Louis' pop is creeping up pretty fast. Yeah, in it, bro. We need to get into the Swabia. Mason go like bumping, like pumping up babies so quickly. The local gas station clearly ran out of the condoms, innit? I'm gonna stop now. That's the last one. Zemo needs a stellar defense here. Louis just needs more time. Like, at this stage in the game, he has to be very content with the state of things. Farm transition's only like half complete, and I wouldn't be surprised if we are just going to choo-choo up. This is usually where you see Ibids go advancement wing. It's insanely cost efficient at this stage. And he's pulled the trigger, guys. It's coming. Louis just needs to avoid a fight. Dimmu is really all in on this castle timing now. 150 pop. He's continuing to scale up. Military numbers are in his favor. The problem is when it's cavalry lancers, you just can't reach them. Oh, we need a Scottish accent now, according to chat. And we will not let them take our lands. Because these are not our lands. Our lands are behind the walls. We're going to run away now. And he can play with himself in the center. I don't know what's happening with this accent. It's getting a little bit weird. Louis over here like, they can take our relics! But, oh wait, they didn't take our relics. We got 3. Oops. Angelique's behind the wall. Oh no, it's Dumu's worst enemy. Camelancers are pulling pretty far back. And look at the switch. Dumu immediately heads for the tech up. I think Louis may have been a bit too obvious about this. Dumu realizing he got all this ground. There has to be a reason, right? And it's because the advancement wing is locked in. What a read out of Dumu, and all of a sudden we might have quite the game on our hands. A very big eco lead to overcome. But right now, he is the one gunning. I don't know if it's a Locked Irish, or if he's just that good at the time. Okay, I'm really good. That's the final one. You get 3 in a game. We're only going to get 1 in this series, baby. BO1, remember, whoever loses this is going down to that lower bracket. Lancer's now going for the eco. Oh, this is really smart, actually. Look, think about the timing here, guys. Dumu, yes, he just teched up. Yes, he's got Swabia, but he hasn't got many villagers. So if this actually hit, if he found all those villagers with the Lancers, Dumu is completely roughed and brutalized. Instead, he reacts quick enough. He continues his pushing. Defensive keep coming up from Louis. That's going to reset things and slow it down. Dumu, I think he just wants to get out with what he's got left here. Reset, get those upgrades, and then thank you, come again. I'm sorry, Apu. Guys, what? This is chat's fault, I swear. Barely any Camel left over here. Run themselves into a corner, so nice wipe of pretty much all the Cav battalion. And now, how to put this nicely? Why Ghoulims? This is... I know Ibeds do this a lot in Pure Age, but this is like the matchup where you don't do this. HRE have got men-at-arms with heavy maces, and they will happily swing them. For the time being, it's just Spearmen being upgraded. So it's going to work at first, but the thing you have to realize is, like, because HRE always plays some layer of melee comp, they're going to get elite army tactics. And then, even if you eat the Spearmen, it allows a very smooth transition to men-at-arms. Yes, that was an acronym joke. I'm really bad at these, I swear. Anyway, Shutter Triggers is in. Louis is getting ready with the hand cannons. People saying Adabegs? No. Adabegs wasn't taken. Remember, this was an advancement wing. So you don't get any real advantage as you tech up, other than it was cheaper and faster. These spears are so actually annoying at this stage. This is before Elite Army Tactics, by the way. And he has textiles, but he's still losing a bunch of Illies. Oh my god, Dumu's doing a really good job in this game. Now, Louis is getting closer to full power, right? He's up to 38 farms at this stage, but I want to give a lot of praise to Dumu from the position he was in a few minutes ago to, like, draw this back the way he did. The timing on that assault, punishing Louis when he understood it was a tech-up timing, completely flipped what was almost just an insta-GG into now a game that could go either way. Because when we reach this hyper-late game, remember that Dumu has 4 relics, really, because of the Regnant's effect. He has Ark and Chapel buffing most of his food supply, as this game goes on, by 40%. Ayabids are not the Abbasids. They don't have anything. Right? Even their Golden Age eco-gathering rate is worse than the Abbasids. Stonewall's now coming up. Dumu carved himself out an 8k stack of gold here, so he's got longevity in this game now. Oof. I feel like anytime I see this, I want to vomit. You never see Ayabids building spears. Weirdly enough, actually, guys, their spears are pretty decent. When you consider elite army tactics, the melee techs, and then on top of it, Sultan's Mamluks, you can make Spearmen hit really hard if they get that buff. But the big catch is if. And the weird part is, like, he has nothing to target these spears at, really. But I think the issue for Louis is he's running out of gold. And he needs to be very thoughtful about what he uses as the front line. He doesn't want to be building Golems in the men-at-arms. So he's figuring spears just work a little bit better. They last a bit longer. What a great game, actually, out of Ben. That eco gap. Remember what he said about Louis? He'd reach pop quicker, but now the issue is, like, you're not going to end the game when you reach that maximum pop of eco, right? That's going to give time for Dumu to catch up. And that's when he's going to pull ahead. So Louis, like one thing I'm not liking is this unit comp. The Gullums, the archers, the crossbows, he has no type of mobility. Just 5 to 10 lancers, maybe even just horsemen, going in and doing some damage is really what you need here. It's just always so difficult to feel like that's enough when you're up against Palace of Swabia. Demi now prepping more walls. Gold is already being yoinked. This is a gold race now. Louis did secure the north side with the stone. And he's going to try to guard on this side as well. Stone walls are going to lock him on after the fact. I've got to give Louis a lot of credit. You know, this is the thing that has BC saying that he's such a powerful player against him. This way that he exhausts the map, he strips the map and plays it wide, is always impressive. I'm in marvel of just how good he is at this. Is this a 1 hour game? No, it's 42 minutes. I just have got the Culvers as well. So the Mangonels aren't going to be great in these choke points, but Dumu is mirroring the Culver in play now. Even got the Slate and Stone constructions coming in. So likely he's aware of the possibility of horseman raids coming. And the timing's perfect because look at what Louis is now prepping. It is a switch into horses. Good choice to target one of the houses. You can just try to see if you can pop block your opponent, right? Like, prevents the reboom. That's the type of advantage you need when you're pushing into the enemy base like this. Culverin is not going to get out. That's so frustrating. Louis doesn't have a single Culverin. He also has pops, so like that's the bigger problem there, right? He's queued up 3 of them, they're not coming out. So this is difficult because Louis can't take a fight until he clears the siege, right? Like diving in with a slow-moving army that is 2/3 ranged up against Mangoes is a death sentence. Bombard will start to siege into the castle. Louis has got plenty more gold coming, right? He's got 2.4k left up here, another 2.8, and he's got the stone to boot. Meanwhile, for Dumu, only 4k gold over here. Louis also taking away the 2.7. He still has, what, 1,000 left in his base? Louis just played the map wider better. But Dumu definitely has a very strong timing in the next 2 minutes. What do you suggest if you need siege out and you're pop locked? Sometimes you just have to delete units. If you can't win a fight without it, like just delete the things that are cost efficient. Like some spearmen, for example. Must be charging in. Louis, your own walls agree with you there, buddy. You're not getting in. So difficult. These men-at-arms are so insanely tanky. And another issue I'm seeing in this game, Louis, he tried to jump the gun there. No biology yet. Not just that, he actually doesn't have elite army tactics. You can't play this fight without elite army tactics. You need both. Biology is great for creating a tanky unit, but remember what I said about the spears? EAT hits them pretty hard. That detail being missing, though, makes this incredibly difficult. Castle goes down. Dumu, nice snipe out on the Culverin. He was distracted by the men-at-arms. Wait, Dumu. I know I said the houses are important, buddy, but oh no. He'll be able to reset, though. He's got more troops coming. Men-at-arms are going to be thrown away, so that's going to give a little bit of breathing room for Louis. Unfortunately, not much when you consider that Dumu has built up outposts with cannons. Upgrades are coming in now. They're queued up. Dumu has arrived, and he has no intention of leaving. Lance Neck now being queued up. Cannon placements now coming in. Needs to dent this fast. Goes to the back line. Mangonels just trying to deal with the range comp quickly. And the spears barely able to get the first mango kill. Dumu actually hangs around, so throws the mangoes away. The Culverins are going to survive, and the cannon emplacements are now going to be the critical hit. Hand cannoneers have been added in, but double cannonball emplacement should be good enough to turn the tide. For now, Louis has enough to keep on pushing. It's going to be running out of gold soon, though. Both of them going hand cannoneers, but one having cannon emplacements is a really big game breaker. Culverin count also favoring Dumu. I think this is the problem. Like, when you get the Culverin advantage like this, it's not just an anti-siege anymore. It's a long-range hand cannoneer. They hit for over 100 damage. You almost one-hit enemy hand cannoneers. It makes the aftermath of these fights very difficult for Louis because you can lose a lot of valuable units in the retreat. especially when they're slow-moving units. Oh my god, dude, these cannon emplacements! What is this? I just can't believe this. Dimu, like, woke up today, he's like, you know what I really miss? Game release state Mongol outpost rushes. How could I replicate that in the Imperial Age? Landsneck now starting to show up as well. Oh man, I think this is too much siege and not enough melee. Louis, he doesn't have anything to defend this with. Sends around the Coves. Siege trade out, not ideal there. Dumu actually didn't shoot into the Culverin by the looks of it. Great micro there though. Gets the edge. However, the new spawn Culverin will give it back over. So Louis will be able to hold on here. It's going to be a reset and go again. But now, look at the state of the map. Last of the gold is being depleted, right? Oh, wow. I feel like Dumu is just a step late to get these goals. Like, this is the crazy thing. I think Dumu's playing the fights really well. Louis playing the map better. He beat him to the North Gold. He beat him to the Extension Gold. He beat him to the South Gold as well. And you saw the time of these walls. Like, Dumu was always a little bit too late compared to Louis there. But the crazy part is that Dumu, if Louis was like, if we were here playing an attritional warfare game, great, Louis wins. Dumu decided he wanted to play a tower defense game. These outposts are making it impossible to make a free maneuver around the map now. And in fact, now all of a sudden you start to look at a game where gold isn't going to decide it. Wood is more likely to be the defining aspect of this game. Nice blocker on the gold south side. Louis now under 100 eco. Dimu around the same. Dimu, like, it's kind of interesting that he's not spamming more villages, right? Like, is the Palace of Swabia? No. So Dimu seems to be content with the idea of being at 100 eco, which I'm fine with, but I feel like it's probably worth spamming out a few extra villages until you're back to pop, right? And kind of an interesting approach, especially considering he's got all this food sitting right here. Like, I'd say it's probably worth it to build villages here to gather this food, right? Especially when they only cost 17 food each. And that would enable you to just spam spears non-stop. But I think instead, Dimu's idea isn't to go for food, it's to go for wood. Might be at the beginning of a ram spam. I feel like this Treb is better at killing villages than it is at killing towers. Bombers have now arrived though. Louis, by his grace, has managed to find enough gold. Somehow still has 1.6k down here. Well played there. Dumu has yoinked away the scraps to the south. And now we get into a very gold exhausted game. And that's where these sacred sites actually are worth their weight in gold. Surprised that Dumu hasn't come south side for it yet. It feels like it's the type of thing that is definitely worth the time. But, you know, he's a little bit distracted right now. He's got other things going on. Looking at the trade post, this doesn't even feel like the type of game where trade recovers you if you need more gold, right? Like, you haven't got optimal distance unless you trade across the center. And that's just not really feasible for either player, given their opponent's positions. Spears. In on the farms. Go straight for the mango as well. And Louis will pull it back, but not quick enough. So, siege goes down. This is kind of a throwaway army, right? Like, a very expensive fight to just toss away like that. I think the problem right now for Dumu is he's not respecting the power of the Ibid hand cannons. The Mamluk's bravery makes them just as quick as you, and the hits a hell of a lot harder. I think Dumu instead is considering going into mass archers. Spears archers, guys. This is how we get when we're 40 minutes into a game. Spear's not going to be able to actually close on that Culverin quick enough. Good repairs from Louis. I think Dimu's got some serious population issues, man. We've been seeing this multiple times now. Like, the Palace of Swab is back to pumping finally. Think about how different this game potentially looks if that wasn't idle for the last few minutes, right? Because I think like it was must have been at least been like 2 minutes it was not working. Dimu was at least getting back towards full eco. But Louis now with a puffed up chest and a good timing to try and march out. Spears chasing in hand cannoneers, trying to clear what's in the way. Outpost on the flank with the cannon placement does still stand, but it doesn't look like it's actually targeting out the hand cannoneers. So another fight lost for Dumu in a game where he is fast running out of food while trying to spam mass men-at-arms. Lightweight beams also being prepped behind this. Louis is getting ready for the ram off. And the funny part is, remember guys, he's taking wood from Dumu's side of the map. So at this pacing, Dumu should be the running out of wood first. More cannonballs shooting off, but I think these aren't going to last much longer. The rams should be coming from, what, the main base? Wait, is he snaking? No, I don't know where the rams come from then. They must be being built far, far away. That's horseman now coming though. It's kind of interesting actually. I think like the ideal comp here is probably horsemen plus archers. Someone that really tanks well. Sorry, horsemen and hand cannoneers for hybrids. Because the whole logic is like the horsemen won't kill often. The hand cannoneers will get more kills, and that means they glow more, right? They're getting the bigger bonus damage buff. So it's kind of like a very interesting ideal comp where you've got a very healthy front line, and then you've got your back line that does all the damage. Like a Reinhardt Hanzo type comp. Rams moving in though. Tower's now falling, and the game should now start to fall apart for Dumu. He's done a miraculous job holding this long right outside the base of Louis. I gotta give a lot of credit to these cannonball placements, but I think like maybe the eco count being allowed to go a little bit low, and maybe a lack of full production, because he's been coming all the way from back here, has been his undoing. It's difficult, especially against a civ like this, right? With the perks they get at this stage in the game, there's some interesting things. Like all this siege, 20% cheaper, the production speed increase as well. Iobids, they might not be bastards in the late game, but they still have elements that make their plays stretch out. And I think, you know, the siege has been helpful, but the most impactful one to me has been that production speed. It's going to allow Louis now in a similar position, flipped, where he's outside of Dumu's base, to keep pushing. Dumu's map control definitely shrinking. Castle is being attacked. Behind this Louis, I think it is just going to be full into what Archer's Horseman at this stage. There's not really anything else to play into. Dumu is doing something similar. It's Archer Men-at-Arms instead. And hold on a sec. Dumu is indeed trading. Oh, you cheeky git. Well, the problem is that is about to be seen. So Louis now knows he's just cut through the tree line. So trade is just kicking off. This is a very fragile point for Dumu. If he wants to keep spamming Men-at-Arms, if he starts losing traders, this falls apart. Louis on the other side is not going trade at all. It's just Horseman, Archer, Spears. And whatever little gold you can use pushed into Siege. And by the way, that gold goes a long way. 160 gold per mango is such a bargain. Guys, this is important. Dumu, half his army is archers right now. He doesn't have a single anti-siege. Men-at-Arms are going to react first. So well played there. Dumu did spot out the chop through. Louis is going to have to retreat. Shifts out. Dumu, bloody hell. Calm down, mate. Oh no, the cannonball! Guys. I don't know if you're winning. Push through in the center. Castle's now down. The worrying part for me now is like Dumu's secured the north side, but this is a very exposed area of your trade, right? And Louis is almost there. 3 mangoes. They get one wallop in. They wipe these archers. This is over. Oh my dear God. That was definitely not a good trade. Dumu under 100 eco again. Horseman now riding in. The trade is not going to play anymore. Castle's still up on the north side, so no way you're trading over here either. I'm starting to feel like Louis done it. Dumu is going to need some miraculous outplay in this fight. And he's got only one pump, right? This mass Men-at-Arms play plays once. You don't have the gold income to make it play twice. Not at the speed you need anyway. In fact, I'm not even sure if he's got enough Raxes to allow for that speed. Yeah, 8 Raxes is not crazy, folks. Oof. What a blessing watching these two is. So we're past my 42-minute prediction timing, but I actually don't think we're far away. There's like one hope keeping Dumu alive, and that's that I believe the traders have not been killed yet. 19 of them trading across now, but they're about to be reached, about to be intercepted. In the meantime, Rams, Bombards have reached the keeps. Dimu fast running out of resources. He wishes he could move his whole base here, far, far away. But he can't, and that's exactly where Louis is now gunning. Military's neck and neck. More eco is dying just to try and get for a ram as well. I mean, I don't know if that was worth. There's just so many dead villagers here. And the ram didn't even die. Are you kidding me? It's going to now come out to contest. Louis with the triple mango play, though. And Dimu not heading for it. Mango's move in. Dimu! Horsemen are still here to screw the trade, right? South side is pretty much secure. This is just a push into the center. And what a switch up. I love the fact that he sees men-at-arms and he toggles into golems. The reason is that these men-at-arms are going to get wiped, and then Dimu won't be able to just remaster them quick enough, right? And that's going to be it. GG gets called. Louis, a dominant early mid-game. Dimu with an insane turnaround that mid, but Louis proven once again that he is one of the true kings of the late game. Sick game. Sick game. Well played, Louis. That was crazy, man. To get that late, to hold like that, really impressed. Sorry, I just need to send a message quick. So I'm just sending a quick message and we'll find the next game. Alright. What's that background? This background is Heroes of Might and Magic 3, one of the greatest strategy games ever created in the history of strategy games. Been actually playing through Songs of Conquest, the Loft campaign. I'm having a good time with that. Okay, so let me have a look and we'll see what else we've got on the agenda. Marine Lord and Avali are still playing. Let me have a look. Didn't know you were a Rampart enjoyer? Of course, I love Rampart, man. Rampart was my first experience with Heroes of Might and Magic 3 because I had Clash of the Dragons, the Heroes Chronicles game. So it was the first one that I saw. Love myself some Elf Archers. They're not a great Civ overall. Like, they don't have, like, they're not S tier. They're probably like they don't have, like, they're not S tier. I don't want to listen to myself. Shut up, me. So, do you guys, should we watch Marine Lord versus Avali? Or, because Marine Lord's streaming his game, right? Anatam versus Vortex could be pretty cool. Like, I do kind of want to watch Louis versus potentially M-Lord. Is B versus Puppy Paw? Oh, it's already happened. I hate that because it's already happened, so people have seen the result. I'd rather we just cast it later. Because I think a bunch of people glimpsed that result. I wish it was a spoiler-free one that just tells you if it's done. Anatam versus Vortex sounds pretty cool. Let me check if that one's up yet. Do we have a start time for Anatam versus Vortex? Because check-in should have been by now, right? Yeah. I think they're drafting right now. BC versus Wham? Well, BC streaming that, right? That's the kind of awkward one with that. Same like the same with the Marine Lord logic, right? Like Marine Lord's streaming his game, which is why I thought it'd be interesting to like show ones that aren't being streamed. They probably start in draft soon. Okay, thank you, Faye. All right, so we'll do Vortex versus Anasand. The reason I'm going with Vortex versus Anasand is because it's starting in a few minutes. Versus like if we done Marine Lord versus Avali, I just glimpsed they're like 18 minutes in. So we'd be late to the next series. And I know some people like fussy on that. And then, like I said, yeah, unfortunately, like we already saw, like this has already happened. What I'll probably do is I'll aim to cast like some of these series that didn't get cast on Monday, Tuesday. I do that a lot. I like doing that. It's like we'll see if we can catch like B Puppy Pool. We'll probably look to catch like Beastie versus CSO. Maybe like Lucifron versus Numedan, Puppy Pool versus Anatan, these type of games. ML stream no one can follow, I guess he's so insanely fast. Yeah, maybe. I think it's like most people are just going to see that he's live and number one in the directory and then default going there though, right? So it's like... I think Anatan versus Vortex can be very interesting. Anatan can sometimes be like a very greedy player, sometimes a very kind of chill player. So it'll be interesting to see what his approach is going to be against someone like Vortex. So we're just waiting for them to draft now. I am keeping an eye on it in-game. What I'll do now... Oh, wait. Has it started? It started. Ooh, dude. This is really cool. Well, for a start, it's a weird map. They're playing Water Drake. And it's Abbasid versus Ottomans, which I really do think favors the Abbasids. Okay, so we got 3 minutes. I'm going to run ads now, guys, so that you don't have to worry about it in-game. Subscribe. Come on, we're going to be doing, like, what, probably 7 or 8 hours of entertainment today? Great bang for buck. Boop. French is hard to understand if you do not speak it. Well, it's really simple. If you hear, like, Marino going, then he's really confident he's winning. If he's not saying anything, it might be a bit more sway. There you go. Yo, what's up, GZ? Thank you very much for Prime. Don't forget those Primes. I know you guys have got them. They are free subscriptions for you to give to a content creator your choice. Not only to get an ad-free viewing experience and support your creators, but also to make sure that you have some amazing emotes. Like I'm sure GZ is about to show off. Like GZ, did you know you now have the perfect emote for any game featuring the Japanese? Where's B? In the lower bracket. Whee! Oh, okay. I think he is, I don't know. I wasn't paying that much attention. Sorry, I just had to send a quick message. So, what, like, Water Drake? Dude, I didn't realize that this was even in here. Are there any other surprise maps in? No, it's just Water Drake. That's just the one funky one we got. It's Cal's tournament. Like, surprise, surprise, he picked his his map. Yo, have we got any Wikipedia mods in the chat? I'm guessing not. There's a Lua error bug on the prize pool page right now. You can finally sleep? No, Faye. You have to stay up and now watch the rest of the games. You're part of the community. You're not allowed to sleep. What the duck you thinking? You want the players playing in Beastie's thing tomorrow, Faye? Beastie's tournament. I just realized I never updated the YouTube tile. Sorry, YouTubers. I just looked in. What's up, YouTubers? Oh, we never done the logo, did we, actually? I can quickly do that now. Yeah, I'll do it for them. Alright, so when we're in caster mode, basically need... Am I blind? Where is the logo? Ah, there. That is such a tiny logo. Oh, dude, that's very big logo. I mean, in fairness, is this not an educational lesson on why you should make your logos bigger? It's not even the right place. Oh, Jesus. All right. Oh, it's going to be so annoying when I do a different tournament. God damn it. I'm just going to put it down here. Screw it. What an adorable logo. All right, guys. Dude, new map. Did someone say new map in tournament play? Oh, yes. One and all, welcome back to for action. We are watching the Warchief Club, number 71, Vortex versus Anatan. And you know what? I thought Anatan had outdrafted him. I really did. Until I realized it's a water hybrid map. But it's a weird water hybrid map. I'm not sure why Vortex is opening spears on this map. Guys, this is Water Drake. I'm not surprised that Cal literally put his own map in his tournament. This is a map that Cal created for the map tournament that was happening in December, January. So Water Drake, you have got barely any... They've got a small amount of fish. They are all shoreline, though. So what I'm seeing from Vortex right now feels a little bit gambly because I don't think Anatan is looking to play water straight away. He's playing full land, and I like it. Because this is crazy. Like, if he'd actually played into the water, it would be GG already. Actually, dude, he is playing the water. What? You've got to be kidding me. Vortex is basically just rolling dice in the dark at this point. So it's interesting that finally we have a water map that is the equivalent of playing Battleships, the board game, right? He's punting blind to try and find where the hell the dock is. I think this was maybe a bit like lazy Anatan. Like he wanted it up sooner. He probably could have built this back here and it wouldn't have been seen. Unfortunately, the spearman is gonna spot the dock. Oh, this is crazy. So Anatan, his dock has been revealed. This is interesting, though. He knew this was coming, so look at what he done. He didn't build any fishing boats. He's just trying to get his tech up ASAP so that he can get an archer ship out in time. Meanwhile, Vortex goes for a dock drop in the very center of the map. One that's cheaper for him. Remember, you only pay 100 wood for these. That's the value play for Ottomans. That's why Ottomans used to be like one of the absolute best picks, the most frequent picks for water hybrid maps, is because they had this ability to build racks as super cheap, and that allowed them to kind of escalate into second racks and keep spamming units in feudal and dark grub. What interesting map. So no deep water fish, remember, guys, just shoreline fish, and they're spread out in a pretty wild way. Vortex got a pretty beneficial jackpot as well. Like 3 shoreline fish this close together on the short route to your opponent's base is going to be annoying. Another interesting detail about this map, because I remember when I looked at this, because I was one of the judges for the map tournament, and we were looking over the maps, and one interesting thing I noticed with this map is that the tree lines are thin enough at most points that you can shoot over them with archer ships. So that might become important. If Anatan starts to lose water and he tries to play all land, if Vortex scouts, he'll stop him gathering a lot of wood. You'll only be able to gather here and like here up to this point. And then the rest, like, you'd have to go really far out for, right? So yeah, it depends on the spawn. It's not consistent in how thick those wood lines are often. But Anatan, what is this greedy play? You cheeky git. He actually tried to go for a second dock on the south side. Oh, man. Is he going to lose the northern dock? I think he might here. It's 3 spears. You've got 35 seconds, and then you need another 25. So you need a minute. Torches. So he's going to get what? 30 attacks, so that would be 300 damage. I think you're fine. Yeah, you should be fine. The dock is not going to be set on fire. Vortex, in the meantime, is a little bit later in his own tech up. But he has got fishing being laid in. And although that archer ship's going to come out and defend, it isn't going to immediately rush across the map, right? I guess another kind of interesting thought about this map, land versus water, is remember, it's all shallow. So boats can't just kite you if you have melee units. If you had enough spears here, you could chase down boats. Oof. This is going to be uncomfortably close, actually. I think Vortex, you don't move, right? Like, if you just send these spearmen away, then yes, the dock survives. But what will happen, yeah, there we go. It goes on fire, and now you don't care. This is a kill on the dock, and Anatan, all of a sudden, his only choice is to rush a dock drop in the center. Okay, this game's getting spicy. Why does that work? It works because the spearman was sent all the way north. Info that Anatan was privy to. Why is this cost efficient? Because the Abbasids only pay 75 wood for their docks. So he's totally okay with the idea of having to add in a second. Just now complete. Archers have a own land. Remember, Anatan did go for the military wing, so this is a really smart play considering his opponent only has a Rax and was in the Dark Age, and now he wants to build military vessels, right? So really, like, a momentous opportunity now for Anatan to try and restrict the land a bit. If he can shut down the gold, this game gets really hard for Vortex. Because Vortex needs Springles, he needs demos, and that costs gold. Warchief has arrived. Demo coming out. Oh, dude, that Hulk should just be dead. Fishing boats need to be pulled right now. Oh, the spears are moving in. If he times this right, Anno. Dude, I actually think he would have had it there. I think it was just about low enough to get the kill. You do 395 damage. He needs to body block the fishing boats with the demo to make this work. Oh, dude, this is so insanely close. He has to detonate. Second demo's coming out, though, and that should now be the kill. Archer ship is going to try to counter this. Oh, my God. Vortex, by the hair on his chinny chin, keeps the Springald alive. And that was expensive, Anatan. Archer ship goes down. Double demo as well. Vortex, that land aggro is finally going to arrive on his gold, but not before he gets a healthy comp going. Springald plus a demo and an archer. Anno has got the double boat, but he now needs to get enough gold to utilize this. Stable now coming from Vortex. I like this. Gold is just out of range of the TC, right? And actually, Anatan wants stone for the arrow slits. Makes sense, right? This is the cost-efficient play we see a lot of the time. It's what the Abbasids used to be good at on these type of maps, is that you would actually usually go Culture Wing, you get Preservation of Knowledge, and then that would discount your naval arrow slits by 20%. I actually think that Water Hyrule maps right now are dominated by stone-efficient civs. It's why, if you think about it, Holy Island was basically being won highest percentages by the Japanese and the Juji. They both play with the same idea, that they are going to build the static defenses that make them very hard to push. So Vortex needs to get rid of these ASAP. Spinman also showing up. So with the Sipahi as well, he should be able to get through the docks. Anatan actually is going into archers and camel archers here. I don't like what I think this game's about to turn into. I think Anatan is going to have to play just land, right? That's a lot of fishing across the map to potentially give up. This is also a map, by the way, where you can trade. The trade posts are situated in a position where they're not just free, but you can get almost full distance map on them. And if you have the water control, not only do you have the fishing, you have that opportunity also. I actually think you might be able to trade with these on water, by the way. Has anyone tested that, by the way? Because looking at how close they... This one, I think you could trade with boats. This one, I'm not sure of. I've never tried that. I don't know if it requires the specific thing or if it's the trade post tag. You can, but it's very hard. You have to micro it. Ah, got it. It's a little bit like crafting maps with water, right? When a lot of crafting maps in the early days, the height was done wrong, so fishing boats wouldn't automatically drop off on docks. TC going up. Anatan is going for that full land transition now. So he gets the TC up in time. That's going to reset Vortex, but now Vortex has options, right? You can either go Fast Castle, or you can get some rams ready to go. I wouldn't be surprised if this is just Fast Castle now. Fast Castle into Men-at-Arms spam is very doable when you've got fishing. Archers are at least back on the gold line. Okay, this is actually really annoying by Anno. Needs to be careful not to dive. Yeah, because like this is free idle time and eventually an entire economy dented for Vortex because he doesn't have anything here to defend with. So really smart read. It's going to be incredibly annoying for Vortex. And it is going to slow down his timing because you can see he's targeting that castle edge. So he has to start shifting different villages out. So Bai have to come all the way home, and that means that Anatan on the other side of this isn't now being harassed in his own base. He does, however, have much bigger problems in this game. That's true. Why are you afraid of water trade? Just wall it, lol. It's interesting, isn't it? Vortex hasn't even tried to go for additional fishing spots, even though there are some pretty juicy ones that I believe he's already scouted. Like this one right here would be pretty good. There was also the one that Anatan was going for you could easily take. But it's because it would slow down his timing. Like the castle age unlock is critical now. That passive production is what you want. It ramps up significantly once you crack castle. Not just because of the increased speed with the blacksmith effect. It's the fact that you get an extra military school and you get the Mehmed Imperial Armory. Compared to like the feudal the Imperial Age timings, it's like you're doubling your buildings producing, right? Nice grab there. Didn't even lose a villager for it. So 1-1 Villi kills overall so far. Antan has got a slight lead in the economy department. Antan is not going to fall behind here. It's going to be Eco Wing coming in because he knows that this is going to eventually turn into a farm transition requirement. This Felt Crescent, especially with an increase in its reduction in the recent patch, makes this very chill for the Abbasis to do. Now, it has to be said, we're heading to a later phase of the game. Immediately, everyone wants to lean on Ottomans and say, GG, easy win. I actually don't think that's true in this matchup. I think Abbasids are better in the hyper late game. It's because of all these extra techs from the Eco Win specifically. When you've got full farms, agriculture plus improved processing is absolutely out of this world crazy. So very kind of annoying to deal with. You are going to have great bombards, right? Sure, you've got like this timing. I think Ottomans, I favor them in early Imperial if you reach at the same time. But if you lag behind, the Abbasid player goes up first and it reaches into mid-late game Imperial. That's where I really like how the Abbasids formulate a plan. With Culverins as well, like being one of the civs that can get Culverins, it's very easy to start addressing the Great Bombard threat. And this map was made by Cow. It was, I think it was his only submission to the map tournament. And I'm sure he was very upset when Avali literally won all of the map tournament, map contest awards. Yeah, for those who don't know, the community ran a map tournament. I was one of the judges in January. And Avali took first, second, and third. Actually, did you take fourth as well, Avali? I can't remember if you had 4 maps. I think it was 3. He took first, second, and third. And by the way, big shout out to the amazing Avali. Do you know what happened? So he was meant to get like a prize pool winnings for that. And he actually said, I don't want you to give me all the money. Spread it out with the other people who are runners up. What a cutie Avali is, man. He was like, this just doesn't seem right that I get all the money. Give some to other aspiring map creators. What an absolute jab. Knights now arriving on land. Vortex, this is a really good timing. Spearmen are getting split left, right, and center, and I don't like the fact that Anatan went Ghoulems first, but now the Arch is coming. I mean, Spearman isn't going to save you either. This is quite tricky. He's playing wide, onto the flanks, onto the berries. That means the Vortex is about to get some freebies. Techstars at least in to minimize the losses. But guys, like this TC's been up for a few minutes, right? Anatan doesn't even have a 10 eco lead. He's a mile behind right now. Remember that at this stage, with the Mehmed Imperial Armory and the extra military schools, now up to 4, Vortex is pumping like there's no tomorrow. You have to add in like an extra 20 economy at this stage. So Vortex is most definitely ahead. Archers, gotta be careful. 3 Lancers could easily clear you up. How does Anatan win this? He needs to drag it. He needs walls as well. For the love of God, you need walls so badly. You're seeing Knight spam and you aren't getting any more walls up. I love the demo ship, just threatening any sort of play back on the water. But the tricky part for me right now is Anatan is not stabilizing. His spearman count is just at 4. Realistically, Vortex, if he sees these spears out and about, he can just headbutt them and kill them. It's very easy. And the fact that Anatan's adding in lances with limited food access is dangerous here. His food is also predictable. He's already exhausted the backberries. If you just keep pressuring this area with your main army, Anatan is going to starve. Another hit, another raid. Back lances are at least going to be cleared up. But think about where the deer is here, right? Both packs on the west side. I think Vortex is at a stage where if he just walks over here with the Mangonel, he's going to be immovable. Rhino, we're already in lower bracket with these two, by the way. These two absolute Leviathans, really impressive players. Definitely would put them both in... I'd actually say I put them both in like top 16, definitely top 20 at this stage. And yet already one of them is going to be saying, farewell, no shot getting the lion's share of that $1,500 prize pool. Lances. 3 hits on the Golems. Exactly what you want here. Archers just chasing onto this. And there's a dive underneath the TC. Anatan has to turn to fire, but the Archers are immediately on him. Vortex on point with his micro as usual. Mangonel moving in range. And Anatan truly is now on the ropes. He's got no spinman left to defend. I think this might just be it. Vortex, if there's any person, if they played BRs, they would be the epitome of holding W and left mouse button. It is Vortex. He does not slow down. He does not back up. Once he smells weakness, he goes for the kill. Kill he will look to do. Mangonel is a little bit deep, but we won't talk about that. Are you kidding me? It didn't even die. TC will at least be able to kill it afterwards. That's going to take a while. And GG is going to get called. Vortex on a Water Hiram map. Oh, it must have been like music to his ears. Oof. Yeah, really well played by Vortex. Interesting map. Interesting idea by Anatan. I wonder if like actually going... Maybe Zhuji would have worked better. I imagine Zhuji got banned away from him, though. I feel like right now, if there's a civ you take away from Anatan, it's Zhuji. And if Vortex always want to go for the Ottomans, you don't care about Japanese. Because, like, Ottomans destroyed... Like, not destroy Japanese. They do very well against Japanese. No, actually, they destroy Japanese. I've been over with this already. Okay, so... let's have a look and see what other series are going on. So, Gully versus Cat is one of the options. Marine Lord versus Louis is the other. Oh, I didn't realize. Main channel was doing Anatan versus Vortex as well. Probably would have helped. Usually Cal comes in and mentions that. Whoops. So I think we'll do Marine Lord versus Louis, won't we? Let's do it. In before that's the one they're gonna do. I don't know, like what else would they do here? I assume they're not going to do that because, like, Marine Lord's there, so, like, maybe it's a safer bet. Like, I tried to go for this because I didn't think anyone would be casting it. So we'll do Marine Lord versus Louis. Ooh, this is going to be spicy. Yes! Oh. This looks fun. What's that map like? What would you call that? Mongolian Heights meets like Holy Island, maybe? I don't know. Alright. So Louis on his signature civ, and Marine Lord on the civ that I just think is absolutely like broken S tier. I think we are going to have a fun one today. Oui, oui. Oh, Dimmy got rank 1 and rank 2 on the ladder ahead of the tournament. That's cool. Nice. Well played, Mr. Benny Boy. Well played. How can John do anything against oil? That's true. That's true. Oil is her one weakness because it's flammable. The irony is I'm going to burn in hell for that joke. Predictions? Oh, true. We should set up predictions. Take our mind off that. Wait, was it Whammy won that game earlier? I can't remember. Okay, so Louis MT or Marine Lord? Shallow River? I don't know. It's like not quite Canal. It's like Canal meets what? I went with Mongolian Heights meets Holy Island. Alright, let's get ready. Oh, I probably should have ran ads actually. Oops. Just subscribe. We're in enough time, so make sure you're subscribed and you don't have to worry about ads. How about that? Checkmate. I am your savior. Actually, your own savior. Your credit card is your savior. Use it. All right. You know, chat was just saying that they think that this is a free win for the Byzantines because of oil. And I think they might be onto something. It is Jean, and oil is flammable. All right. One and all, welcome back to competitive action. We've got Louis MT of Team Elephant going up against Marine Lord of Gentlemates. Oh, yes. It's a rematch of the semifinals. But we get to see some sweet, sweet civs here. Marine Lord playing the Byzantines that I easily consider a top 3 civ in the game right now. And on the other side, Louis playing what is arguably becoming his signature civ. I think he'd still argue that China is his special sauce. I personally think it's right here. Jeanne d'Arc, he has been Jean dunking. He looks incredible on this. I don't know why I keep calling it Jean d'Arc. You know what it is? I know it's Jean, but I keep calling it Jean because of the Jean-Claude Van Damme references we make. Louis is out of control on this hero, though. He had 8 wins, no losses in the tournament. No one was able to dethrone him. It had to be banned against him multiple times. I don't think there was any other player so consistently was Jeanne d'Arc considered a top-tier pick. On the other side, everything is a top-tier ban against Marine Lord. This guy looks on a whole other level. Marine Lord actually made a statement in the interview I done with him saying that this is the beginning of a long win streak that he plans to go on. He plans to absolutely dominate 2024. So let's see if he's going to be proven wrong just 1 week after he made that statement. Opening spawns, looking around. Actually, a pretty decent one from Marine Lord. Back spawn, double berry, and the deer. Dare I call this a Marine Lord spawn? This is it's a pretty reasonable one. You can wall between the stone and the tree line, and then wall off this top side and be pretty cozy. Other side of it, Louis did get his own little reap rewards here. He got double deer right next to each other. This could be a 2TC build actually out of Jean. I've seen that a lot in these type of matchups where you can't break the base. I think this is a very hard base to break. But then again, why break in when Marine Lord is going to try to break out? Well, that is intriguing. Dude, that is spicy. I love to see that. Marine Lord is going for a Hippodrome build. This has been rising in popularity, actually, and this is a build that Louis on the other side of this knows incredibly well. It's bold that Marine Lord wants to try and take on French Knights with Hippodrome Triumph, but think about it realistically here. It's not the worst of ideas. You pay half the price of a knight. You get a horseman that hits for 9 damage by default. You add 4 in, you're hitting for 13. These French knights hit for 19 damage. They have 3 armor. So after the reductions are done, it's going to be 19 damage versus 20. Triumph can actually turn this into a win, but I think it comes down to timing. Marine Lord can't just rush to use Triumph. If he misuses it, it's over. This is something I've noted time and time again about Hippodrome that's made it very difficult for even the best players in the game to use well, is that if you slip up, you misuse it, all of a sudden you enter this desperation mode that makes you very predictable. We've seen games where someone uses Triumph and they commit to a dive they never should because if they walk away at that point, it's a loss, right? You know, I'm a Dota guy. I'm use the term that the people there will get. It's like being a carry, walking up to a fight, pressing your BKB, and then the enemy walking away. That's another way of thinking of it. It's like walking up to an enemy, scouting them as they're trying to do a keep drop, walking over with like your scout, and then them panicking and walking away. It's vicious. Marine Lord. Cheeky git. The deal aiming is getting absurd. He doesn't even bother with the rest. He's like, that's good enough. I need to get going. I've got food that needs to be taken home to some hungry children. The question now is, are we going to be getting the all-in Cav build where you go Keshiks? Keshiks would make a lot of sense in this matchup for a few different reasons, actually. You're up against Knights. Knights that you're going to have Triumph against, you will absolutely destroy. You also get the extra movement speed to continue to gap close them. On top of that, by going Keshiks with Horsemen, it allows you to reach your critical mass to pinch enemy units. What I mean by that is you're able to run past them, grab them. And then finally, here's another thing for you that's quite spicy. In this matchup, of the 3 arcs of a Feudal Age army, the one that got nerfed hardest for Jeanne was the Spearman. The recent change to Jeanne means she no longer gets Bloomery for free. She does not get all the Blacksmith melee techs for free. That hits Spearman a lot more than anything else. Knights are melee too, sure, but their damage is 19. Spearmen are under 10 damage, they're 8. So as the percentage damage increase when you're going 1-1-1 builds, your Spearman got hit the hardest. I'm about to lose or gain a lot of people. I'm not a Greenskin fan. I used to be a Tau fan. I quite like my Space Marines these days. Space Marines. Feels appropriate. We're playing a Relic game here, talking about Relic games. Ball's been taken out in the meantime. And no second TC from Louis, so he doesn't believe in this kind of TC boom type approach. I mean, you can't now. You're up against Hippodrome, you do that, you die, right? So you need to be able and present. Dawn of Warstream when? When they make a new one that's good. Jabs on the way versus French Civs. I don't think so. I feel like you can play Keshiks here. If you need to play slower, sure. Like if you're leaning into a static comp, jabs make a lot of sense. But if you're trying to just raid your opponent to death, then Keshiks make a lot more sense. They're also less of a liability in that if you run out on the field with javelins and you make a mistake, Jean's going to kill you and you're going to feed XP. If you have Keshiks, you just run away. And it looks like it is actually going to be the jabs. So Marine Lord is looking for that critical timing where he can come out and he can't be pushed back in. Pretty cool. Love to see this. Good call from Pierogi. I mean, he's already prepping for it to a certain degree, right, with the Limitane. So it definitely makes sense. I'm wondering if this is also, to a certain degree, baiting Louis into a comp that he shouldn't be going into. Like, when you see Horsemen like this, it's interesting that Louis is going into Archers, but it's almost like he's trying to force him to go Spears as well. Because in that matchup, Spears versus Limitane are better. On top of that, the Javelins have good base damage. They're not a terrible unit at taking Spears out. Interesting that Marine Lord didn't go for the walls yet either. Louis. He's thinking about it. It's like me staring at some delicious food on the side. I'm like licking my lips. I'm like, maybe if I just... I know it's not my portion, but I'm a sucker for some good spaghetti bolognese. Oh, this is interesting. Is he trying to bait attention elsewhere? I think so. Is it, like, maybe he's trying to like basically get a ping off from attacking. And when Marine Lord looks there, Louis goes in. That's kind of funky if that's the case. So yeah, here we go. Hits him. Trying to drag the Horseman away. I don't think Louis is going to get what he's looking for here. You see Marine Lord is not nibbling at all. He's not pulling the Limitane whatsoever from this area. Horsemen, in the meantime, are just being annoying elsewhere. In fact, he might be able to pinch the scout. Yes! Marine Lord. Ooh, a little bit of a miss micro there. Would have needed the Triumph to get the kill, but this is what we talked about, right? Like, that first Triumph means so much. I mean, he does end up using it, weirdly enough, just to run away. Yeah, kind of funky, actually. Like, if you're going to play it that way, it probably was worth using Triumph straight away, because the scout would be dead. And that's a very expensive loss for Jean. Like, when you're playing French or Jean, the scout is critical, because you can't risk running Knights blind in. Like, if you look away for a second, you're going to be impaled on a spear, right? And these are expensive units to lose. Like here, for example, look at that. Straight away. Doink. Only one stab there. Louis actually hanging around a bit. Rainlord's going for the tech up. Dude, this is really well played by him. He's giving Louis the agency to lose the game. That's the way you have to envision what he's doing here. Is that Louis right now, because he isn't seeing any reason to play greedy, like, oh no, I'm being raided, I'm just going to wall up and play multi-TC, he's playing one TC all in. And Marine Lord has mirrored him just in the right and appropriate way. He's cut reinforcements, he's distracted the mid-map, he's built just enough Limitane to stop the Knight Mass when it's small. And now, just as the Javelins start to come in, he's going to go for the Golden Horn tower play. This timing hurts because Louis has yet to even use his archers. So now he's going to be up against vectored Javs that actually hurt for your Knights and are uncontestable for your Archer Mass. Yeah, this is really, really well played by my Marine Lord. Really clean Castle Age execution. Now, you are stuck with Hippodrome. That's the negative. But you wouldn't have got here if you went with Grand Winery, right? Like, Grand Winery would have made your comp a little bit more clear and easier to address. Grim thinks we're going to be seeing camels. I mean, naturally, they can come out by accident, right? That's what you do. You don't actively build camels. They're very expensive. You're probably going to just find that Marine Lord gets the first contract of Javs, gets the veterancy, already queued it up, and then the second contract coming out, 4 minutes, so 14 and a half minutes, is going to be possibly camels. Or by, like, before 20 minutes, 100% you're going to have the camel on ease. Right now, though, more Javs is critical here. Archer count is up at 13. Louis. There's no going back, right? You have to go in. Limitane have not been upgraded yet. Marine Lord. Caught idling. Veterancy is going to complete, though. No second group of Javs just yet. He's actually a smidge of olive oil short. And in fact, it looks like he ran out, so olive groves aren't going to get him quite there quick enough. This is a small window for Louis to try and do damage, but he needs to be fast, and those wolves are going to make this slow. Same time, you're also just seeing Marine Lord be a pain in the ass. Horsemen just looking to cut reinforcements. It's also funny because it kind of like tells him Louis' intent. If he doesn't see a trickle of troops, he's probably thinking, oh, Louis is going for like a tech-up play. Obviously, like that's not what Louis is doing. Louis is having to wait to pull reinforcements because of this. So this small group of horsemen, this Hippodrome play, all it's doing is it's keeping Louis honest to the feudal age. It's really crafty, actually, by Marine Lord to use Hippodrome this way. Hippodrome is usually seen as more of a be-all, end-all. You must win the game because of something you do. But this is more about how do I mess with his timings? How do I also make sure he's not being greedy? And credit to him. Chad Lord has done exactly that with this play. Louis will be taking up soon, though. There is an interesting kind of recovery arc where Louis, if he goes for Guildhall, he can try to thread the needle into an Imperial play. It's so dangerous up against the Byzantines, though. Byzantines are, in my opinion, most lethal right now in Castle Age, early Castle, into mid-transition. It's the Varangian spam. The timing hits really, really painfully. Out of any point in the game, that is, I think, the scariest point in the game that you have to try and hold. Even with Knights, actually. Like, you think you'd be okay, Knights versus Varangian, but you would be shocked and surprised just how bloody effective the Byzantine men-at-arms are. Louis' win condition is Imperial. You can't play Royal Institute here. You just don't have a big enough economy to utilize it. You only have 10 Knights, which is not great. And you're up against Byzantines that typically have a lot of spears, right? It's like you don't really want to rely on Knights to win the game. And with the way this is ramping now, with how late you are behind your opponent going and tech up, you can't end the game in Castle. But yeah, smartly ID'd by Louis. Guildhall now on the way. Wait, what? Okay, dude, he doesn't think there's... He has no faith in the Imperial play. So Louis is genuinely banking on out-microing Marine Lord with Knights. You can't arbitrate here against Javs because it takes too long to get the techs in to make it worthwhile. You can, to a certain degree, beat Javs because of the Pavis. It offsets most of the ranged bonus damage, and crossbows have higher base damage, but it's a terrible trade to get engaged with. Dive coming in. Louis, I think he made this choice because he saw Marine Lord was moving towards his base. He thought this was going to turn into a macro game, but now that Marine Lord is trying to end the game, Royal Institute becomes a necessity here. So Louis didn't do this because he wanted to, he did it because he had to. Marine Lord dives in. These archers aren't upgraded, these knights aren't either. These are veteran Limitane, so they are going to last a while. Rejuvenation is going to come through. And looks like the knights will be able to cut through. So Marine Lord overextending here, and Louis now getting an opportunity. And you don't stare a gift horse like this in the mouth. What a moment in the game now for Louis. This tech up comes off the back of winning a fight that Marine Lord probably should have been giving him. Marine Lord isn't deep into Javelin count, and he isn't deep into farms. He doesn't have map control now with that lost fight, which means scaling Javelins is very difficult. All of a sudden, Louis, he can play into Arbitrary Knights. I mean, with a decent shot of closing this. The difficulty I'm seeing is Royal Institute takes a very long time to get online if that's your comp. You're spending all your gold on units, right? Nice dive past, though. Nice cut down on the jabs. Camel Riders are not going to last long, and that is a lot of XP feed going the way of Louis. Level 3 in. All of a sudden, we start to get somewhat of a game coming through here. Marine Lord behind this, though, has taken 2 relics. He's moving for the 3rd now. And I'm wondering, who blinks first and thinks second TC? I think Marine Lord is contemplating it. He's got more than enough stone, like, to go for the system levels. This could be a keep drop to secure the 4th goal, but no, confirmation in, it is the second TC. This is very atypical Marine Lord. He feels like he's built a lead, and damn right he has, right? He's a few eco units ahead, he's been an age ahead, he's getting relics, and he knows that the Byzantines are no pushover in Imperial Age, so he doesn't fear it. Marine Lord, once he builds a slight lead, he's the type of player that seeks it. So what's Louis' way out now? Louis basically has to hit the base around 21, 22 minutes. He can afford to go that deep to get all his techs and get enough troops together. Any deeper, and I'm afraid it's going to be too late. Because Marine Lord, the TC is already now up. So 3 or 4 minutes in, it's starting to pay for itself. It's starting to make a return on the investment, right? And remember that timing actually comes very quick with the Byzantines because of the systems. Right, at this stage, he's got 18% more gathering rate. Louis doesn't have a fast Imperial Lever, remember. That's the weakness of going Royal Institute. You don't have this quick blink moment a few minutes down the line. Knights release diving in, and he has scouted the second TC. So Louis now knows what this is. I'm expecting him to just put all resources into an army to try and fight. I don't think you can even consider going second TC yourself, right? There is a viability to it, but the problem is by going second TC yourself now, you're just... It's one of those things that I refer to as following in the shadow, right? Like, you're just mimicking what your opponent is doing, but you're doing it worse. It's like seeing Mark make Facebook and then deciding afterwards, I'm going to make this exact same thing, right? You're going to do much worse. It's the reality is, like, timings matter, and what you now need to do is disrupt the flow of the game and go in a different direction. So I think Louis is going to have to stick to that hard and true kind of 20-minute timing to go. Just before Marine Lord starts to get real value, and just as Marine Lord is running out of resources as the goal here. Nice charge in. Nice little trade here. Remember, he has got Shiver in line, so as long as he gets away, it's like it barely ever happened. Doesn't even lose one knight there. Royal Bloodlines is also now on the way. I hate this. It's like when you're going Royal Bloodlines, and you've got very injured knights like this, it's going to take forever for them to re-heal. Remember, Chivalry is a fixed integer. It doesn't change based on your percentage HP. So it's going to take a lifetime and a half to get back to full HP. It looks like Mirino did end up securing 4. Lou was only able to get 1 relic. He could try to just capture these sacred sites. A little bit extra gold goes a long way, and he has got 1 monk free. Royal Bloodline's going to kick in soon. 10 seconds away. Wedge Rivet's also coming in 10. Perfect time for a fight. Archers are now showing up. Few Arbitrary also being laid in. There we go. Royal Bloodline's now online. So 80 more health on each of these knights. So collectively, this army just got a pretty vicious 1,280 extra health. That's before I add on to Jean. Do we really need to talk about her numbers? Royal Bloodlines plus the companion equipment makes her quite the chunky beast. Mangonels are coming though. Even with the nerfs, I feel that these are still so good. If Louis fights in this area, it's going to be very difficult. Like, the effective damage output of this emplacement gets kind of bonkers on static fights. Outpost's going to be Garrison. Mangonel now ready to shoot. Torches have to come out. Yeah, great move straight away. Louis says, I can't deal with this. It needs to be gone. However, the Limitana are now getting 3 stabs. That camel on E is such a pain in the ass as well. There's just too many here. Green Lord with 6 camels in total. They're just not going to get killed off quick enough. John diving deeper. She needs to break through this. He makes for the back line. Has got the cleaves to work with. Divine Restoration is going to come out. He tries to stick to the target with the choke points, limiting his access. Louis looks like he's going to be able to break through, though. Royal Bloodlines is a kick to the teeth for sure. Front line is mostly gone. The question mark is going to be, does he have enough fuel left to go deeper? That's my issue right here, right? Like, he's cleaned it up. But now the extra wave of Limitane coming in should be enough to keep Louis out of the base. Dude, I can't believe that. I don't know if he hasn't been actively producing, right? I think he just RNG'd nicely. We said that by 18 minutes he should have 2 camel groups. He had like 1 camel group, Robbie. He had 2, right? So pretty well played there. Those Mangonel placements are so annoying as well, because what you have to realize, what it done in that fight is it made it impossible for Louis to charge with the full Knight comp. They were too busy torching the outpost. They got gap closed. So when they turned around to attack, they were missing their damage buff for 5 seconds at the start. Now, a lot of XP was at least spiced it up there. You know, like I was going to say garnished, but garnished is the wrong term. But the problem is, Louis is still probably about a few minutes away, I want to say. And on top of that, Rainlord is now starting to extend his eco lead. It's 4 relics. Full farm groves now online. And, you know, another interesting thing to think about, we didn't even see it in that fight from Rainlord. If he remembers to use Triumph on these camels, they get kind of ludicrous. Extra 4 damage, don't mind if I do, right? If you get 9 of these guys, the heal as well, they are insanely tanky. Done for attempt. Louis, oh, you need to be careful. Yeah, you're going to get caught off in the retreat. Just about quick enough to maybe not lose more than 1 or 2 knights. In fact, might be lucky and not lose 1 at all. Oof. Lads playing with fire. There is an Arbitrary transition coming in. Remember what I said, like this matchup, Javelins versus Arbitrary, actually isn't that bad for Arbalists. The reason is that Javs have 10 base damage and 8 bonus to ranged. Look at crossbows by comparison. Crossbows are at 12, right? If you drop the Pavis, you get +5 armor, and you get 1 extra range. So you have the range of jabs. So all of a sudden, their damage shrinks down to a measly 15. You're only 3 behind them, but the difference, obviously they're reducing your damage as well, but the attack speed difference. When you get crossbow stirrups, Arbalists are actually pretty decent against jabs. So yeah, kind of a weird matchup. Obviously, he needs to get towards that, and we haven't got into that tech yet. He did get Gambesons, but crossbow stirrups is expensive, and my god, is this Mangonel making it even more pricey. Most crossbows are already dead. I don't know if this is going to be good enough. I mean, he should be able to get level 4. Knight count is being shrunk heavily, though. I think that this might be the break point. Louis, he's got 13 knights left over from that. Heavy damage done, but Marine Lord now with over double military advantage, over 20 eco ahead. And I don't care how close you are to level 4 Jean. She has her limitations. She also has health limitations, oh no. And guys, that is why sometimes being optimal about spawning your free units is a bad idea. Immediate buyback, that's 500 gold. Just whiz down the drain. Marine Lord did lose all the camels again, right? So like the camel on these is not there, but Louis can't double down is the problem now. And Louis still only playing 1 TC at the end of the day. I think that's the thing that's like making me hesitant to say that this is looking good for him, right? It's like you see the bigger picture. Louis took some good fights, but we talked about this, like by 20 minutes you needed to like, you know, knock some teeth out of Marine Lord's face. We're 24 minutes in now, and I feel like he's Cap America telling me he can do this all day. The counter to Obelisk is actually the Mangonels. You do like it's kind of funny. You just basically build Limitane and Mangonels. You play like a poor man's China. But now with Foreign Engineering Company on the way, you don't need to play a poor man's China. You can play a premium China because Limitane are better than Spears, and you aren't paying any gold for these strategic weapons. They are infinite, right? So this is a very powerful time now for Marine Lord. The sad reality for Louis is like the other reason why jabs are really good against Jean is you stop Louis from going archer form. Louis is one of the most prolific archer pickers in high-level Jean. And the problem is now you wish you had it. If you had it in the late game, you have an answer to Siege. You could dunk the Siege. But now, you haven't got an answer to Mangoes, you're definitely not going to have an answer to Nesta Bees. Jean needs to punish this. The problem is you've got limited time. Remember, the Dialecticus effect can make this quick. Marine Lord has not noticed yet, though. Mango? He's just going to be abandoned. Doesn't care about it at all. Oh, wow. That's like a little bit of a whoopsie by Marine Lord. He hasn't even noticed. It's so hard to remember this, right? But like the system has not been toggled, so he could have actually had his tech unlocked right now. Would have been perfect timing for a fight. It means Louis has got a very small window to do something. Needs to be fast, though. Marine Lord retreating into the choke points. Double Mango Tower, dude. That is vicious. Mango stays alive. And when the Mango Towers to assist, Louis is not breaking into this base. I just can't, dude. These outposts, they are absurd. And for the low, low price of just building things you're going to build anyway, because remember, the Byzantines get paid stone when they build anything. And now they've built all the way up into Imperial Full. The camel aura. The extra armor means he's not dying anytime soon. Spreading the lines, Louis needs to wipe the entire army, but instead, any smile is being wiped from his face. Jean de Blast mode has come in. Ranged army in the backside is still alive. A castle is going to be rushed up. Divine Restoration is at least being pumped. Louis still keeping this game looking close, but it's getting ever more difficult. Only a handful of knights left over, charging forward. Castle is definitely going to be going up. And Louis, I think this is where the Ryan starts to appear on the wall, right? He's trying to go for the Imperial Age, but we're now talking about a 30 eco lead. And this is your last power spike. There's none after this. No level 5. So no point hanging around. GG gets called. Louis not able to break the marvelous defenses of Marine Lord. Should have went Sacred Site Victory when you had map control. Possibly. We did mention that. It's still like difficult, right? I don't know if you can survive 10 minutes is the issue. It would have been extra gold for sure. Guildhall was the play here. Well, I don't think he could have survived that long without Royal Institute. The reason why he had to go Guildhall is because of what Marine Lord done. It wasn't a mistake in the face of what he was facing. The thing is, like, what happened there is he wanted Guildhall. Marine Lord attacked him. And if he went Guildhall, the game is over there. You need to have the opportunity to scale your Knight Mass and get Royal Bloodlines to stand a chance, right? Like, you can't play greed. I think maybe the difference is Louis needed a TC at some early phase of the game. But that's the magnificent bait. Like, the fact that he went into the Hippodrome play Really sold me. That was a smart choice by Marine Lord. All right. Gully's still going? Dude, my boy's still swinging. What up? Look at him go, man. Wait, who did Gully beat? Gully, oh, dude, Gully versus Vortex. Woo-hoo-hoo! Oh, I think we have something that we're gonna watch, guys. We have to do Gully versus Vortex, right? What's up, Armin? Am I gonna cast Dota 2? If Dota tournament organizers hire me, sure. I'd love to cast Dota 2. Still love the game. There's not really a point in me casting it on my own channel, though, right? Not when there's official tournaments going on. There might be an opportunity at the PGL stuff, but they did announce that quite last second. But would love to start, like, I'd love to be in a point where I could, like, mix Dota 2 and AoE 4. Alright, so let me turn the music on. So, Gully versus Vortex should now be drafting, right? So, Marine Lord got the win. Predictions done. Doink. Is there a small break first, Gully? Nah, it looks like they're scrolling. They're searching. So, we'll keep an eye on Gully here. They should be getting in game in a minute. I'll run ads now, so you don't have to worry about ads in Vortex versus Gully Deco. So let me just update the stream title as well. All right. Dude, look at Chadlock go. 2.6k people watching now. The gentleman's sign up definitely paid off. Whew. Do I know what Gully Deco means? It means absolute H3 wreckage. That's all it needs to mean to me. Trying to think how much longer we keep going. So it's Gully Deco versus Vortex, and then one of those versus Louis to happen. I don't think... I said I wasn't going to go all the way through. I definitely won't be doing grand finals. Do we maybe do a quarterfinals and then call it? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, then again, like actually what I might end up doing, we might do the lower bracket, and then I can do the other quarterfinals that didn't get cast on like Monday, Tuesday. That works pretty well. The final set also BO1. Yeah, it's BO1s until you're in quarterfinals, and then it's going to be best of threes all the way into a BO5 grand final. So we're just waiting now on Gully and Vortex to kick it up. Didn't know that many people spoke French. Oh my god, it's almost like there's more than 2,000 people in France. You wouldn't think it with all the farmers, right? But yeah, the reason why I'm thinking like maybe do 2 more games is just because I haven't eaten either. There wasn't enough time to eat properly, so we only ate cheeps. We ate I don't want to say cheeps like that. 8 cheeps in it. I just realized actually I've got a lot of games I need to upload as well, haven't I? Yeah. I haven't uploaded on the last 2 streams. Got a few hundred gigs of games. A bunch of them are probably worth uploading. Alright, Gully's in lobby, so we should be ready to go in a sec. Whoop, whoop. I mean, maybe Gully's going to be Chad Lord. Let's have a look. Can I see the drafts? I want to have a look at their draft. Alright, here we go. Ayabids Abbasids. Jesus. Alright, guys, that's a hard matchup. I think that's a really hard matchup for Abbasids. Maybe the new improved 2TC Indie Castlage build after some feudal aggro could work. I think in this matchup, Gully basically just has to drag Vortex along in feudal. You can't let him tech, right? And the thing is, like, the longer you drag Ayabids in feudal, the more it favors Abbasids. Because they have better scalability, they have a better like gathering rate. They typically do 2TC. So that transition, in effect, favors you. Fresh foodstuffs, then boot camp. Like, there's a lot of reasons why long feudal favors Abbasids in this matchup. So 4 minutes until that. I'll run 90 seconds of ads now. Why are you guys not subscribed? Do I need to keep... Like, come on. You guys know how this works. I am? Good lad, worst case. Good lad. I mean, it's a bargain, really, right? Like, today alone, we've already been live for over 5.5 hours. And that means that you've dodged 44 minutes of ads? Something like that. If you watch the whole thing. Wait, no, sorry, that's not right. 5 hours. I've got 4 minutes. Yeah, sorry, 24 minutes of ads. Hey! Thank you very much, worst case. Appreciate the subs. What an absolute legend you are. Is that Yaki I see? Snake in a sub? The man, the myth, the legend? Too long, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Socraten's got a sub? Pog. You know what this is? Like worst case is like, he's that dealer. You know, he gives you the freebie to get you hooked. Because now when you guys go and use those emotes on different channels, a month from now, you're like, oh, this doesn't feel right anymore. You're going to come back here and sub. I need to check in, actually. Oh, I just realized I need to bump my emote artists. Because I think... I hope they didn't forget to do the emotes. I paid quite a bit for the bloody emotes. I've got 16 animated emotes coming. So let me have a look here. Where are they in my DMs? I don't know why I said it like DMs. I have to do it yourself from now on, guys. It's like, I'm not going to be an enabler, okay? You guys have got wallets too. Use them. Oh, that's brilliant. Alright, so... What map are we on as well? Lipany, right? Oh, Dry Arabia. Yeah, pretty much like Lipany. I mean, Lipany or Dry Arabia, I think, plays out very similarly with these civs. Whoa! You kiss your mother with that mouth? I would. Got him. I mean, it's a pretty good bargain, though. I'm just saying. The goal is we've got to grow to a point where we can get like 350 subs a month average, because Twitch has this weird thing right now. You guys hear about this? Like the 70-30 split, I think it is. If you at least for 3 months get 350 subs. It's kind of, it's kind of, I'm just going to call it what it is, kind of scummy that they done that, to be honest. Like, locking that behind a requirement like that is weird. It's like, it's weird because, like, praise, give points to them for actually, like, giving more to creators, but at the same time, it's like, dude. They chose this really kind of greedy middle ground where they still get to keep more money, but they can score points for being good guys as well. I mean, dude, at this point, Twitch, just... Especially with the amount of ads you're now looking to target us to run. You're taking a YouTube approach anyway. Jesus Christ, just give us the freaking... Like, you know, if you need to take away Prime to do it, sure, I guess. But, like, just give 100% to creators. Alright, guys. It's about time to do it yourself. No, duel. This is a tricky matchup for the Abbasids, but maybe with the changes, the buffs they've received, there's hope for Gully Deckle. That's right, we're back watching the Kid Mark II, the teen, going up against Vortex, of all people, on the Abids. Abbasid Abid matchup, always an interesting one to watch. Before they buffed Abbasids, it was very one-sided due to the tempo timing. The reason why this is still considered to be quite an Abid-favored matchup is Abbasids generally struggle against civs that have these aggressive timings. Abbasids are about prolonging an age to build an advantage, then tech up slowly. And the thing about the Abids is they don't really hang around long enough to allow for that. So if Gully wants a good chance of winning this, what he needs to do is find a way to keep Vortex present for longer, because the longer that Feudal Age goes on in this matchup, the more heavily it favors Abbasids. Not only because they typically go for a second TC, even the military wing build, but because with the military wing build, you get things like the boot camp health. You also get a superior gathering rate from your Golden Age to your opponent. There's a lot of things that just make the Abbasids function more fully if you get 10 minutes into a feudal length. Problem with the Abids is they're rarely ever going to commit to longer than 5 minutes of feudal. So you have to force their hand. While this is a jackpot location to force their hand, this is also back spawning gold and berries. So the challenge number one for Gully is reaching here. If they can, however, get to this backside, Vortex is going to feel like he's having his backside spanked. How is the scouting going as well? They pretty much divided the map. It looks like Gully is not going to be doing as well. Vortex, a little bit more luck on his side with the split of sheep here. Another interesting one that I'm curious about is like how early do you get fresh foodstuffs? It feels like it's got to be an absolute must at some point here. But the cool thing is, once again, that whole idea of a longer feudal age, it's not just you're building more villages, you're spending less to build those villages. It's interesting when you think about it, like the discount on fresh foodstuffs, you basically spend 64 food to build 2 villages compared to 50. When you think about it that way, in that comparison, it's pretty nuts. You're almost paying exactly what the IB player is still going to pay. And it's indeed going to be that military wing as anticipated. And a shift across the stones. So the pretty standard build we've been seeing a lot of out of the Abbasids. He's going to gather the wood at first, because he's out of wood, right? And then once he's got enough, mining camp's going to be dropped here. South side Vortex. Did he go for the military wing? He did. I don't know how I feel about this military wing choice. The problem with it is it kind of relies on you out-microing to beat the military wing opening the Abbasids with the first Desert Raider. That's tough. You know, Gully would have to be microing like a goldfish for that to realistically happen. But at least Vortex has mobility to force an awkward situation where instead of Gully now coming and hitting this backside and screwing Vortex over, Gully is going to have to consider keeping the military wing units home to protect his TC drop due to the Desert Raider. I do think that if you want to play a longer feudal, it's better to go Growth Wing, but as we highlighted, you do not want to be doing a long feudal. The reason why long feudal Growth Wing's better, you get 15% increased eco at an early point in the game, and every 2 minutes, that equates on base gathering rates before Golden Age and everything else gets added in to an extra 135 resources a minute, so 270 every 2 minutes, compared to getting 180 resources worth of units every 2 minutes, right? Mathematically, it's a no-brainer. So this is all about timing attacks. He's aware that Gully's going for a second TC, and he wants a slice of it. Final sheep haul is pretty bloody good for Vortex, actually. 13 sheep. Second berry bush is really desirable here as well, like a decent and easily reachable location. Take up in, here we go. So Gully on the move, Vortex. Needs to be careful not to mirror too directly. If you run straight into these guys blind, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. And yeah, just look at this scouting range. Luckily, compared to Knights, Desert Raiders have more vision. So you will see your opponent ahead of time and be able to pivot. It's like he's already aware the direction is coming in. Yeah, this is going to be really annoying, actually. Gully, he can try to hit this backside, but the outpost is already in the way, and that's going to invalidate him. I think Gully's going to have to consider going for a ram here. This is what I'd say is the meta approach to dealing with Ibids right now as Abbasids, is these opening guys build a ram right next to the enemy tree line, and then shuffle in, because you know it's going to be an outpost. On the other side, it's going to be a Desert Raider. Oh, I don't think you're getting away. Yeah, nice played. just on the edge of range there. You can see Gully was trying to rush back to garrison the TC in time. But this is one of the weaknesses as well for the Abbasids against this early aggro play, is that you don't have villagers near the TC, right? They are typically all on the berries. Some of those villagers. Outpost now up. Aristote's on the way in. Vortex did gather the stone from the front straight away, so good lad there. Not being greedy about it. And immediately the ram. I don't like this from Gully. Yeah, he needs it for the TC, but then you should have done this on a delay in the fog. Don't let Vortex have this info for free. It gives him time to get the appropriate reaction online. Right now, this TC is ugly, though. On the tree line of all things is exactly where you didn't want this to go. Gully was looking for the goal, and then he was looking to secure the deer push in. I'd love to see Vortex at this stage just use this scout, shove these deer all around, and kill them. It ruins any sort of semblance of a long-term food plan for Gully. Other side of this Vortex, I think it's just Growth Wing. The reason you go Growth Wing here is because you know it's 2 TC, your opponent can't do enough damage to you to punish you for being greedy, right? And by going Growth Wing, by the time he builds an eco lead of about 8, you're going to pull it back again. In fact, it's kind of worse still than that for Gully. Gully is behind, right? The worker kill that occurred. So with Growth Wing taking 2 minutes, that's 6 villagers extra. By the time the TC's online and cooking, Vortex is going to end up, what, like a villager ahead when his tech up completes? Pretty nice position to find yourself in, a whole age up. Gully now having to put an outpost up. Unfortunately, that is not a very quick one. Oh, boy. Archers and spears are on the way, but this might cost you. Oh, good snipe. Yeah, no units nearby to garrison, unfortunately. Outpost at least going to be garrison afterwards, but it targets the scout straight away. That's not permanent damage. Vortex is kind of running away with this, actually, at this stage. Gully doesn't want to build any units because he knows where this is heading now. Free snipe on the scout, you'll always take those freebies. But the reality is, like, Gully can't afford to now just start adding in surplus units. The tech up is already in the way and he knows it, right? The fact he's adding in horsemen scares me because this is naturally going to be a Lancer play because of how Gully set his base up. It's 2 TC, and it means that because it's 2 TC condensed, you're going to play risky resources out on the berries, out on the deer. Lancers love that. You only really need to go Golems when your opponent has a nice condensed setup where they can stay condensed. And it's fair to say that in this game, Gully doesn't really have that. He's going to full wall himself in. Looks like he will be able to push the deer in. The boar is still kind of a liability, but he can wall for that later. But what you're now saying to Vortex is you get all relics. Every detail this is saying, you know, have them. Because Gully doesn't want to try and waste time trivially in Feudal Age, right? He wants to go up into Castle. Probably going to be the Culture Wing, right? Culture Wing received an interesting buff with the medical centers, now affecting TCs, so you can heal your army. No, I think you go Eco. Like, with the way he's played the map, going Culture Wing's Death Sense, you only really play Culture Wing if you have a timing attack at the beginning of Castle. Eco Wing makes sense if the game's going later, and you're setting up defensively, which is exactly what Gully's doing. So you'll see him go Eco Wing and set farm clusters up here. Side of the tech up complete. It's even better than we anticipated. 3 villagers ahead at this stage, partly because of that extra kill he got. Double stable now online for Vortex. A lot of people on the wood. Like, he immediately rallied all of them there for good reason. This is going to be a rush into a moss drop. So Gully's win condition just changed dramatically. It's no longer in Castle Age. It's about reaching Imperial Age and surviving. Over time, you're going to take the eco lead again. Over time, you will be economically ahead because of your extra Golden Age effects, because of the fact that Eco Wing will make you very smooth on a transition to farms. But this is now a survival game. For Vortex, is exactly how he wants it. It's a kill game. Vortex always looks best when he's able to early take control of the game, because where Vortex thrives is his ability to use an advantage to force an endgame state. This is exactly why Ironbirds is a perfect fit for a player like Vortex. That was very negligent, actually, by Gully. These archers can now die one by one, which means the wall can eventually be burnt through. This is like your worst nightmare, and why Desert Raiders are annoying is because they have that hybridized form. You can't come and repair the wall. Gully being cheeky in the meantime. No chance he gets the snipe there. Nice quick micro there by Vortex to return fire. Guys, this is the weaker units. Camel Lance is only now arriving. Desert Raiders kiting. Ah, dude. Gully. Wait, Gully actually went Culture Wing. I'm not a great fan of this. Preservation of knowledge is nice, right? Like, you actually save a lot of resources quite quickly as the game goes on. But now you don't have this late game play. You're trying to contest Castle Age. To me, in a way, Castle Age is already over from the contestable point, in that the relics are all going to be forfeit. First Dervish is out, second one is on the way. One relic has already been banged, and Vortex is already making this transition into multi-TC. Meanwhile, Lancer's now diving in, looking for more to hunt. And I think Gully's been missing villager production at some stages, right? The numbers just don't make sense here. Actually, no, they kind of do. Vortex took the lead temporarily, right? Not that much time has passed. It's just, you would think a lot of time has passed with what Vortex has done with it. Just a free entry point as well. Vortex understands Gully now doesn't have great food. He's got the back berries, so there is some life force still left in the kid. But after that, these deers aren't really something up for negotiation. Camel Lance is now charging in. Gully. Luckily for him, Garrisoning does that. It breaks the charge. Unluckily for him, that worked out perfectly. The charge comes in on a villager and then shifts over on the spears. Gully now switching up to crossbows is the smart choice. Vortex, meanwhile, I imagine we're looking at archers next here. Would make a lot of sense from his position. He's seen what the army comp is going to be. It's logically going to be spears. Crossbows is a reasonable assumption. Building archers into composite bow archers doesn't feel great, usually. But with the eco lead he's building, it's pretty feasible. The alternative is that we're just going to see Vortex play Cav into Manganiques. And that's something he can do due to the fact that he has got the Desert Raider military wing, right? It allows cavalry to build siege as well. Good trade so far, though, just keeping his opponent's head in the dirt. And now we've got a farm transition coming in. In a game where you did not go Fertile Crescent, you did not go Eco Wing, this feels less than ideal, to say the least terrible thing of it. You know how Abbassids are usually favored in economy because of these type of techs that exist in Eco Wing? Imagine you're playing Abbassids and you don't have those techs. You're a little bit ahead of the Ibids because you do have fresh foodstuffs to make villages cheaper, and you do have an extra 5% on your Golden Age. But you're missing out on a 30% discount. You're missing out on an extra 15% gathering rate. Like, there's so many extra layers to the tech that is just missing here. Love the priority on the move up here. We're 4 buildings away from getting the increased production. This is a really scary point in the game because Vortex now, like, he knows what he's aiming for, and he's very intentional about it. It's going to turn into almost like a Zergy type comp, where even if his opponent does have composite bow archers, he's not going to be able to keep up the count. Now the goal means it's not just going to be archers, it's going to be even more camels coming. Sacred Site's going to be locked in. Final relic, what on earth? Yeah, Vortex is a little bit weird there. What are we... like, wait. Oh, sorry, no, he hasn't. I was on the wrong vision. Okay, bless him. Dude, he hadn't actually scouted it yet. Sorry, I thought I toggled vision there. This makes more sense. I was like, he must not see. And I accidentally checked Gully's vision. So Vortex is going to make it a 5 relic game. 3 Sacred Sites too at this pace. Lancers. We're going for the charge. Oh, the braces just weren't there. The villagers are also about to get massacred here, running straight through the fight. With no textiles. Okay, Gully's now behind. A mile behind, in fact. Archer's going to hang around to trade out with a few crossbowmen here. A lot of Lancers did go down for that dive, but at the same time behind this, Vortex isn't running out anytime soon. He's got the berry patches he can play towards. He's got the Sacred Sites now being locked in. Gully has got a critical mass of crossbows to hold back the next wave, but now Vortex is going for that Manganique we talked about. And not really much is happening in the siege department for Gully. He has to be sensing this, right? Like, if I saw that dive happen and I'd revealed all my crossbows, I'd be freaking that my opponent is building siege right now. And the bigger question is, like, even if you knew, does Gully actually have the breadth to his economy to afford anti-siege? I'm a bit skeptical to say he does. He needs a lot more frontline right now, right? Like, choke points can help you, but they have their limitations, and this dive coming in now is a dangerous one. Manjanique moving in means that Gully cannot fight, and now he has no gold. In fact, if Vortex just camps here, this could be game. Manjanique shots coming in. Skims the shot. Archers with the trade out, though. And crossbows are just terrible here, folks. Like, this is exactly the way you don't want to have to fight. Villagers are not gathering gold at all, which means there's no sort of anti-siege coming in. A fantastic hit with the Manjanique. Crossbow count now down to just 9. Soon to be flattened like a pancake. Villagers trying for the snipe. Unfortunately, good micro by Vortex. We'll go for the body blocks. And although the Manjanique might die, the price for it is going to be high. Gully Deku now 10 villagers behind. It's about to be more than that. Outpost is going to be finished off. Gold gathering on the way, but I mean, this is the end of the road. Gully, he doesn't have enough food, let alone gold, to get an army together anymore. And although this army isn't going to be enough to finish him off straight away, it's the trickle of troops that never ends that is the devil's detail. Yeah, really clean execution by Vortex. I think Gully, I like the idea of that ram early on. I just didn't like the fact that he cancelled it, went for the TC, and then didn't go back for it afterwards. I think there was maybe an opportunity there to shrink Vortex's expansion, right? His bloat. To me, Vortex got a very free game, and he showed you exactly why the military ring reinforcement is so bloody strong in the Abbasid matchup. On paper, Abbasid military wing is better. The problem is, in practice, you can't force the fight with the Desert Raiders. They can, however, block out your natural TC play. Gully, bless him, dude. He was so proud. He's like, I'm not done yet. Channeling his full Black Clover character. He's like, I'm just hanging in there. I'm still going deeper. I've got this. I can't believe I'm still alive. We had high hopes for him, but against a player like Vortex, I think, you know, you kind of nod, you drop your head a bit, and you say, yeah, I think this is maybe the expected outcome, especially with the Civ matchup. If only he could have got his fabled HRE. I actually rate HRE quite highly in the Iobid HRE matchup now. I think it's a skill-based matchup. Now double ram coming from Vorti. Gully, just a handful of archers left over. No composite bows either. I think this is the type of move that just actually could end the game straight away. Behind this, we've got 3 sacred sites locked in. Those are 8 minutes away. With 3 sacred sites and 5 relics, Vortex's eco count is more like 100 right now. It's pretty insane. Let me know what you guys think of Gully, though. We've been showing a lot more of him. I think he's improving quite a lot as a player. I think it's impressive, actually, how he's been playing for someone who is quite limited in their playtime, right? Like, you know, he doesn't have a full-time job, but he does go to school. That eats a lot of the day up. Then, of course, because, you know, he's 9 years old, he has to go to bed early. No, I'm kidding. Oh, dive coming in. Vortex is about to make him cry like a baby. That much is for sure. Gully Deku just rushing for safety with the villagers. But it's now over 20 eco lead. The Camel Lancer spam is just too damn high. And the Spaniard will keep his hopes alive and making it all the way to the grand finals from the lower bracket. Gully Deku will have to come again in future tournaments. This one day Warchief Club special will not be his. Oof. If you have to go for a super fast second TC with Eco Wing, go for Archers after that? Quite possibly. Like, I think if you go Military Wing, you have to commit to the ram play. It feels almost impossible without that, right? Okay, so that means we now get Louis versus Vortex, right? I might make this the final one we cast today. Just because, like I said, I actually haven't had a proper dinner yet. And that'll probably take us close to 7 hours, which is a good time to stop. I usually do like 10-hour plus days, but you know, I'm thinking like we're thinning the field here. In terms of like the games that are casted or aren't going to be casted, like what have you got now? You've got these series will probably resolve. Actually, this one's lagging behind it quite a bit, but yeah, because dude, Sassy took what was it, an hour and a half for the tiger, like for what one? Apparently, was it the Numidan one that took that long? Someone was saying one of his games took forever. Or was it up here? Was it one of the Sassy's ones up here? Sassy Cat. Was that an hour and a half? Someone said, Jesus. But this series, I'm expecting CSO and Killjardy to be happening similar timing to Louis and Vortex. These areas are still lagging behind, in fairness. Dude, Dimu lost? Oh, wow. That. Oh, dude, he got outdrafted. Order the Dragon destroy HRE. Anovaku beat Dimu. Wow. But yeah, these guys are waiting. Oh, it's versus Knock Knock. Thank you very much, Neri. Who's there? So, we're now looking for Louis' game. In fact, let me run the ads again now, just so that we'll definitely be padded. Boom. Biz versus English. Oh, Jesus. I mean, you just rush Imperial Age as English and it's easy GG, right? Guessing he didn't do the Abbey of Memes fast imp build. So, I'm keeping an eye on it now. In fact, we can double check whether maybe they're already drafting. Let me have a look. Yep, they're drafting. Ooh. I still think Ayabids win like this matchup pretty convincingly. Yeah, I actually like the way that Louis drafted this a bit better. Getting rid of, like, you just always get rid of Roos. Wait, actually, like, wait, why did he ban and snipe? Wait, are the snipes first? No, sorry, they're banned from the... Wait, yeah, but, like, what? Someone went wrong there. Okay, so... Oh, jeez, I really just realized that doesn't show very well for the text background. I need to figure that out. What's a snipe? So I think the snipe is to stop them picking, no? Ban... Oh, sorry, no. Sorry, it's you. Okay, yeah, I can explain this now. So you get bans, then you pick 2 civs, and then your opponent snipes 1. Yeah, dude, I think Louis, like... I think Louis got him good there. So you ban from your opponent. So Louis banned Ayabids away, Vortex banned Reese away. Getting Ayabids in Chinese forced Vortex's hand. I actually think Ayabids beats Delhi. So they are getting in lobby now, which means we'll be a few minutes away from the game starting. All these older games. Alright. Oh, that's the show match. I need to figure that out. I've got loads of older replays, actually. I need to delete some of these, I think. Oh, sorry. Music back on. I've got so many videos in the backlog. Alright, so let me minimize this. They're now getting a game. Alright, boom. So we're spot on, which means it should be a 5-min wait. Sorry, guys. There's no way around that. Just double checking we're not overlapping with some other cast. No, we're good. No one else is casting this series. Very good. Wonder if Louis streams on like the Chinese equivalent of Twitch. BO3? Nope, BO1. Remember, BO1's all the way into quarterfinals. Quarterfinals and semifinals are BO3s, and then finals are BO5s. So, whoever wins this will be into the playoff brackets. I actually think whoever wins this goes up against Lucifer, if I'm not mistaken, funnily enough. Because it's using Myriad of Reflected. So I'm pretty sure we could have like there could be a Vortex Luciferon series or a Luciferon Louis series. Spicy. Everything today? Yep, everything today. Well, I said I think I might call it after this series, and then we'll come back and cast all the series that didn't get cast on like Monday, Tuesday. What is this song? Oh, it's the Garden Zone. Yeah, I don't know about this song still. I might remove this. It's not hitting me 100%. You know what we need, guys? Good vibes. But yeah, next week, I'm thinking it should still be like a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday type deal. Usual kind of stream thing. I'll figure, like, I'm pretty confident we're definitely doing Monday, Tuesday. Thursday, Friday, what I need to double check is I know that Energy Slapfest is happening on the weekend, so I need to figure out some deets around that. But yeah, we should probably be live on the standard days. I think there's something planned on the weekend. Just waiting for deets. Is that a Fairy Room song? Yes, this is Fairy Fountain. So I'm pretty sure it's been in Zelda since like the earliest Zeldas, right? But most people remember it clearly for the most recent Zelda games, as that particular fairy was very hard to overlook. A Link to the Past? Hell yeah. Ocarina of Time, I think, was my first Zelda game. On the best. Majora's Mask felt confusing as a little kid, actually. Really need to go back and play through it. My favorite one to this day is actually still Wind Waker. I absolutely loved and adored Wind Waker. Never got to complete it because my friend wanted it back too soon. I still need to go back and play all the way through. But yeah, I had the most fun with Wind Waker for sure. First one's the NES one. Nice. I think I had Super Nintendo on behalf of my parents, but like the first console that I considered mine was like either the Sega Mega Drive, known as the Genesis elsewhere, or the Nintendo 60. Actually, like the one that was like bought for me as a present was the Nintendo 64. But I've been playing on the Sega Mega Drive before that, and then also we had PS1 that my parents bought. The thing is, like, all the consoles I inherited, and that like I was on them 24/7, right? My siblings were out playing or whatever. I play games. I love games. So all of them just kind of became mine. By the time I picked up sticks, as I like to call it. I picked up the sticks for the first time when I was like, I think it was 3 or 4. By like 6 or 7. I think I was beating my dad in games. Yeah. And he stopped playing games with me. I was kind of a nerd, but I was quite good at them. I wish I could go back and tell younger me to actually enter some tournaments. Would have been interesting. I always say, like, you know, like Call of Duty, actually, like, when I grew up a bit and playing like Call of Duty 4 and Modern Warfare 2, I wouldn't have won COD champs or anything. I think I could, like, back then, definitely I could have easily made it to a tournament. Maybe pivot into a content creator. Would have been a very different course for me in many ways. But, ooh, I just noticed we're actually playing Basin. All right, this is it to see if they can make it to the playoffs. Louis and Vortex have both been knocked down into the lower bracket of the Warchief Club number 71. And we take to one of Avali's creations, Basin, to decide this between the Ibids and the Delhi. Interesting little drafting format they have here for these BO1s, actually. So the way it works is that you pick 2 after banning 1, and then your opponent snipes one of the 2. I think Louis drafted a bit better. He picked Chinese Ibids, meanwhile Vortex picked Roost Delhi. It's a no-brainer for Vortex here. For Louis, rather. He just bans out the Roost. The Delhi is easily adjustable for both the Chinese or the Ibids. Really like Louis' approach to the draft there. I think Vortex got baited by the one true god pick of Roos, and it left him out to dry a bit. Because this matchup, to me, is one I feel like Irobids can win, whether they play a little bit of Feudal Presence or just rush Castle Age. And both of those builds are very doable, especially with spawns like this. Deer, gold, berries, all in a very campy, cozy location. Let's see what Vortex's approach is going to be. Let's see what his solution is going to be, because I think Vortex is one of the players that I could see solving this problem. Most players have just been falling victim to the Irobids, though. In fact, was it Vortex who was in an Ibid game earlier that he just got destroyed in? Let me double check on the brackets. No. I believe we watched Louis play Irobids. Actually, this is kind of crazy. I'm checking Louis' data so far. Louis, every opportunity he's given to play Irobids, he takes. Without failure. Obviously, I think he was banned out and had to pick Jean in the Marine Lord series. But against Dumu, against Vanadorf, always Irobids. This lad trusts in them for good reason. Thank you very much, Brocktree. Appreciate you, buddy, with the subscription. The question is, what is Louis going to subscribe to? There's two approaches here. You can go Growth Wing, and you can just play the Greed with Advancement, or you go for Desert Raiders and take a little bit more time in Feudal. I personally don't mind the idea of Growth Wing and taking a little bit longer in Feudal anyway. Just because I think it gives you a lot of strength in your ability to flood extra Desert Raiders. But a lot of the top players at the moment, even though you can play a bit of Feudal against Delhi, have been playing very Feudal light. And, well, actually, I think that's exactly what we're going to get here again from Louis. It's going to be the Desert Raider opening. Now, if you want to play a long Feudal, Desert Raider doesn't make much sense, actually. Growth Wing makes a lot more sense. Because Growth Wing will get you more eco income every 2 minutes than just getting this free unit. But that's not what it's about for Louis. I think we're still possibly looking at a Growth Wing play if the option presents itself. But this is about ensuring the initial unit choice by Vortex is maybe something other than he wants. I don't feel like Desert Raider on its own works, so you're definitely going to have to add in the Horseman to achieve that goal. But if this is a Stables drop by Louis, I think it's very powerful actually up against the Delhi, because the initial Ghazi won't be able to hold out against the Desert Raider aura. Interesting sound rotations. Paying off a little bit better for Louis now. I think they've pretty much found every single sheep at this stage. Another kind of nice thing for Louis is by having this Desert Raider play, it stops Vortex just freely playing out to Deer. I don't feel like he needs to in a rush though, right? This is always the interesting thing in the Berry matchups, is they have a lot more agency to play safe than alternative civs, right? Like, when you're playing Jean or French, for example, you need that map control. You live or die by that map control. These civs can kind of shrug a bit. Delhi should be aiming for map control, but if they get boxed in for a little bit, they're not going to starve themselves out. Oh, I just realized we didn't put predictions up. We should do that. Who will win? Another interesting thing is, like, we're going to get a very different length in terms of quarterfinals, depending on who wins this, because I'm pretty sure whoever wins this goes up against Lucifron. Which means if it's Vortex in a best of 3, the entire series could be over in 30 minutes. If it's versus Louis in a best of 3, game 1 could take more than 30 minutes. That's the way I view the possibilities here. Tech up complete, and there's the stable to follow. Yeah, really solid build from Louis. And then the whole idea is, like, you build 2 to 4 horsemen typically, and then reassess the situation. At that stage, you're usually going to force your opponent to, like, build additional units, and then you can just tech up. Thank you very much, Spirina. Welcome to the Swarm. Blacksmiths now coming in pretty early. Vortex likes to layer this in before the second unit comp. I think a lot of players have accepted this. Vortex was one of the few players holding out for quite a while with the idea of double blacksmiths. I'm not expecting that here. Irobids just moves so fast that double blacksmiths doesn't feel like it has enough time to hit. So just get single blacksmiths, choose your priority, whether it's undermesh or steel arrow, and then go from there. Archery is now in from Lou as well. Really healthy comp. Archers are going to be coming on the left side. But this Desert Raider already muddies the affair, right? Like, the Ghazis struggle quite a bit. I mean, you're seeing this right now in this clash. Desert Raider's just going to stand his ground. And the better attack speed, Ghazis just can't win that. Nice heal with the Scholar, though. Cool detail, Vortex is sacrificing tech timings to do this, however. And if we're being realistic, Louis still has the Desert Raider half HP. This was a free unit. Another one is coming in a sec. 39 to be specific. And on top of that, you don't need to fight with him. He just needs to exist on the back line as an aura to make the Horseman win. Question is, do you think we get blacksmiths this early? It doesn't have to be insanely early, but if you're going to spam up to 5 or 6, 7 archers, it can make sense to go towards Steel Arrow. It's very expensive getting the blacksmith itself, but if you need undermesh as well, which you will if you play this too long in Feudal, then it makes sense to kind of get ahead now. No deer pushing at all. I mean, at this point, you feel confident you can play it for free, right? Ghazi are playing out into the flank. And Louis, is he just trying to arc wide so he doesn't get scouted? Or does he seem to think that there's a raid going left side? Kind of has a mixture of both, right? Like, go towards the base, but also check if there's a raid coming here. So Louis, at risk of getting jumped on the goal, but quick reactions. Horseman and archers across. It's 2 Ghazi versus 3 archers, horseman. I feel like Louis should be able to hold that quite easily. So yeah, Vortex realizing it will just back away. So win conditions in these games. Vortex needs to get up to 50-60 military with sacred sites controlled. And he wants Iobids nowhere near full castle. You can give them castle age. Logically, they're going to get at that stage, but you can't let them have free access to food and gold. And that's why this is the hotspot. Louis should realize it as well. This game will be defined by this screen. Whether Louis can access it, whether Vortex can block it. Both of their win conditions revolve around it. Because Louis needs that castle age eventually, but he also needs the ability to build units once he reaches it. Vortex. Could be playing on the deer soon. Actually going to be prioritizing those berries. I like the way that Louis is actually just kind of not slowing down on military escalation right now. It's annoying for Vortex because both of them got forward spawning resources. So it's putting him in this awkward predicament where even though he's playing one of the most aggressive civs, he can't play it aggressively. I think that's really smart because, as we said, this game's going to be defined by this area. You could argue this area is just as important. Actually, would love to see Louis just playing out onto the berry deer sooner. Like, he's already doing berries. Okay, he's just going to stick berries. That's really smart. So he's spreading wider. He can take both flanks as he go scales. Meanwhile, right now, Vortex is kind of funneled into one area. The deer and the berries. Army on the move. Louis did go for the blacksmith, so he's playing quite a bit of feudal here. I feel like this is usually the point where a lot of players on iBids will say, no, I want the tech now. But I actually like that he's present because of the detail of the resource distribution, right? Second archery range is now being added in. That's going to allow him to inflate past Vortex's count. I don't think Vortex is going to sense it. Double Desert Raider is not easily insta-snipe. Spearman. Getting bait in range. Archers are just going to get attacked by the Ghazi, and the mosh pit's going to commence. Louis, not outnumbered in this fight. He actually has the advantage. He has the momentum right now. A lot of these troops are trickling across, so good fight. Jumps the backside onto the archer of the horseman. However, these Ghazi are just too tanky. Louis, in an instant, loses everything. Oh my god. For a second, that looked like that should favor Louis, right? Like, he's on the defense, but the Desert Raiders, just not great health on them, roar up against the Ghazi. And that detail, just waiting too long to pull the horseman to the backside. The attack speed difference making the difference. I think we've got a GG. Louis nowhere near Castle Age. He's not going to get there. Undermesh also wasn't there. If he had Undermesh with Steeled Arrow, that could have maybe been a good fight. But like your issue is you're focusing around ranged when you're not there yet. Vortex is all about the melee mosh pit. And I think he's all about the win here. Damn, dude, I was shocked. I thought Louis was going to take more heads from that fight. The Desert Raiders just didn't get a chance, though. They committed into the spears by accident. They weren't attacking Ghazi, so the unease was removed instantly, and that unlocked Vortex's full potential. What a great fight. The only play now for Louis is to go Castle Age, but that's a losing play from this position. We mentioned that the food and gold is critical, and those are things that are going to get blocked. Louis, now with what little left he has, is going to go for a flank attack, try and raid Eco and slow Vortex down. But Vortex, I mean, Siege Engineering should be getting pumped. I'm surprised it hasn't been queued up yet, because I think this is 2 Rams into a GG. For now, though, he'll settle for 3 Sacred Sites. Wow. What a crazy moment in the game. you could see it getting messy. It's awkward. I think Louis, the problem is he kept posturing a bit too aggressively. Imagine he starts here when Vortex comes towards him, right? Like, the reinforcements are there, the choke point, the archers don't just get tickled. But think about that retreat, that awkwardness around the central sacred site. He lost several of his archers right there, and that just puts you a mile behind. Outpost now being assaulted. Louis, I mean, good luck getting out of here, buddy. He's going to re-garrison the villages. But this feels impossible. It's just so many Ghazi. Villagers are going to get whomped down. 2 now just dead. 2 more heavily injured. And the cav being forced to defend is the worst possible thing for Louis. He just doesn't have mass on his side here. A nice idle time slows Louis down further because, as we said, his win condition is now castle. Although it's not just a very simple hit castle GG. There's so many other weird and not so wonderful elements required for Louis. He's going to have to outplay Vortex across multiple fights. God, it's just so obnoxious. The extra health, the extra damage really does make the difference. He's also getting torn, right? Like, I feel for Louis, this is so uncomfortable what Vortex is doing. North-south, right? Knowing that basically the only thing Louis has at the backbone of his army is mass archers. Mass archers are struggling to reach here in time. Villagers have their bubble bursted. It looks like a few Ghazi are at least going to be sniped down. But Vortex now looking to tech up. Compounded Defender is on the way. Louis lacking gold access. Look at the dramatic commitment here. He had to outpost crawl to reach the gold again. That feels horrific. That's the type of play that makes you want to vomit. The fact that you couldn't even guard your outpost gold straight away, you had to drop a defensive one to creep out. You know what's happening at this stage if you're Louis. When you don't see Vortex coming back again, you know it's obviously a tech up. Your only goal now is to rush, and I think this has to be advancement wing. Surviving for long enough on growth wing is difficult. He might just punt at it, because at this stage, if you go advancement wing, you're just behind, right? Like, your goal can't be a win condition on relics because it's Delhi. Delhi are one of the best castle into relic grabbers in the game. At this stage, Vortex has 6. Realistically, he could have been out on every single relic right now. In fact, guys, he is just shy of being out on every single relic in the game. And now it's time to bring it home, Papa. Vortex, 4 now on the way back to base. Louis, if it isn't growth wing, it might as well not even be done at this stage. Oh, this is crazy, man. I think Ayyubids can beat Delhi off of what they do in Feudal, but it really does require that you out-skill your opponent to a certain degree. There is like, in the fights, you have to kind of out-micro. You have to do something cheeky. It is definitely a lot easier to just target your castle age. I think Louis just got a little bit overzealous. He had good initial success. The trades at the beginning definitely favored him. But then he got cocky about it. He misread his situation. He didn't respect the Delhi power spikes. And this is just how quickly a game can turn on you. That one fight, essentially deciding everything. And now with Archers and Ghazi here, Louis is going to be hemorrhaging more eco. Tech up has at least started. He had to go for the advancement wing in the end. I mean, that is all but a death sentence. Archer veterancy coming in 1 minute. Lancers are now in the mix as well. And Vortex, you know, even if this takes an extra 10 minutes, he's favored, right? He's got Compounded Defender. He's got Village Fortresses on the way in 4.5 minutes. It should end up being a 5-relic game. Vortex does know about this final one. He just scouted it. Talk about beneficial timing. Now, of course, Louis, with a small percentage chance to win, isn't going to just tap out, right? Like, there's a whole idea of, you know, you've got the win, you now have to win it. And this is a BO1 elimination game. Dive comes in, though. Bloody hell, he's bloodthirsty. It's not a lot of Lancers, but he's looking to punish the tech up timing. 5 Lancers might be good enough. He needs to hit this before the Archers upgrade, because the veteran Archers will actually hurt. Desert Raiders have to commit. Their mind, body, soul, and on knees on the line, but Archers now diving in. Looking at the trade with the veteran Archers, the attack speed buffer, and the second wave of Lancers coming in. This should be the cleanup before the tech up unlocks. Louis, he went advanced wing. He was wholeheartedly relying on the archer to carry him through. He has at least got 26 left over, but I think that's irrelevant at this stage. There's really nothing left in this game for him. Villagers are always running for their lives, and if archers are the backbone of your recovery, one, you need them alive, and two, you need the wood to get them. Both of those are problems right now for Louis. Good God. Yeah, this is just Lancer spam. It's crazy that Vortex can do this. Remember, this is a camel civ that he's just spamming Lancers against, but he knows Louis' situation all too well. There's no gold access in this game. There's no way he's playing flank gold at this stage. There's only food out there. And the last of the army going down, I think Louis is just processing what is most definitely going to be a loss for him on the Ibids. Well played by Vortex. Looks like he's going to get a showdown up against his bro in the quarterfinals of the Warchief Club. Woohoo! Really well played. Now the question is, I said that was going to be the final one. Do I do one more? I don't know. We've done a good 6.5 hours. Oh, Jesus. What is wrong with Rising Empires? They chose another sassy game. They're almost an hour into a Numadon sass game. They will be there for 2 more. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if they hold back the schedule at all for their main channel. I assume they don't. Have a look. Music back on. Maybe we do one more. I'm weighing it up. I mean, it's Lucifer from versus Vortex. It would probably be quite a quick one. Sorry, lads, but I know how you both play. Slack and KP, normal job, 8 hours. Oh, well, that's a very interesting thought. Let me just check how much I earn from full-time stream hours. Oh, well, that's less than minimum wage. Hey, man, I'd happily do the 8 hours a day if I was making mid-wage at least from streaming. You have to work overtime. No, wait, that's not how that works, Mr. Pessimistic. Overtime gives you more money from working the extra hours. You're going to have to rethink that one. You would have been more accurate if you went with, looks like this is an internship. So, let me check. I'm getting bloody hungry as well. Why don't you order me pizza? That's only because you do not sub sufficiently. That's true. Need you all to upgrade to tier 3 subs, thanks. Use mum and dad's credit cards. No, don't do that. Send me your address, I'll send pizzas. Alright, I feel like thank you, but I'm also sus that this is just a glitter bomb waiting to happen. So we're waiting to see if Lucy and Vortex are drafting soon. You're deadly serious. Might take you up on that in the future. I think for this one, might be safe. You must remain entertained. I think I'm going to have to get one of those, like, you know, I'd love to take up those offers, but I think I'm going to have to get, like, one of those fake addresses to route through for that. Not that I'm not trusting you specifically, Brocktree, but I've had other people, like, offer that before. It's like, giving a bunch of people on the internet your address eventually will end in Danger Town. Might have to consider that. It's interesting because one of my creators that I represent, because, you know, I try to bring in deals for some other, like, content creators, is that, he's quite big, but he doesn't have a PO box. He doesn't have a virtual address at all. And I'm just like, what? I'm like, bro. Because I asked for his address. He gives it to me. I was like, this is not a virtual address. We need to sort you out, mate. This is very dangerous. Actually, like, maybe I can get one of them sometime this week. They're quite cheap, right? I don't know if they work for... They don't work for, like, pizza, though, right? They only work for, like, parcels and whatever. But I've had people, like, try to send me stuff in the past. So, it might be a good idea. I remember back when I done, like, it was the maining Dota, and I had a few people doing that kind of stuff, and I, like, didn't want to do it, because, like, setting up a PO box, I'm a cheapskate, and PO boxes are, like... They're really quite expensive. I think they're, like... A proper PO box is, like, 40 quid a week, right? 40 quid a month or something, I think. But virtual addresses are different. They are pretty cheap. Yeah, I'll have to look into this later. Alright, so... Oh, hello, YouTubers. Just checked in. Still got 30 people watching. So... Lutron and Vortex aren't in lobby yet. I mean, I'm not trusting you, bro. It's like, it sets a weird precedent that snowballs. That's what I mean. Like, I'm trying to be careful on that thing, because if I get lax, like I said, it's not that I don't trust you. It's like, if I start doing it, I know, like, the next person asks, I'm like, oh yeah, sure, yeah. Where are we on the draft situation? Do we have it? I don't think we do. It's fine. I'll settle for frozen pizza this time after the series. Because the problem is, like, even if we order, I don't like the food's going to arrive too early, is what I'm thinking. Or too late. I don't know. Kind of like, now that I think about it, with all the streamers and content creators as well, like, there's the whole coffee thing. I'm surprised there's no, like, anonymous mode for fast food. I feel like that's, like, a no-brainer sell point. Still waiting on Vortex to get in game. I'm looking this up now, because I'm curious. Like, there must be. Because like I just said, like, PO boxes wouldn't even help you with, I don't think PO boxes wouldn't work for, like, fast food delivery or whatever, right? Because it's like a mailing address. It's different. Like, sorry, this isn't you, Brocktree. I'm actually curious in general now. Because there's no way, like, you are a legend, Brocktree, but I'm sure you're not the first person to offer someone takeaway or something. A streamer, right? Yeah, exactly. That's one thing. There's got to be an app. You'd think. Because, like, you know, basically, you like, create an account, and then it would add on it, so someone could, like, pay. You know, it would be like an Amazon shopping list, right? Because, like, on Amazon, you can do that, I'm pretty sure. Where, you know, you can have, like, the gifting thing. Right? So it'd just be the same idea. Treat stream? Is this a thing? Send you food delivery. All personal information is kept confident. Maybe this is the thing. Treat stream. Yeah, you found it as well. yeah, I'm like, I mean, let's have a look. I'm just thinking, like I said, if so, like I've had this before, so it's not just a case of you. Like, it's a case of if multiple people do this. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this works. Just giving my address to a dodgy website, I don't know. Kind of like it's an interesting way to go after my whole point. You may now add treats. How does treats work? I'm confused. What? Is this even going to work in the UK? I don't know. Well, adding this treat stream thing now, we'll find out. Add new treat. What the hell? Domino's is unavailable? What is this bullcrap? Alright, just eat will save us. Just eat will save us. Unbelievable. What a scam. Can't believe Domino's is unavailable. Oh, so you have to choose your own thing to add. Start adding items to your cart as if you were placing the order on the site itself. Once you've added items, you can click add to this treat. Okay. Alright, Brock tree. If you're going to pay, you choose. What food? I've got curry, kebab, pizza, Subway, McDonald's. It's like Five Guy burgers. We going pizza? I guess like pizza makes sense if the series goes long, right? Your choice? I am cheeky for a kebab, but in the event that this goes long, we probably won't be covered. Pizza and dranks. And dranks? Damn, you're spoiling me. Don't worry, guys. We've got like 5 minutes until the series starts, so I've got enough time to order. What's the best kebab they have here? I can't believe Domino's is not available. My brain is fried now. Like, what? Oh, wait. No. Dude, Domino's is on here. Like, I don't understand why you can't have Domino's Direct, but there's actually a Domino's in Just Eat. It's quite comical. All right, guys. Let's see. Let's do the... Wait, is there a deal here that's better than, like... No, because the deals are just, like, 2 pizzas, right? It's just 1. Do they deliver gin and tonics? Ooh. Oh. Careful, mate. There's probably a way we can get Boost to me on here as well, actually. There's a plan. So I'm pretty sure the deals... I could have sworn they used to do, like, wasn't it like a dessert plus... Like, I'm not trying to scam you more. It's more like the if it's a drink and then a pizza, they used to do the dessert and it worked out cheaper than buying them separate. But I think they've only got like large pizzas, or it's like, yeah, it's just the double pizza stuff. Yeah. So we just did the large pizza. 12. I thought Domino's is usually more than like £12 for a pizza. I could have sworn it was. They've got an ultimate lasagna right now. Ooh, don't know about that. I might just go extra freaking meaty. They still, by the way, you can see, like, if everyone's like, oh my god, KP, you want to watch the game? Look at Vortex browsing customs. He's not in game yet. So we're good to go. Let me just double check the bracket that I was right. Yeah, because, like, Vortex should be qualified for it. So, plant-based. Please. Do we do a meaty? The Meteor. They had one with the hot sauce on it, but I don't think they're doing it now. Sag. The meat... Okay, what do you think, guys? We've got the Meteor, which is barbecue sauce topped with pork, meatballs, ground beef, sausage, pepperoni, and smoked bacon. Or there is the Texas barbecue, a tangy barbecue sauce with smoky bacon, chicken breast, strips, onion. Nah, I don't know. Nah, scrap that one. There was the the Mighty Meaty, which is pepperoni, ham, ground beef, sausages, onions, mushrooms. I'll take the mushrooms away, though. Or there's the Meat Fielder, which is pepperoni, ham, chorizo, pork meatballs, and smoked bacon rashers. I mean... Or there's the ultimate lasagna. I just think the ultimate lasagna sounds kind of odd. I do like bolognese pizza. If you guys have never tried bolognese pizza before, highly recommend. But yeah, like... Maybe lasagna sounds a bit funky. I think maybe we go for the Meat Fielder, right? Hey, sub Camion. Thank you for the sub, buddy. We got no one into the swarm. Whoop, whoop. Meat Fielder does sound pretty dope. Let's do Meat Fielder. Barbecue sauce. Gotta be. Reduced fat cheese? Please. Stream can't see my belly. I'm fine. Wait, that's weird. This menu is meant to let you remove as well as add. Right? That's funky. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll trust in it. I'm usually not like a big fan of bacon, which is why I was going to remove the bacon. I know. I'm making enemies with that statement. But like, I do think bacon's a bit overrated. Let's see. What did we go Meteor? Yeah, that's great. Let's just go Meat Fielder. Whoop, whoop. I think that is everything. Oh, I haven't made all selections? 1 minute. Oh, yeah. Am I good to get am I good to get the stuffed crust? I'm feeling cheeky. Wait, what's double decadence? Feel free to say no. It is actually £3 extra. Now that I think about it, that's overly decadent. What is double decadence? Get extra? All right, Big Pog. You're a legend, mate. Does anyone know what double decadence even is? Oh, so they like cram pizza pieces together? Two thin and crispy pizza bases. Dude, no, you get the stuff. You get it stuffed. Who needs thin, mate? Do I look like I'm thin? Hell no. Add to order. Including desserts. Ooh, thank you. All right. Domino's cookies made with Cadbury cream egg. Twisted dough balls with chocolate cinnamon. Something I like and something unhinged. What, from dessert? What would be unhinged? I'm trying to think what would be unhinged here, man. It's all quite tame, isn't it? I mean, fish food, Ben & Jerry's sounds funky, but it's just marshmallow, caramel, and chocolate-shaped fish. So it's like, it's not unhinged. Choo Choo, caramel swirl and chocolatey covered caramel chunks. Ooh. Sweetened strawberry pieces and a cookie swirl. Magnum double salted caramel. Dude, that will coma me. I definitely want to try these Cadbury's cream eggs like cookies. They sound wild. And then what's the unhinged? Wait, I can show you quickly. Here. These are your unhinged options. These are all the desserts. You sure you want me to get two? They are £7 each. They do take the mick with the pricing. So you got fish food. Wait, they do wraps? What the hell's wraps? Why is... I don't know why they're doing wraps. You're a pizza company. Chill. Unless there's a side that's more unhinged in your eyes. Like what we got. Fries, chicken and mix, garlic dippers. I don't know. I don't feel like... Well, what are we looking for unhinged, man? I don't know what unhinged would be. It's all pretty tame, right? Chat, help me out. I don't know what to get. Oh, so sorry, you did mean extra shit in general. Okay, yeah. Like maybe something extra spicy. Octopus. Dude, it's Domino's. Like we're not gonna get octopus from a Domino's. Some spicy chicken kickers. Was that down? Wait, unless okay, what the hell? Loaded fries? How do you cheeseburger a loaded fries? That's just weird. So, chicken. Nah, that was a mistake. There's a lot of chicken. Jesus. So, chicken strips. Chicken kickers, these things. Mildly spicy, crispy coating. There we go. Alright. Is that the thing? Bloody hell. They charge you £7 for 7 of these things? These actually look really tasty. Is there anything more unhinged instead? Nah, I think that packs. That packs a punch. Alright. Just gonna show you the price to make sure you like doesn't seem like I'm taking the mic. To make sure you're okay with it. Hold on a sec. Oh no, my camera's in the way. No. You see that? Price is no object? You're a legend. People are buying you food? Damn right, dude. I haven't eaten today. I just ate chips earlier, like before we started like casting the tournament games. That was it. What's eating YouTube videos called? Is this what it's gonna be? Dude, I mean, I said I want to diversify the content, right? I guess that counts. All right, so we've got the Meat Fielder Pizza, which for some reason they do not let you remove things from, but that's fine. I think everything there works absolutely fine. The chicken kickers and the Domino's cookies made with Cadbury cream egg, which if someone in the chat has not had Cadbury cream eggs before, oh lordy, you're missing out. They are beastly. All right, so the way that this thingy worked that we were using, let me toggle that off for a sec. Domino's sponsorship incoming. Damn right they should. So if I click through. The thingy minimized. What the hell's going on there? Treat stream. There we go. Wait, there's a £17.99 price limit for some reason. Why is there a price limit? What? That's weird. Alright. They have to be done separately? There's a cap? Oh, dude, this is so stupid now. Why is it like that? That's weird. Okay, but I need to, like, this is another dumb part. You have to hit $17.99 exactly for delivery. So I guess we add in a Dr. Pepper. I mean, there's nothing you can add to hit $17.99 exactly. This is cursed. Mate, this is actually chalked. They scammed us. What the fudge? That's weird. What? I mean, because we add something to the pizza, that's 2 squids anyway. Why is there a pay limitation? That's odd. How do we fix this? Actually, I think the crust is how we fix it. Because it was a £3 extra crust. So if we do that, and then we get rid of the... Wait, why have I got all these extra dips now? This is an atrocious mess. Oh no, sorry, it's trying to add that. We're fine, we're fine. So, get rid of the Dr. Pepper with 15. We need to add $3.99. I think there was some $3.99 things here. We can fix this. What? That's such a dumb way to do it, though. I don't know why they've done that. No, I actually don't think we can. I actually legit might just do this thing I said I wasn't going to do and just send my delivery address. What the f... That's so weird. What a crappy, like... That's... dude. Rocktree, message me on Discord. Like, like, look, chat, this is what I'm dealing with. It won't let you. Look, what the f... Bro, like, do you realize how expensive takeaway is in 2024? $17.99 price limit ain't gonna work. Because, like, these guys literally require you to spend $17.99 exactly for delivery. Otherwise, I'd just be like, yeah, pizza's good enough. Like, there's no way to do it with the pizza. Oh, that's dumb. That's so silly. You think it would like just separate it and like let people make the choice, right? That's really weird. CEO his treat stream hates money? For sure, dude. Like, what? I don't think there's another way, right? That's annoying. How is Vortex, by the way, like this game, like their series still hasn't started. What's going on? Are they waiting until all the other ones are done? That's quite annoying if so. I'm keeping an eye on it. That's weird. I'm gonna let now. Wait, don't Streamlab donos just they give you 100%? I'm pretty sure, right? Let me check that. PayPal donations 100%. No, because PayPal has the standard fees, right? I don't know how much they take though. We're doomed. I don't think there's any way around this, either, which is really annoying. I mean, we could just go for like a kebab or some crap instead. That would solve it. It's such a weird way. I'm trying to navigate this like a way that makes sense. Because $17.99 limitation, but if you dump, you literally need to hit. Yeah, mathematically, I actually don't think you can. You come to 1850. Whoa! Jeez. Yeah, that's that good stuff. All right, thank you, Rocktree. Holy shit. Alright, I wasn't expecting that. Thank you very much. I mean, I was actually going to just end up giving you my details at this rate. Because now I'm fucking hungry as all hell. Thank you, man. You're an absolute legend. Holy shit. Alright. Let me... what was that? Like, fuck this shitty little stream treats. Maybe we'll have a use for it in the future. Right, so... Full order, chat. Full order. Order! Order! Order in the court. Alright, so we needed our chicken kickers. Yeah, this is like an interesting direction for the stream in the future. Just let people choose my food. They pay for it. I'm up for that. Feed me. Domino's cookies. I mean, the ice cream's getting more tempting now the more I look at it. Alright, screw it. Let's just go for this. That's the overtime pay. Thank you, thank you. Whoop. So, need to go to checkout. No, I need to add in those details. Ice cream was tempting, man. It was already tempting. Emma's still up. Emma, need you to receive my food. Could have sworn I had a Just Eat account. I'm pretty sure I do. I do. There we go. Emma? I guess we do as soon as possible. Need eating ASMR? Oof, is that part of the condition? Oh, people are gonna hate that. Yeah, I'm gonna really see how this is going. Vortex's series is gonna start as soon as it arrives. Like, what is this crap? We're just playing practice games. Mukbang? Oof. What do that? Dude, I mean, alright, you guys. This is straight away the response. You rich. You've already eaten, right? You know whether I need to turn this into a 2 pizza deal. I think she should have already eaten. Like, yeah. She's already eaten. Okay. Right. Treat the last. She's already eaten, dude. She's already eaten. All right. Go to payment. Is it that one? Ugh. Boom. There we go. No, I don't want to use Windows Hello. Kiss my ballsack. Sorry, guys. Wait, what? Dude, it's got the wrong delivery address. That's weird. Okay, why is... Okay, that is just weird. Stupid thing. It's legit just showing the wrong delivery address for no reason. I have a discount voucher. Oh wait, I don't think it lets me fill out that it's called Brocktree. It's 100% discount. Poogers. Alright, so chicken kickers, Domino's cookie made with Cadbury cream egg, and the meat filter pizza. Order is placed. Thank you very much, Brocktree, you absolute legend. I'll try and figure out a more reliable way in the future. Sorry, I don't mean to sound skeezy. It's not like I don't trust you. Like, you get what I mean, though, right? Like, it's literally like... It's one of those things when you're streaming on the internet, like... it's not you. I don't think, like, you'd be like that. But it's like, I know what will happen is, like, I'll get too kushki, and then I'll just do it for someone who isn't, like, a regular viewer who says something. And then, all of a sudden... I don't think I get swatted, but... I don't know. You get where I go. Like, it's one of those things. But you're an absolute mad lad. I appreciate you, buddy. Alright, so... That is going to be 21:10, 21:30 delivery estimation, so 45 minutes-ish. I'm hoping Vortex is going to play a bloody series by then. That would be absolutely fantastic. Should we just look for a different series now? This is getting a bit silly. It's meant to be a running schedule. A rolling schedule, rather. There's no way, like, it isn't time to roll. That is a bit chalked, mate. If they're waiting for the other sets, because look. All set. Let's see. Look in a second. I just need to close all these extra windows. So. Do that. Where is it? Yeah, okay. So. If they're waiting, they're going to be waiting a while. So I guess we watch Dragavan versus Numidon? I don't know why they've set it up that way. That's so weird. Oh god, it's English versus Chinese. This game's going to be an hour long. Warspite crushed Avali? Yeah, Warspite's like, dude, Warspite's low-key impressive. You'd be surprised. Oh, Jesus. Alright, well. What's that? Let me change the title a bit. So it's less baity. Given the way Numidon plays in tournaments and the fact that Dragavan is playing English, I got a bad feeling about this game, chat. Alright, finally after a very, very long takeaway order that kind of got ridiculous, we're ready to go. Numidon versus Dragavan, Chinese versus English, one and all. Welcome back to A4 Action. This is going to be a long night. Definitely sticking to my guns that we're not going to cast all the way through to the grand finals. I think actually just waiting to get to the playoffs at this rate is going to be like another 2 hours of gameplay, because when I see English versus Chinese and I see Chinese in the hands of Numidon, I know that we're going to be here for an hour. So let me just save us 2 minutes by hitting 2 times speed on the early game. Could be fast though. One thing that I got to say, Dragavan, if there was ever a time for this guy to shine bright like an exterminatus, like a beacon in the middle of the dark night, it is now. I do not know of any Soul player that has believed more for longer in the idea of the Abbey of Kings build than this guy. So, there is a possibility that we could be in for a very, very quick game. That's to see if he plays it. I love how I just got a message after placing that order from my partner. What did you get me? Scraps. You get scraps. There we go. And it is going to be the Abbey of Kings. Imperial Academy coming on the other side. Yeah, so this is like pretty expected play-wise. Abbey of Kings, I think, is genuinely the new meta. And on top of that, I think Dragavan would have done this even if it hadn't been buffed. This man is absolutely infatuated with the king. Ever since they added in the free king as well, there's this insane build where you go 2 TC. I think it's a bit harder to hit against the Chinese, but because you heal so quickly, you can even dive a hand cannon slit in placement. So Imperial Academy first also sets you up for this pain. The timing is just egregious. Like, we're almost 4 minutes in the game. Abbey of Kings, he could be building this a little bit quicker to get the 4.5 minute timing on the king. It guarantees that there's not a Barbican being dropped in time. And to be totally honest, there's no real high-value clean Barbican. Like, you'd have to drop it on the 4 to your base. Worst possible thing to do against what is quickly becoming the Coca Township of land. That's how highly I rate this opening for the English. Oh, we need to get predictions up. You guys have earned some predictions as you stuck with us through that long-ass wait between Vortex and Lysfron. So, let me kick up the predictions. Let's find out. So, I'll give you guys 2 minutes. All right, so tech up complete. I think Numenor actually does have to open spears. What? Oh my god, Numenor, he didn't scout it. There's no way he scouted it. You do not open archery range if you scout the king. Oh, Jesus. Yep. Oh, man. That's so painful. This is the importance of scout timing, folks. And not just that, Dragovan is doing something wild. Are you kidding me right now? You absolute vile monster. Dude, Dragachad is on something, man. I agree. Like, it's double archery range. Guys, he literally got both feudal age landmarks. How about that? He didn't finish it all. No. It actually matters now that he didn't finish it. If he finished it, he'd at least have archery ranges as well to deal with Lombos. He now has Spearmen to deal with Lombo King. And here's the crazy thing about this build. Like, your Lombos are going to get healed up by the King. Like, this is insanely powerful. And yeah, I'm not surprised. This is probably how he beat Vortex. I'm not surprised at all. This build is literally both feudal landmarks. Man, Dragovan has been cooking. He's been brewing. And he's ready to explode. Numenor has got his work cut out now. Knight is wasting the time to Spearman. Love this detail. The reason you're seeing Dragovan do this, he's looking to dive towards the back eco anyway. But on top of that, he's wasting the Spearman and the Scout's time. All this info gathering is following him, which means nothing is seeing this. And it means that Numenor is not going to be ready for this. Dragovan is intentionally waiting until the Barbican timing should roughly be coming in. This is going to be brutal. Holy crap. I should have given you guys 30 seconds to put your predictions in. Village is now being pulled. Numenor's going for a risky loose Barbican. And the King shouldn't be able to do this, but the Lombo's on the other side. And Numenor, this game just got excruciatingly painful. King did go... Okay, that was a missed micro. Dragovan should never be losing the King like that. So there is hope. There is a way. This game! What a crazy build. You know, it's interesting because we've been watching like Puppy Paw and Wham, specifically the most on English. They've been doing this very cool experimental build where you go King to get second TC or go Castle H. This is something else, man. This is Dragovan unhinged. Wombo count's going up. Numenor. Wait, what? He's moving his entire base. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen a player have to do this. Like, have we ever cast someone doing this? Oh my god. We've had games where players should have done this, but never where they do. Holy crap, Numenor. Well, like, okay, here's the bigger problem. He needs a new TC. The stone is really far away. So if Dragovan builds a new king and comes here, that's just GG, right? I can't believe this. This game is insane. Numenor can't get a landmark snipe, remember. He's even building the blacksmiths here. Oh, this is fantastic. And yeah, this is interesting. Remember, they moved the camp from men-at-arms to scouts. Wait. Which is really effective with the scout nearby. I don't think this affects outpost. This is just outpost vision. That would be broken. But yeah, like if he hadn't actually lost his scout, he would have seen a lot. This is kind of unnecessary. But Dragovan is now playing blind game. And what is Numenor's plan here? Like, what do you do next? I mean, it's siege engineering, right? Dragovan's going to try to end the game. Numenor has he not scouted the gold? He knows about the stone, rather. He knows about the stone. He's just not going for it. His Imperial Academy feels pretty worthless, right? No bonus taxation over here. And he's walling himself in. Dude, this game is crazy. I genuinely have I don't remember. Maybe years ago, I watched a game like this, but this is a rarity. And I got a smile on my face. You know, I'm actually happy that Lucifron and Vortex's series got delayed so that we could see this. I'm okay if this game goes an hour now because of how it began. I probably should say that unless I'm 100% confident that I'm okay with that. Rams now coming in. Dragoran, I mean, this is a crazy timing. Like, you just build 3 Rams, I think. You don't need to pump more Lombos right now. Numidan's only way out is to go Castle Age. So what you need to do is take out the TC so he can't scale his economy. Because then this play is pretty weak, right? Like, the deer and the boar do not last forever. The king is 200 resources, 100 food, 100 gold. Kind of surprised he actually didn't go for a rebuy. I feel like that's a very valuable tool to have. Because if he scouted this out and started just raiding, moved a few Lombos down here, it truly is GG. Like, Numidan, if this play got scouted at all, the game is over. And the crazy part is Dragovan saw him leave the base, but didn't want to come around and go towards this. Instead, Ram shuffling in. He's actually going to go for the houses. Not a bad idea, considering the way that Numidan recovers his base is by spamming Palace Guard. Palace Guard need to be high in quantity, especially when you're up against the Outpost Aura. One thing I don't like which Dragovan's doing, no Steeled Arrow. I'm hoping this gold is about Steeled Arrow and not about the king. The Steeled Arrow is critical here because the initial Palace Guard will die if you have that upgrade. Village going down. Oh my god, he's actually trying to go Lance. Wait. Okay, I think Numidan is trying to attack Dragovan's base now. Because there's no other reason why you go Lancers. Lancers are a terrible way of reclaiming your base. If you go Lancers, what ends up happening is your opponent can just get Spearman, and you're counted from an age behind, right? Palace Guard feels like the freer choice, but Wolf's now going up, Dragovan. What has this game become? Oh, he's moving in pretty deep here. That's ballsy. That's a lot of villagers, though. So a few of them are going to die. I feel like Dragovan is throwing away quite a lot here with this dive, though. Decent idle time. Imperial officials aren't going to be sniped. And this wall is not going to work. He's just going to dive it. Numidan! This tech up and for what? This may be the wildest English-Chinese game I have ever watched. Numidan is going to lose half his economy. Nestabees is coming. It's his one in redeeming quality, but it's not going to kill quick enough before the losses have stacked up. And Numidan, well, good thing his villagers did just die because he was housed. Oh my god. What a wild game. Where are the Rams? Dude, wait, you can't kill the neutral trade post. Please, Dragovan, please. Insanity ensues here, folks. Imperial officials have been reduced down to none. The Imperial Academy doesn't want to produce new ones due to the Lombos camping here. And Dragovan, I mean, what next? Like, what treat have you got waiting for me around the corner, son? I'm ready. Numidan and his one nest of bees versus the world. Ram's going to move in. I love how he's just like, mining camp. Let's hit that. I'm here anyway. Dragovan takes the long way around the wall. I mean, it's funny because actually if Dragovan just had the king, he could snipe the nest of bees, right? And it's like, it's just GG. Numidan now just gathering what little wood he can at home on the straggler trees because that's the only thing he can touch. Second wave of Lombos is coming. You know, often when you split Lombos like this, it kills you in a game. But I think when it's just a nest of bees on the other side, you're probably safe. It's not too bad, you know, it's probably not going to kill you. I do think Dragovan could be playing this a bit more aggressively, though. Like, building a ram right here does feel like GG, because these houses will just die, the stables will be gone, and then there's no comeback, right? Instead, Lombos, line formation in the villages. No textiles either. Oh, God, nest of bees. One is not going to phase him. Dragovan says more blood. Cost them a few LBs, but worth it, right? And behind this, it looks like there is a sneak out again. Yeah, Dragovan, if you just get 3 or 4 Lombos and sit them here, these guys die. Dragovan. I love the fact he's like, I could tech up, or I could just build Horsemen now and end the game. I mean, I really want to see this king. I think it's negligible. It's pretty negligible by him to not get the king. Nestabees aren't going to insta-kill you, right? So if you pull away, the king heals you up. Like, this is what the king is worth his weight in gold in this game. Not to mention it's a way that you can snipe out the Nestabees. I feel like Numidan is going to have to go for a farm transition in the corner. Oh, God, more dead. He now has a 20 eco lead. Wow. And he's stealing the deer from the enemy side. Anything to not have to add in more farms, right? You need it as well when you're going into Mass Horsemen. The funny thing is, like, Dragovan could probably make this quite quick and clean now just by building, like, 4 rams with a group of spears and going. But where's the fun in that? Dragovan sitting there's like, I don't usually get games like that. Even for me, this is a bit out there. And yeah, it's kind of interesting that I think Dragovan, you're right, he didn't realize this was walled off only to this point, right? He didn't see what we saw. So funnily enough, Numenon's fake wall, his ethereal wall, his ghost wall, is keeping him in this game right now. Villagers awkwardly now in range, right? Like, if, yeah, Dragoman, please, just stone. If he just gets arrow slits, Numenon can't do this at all. Instead, we are massing horsemen. It's double nest of these, 2 lancers. This is the world for Numenon. This is everything. Lose one of these units and you're not going to hold. And the other town center, I'm still waiting on it. But the problem is Numenon. Ooh, Lancer goes into the enemy base. That's a really smart play. Nice reaction by Dragovan. This is how you want to react to one cavalry unit in this situation. Short bows out, right? Otherwise, the idle time is going to be even longer, and the threat's still going to be relevant. Cool thing about sending horsemen, you stab him down slowly, and if you get injured, you just go back towards the Abbey of Kings. And Numenon is going for another TC. Wow. Okay, so he's trying to crawl back into his base. I think this is about securing the stone for maybe a keep drop to bridge his base. Dude, that is sick. If that's the idea, to get this like strip under your control again, love what the thought process is there from Numenon. He's essentially punishing Dragovan, or trying to punish Dragovan, for not closing a game, right? Like, Dragovan, it's almost like he's a little bit too hesitant. Either go Castle Age or build Rams and end. I think this is a weird kind of midpoint we're seeing from Dragovan that feels entirely unnecessary. I like how he's literally gone to his opponent's side of the map to gather deer and berries, and there's still straggler sheep around here. Like, this game. So I'm going to need everyone to take the lessons that Dragovan has imparted upon you here and take them into your ladder games, please. These are the type of games that I'm looking to cast. Thank you very much. People ask, like, what kind of games are you really after? These. I'll take more of these, Ty. Oh, absolutely incredible. It's like one of those, like, what's going to happen next type feelings as well, because I just genuinely do not know. I'll dive in. I think we know what's going to happen next. It's going to be a landmark rush down. The villages as well. Oh my god, dude, he's sending everyone. What? Dragovan against 2 Nesta Bees is willing to do this. Oh my god. 1 landmark down. Free to go. Numenon's seeing this, like, just build another Nesta Bees. Yeah. Guys, Dragovan could lose this. He could honestly lose this. This is so unnecessary. Dragovan looking to drop the world on his opponent here. The Nesta Bees are getting ready and in range. They can shoot from over the tree line, from over the wall. Numenon making sure he's protected here. Nesta Bee shots come in big. Villagers diving right towards it. The horsemen need to get around. They need to counter these Nesta Bees right now, but the walls are going up. It's a panic to break through. Dragovan. Nesta Bees. Oh my god. They're still alive. And they're thirsty for blood. Numenon sets up the line. Villages to hold. Short bows are not going to work. And I think Dragovan just lost the unlosable game. I have never cast a tournament game like this. To think a game that looked like the easiest win. A proxy rebuild base. A
greedy Castle Age into an unnecessary all-in. Dragavan, after defeating Vortex with this very strategy, he may have fine-tuned it a bit too much. There's all-in, and then there's balls in a blender. And this is most definitely the blender. Dragavan has got 6 horsemen. He's got 6 villagers. But Numenor is down to 15 workers. And no food. The TC. Oh my god. He calls it. Dragavan now dawns the title as loser of the unlosable.
I can't. So let me just get the YouTube title for that one. The dumbest competitive Age of Empires match ever. Wait, is that fair? Is that what we call it? Or is that like the biggest throw in AoE 4 history? Oh my god, dude. Clip it, ship it, send it on Reddit. I can't believe that. Yeah, he had a good strategy. They just needed to add rams and end. I can't believe that. I can't believe that, dude. Guys, is it the dumbest competitive Age of Empires match ever, or the biggest throw in Age of Empires for history? I'm not sure which is more appropriate there. Oh my god. The biggest throw? I feel like the dumbest competitive Age of Empires game match ever. Like, yeah. Oh my god. I can't with that. No one tell Drongo about that. He'll be like a fly to shit, man. That's my game. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. That. I'm glad we didn't wait around for Lucifer and Vortex. We wouldn't have seen that. By the way, reminder, Vortex lost to that. Something like that, anyway. Oh my god. So I guess we're watching Wham versus Numenor. Holy crap. Yeah, this still hasn't been drafted. So they're not playing that phase until all games are resolved. So we've got Wham versus Numenor now. Oh my god, dude. Alright, Wham's searching now. I wonder if there's like a better name than that one. I don't think there is. I think that is the best name, right? Like, I'm overthinking this. I just should like punt it. I know what's gonna happen. I'll upload it. It'll get like 200 views anyway. Even though that video, like when I upload that deserves 50,000 views. I have cast more Age of Empires 4 at this stage than I think anyone. More matches than anyone. And I have never seen something so absurd in a tournament game. Oh, wait. You know what? Like, that's how, like... Yeah, hold on a sec. Let me record that for the beginning. I have cast more Age of Empires 4 than anybody in the scene. And I have never seen something that absurd in competitive play. I'm going to attack that at the front. Absurd? No, I can do better than that. I can be more clickbaity. I've cast more games of Age of Empires 4 than anyone in the scene. And this is by far the dumbest game I've ever seen. No, that's terrible. Needs to be the competitive part. I've cast more games of Age of Empires 4 than anyone else in the scene. And I have never in the history of tournament play seen something as absurd as this. Did I say absurd? Do it one more time. This is what happens when I have a chance to actually like recache stuff. I do it worse and worse. I've cast more AoE 4 than anyone else in the scene, and I can hand on heart say I have never seen something this absurd in tournament play. There we go. That's good. I think that's the one. That's the money shot. Alright, so we're waiting for Wham to start his game versus Numidan. Dude, I'm speechless. Alright. Was the final one the money shot? I've cast more AoE 4 than anyone else in the scene, and I can hand on heart say I have never seen something this absurd in tournament play. I've cast more games of Age of Empires 4 than anyone else in the scene. And I have never in the history of tournament play seen something as absurd as this. Nah, it's the first one. Yeah. Alright, there we go. I'll have to edit that in. Oh, sorry. Put music on while we wait. We're just waiting for them to set up lobby, so we should be in a few minutes. You cast more games than me? You must be casting a lot of 10-second games. I cast more Donati than anyone else. Therefore, statistically, I am already ahead. Can't fit more games than that. What's up, Gully? Did you see Dragavan vs Numidan? Yep, I was casting it. Was someone else casting it? I am speechless. It is by far the... It will go down in history as one of the most absurd games. That I've titled it. I'm going to priority upload it. Skipping the rest of my queue. The dumbest competitive Age of Empires match ever. Like, it full stop. Like, there's no competing. Unbelievable. Alright, so we are 3.5 minutes out from Wham versus Numidan. Oh my god. Yeah, Sacrifice, you missed something special. Biggest throw in AoE4 history. Yeah, like, I mean, well, I asked chat. I mean, screw it. Here, you guys can, like, decide. Is it title of video? I won't be able to put the full title in. So the dumbest. So should it be the dumbest competitive Age of Empires match ever, or the biggest throw in Age of Empires 4 history? You guys think biggest throw? Throw is a spoiler. See, this is the thing. You'd think that matters, but the weird thing with YouTube behavior is, like, it almost seems like people don't care. They almost want a taster, which sounds weird. But that's YouTube mentality. I don't know. I think absurd is, like, more complicated than dumb, though. Like, just for non-English speakers, I don't know if, like, absurd is, like... Is that... If you know English quite well, sure, but if you don't, right? Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go biggest throw then. The biggest throw in Age of Empires history. And I'm thinking I'm going to show point the arrow and say he moved his entire base. That's what I'll do for the thumbnail. Unless I, like, double down. Like, maybe that's too split. Maybe it should be a double down in the thumbnail as, like, the unlosable, and then you show the map state, right? I don't know, maybe he moved his entire base is good. I don't know, I'll think about that. I'm trying to think what I want to do for thumbnail there. This is why I meant to have a person on YouTube doing this, but like they're kind of on the training wheels thing still, where they need a lot of input. Damn it. What do you guys think? Should I like point to the fact that he moved his whole base on the thumbnail, or type he done everything right? ... Food's here. Pog. Thank you. Oh, someone seems to be missing. Why is that? What's in the microwave, Emma? Your what? Your cookie. Don't know if that's true. Oh, blimey. A little bit messy. Need to be careful where I put it. Thank you, Brocktree, for this. Yeah, let's show off what Brocktree got us. Oh. Oh. Well, that's Brocktree. They scammed us. There seems to be a slice missing. What kind of weird pizza joint sends you almost a complete pizza? Alright. Well, I've got to cast this. Like, are you waiting for more of my food? Like a fucking... You're like a stray dog at the table. Yeah, it's got stuffed crust to stuff me. You had your pizza. You greedy mother ducker. Yeah, it's good. You can eat all the bacon off the top and leave the rest for me. Thanks. This is from a person, by the way. Get the other half on stream? No, she don't want. Like, she's trying to hide shameful on the side. So this is from a person, by the way, who like will go to the shops and buy herself like 3 times more candy than she'll get me. That's the person I'm dealing with here. Now we do have these chickens, which there were 7 of until she ate one of them as well. Sorry, we should probably be like playing the replay, right? You guys want to watch the stuff in the background too. This is the crap I deal with. Thank you, Brocktree. I appreciate you. She hasn't said thank you. Sorry, what was that? You. You've had a pizza already. I haven't eaten. Me either. Yes, you have. You ate pizza. You fat bitch. Let's try this out. That's pretty reasonable. Very mild. It's very greasy, actually. I should be doing this in front of a PC. Garlic and herb. Sorry, did you guys want me to cast this? I would, but I'm currently in a race against someone off to the side to eat this food. Because they're a pig. What was it? Control C. Should I trust in the power of the thingy to guide you guys? How much of my pizza are you planning on eating? Just that? If there's one more slice missing, I'm booting you out of the bed tonight. Greedy mother ducker. I'll get hands on a sec. I want to eat like one more chicken. So, if I'd known she was still hungry, we spent 30 quid, I would have just got a meal deal. But did she say she was hungry, chat? I got the messages. Nope. It's like, have you eaten already? Yeah. I've been scammed. Don't take the pizza inside. Yeah, put it in the oven so it stays warm. Thanks, Brocktree. Now I'm getting a divorce. Just kidding. Not married. No, thank you, Brocktree. Appreciate you, buddy. This is wonderful. Now that she's gone Brocktree, let's get married. Right. You always assume your other half is hungry? She got asked. She had an opportunity. Secrets. Nothing's been said. All right. Should we get ready? Let's cast this game. I'll give you the rest of my chicken. Oh no. What was the thingy button? I always forget what I have the button set. Free cam off. Free cam on, rather. All right. One and all, welcome back to A for Action. I just got completely pillaged by my partner. Shout out to the amazing Lord Brocktree for buying me a pizza. Or should I say, buying my partner a pizza. We are partially sustained. Could continue on in deeper into the Warchief Club number 71. We've got Wham going up against Numidan, English versus Byzantines. This is a matchup that I am of the opinion that the Byzantines is quite favored in. But Wham has a very creative build, as most English players do at the moment, actually, involving building an Abbey of Kings to dethrone the enemy. This build is incredibly impressive and very impressive. Wham and Poppypool have these very interesting builds involving 2 TC play. They either go second TC in Feudal and then gradually into Castle, or they rush Castle with their second TC being the Castle Ager. I think this is going to be one of those 2 TC games, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no. Hippodrome, probably... You could go second TC condensed, but it's risky on the front. I think we're probably going to be looking at something a little bit more sane from Wham because it's a Hippodrome. If this was a Grand Winery build, the rest would be free, but you crafty son of a gun. I love this build from Numidan. The Hippodrome is a bait. We watched a series with Marine Lord in earlier where I highlighted that the true power in Hippodrome isn't in itself to be the all-in. The true power in Hippodrome, similar to the true power of Abbey of Kings right now, is to bait your opponent into doing something or thinking it's something else. Hippodrome play leads to an expectation of all-in feudal. That's not what Numidan's trying at all. Unfortunately, Wham is not falling for the bait. He's moving straight across the map, and that means that Numidan has to go for the insanely condensed TC or die. What a read. What an insane read. Wham's going to go full cav. Oh my god. Please, please, Numidan, just let the TC be right here. No, he's going for the berries. This has to be berry play, right? Or he goes on deer. This is very risky, though. Wham. Is the timing going to be right? Did he get a glimpse of that? No way. Numidan, he's moving out right now. There's no way he gets away from this. We just watched him in a series where he had to move his entire base out of his real base. It's not going to be quite that extreme, but he is indeed going to get the player out onto the flanks. And Wham is none the wiser.
Oh my god. I'm baffled right now. I can't believe this. Numenon is getting away with something that shouldn't be happening right now. Make no mistake about it. That right there was seconds difference. Wham, if he just waited around 2 more seconds, if Numenon had started pulling villagers 2 more seconds earlier, this game would almost just be over. You'd have to go for a 2 TC condensed, and that doesn't feel great. You get Dove trying to build up the TC right here. It'd feel atrocious. But instead, we now have a wild game. 2 TC versus 1. And Triumph Hippodrome versus the sustained healing over time outside of combat of the King with English Horsemen. Now, the interesting part is actually if you scale these numbers large enough, you can just torch down a TC. It's very difficult, though. And that's also, forgetting the fact that Numenon's going to have a lot of food to gather. He actually got an insane haul of sheep. Look at this. 14 sheep compared to just 10 remaining. But now he has the berries as well. So Numenon is in a very good position in this game. This is really important, by the way. This is before the playoffs. So we are in a best-of-1 elimination game right now. This is tournament play. Whoever loses is out of the one-day $1,500 event that's been hosted by Rising Empires. That's a raid by the Horseman. Very difficult to dive these TCs. And notice that he doesn't want to pump the Triumph charges, right? Like, actually, it looks like he did use it there. That's quite awkward. I think this is like the interesting part is if Numenon can force a static fight, his army's just better. Triumph makes it that way. If you can commit to the full fight, Triumph just continues on, boom, you kill. But whenever it drags out or peels away, that's when the game gets a bit ugly for Wham, for Numenon rather, because Wham has that consistent heal outside of combat, whereas Triumph is a kind of burst type ability. Ball's now going up, Numenon. Guys, we're going to have a fairly long game, I think, ahead of us. Wham's going to go for Castle Age. Just smart choice. We said these are the type of builds they do, right? 2 TC or Fast Castle. This is Fast Castle now. We're going to hit the speed up because there shouldn't be any aggro on either side. For Numenon, he just wants to wall himself in, play the TC game. And Wham needs to kind of play catch-up in that regard. He can't try to all-in now. I can't believe we're shit, dude. People in the Dragovan comments. That poor guy. Oh my god. This is going to be like the 80 Bunty. Wham. Now looking for a way in, but walls are up. King's Pass is on the way. Numenon is about to be an age behind, but not for long. Oh no. No. No! He has to build more horsemen. You can't fight this right now. Because if you Triumph activate, he'll just run away, right? Ah, dude, that is brutal. Numenon is trying to avoid having to do so. He's encouraging Wham to try and dive the TC. Wham, by the way, still doesn't know about the second TC. He has yet to scout the west side. He doesn't know about the gathering on the stone. Oh my god. Slips back out. So Wham is going to tech up. But he's behind by quite a bit now. That's 8 villages, but then it's more. Remember, the system effect. The extra 14%. You've got some people on farms, so you've got your increased gathering rate as well, but a lot of your economy isn't getting buffed up. Whereas for the Byzantines, the buff up is generic, right? It affects all the economy. Dude, this is brutal. Golden Horn now on the way. Numenon. A pretty good position in this game, but Wham is going to have a small window due to this. It's the initial knights coming out. And Numenon, like, you don't want to react by going into Cataphracts, right? Like, that doesn't feel like a great trade. That's going to come in. Triumph is going to be activated, though. And interesting, like, Wham is like, okay, I'm just going to pull away now because you've activated. This Triumph is now going to be on cooldown for a long time. Numenon, unfortunately, unable to pinch the king there. And that heal is going to start kicking in a sec. Yep, there we go. And he's attacking the king on the retreat. This is a worst-case scenario. The horsemen are going to be fully rejuvenated. The knight's going to arrive. Numenon, now, he's already opted into the Keshik contract. I don't know about this, man. That's very ambitious with the fact you haven't got massive olive groves set up, and you've gone Grand One, you've got Hippodrome, right? You won't have massive olive grove income. Scaling Keshiks is difficult. This build from Wham that him and Puppetball have been doing a lot, where they just prioritize knights as the game goes on, is
ridiculously powerful. I've even seen them go towards Imperial Age, and then they just drop Wingard and go Wingard Raiders. Because the ramp timing, you build 6 cav units every 19 seconds. They've identified something that I think kind of got lost in the past, right? Like the English used to always do these fast custom night builds, and they stopped. But what we're seeing is just how powerful these timings still are. Right around the back. Some decent idle time. Numenor just getting blocked out of what he needs here, which is olive oil to get more Keshiks pumping. Moon Knight should be on the way. Wham's not going to be slowing down, but he's also going to be going for relics now. Another element that Numenor can't do, right? He didn't go for Grand Winery. He doesn't have a monastery already. These clashes. He forces the triumph, but it's the shortest triumph in history. Nice peel there, just trying to bring them low. Crossbows, that's what he wants to access, and he's going to be given access here. Horsemen right in as well. Knights are going to start being targeted down. Second wave of crossbows is going to come in, so Wham is going to have to retreat away from this, but right now he's boxing Numenor in his base while he plays for those relics. And also, Numenor, the damage has added up. Look at the eco state, guys. They are now neck and neck on village account. The difference is going to be in the relics. Second monk now being added in. Are you eating my cream cook? Dude, you better not be eating my cream egg cookie. You're sleeping on the floor tonight. GG, that's it. Guys, chat. I told her straight. I was like, if you're allowed to put on weight, I'm going to start putting on weight. She's like, okay. I can't put on weight if people eat my cream egg cookies. God damn it. Undermesh now coming in from Wham. So we are just going unlimited nights now. I'm saving you. I mean, you won't feel that way when, like, you know, I'm just upset. Like, you know, clearly helping me get my body in shape is going to allow me to basically be able to get into a relationship with Ana de Armas. Nope, I aim high, guys. I aim high. Sorry, I'm going to be leaving you in a few years. GG. Knights now moving in. Oh my god. Numenor might be leaving this game quickly. That's a lot of knights. Crossbows get cut down. Along the side. Looks like it's actually a relic being blocked out, but that's an expensive loss. Numenor hasn't built the critical mass of crossbows. I'm not sure he's going to be able to now. It's very difficult at this stage. His food income is, quite frankly, abysmal. He's in the middle of a forced olive growth transition, right? Like, he's got limited berries back here. And, dude, okay, he does know about the deer. He's just not playing them for some reason. No Wallow. It's going to be a whiff. I mean, Numenor is doing a good job of buying time with the remaining cavalry, right? But he does feel a little bit outmatched with the way this is playing. So what's the win conditions for these two players? Numenor needs to get 30 olive groves and start pumping Keshiks to get some semblance of map control, because Wham is starting to extend out of the safety, right? For Wham, it's raid, and then we're likely going to see an eventual play into Imperial. It's the natural flow for this build that they do. Around like 22 to 27 minutes, get to Imperial Age, and open up with the Wingard, start spamming Raiders. Because at that point, like, you're seeing right now how Numenor is struggling to keep up the count. This game could be over before we even reach that Imperial Age. But if somehow Numenor survives that long, it is going to be a play into Wingard Raiders. What surprises me, actually, is that Numenor, you're up against Mass Knights here? You're in Castle Age. You're playing the Byzantines. Where are the Raxes? It's almost like he's paranoid that this is going to be a longbow follow-up from the English, and he doesn't want to fall victim to it. Limitane do cost a lot of food, sure, but, you know, you only really need cavalry instead if you're trying to move fast. You've walled up. Limitane with teardrop shields have enough time to react. You'll be able to protect yourself, and it'll be long-term more cost-efficient. I think the thought process from Numenor is by playing cavalry, it's not going to be a dive into his base, it's going to be Wham mirroring. So he's kind of delaying this threat coming to deal with it down the line. The question now is whether 12 crossbows really feels like you're dealing with it. Wow, but this crossbow transition is also going to be proving quite the nuisance.
I don't feel like Triumph can actually save you from this mess that's coming. Wham needs more. Numenor needs more, rather. Wham needs more resources. He's actually stockpiling quite a bit. His food is kind of escalating to a stage where, you know, Imperial might just naturally happen if he glances away for one fight. And the walls going up suggests that's exactly where we're trending towards here, right? Because the logic is if you go Imperial Age and you start opening with Wingguard Raiders, you're attack, attack, attack. These walls will stop Numenor from doing the same thing. And it's really important you do this with the English in this type of game where the enemy has Cav, because usually when you go Imperial Age with English, you'd have a Berkshire to protect you. This build isn't about Berkshire. It's all about Wingguard. Wow. I don't think he'll be able to break this down quick enough. Crossbows are on the way. Feeling ambitious, though. I mean, technically, if he gets in here, this is a massacre. Numenor also just ran out of gold, guys. It's really bad. New wall coming up. Wham, quick to move away. Yeah, so now Numenor has to move forward of his base with his economy. He's officially out of gold. He's now capped on the crossbows he can count into. And what worries me more is, like, Wham is transitioning away from mass knights into mass crossbows. It's like, what is your counter there? You could argue you don't need Limitane, but I think you need a lot of Limitane to beat this crossbow count. Okay, that is a cursed wall right there, Jesus. Oh, crossbows. Perfect time, perfect moment. Oh, wow. No, buddy, it's attack speed aura. That is not a fight you ever want. Well, micro there. Wow, I'm actually taking out every single one. Holy Mary, Mother of Pearl. This game is getting spooky. If you looked at the raw top stats, you'd be like, oh, this game's quite close, KP, what you're on about. Army value is quite bugged often, but... So you have to kind of math yourself. But, like, you know, you can see by the numbers clearly that Wham's ahead. Substantially, even more so with this king factor. And the raid potential comes in. The gold on the front side. Numenor will move away just before it turns into an encirclement. But, I mean, this is looking close to over. Berkshire's now on the way. He catches Numenor coming out from the base and immediately pounces inside. What an insane build. English from the worst performing Civ in the recent tournament. This one king change has just ramped them up into a top 4, top 5 Civ. This build is absolutely bonkers. And I think Wham didn't lose a single knight for that, right? Got himself a 10 eco lead. And now a full tech lead. He's already got 700 gold saved up, so he can either choose to prioritize the knight upgrade or the crossbows. What happened to the king? He's vibing. And he just got another upgrade, guys. He has 400 health now. Charge comes in. Oh my god, no hesitation. Doesn't even have the elite upgrade because, look, Wham doesn't care now. It's not about knights. It's about mass crossbows. It's not the Wingguard build, right? Like, if it was Wingguard Palace, he'd wait. But these are now throwaway units. His winner, his MVP, is going to be crossbow. In the meantime, the knights are going to wreak havoc still. This heal is so infuriating. It's kind of crazy to think the Abbey of Kings really isn't even about the Abbey of Kings. It's still just about the king. The landmark could literally just be that you're building a single king, and it would still feel worthwhile with this new build. Crossbow upgrades come through in a few seconds. Needs to delay that, but the Berkshire. But guys, it got nerfed. Did it? Okay, come on, wow. You can't do that to him. He's like, all right, I've brought your troops to the front line. Have at it. And have at it hard. Gold hat upgrades are in. Can retreat into the aura. For some reason, what? Wait, that's bugged. What? Why do the rest not have the aura? Okay, that was weird. One guy had the aura the entire time. The rest have been juiced now. I mean, this is death now, surely, for Numenor. He hasn't saved up for a tech up. He's rushing on the gold right now, but the knights are coming again, and there is only 4 Limitane here. Numenor, every time, this gold is going to be a sore spot for you now. Charge in. There's another slowdown. Crossbows, in the meantime, are pursuing. Wham now has the military lead, and he has the GG. These Canadians and their English builds are proving to be quite the curse upon tournaments. Wow. Sick build. All right, so how long until the next series?
Do we do Lucifron versus Vortex? Am I just in for a penny for a pound eating pizza at midnight now? I actually might be at this rate. Good lord. Let's have a look. Okay, so sorry, it's not going to be Vortex versus Lucifron. It's Lucifron versus Killjadi, Vortex versus Marine Lord, Poppy Paw versus B, and Wham versus Beastie. Do we have a preference here, folks? I'm going to eat more chicken while playing music while we figure that out. What is Rising Empire's planning to cast, actually? Oh, that was a good crunch. There is no Vortex, Lucy. Let me check with Cal. I need to know which he's going to cast. Good chicken. I mean, Poppy being B isn't really a surprise anyway. Poppy's playing on a whole other level. Emma, you actually here? Or did you just dine and run? Go steal my food, you can at least support my stream. Did she dine and dash? She freaking dine and dashed, didn't she? Alright, they're doing Marine Lord versus Vortex. I think we'll do Poppy Paw versus B or Lucifron versus Killjadi. So let me get a poll. What to cast? Poppy Paw versus B. Or Killjadi versus Lucifron. Alright, 2 minutes. Get your votes in quick. So, Emma did dine and dash. Oh. She hung around long enough to mock me that she stole my food. Yo! What is up, Mr. Pessimistic? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy, on the Swarm. So what was I going to call that one? What did we actually call that one? Thank you, Pessimistic. Alright. Damn. People really want Poppy Paw versus B, huh? Okay. Alright. So there should be a full draft now, right? I'm changing my background. Nice. Go back to the original vibes. Ooh. Let me check to see if they're drafting. They haven't started their draft yet, so give them a sec. Puppy versus B. I think they matched earlier, but they're matching again. All right, we've got the drafts. Here we go. Oh damn! Thank you, Brock Tree. This is delicious. What a legend. Do I give him VIP? Is that how cheap and easy my VIP is? You just buy me dinner. Maybe. I am easy. Same BC and WAM? Mm-hmm. So we've got Dry Arabia, Basin, and Lipany. So high priority picks. Abbasis is pretty desirable in the second kind of phase of draft. Delhi is going to be an obvious one. Ibid works really well on these maps. Rus should get banned easily. Byzantine should get banned. I think Ibid should generally get banned. China is an S tier pick for Puppy Pool. B does like it occasionally as well, so there's some hybridization. I think China, HRE, and Byzantines are going to be hotly contested. Both these players really like Byzantines as well. B will probably try to sneak a Japanese pick towards the end of the draft. I mean, dude, Brocktree, dude, you gave them money for the pizza. Like, you gave more than enough money for a pizza, actually. Like, you gave me £60, so like I spent half of it, so I'm still bucking. No, I mean, dude, if people want to, like, if they're like in a situation like, look, I want to buy you dinner, like, but it has to be on, like, if people have conditionals where like, I want to buy you something, but it has to be on that thing, absolutely, dude. I'll honor that. Sorry, I hope I wasn't seeing sticky about like giving my details over. It's just like, it is one of those. It's just like I said, it's a habit that when you get into it, and like you do it, like you get to do it more and more easily, more and easy. I just need to set up like a PO box. PO box for one thing, and I don't know if there's anything for like takeaways or whatever. Well, there was some we found. It was just terrible because it had a 17.99 limitation. It's weird. All right, so. Did they redo it? I feel like they misclicked or something. Oh, did I accidentally join? No. Because it's watch or watch live. What are they doing? Please, boys. We're waiting for them to start their draft. So remember, Lipany, Gorge, and Dry Arabia. No, sorry, Lipany Basin, right? Yeah. No Water Drake! Come on! No one wants 4 lakes either. Get that trash out of here. Sorry, Bidlin. What's going on? Maybe they're taking like a 5-minute break? I mean, why do they need a 5-minute break? They've been sitting around watching the WAM games. My best guess is they want to avoid another Vortex vs. Lucy. Quite possibly, yeah. Because, like, usually the way... If you look at a bracket, usually the default way it behaves is that you take this result, you flip these ones, and you have your opponents. The logic is meant to be that it prevents a rematch from your upper bracket, right? So, Marine Lord, Louis should be down, like, here. He's down here. It's a bit weird, actually. It's not perfectly accurate. So I was going on the assessment that, like, Luciferon's here, Vortex is here, so you'd flip them. It's probably not how they done it. I was just, like, taking a guess, as that's usually, like, a standard way of doing it. All right, here we go. We've got Civ Draft. I would use my draft scene, but it's a pain in the ass because there's no way to like automatically pull the live data. So I'd have to manually enter it. Are we okay with me just being lazy on the production a little bit here? You guys gonna judge me? We'll switch over on the scene once we have the details. Which reminds me, we need to now toggle score on, reset score. There we go. It is quite white flashbangy, I'll give it that. I need to figure out a way of doing the text so that it doesn't have issues with white backgrounds like this, because that is a bit weird. Yeah, you should feel old saying that. Isn't that... That's the... Is that... Wait, is that Judge Dredd? No. What was that from? Judged and found wanting. Wait, no, it's Indiana Jones, right? No, sorry, it's Knight's Tale. Oh, dude, I forgot it was Knight's Tale. No, I know what I was thinking about from Indiana Jones. That's it. You chose poorly. I love this guy in... What's it called? Man in the High Castle. Incredible, dude. Like, his best acting performance by far. If you haven't seen Man in the High Castle, I highly recommend. Okay, there you go. Look at that. Iabits got through by some surprise. Chinese got picked. So next phase, we're probably going to be looking at prior picks on H or E still there, man. H or E has to get banned, right? If you're Poppy Paw, I think you ban H or E. Marlins Byzantines. Okay, no one's getting Byzantines. Thank you, Kami, man. Appreciate you, buddy. I've said it before. I've been honest about it. Goal is to grow the stream to a point where we can make a living. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about this. There's dark mode there. Prage. Just gotta keep growing, keep pumping. Feeling good about the support. Poppy Paw's second pro English makes sense against the Chinese. You know, despite what that Dragoman game shoe, like they typically do beat. I'm sorry, Dragoman. No, the English build is really, really strong. So Jean got banned away from B, right? Okay, it's banned. That's good. B had to ban it there because he picked Delhi. Like, you can't let Jean go through. Japan's still available. I think Japan's not bad against Poppy Paw's picks. So B likes Japanese. That might be a high pro for him. H3 hasn't been picked at all. Mongols as a pro is a little bit surprising with this map pool. That must be a targeted pick at what? Chinese? Possibly. I don't think that's a good targeted pick. I think, like, that's actually a really good matchup for Chinese now. H3 has to, like, I think B is going to go Japanese, and then Poppy Paw is going to pick Abbasids, and then B is going to pick H3. Ottomans. Okay, I got one of them right. Why is he pick? Like, okay, Poppy Paw just picks Abbasids. I'm here all week. Like, yeah. Abbasids is really, really good against Ottomans. The 2TC build, like, really, really freaking strong. No HRE, no. Because, like, the reason you don't do HRE here is, like, there's already China. I think Japan is, like, pretty good against HRE. On the other side of it, like, your opponent... I mean, like, HRE could have worked. I think it's just more flavorful. I think both of them, like, I'd say, actually... B had a bigger reason to pick HRE. I'm surprised he went Ottomans instead of HRE. I would have rated HRE a lot quicker, a lot higher, and then it wouldn't have made this a Abbasid pick like Gotcha, right? I think he got him. I actually think that Poppy Paw won the draft. Iabids is just genuinely like, it feels like it's almost an insta win. It's so strong right now. China's decent from B, but I think like if it's Iabid Chinese matchup, I'd favor Iabids. Delhi's really good. But the later part of this draft, I really like for Poppy Paw. The Mongols is kind of questionable. I'm not crazy about that. But like the Abbasid pick is like a easy clap from the Ottomans counter. Japanese versus Mongols is kind of interesting. I actually think Japan's favored there. English a second, not sure. Anatan, dude. Like the new Abbey of Kings build, I think it is. Are you compensating for like the idea of the second pick because of new Ing build? Because I think that's what makes it good, right, Anno? If it was before Abbey of Kings, I'd 100% agree. But the amount of agency you now get with Abbey of Kings is insane. Okay. Like, I don't think you play English into Delhi just because, like, it's weird in that the Ghazis will eventually swarm you. You could get your second TC. But, like, English versus Ottomans, English. English versus Chinese, I actually think the new build's pretty bloody good against Chinese. And English versus Japanese is, like, that's the only one I wouldn't want to do. Like, if B wants to get crafty, so what was the draft? Dry Arabia, maybe English, right? If it's English, pick Japanese. I really like the Japanese there. Because, like, the new English build is about rushing castle and building knights. Japanese build Mount Samurai and Onimusha and GG. I'm just still not sure about the Mongol pick. I'm not sure what the relevance was here. I guess, so I think Puppy Paw's strategic approach here, the Mongol pick was used to keep certain other picks out of the rotation, like maybe HRE, but I think HRE are favored against Mongols now. So maybe he was like trying to keep things like Order the Dragon possibly away. Rus maybe? I don't know. I'm still kind of perplexed by the Mongol pick. We'll see. It might be actually his solution to Chinese. He might have an idea in mind on how that deals with Chinese. Mongols good versus HRE. I'm not convinced they're that good now. Because of the marching drills, Dark Age Spearman spam from HRE is really strong. If HRE's marching drills was locked behind tier 2, I'd agree. But it's not. It's like HRE players can just spam spears and contest you. You can kind of like argue that like Straggler Trees runs out and then Lumber Camp, that's an advantage for Mongols, but then you have Defender advantage for HRE. They can heal between fighting. And then the other details, Mongols got their passive stone nerfed. So it's kind of difficult to just keep pump. You like kind of you mind me asking, like, have you got any ideas like what the Mongol pick might be about? Because I feel like it's almost like it's a blocker pick to have stopped B from picking something else. The only thing I can think actively seeing in the draft that he thinks it might be good against is like maybe China. Maybe Japanese? Is he thinking Japanese? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I agree. He likes Mongols. I don't think there's any strategic like reason. It's his number one civ. I feel like Chinese is his number one civ. I'd say like Puppy Paw number 1, number 2 civ right now is probably China, Ibids. And then this English is kind of spicy. Definitely Mongols is up there, though. I guess, like, it's interesting because if you already know what you want to do with a draft, it gives you a level of flexibility that restricts your opponent's choices and still, like, it throws them off. I think there's, like, a subtle value in doing this with a draft where even if you don't intend to pick it, your opponent is now questioning what his draft order was, right? It rips up the draft structure, which is very valuable when you consider you've got 30 seconds to pick. So it really screws with, like, optimal game theory. Block pick. I don't think Mongols are good against English or Ibids. Like, the Mongols, literally, the outpost rush loses against Ibids to, like, a single Desert Raider. Okay, yeah, dude. Yeah, it's the Mongol-Chinese game. That was I think that was one of the things we said, right? Of these picks, if you had to pick one to do this against, it's probably that you're doing it against, Chinese. So outpost rush shenanigans. I'm going to run ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about it when we're in-game. So 90 seconds ads, and then while that's happening, we'll keep talking. All right, guys. So I'm going to cast this series, and then I'm probably going to go eat afterwards. This is probably going to be like an hour and a half series. So at that point, we would have been live for 10 hours. And luckily, you know, it's called pizza. I don't mind. I think Emma's going to bed now. I told her she could eat all the bacon off top. Because I think that, like, I couldn't change the bacon on Just Eat for some reason on that pizza. I'm not crazy about bacon. Am I alone in it? Like, let me know if I'm the minority here. I think bacon is overrated. It's alright. Like, especially in a mix, I'm fine with it. But I think people have way too much faith in bacon. Good night. Love you, Emma. Wow. Look at the guys. Look at that. She eats my pizza. I don't even get a love you. GG. LFG. Who wants to be my waifu? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'll expect pancakes in the morning, thanks. And love is in the air. Yeah, until I get upstairs and she farts and it smells like my pizza, and then I remember that she stole from me. GG. You're so high maintenance? I'm not high maintenance. What? I'm the opposite of high maintenance. Oh, mate. This is what I mean. This is why I stopped wearing suits on stream. People think you're high maintenance and like upper class and crap. Dude, I'm like, I'm working class, mate. I can't afford to be high maintenance. I had to have a wonderful person in Twitch chat donate me £60 to then go and order a pizza. I wasn't gonna order takeaway myself. I'm a cheapskate. All right, so are we updated? Yeah, Puppy Boy SB we did set up. He bum class we street boys. In it bum ting. Just here for the ride, but I can't afford the tickets. Alright. Oh no, not that voice again. So who do I favor here? Dry Arabia? It's gonna depend on the spawn. Mongols have a chance if they have like a long trade. There might be like an all-in Deerstone timing Puppy Paws going for. I don't mind that idea actually. You can't play this slow though. She made me some chips. That's true. She did make me. That's true. That's true. They were peri peri salt chips. They were decent. They were decent. Zero chance versus China. Philly, I'm sorry, but like no one takes your opinion seriously anymore. You're a Byzantine main. Okay? You can speak up when we have the Byzantine game. Oh wait. There is no Byzantine game. All right, it's what we've been waiting for. It took a while to get here, but deep in the evening, we are into our... That is not a best of 5. Best of 3s here in the Warchief Club 71. This one in the north, playing the pink. We've got Puppy Paw starting this series off on the Mongols. B, his first pick of the draft, the Chinese down here in the red. Well, I'm wondering what kind of crazy wild plays we might get, because Puppy Paw prioritized this Mongol pick as his third pick in the draft. Mongols, a civ that a lot of players kind of feel like has just fallen off the side of a cliff. I mean, you see that Philipsburg guy there in chat? That Philipsburg guy, he got like top 50 playing Mongols only. Would you like to know how many Mongol games he's played since the patch? None. He's a Byzantine main now. So some people are definitely feeling quite strongly about Mongols and where they stand. I still think it's a tempo civ that does have some pretty sick timings where you can outplay your opponent. So we'll have to see if he's able to do that. Because B playing as the Chinese, naturally you've got to be thinking like 2TC is going to be the go. The question mark is, where does Puppy want to go? Because I'm looking at this spawn, and this is exactly why I do not like Mongol picks on Dry Arabia. When you get spawns like this, you might as well... ask Wham to go outside, chop a tree down, and have it fall in your power line. Because you want to remake. Like, this is absolutely atrocious for optimizing trade. Deerstone might just be the way that Puppy Paw was going, and that might be actually why he wanted to play the Civ in the first place. Other side of it, B has some creative builds. We've seen him actually do some interesting Pro Scouts builds around the Chinese. 2TC is usually the standard go-to. Chuganu massing could work as well, especially if you come under a lot of fire. Barbican plus Imperial Academy will buy you some time. And, well, there's no doubt in my mind it's at least going to be the Imperial Academy first. The buff, which, by the way, was so unnecessary for the Imperial Academy, has made it the de facto choice. You'll only ever go Barbican if you are forced to, or if you're crackety and you wake up on a given day and think, I really want to rush someone. Any other situation, Academy is just the S tier choice. So, B, we'll step that up first. And for good reason. Even more important reason in his build. It looks like B is one of the believers in the no Imperial Official opening build. So he waits until he's got the Academy online to build even his first Taxman. Now, I've watched these builds in action, and I'm personally the feeling that it feels a little bit better to just get the first IO out. I feel like realistically overall you make more money But I think the logic here for B is he's paranoid about potentially getting blocked out on gold, about this being an outpost rush. As he quite rightly should be, because Puppy Paw's on the way. And I know exactly where that outpost is going. Right on the edge of range, between the berries and the stone, surely. Yes, the Imperial Academy was buffed. It now costs 30% less to produce out of the Imperial Academy Imperial officials. That's a 45 resource saving. It's fair to say at this point, the laming begins. At this point, genuinely, when you attack the Chinese, outside of very specific situations, like let's say he's gathering stone really far away from base and the replacement would take ages to get there, it's always more value to snipe villagers instead of Imperial officials. Puppy Paw. Has he got the... No, he hasn't even got the TC in range, so we're not going to get like double eco production going on here. He's just going to be behind on eco already in this game. Outpost is coming up, as expected, on the stone, and just on the edge of the berries. I mean, B... He's got his gold still, so like realistically, if he needs to, he can always play into the blacksmiths, right? He could always go for the siege engineering. Don't think it's really going to come to that. I'm wondering if this is even a 2TC build. Funnily enough, if it was, you could kind of sneak the stone out here. I actually think this is one of the annoying things. Like, when the spawn like this happens, this is a really good spawn for B for some reasons and bad for others. The bad is the deer locations. These are very hard to reach against Mongol players. The good news is the stone locations. The secondary stone is off the flank. If you set up a Barbican, say, here, and rush out for the stone, melee units won't be able to dive you. They'll die. And you'll still then have a backup position to set up a TC behind this. B? Oh, buddy, no. Oh, Puppy Paw. Well played, my friend. Silver Tree now on the way. B is going to have to opt for the secondary choice. Has to be close enough to secure the stone. Unfortunately, that might put you just out of range of the TC. Okay, this just got officially annoying. Puppy Paw. It's going to be slow on that tech up. But he's finding decent damage for it. B is not having a good time. In fact, B, he's... Oh, dude. That is the type of play that makes you a top player. Have you seen the pivot? B isn't going for Barbican now. He's going Fast Castle. That's a sick read. It takes a lot of experience and a lot of kind of, I'd say, free will and bravery to it to like immediately make that pivot. There's a lot of players that might just still try to go for the Barbican drop for another like minute, crawl out, find a way, maybe just build an archery range, react to the play. Instead, B sees that if he reacts to the play, he's another step behind now, right? Because Puppy Paw's doing something else to get ahead. So instead, he finds a pivot that utilizes all of his resources for its intent differently. It's a tech up, it's just a different tech up. And likely we'll be looking at, what, Lancers here? Palace Guard could be really good too. I like the idea of Palace Guard over Lancers simply because Lancers can be answered by feudal opponents, right? Spearman works. But, you know, Palace Guard, Keshiks can be sticky, but if you get in here early, like the Keshiks can't really do much. The trade will get shut down. It might be he just wants to play Lancers simply because it's going to be trade. Like, that does make a lot of sense for B, and that his opponent is going to be stretched thin to try and defend this. Did we get predictions up for this? I don't think we did. We'll have to do the next game. So, Puppy Paw. Spearman plus Archers. You basically have an all-in timing here now. You can't really contest your opponent's tech-up choice. You can try to deny him, but this is difficult, man. I mean, he's still got 8 sheep left over. So, almost 2,000 food. So, 2,400 food. That's enough to get a pump going, whether it's Lancers or Palace Guard. And those initial ones will secure the additional berry patches near his base. So, really kind of tough situation. It is indeed going to be the Lancers. Remember, you've got these Imperial officials you're just scaling into quite quickly. You've already got 3 of them. You can use one of them to supervise. So, this will be a very fast ramp out of initial Lancers. And it's going to come at a time before the trade is even really starting for Puppy Paw. First one hasn't even been built yet. But what's his reaction going to be? I feel like the Tug Carpet scene, right? You know he's doing this. You saw that it's... Yeah, dude. Okay, nicely done. Chef's kiss. Puppy Paw. B looks like he made a little error here. Need to be slightly further back with the stables. It's difficult, though. I don't blame him for this. When you're playing against the Mongols, because of that Falcon detail, it's almost impossible to hide info permanently from them. So he's always going to get scouted on that. And it means that now Poppy Ball just add more spears, add in Keshiks, because the logical players for B are Lancers and Palace Guard now. And you can solve for all those problems in Feudal Age as the Mongols. B. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Luckily for him, he didn't run straight into them. Wait, why is this? That's kind of weird. The spin was running at 1.56 even when he wasn't charging there. What? Alright, well, he's got more coming. So spin plus Keshik should be able to block this out. B has a limited runway with this. We said he's got a decent amount of food, but when you're spending 140 apiece, it's pretty limited. Spear Archer is also blocking out the food. Oh, dude, this is actually brutal. Man, Puppy Paw is so good. I don't think he needs to change his name now. He's Dire Wolfpaw. Outpost by Poppy Paw is going to be slightly late here. Oh, the miss micro by B, though. Wait. Please kill something. No, please kill some. Oh, for God's sake, no. He didn't kill anything. Oh, that is absolutely brutal. Meanwhile, he built the mill, so he's now going to lose that. That's going to be bounty gold. Go in the way of Poppy Paw. It's full constriction towards the east side here. I mean, B's running out of food fast. He needs to just get enough Lancers together to secure something. He can't try to play this cheekily or cheesily. So that was one of those situations where actually throwing the torch is bad because the torch doesn't have bonus damage, right? So the Spearman done less damage overall. He's starting to get access to food, though, so this is a very important point in the game. The Keshiks are on the way, but they are delayed arriving. I think... Is that not two Spearmen in the outpost? Yeah, a little bit surprised by that they didn't come out sooner. But now with the Keshiks plus the Spearmen and the Archers, you should be able to kind of run into this. Especially with more spears on the way. A little bit ambitious with the Keshiks. It's weird, throwing away the Keshiks in some ways feels better because the Spearmen are the thing that are going to win the fight, right? Keshiks damage is just not high enough. The count is not high enough. Your Spearmen are your more valuable unit, weirdly enough. And these Lancers are getting low. Nice cut down, though. Great micro, but more Spearmen arriving means you just can't hang around to fight. I'm impressed, man. Puppy Paw's doing all this an age behind. And now he's still guarding the flanks. There's going to be a move out here. The question mark is whether Puppy Paw's going to see it straight away. He's guarding the deer, but he needs to be edging over towards the berries as well. Lancers, they are heavily injured. There's no undermesh. So, like, realistically, Poppy Ball Steel Arrow might be worth, but instead, I think he's fully focused on getting more spears out. He's trying to actually micro down the injured Lancers. It just doesn't seem to be working. They're so tanky even when they've got no HP. Only if you're going to be dying. Archers are going to be in trouble again, but Poppy Paw, quick to respond with the second wave of spears. I think B is running out of steam fast here. Luckily for him, this has not been scouted, or I think that would be the detail that would just put him under. Because this food gathering alone is not good enough for Lancer spam, right? Meanwhile at home, remember, this is a pound of deer from Poppy Paw. The gap is going to be there when he has to shift over to the other deer, but it's not going to be very big. People ask him, why is there no Song Dynasty from B? Because he got forced off of his timing. He went for a Barbican drop, Poppy stopped it, his reaction was Fast Castle. It was the correct call by B. He could not play Barbican on a delay there. It would have been a complete disadvantage. He would have been 2 steps behind Poppy Paw. This has given him hope, this has given him a chance, but it's still difficult to try and win this. He's now trying to peel off to deal with the economy, but this is looking like a bait, man. Like, Poppy Paw has not built a single trader. Spearmen are on the way, outposts are coming up. Dive in now. Villagers just trying to rush up an outpost here, but Keshiks are going to commit onto them. Spearmen are going to dive in, and those Lancers are deceptive. Their health bars are not pretty. Archers after the Villagers. Villagers forced to fight, and B now falling behind in economy. Yeah, Spearman did get baited going the wrong way. Overall, though, this Lancer count is starting to grow a bit. We're up to 8 now. The Lancer raids on the flanks are going to be dealt with. In fact, this could be a dive back in. I feel like Puppy Paw needed to find a way, some way of just getting his hands on maybe the Steeled Arrow. Sounds like a small difference, but I think it adds up in these engagements. Because what's happening is B is often getting away with like 5 HP, 10 HP Lancers. And they get one more charge in. And those charges are no small feat. 36 damage in these engagements against feudal armies. Even against your counter unit, that's over a third of their health. Against the Keshiks, you're basically taking a quarter, right? It's very powerful. Next tier stat being worked on. If Puppy Paw can't do enough damage, this is about to get scary. He hasn't gone into pastures, and it's berries slowly on the way around towards boar, so you're not even going to get premium food gathering. B, meanwhile, did get the wall up. He did clear the way. I do believe we are going some distance in this game. I'm impressed, actually. B looked like he should have been dead here, but Puppy Paw, just the Congo line takes too long to arrive. It's crazy because I'm wondering, Deerstone would have been the difference here. Maybe he thought he could get with trade, and then when B went for this fast castle build, he was like, it's not valuable. Maybe this build wouldn't have played out this way if he didn't go for the Silver Tree. I don't think that's the case, though. I think B, with what he saw and what he knew, he had only one choice, right? So Deerstone, this is another example where I've been highlighting recently that I think Silver Tree is highly overrated. And this is a pristine example of why. You have an outpost on the front. You can put the Deerstone at the forward. It adds a huge increase into your arrival speed. It's going to cut, like, shave off 7 or 8 seconds on infantry arriving to the front line. Puppy Paw. Now just actually getting all the troops together. He's trying to go again. B does know what's going on. Remember, Tang Dynasty, one of the advantages of still having it is the extra range the scout gets. So he's going to be able to snipe on this. He's going to be moving on the villages. Spiminar on the way. Puppy Paw is on his way towards that ball location. He does see it. Villagers are going to try to shift away. Keshes could cut this off. There's going to be a chase down. So body blocks come out. More Lancers on the way. Spiminar trickling in, and this could be a bait. Puppy Paw plays it right. Unfortunately, B realizes what's happening here. He's not going to fall for a hook, line, and sinker. However, he's running out of food quick, so B is going to have to make a choice too. He's got the deer beyond the walls. That brings a risk with it. If one Keshik's there, you're flatlining. He has started picking up relics, but it's not gold that's your problem here, it's food. And I believe he has actually been selling, or buying rather, to a point where it's becoming detrimental. Gold vein about to be exhausted, outpost being targeted down. Puppy Paw. I think I just need to put like dog growling noises in here to be appropriate. House is now being torched down. B, like, housing doesn't really matter much from a population standpoint, but this is extra resources for Puppy Paw, right? And the gold especially is very important when you're trying to scale additional Keshiks. Looks like there was a cleanup on the back. Puppy Paw has lost a lot of economy, though. He's behind by almost 10 now. So killing all these buildings is kind of critical to even compete. B. I mean, I wonder genuinely if he could have just went Pulse Guard Spears. I think it's a timing issue. I agree with the choice to like go Castle instead of play the Barbican. It's just, it's kind of awkward when you get there in this matchup. Because Keshik stops you just spamming Palace Guard, right? It's not cost efficient for trades. But the Lancers, like, you've heard it a million times here. From me, from pros, from other casters. When you go Castle Age and your opponent's feudal and you build Cav, you can't fight them directly, like not easily, because the reality is you're giving them an opportunity to counter you from an age behind. Outposted. The amount of resources that Puppy Paw is farming up here. At this point, yeah, you might as well. Like, you have to set up farms. God, this feels painful.
Now you're
Where granaries, please. What's up, Makomi? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. You came in at a very interesting time. A peculiar game ahead of us. Puppy Paw now moving out onto the ball. Has the berry gathering going on at multiple locations. Deer is pretty much exhausted. Lancer count is up to 16. Like, B, if he can just snipe eco, it should be an easy enough win. Even from this position. And Puppy Paw backing up like this suggests, like, are we heading towards maybe Castle Age? I think so. I feel like B kind of survived it. Which is weird. In a lot of ways, it feels like he should never have survived this. The Lancers are still outnumbering where they're fighting. Behind this, we're now getting farm transitions. Like, this is the hardest point in the game for B. if he's the one doing damage at this point in the game, this starts to enter a very favorable phase for the Chinese. Support in operation. Puppy Paw still not thinking about going into castle. This doesn't feel like it. We're seeing a lot more Keshiks being added in, so he's going for a GG push around, like, what, probably 21 minutes, I think is your timing? That's hard ass, though. B with the farms being set up is going to be weak for, like, what, 2 minutes? But then he can start spamming, and if that's going to be Spearman Lancer here is really strong for B. I didn't want to nest the Bs, and it feels like your base is impenetrable. Tree still not building a single trader this entire game. B, good micro, man. Like, he's finding the fights and peeling away just before he gets outnumbered. It's buying him a lot of time. Barbican is finally coming in here. Although yeah, okay, you have to throw the Knights in. Yeah, well played, B. It might cost him a Knight, but it saves the Barbican. If the Barbican doesn't go up, he's on farms only, and it's not granaries, remember. It's just 2 farm clusters. Well, actually, like 1.6. Puppy Ball. Oh my god, no, wait, he knew! What? He came looking for the farms, but the Barbican's even better. Instead, he's going to dive past it. I can't believe this. He's distracted. Look at what's happening at home. B. I don't know whether this just saved him. I think it did. The Barbican goes up. And all of a sudden, more eco losses at home. Puppy Paw is now falling a mile behind. That was wild. B. If it wasn't for that raid distracting Puppy Paw, the Barbican would have been blocked. That would have been 8 extra villager kills. And he still would have broken through the wall afterwards. Instead, B is now up by over 20 eco. He has secured another 2.5k food. And he is now 3 farm clusters in. Puppy Paw has to go, and he knows it. He's going to dive in. The monks as well. Chain healing in this area. I love the top-offs coming out from B. Now villagers just rushing to safety. Puppy Paw needs a lot more damage than this to get back in this game, because right now he is on the ropes, swinging like a madman, but the new wave of Lancers comes out. A few Palace Guard, funnily enough, also being added in. I just don't feel like this is enough. Still a 20 eco lead. He needs to find the farms. B down to just 7 Lancers. I mean, if B can just clear this, if Puppy Paw can clear this up rather, he can go to the back farms, and this is unguarded. Like, this is the sweet spot. 2 or 3 Keshiks get in here, and it turns the game, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He finds it. Textiles will make this a slow kill. But the idle time alone is going to hurt B. Even deeper now with the Lancers. Keshiks rather. Spearman also coming in afterwards. Villagers are going to get shivs out. I mean, the best thing you can do is this. Puppy Paw's just dragging him deeper to idle him longer. Oh my god, dude, that's insane. That's half of his economy right now, just dancing around. Puppy Paw is not slowing down, by the way. He's still adding more feudal units. These games are wild. Spearman now on the way. B needs to get Palace Guard. Lancers will no longer serve this lord. Keshiks. The issue is the Keshiks can actually contest the Palace Guard with that sustained heal, especially if they have some assistance. Best of micro. Puppy Paw losing 1 to the Cav. Spearmen have now arrived, though. And this should be enough to keep B off of his farms. Spearman just outnumbering the Palace Guard. 1 Keshik left over is good enough. Guys, I mean, if he doesn't kill the workers, he can just burn the farms. It's still payday. Second wave has to commit. B moves in with the Lancers. I mean, this Spearman can trade those out. More Keshiks are now on the way, and Puppy Paw is non-stop in this game. Keshik is going to idle out the eco for quite a bit. He's even sustained at this point because the aggro is switching elsewhere. Looks like the last of the troops are going to get shut down, and now B still finds himself 20 villages ahead. The first granary is getting added in, and I think that is all he's wrote. Puppy Paw just has nothing left. It was an ambitious and zealous play, but it was always going to be a hard one. Puppy Paw, despite his best efforts, and by God were they impressive efforts, I think he's arrived at the inevitable death of the Mongols. Actually, that's not true. That was over a week ago when they done that patch. Hey, this is going to be a and a takeover from B. Puppy Paw will probably go for one more fight, but if you just look at the unit comps right now, like the Kashyyyks are very hard to keep sustaining like this. And you need to outnumber the pass guard to win. The Monk's coming out to heal. I mean, here's the funny thing. If B just adds in Spearman now, it really is over. Apparently, B is allergic to building things that cost wood, though. Right? It's Lancers and Pass Guard. Never anything that would take wood. What is with the games in this tournament, by the way? They've been some of the most absurd games we've watched in a while. Puppy Paw. I mean, diving this is just not feasible. Spring Wooden placement and hand cannon slit. That's just a death sentence. What could Puppy Paw done different here? Like, I think it's the Deerstone detail. I really think it's the Deerstone. You're an all-in timing, right? Like, the Deerstone play, looking back at the early game, I think was the thing that Puppy Paw was missing. He was so close to breaking those early armies. If he just had a few more spears there a bit quicker. B, full on the flank. I mean, Puppy Paw, it's like I'm calling it as if it's over already. In fairness to him, there's still like a very slim chance. But I think it's more reliant on the fact that B is just making a funky composition. If he just builds Spearman, his game is quite simplistic, right? Building Palace Guard is the one way Puppy Paw can keep fighting you now. Puppy Paw, seeing Palace Guard and Lancers is like, okay, this game keeps going, right? Like, this game could go for another 15 minutes with him doing this. Because remember, he set up Pashas as well. Gold-wise, I mean, he's tapped the first vein. But he can keep on going. But the reason why B hasn't gone Spearman is this movement speed. He doesn't just want to win the fight, he wants to kill the economy to guarantee Puppy Paw can't come back in. And that's exactly where he's marching. Towards the primary. Can we dive in? Backside, Kashyyyks are raiding. Damage doesn't feel substantial enough here, though. And now we're diving in. Wedge Rivet's coming in just 15 seconds. The TC's going to tickle the melee tech as well. I mean, B, these Pass Guard hit so hard. And you have to remember, folks, we're now 25 minutes into a game where Puppy Paw has yet to get a single blacksmith tech. He's got the blacksmiths. He just doesn't have the technology. And that is going to be it. GG gets called. What an abnormal game. But have it no other way. Oh, man. Oh, nice. Someone in chat was talking about it as well. +2/+2 pass guard trades neutral of Kashyyyks, which is insane. I mean, it kind of makes sense because they're feudal age Kashyyyks. Guess who called it? No, Philly. No, dude. He should have won Deerstone. He would have won. I actually think he would have won with Deerstone. I don't think he should. I don't think it's worth drafting the Mongols in the first place, let alone picking them. But like, I think Deerstone would have worked. He almost had that without Deerstone, right? All right, game 2 is going to be Ayabids versus Delhi. What did I call that one? Oh, music on for 2 minutes. 90 seconds of ads, guys, so you don't have to worry about them in games. What would I call that one? So many good games at the moment. One outpost creates the weirdest game. Next song. I'm just not feeling that song, actually. Was it Marine that went 7 over Ibids? Yes. Guy was undefeated. It was insane. Just check my messages. Got a bunch of stuff to catch up on behind the scenes tomorrow. Whoop, whoop. Do I reheat the pizza or eat it cold? That's the question. It's a bloody good question. Oh, one sec. I said I was going to import the draft, didn't I? Let me do that for you guys. There we go. So, we saw Mongols and Chinese youths. And they're now going to do Delhi and Ibids. Yeah, we're going to game 3. Am I cussing it? I feel legitimately like this is very hard for Ibids to lose. They have good answers, whether they fast castle or not. All right. You guys 2 minutes starting now. See, Atri, Biz, and Ibids getting banned more than Roos? Nah, dude. Nothing will ever get banned more than Roos. You highly overrate those civs compared to what Roos can do. They are by far the most omni-flexible civ. They don't have a weak point. It doesn't matter, they got the buffs. Like, Roos didn't get nerfed. Roos is way too strong. Their walls, the Kremlin play, 2TC into Fast Castle, Feudal Knights, Scout Opening. Like, the list goes on. There's way too many things they do well. Like, actually, like, what you don't realize is the animation canceling getting fixed was a buff for Scouts. It was a buff for the Roos. Because it means, like, they don't actually, you know, if you find double, like, deer stack, you can't just immediately take it away. You could before. It's like, arguably, it was a nerf. It was a nerf to other civs and a buff to Roos. Fixing animation canceling. All right, game number 2 between B and Puppy Paw. We're going to be kicking it into Basin, one of Avali's creations, for a Delhi versus Ibid matchup. Now, I am genuinely of the opinion that Ibids are insanely powerful in this matchup. I would favor them easily 75% of the time, possibly more. I'd say Ibids have really good builds to address the Delhi, whether it's Feudal Present or Fast Casting Blind. And the issue with Delhi is they don't really handle that either way. You know, the reality is you don't have a civ that's very good at diving the main base. Delhi are all about mid-map momentum and taking control of the game that way. They don't really get an opportunity to rush the Ibids base quick enough to usually shut them out. So, curious to see how this is going to play. We did watch a series game on this map earlier between these two civs. I think that was Vortex Louis. Louis made some ambitious, longer feudal plays, playing a bit too aggressive. I'm not expecting to see that at Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw is the type of player that will probably just take his opening when it comes. And the opening, the win condition for Ibids in this matchup is Castle Age. It's all about threading the needle, dragging the Delhi along. And that's why we quite often still see the Desert Raider opening to address the opening plays of the Delhi. This, I'm expecting to be a military wing reinforcement into Growth Wing. The easiest way to tell is by the fact that right now, you can see that Puppy Paw is going berry, berry, berry. So he's keeping the option open. He's either Growth Winging in Feudal or Castle. If he does Feudal, it's going to be Advancement Wing on Castle. If he does Military Wing Reinforcement now, it will be Growth Wing for Castle. Other side of it, I don't think B is going to get too creative. We're probably going to be seeing the same old Tower Victory type build. I like all this talk about like bans. Like, yeah, I still stand by my statement. Roos is still the #1 pick in competitive. It just does too much. Like all those details I gave, like you could highlight the fact that the scout play alone is just too good. Getting all that gold leads to some of the fastest tech up timings in AoE 4. On top of that, it's a civ that has 3 scouts, so you can't do anything. Guys, you realize like why they nerfed scout visions in the patch last year, right? And added that tech in Imperial Age. It's because it was impossible to snake anything. It was impossible to go for like proxy bases or sneak attacks. That's what it was targeted at. So surprise, surprise, like the biggest benefactor of that change was the Roos because they just have so many scouts. Only 1 scout each in this game though, but those scouts do hang out for a long time, remember, as both sides are going to be playing on berries. Puppy Paw. Sir. It is Growth Wing. Okay. So we are getting a fast castle. Like, not fast castle after playing a bit. This is as quick as possible, like a bat out of hell. Means Puppy Paw is going to need to gather quickly on the wood line because he needs to get his hands on a tower to protect the gold. He might want to consider going onto the stone. So the play here from Puppy Paw is likely going to be... Okay, maybe not. I was going to say, usually what you do in this situation, send 5 out onto the stone, gather the stone, build the lumber camp. Because you don't walk all the distance, you walk half the distance, right? And you can drop off any resource at any drop-off building when you build it, the moment you build it. But instead, so it's going to be probably an outpost and then, I guess, a delayed arrow slits, if any at all. He might feel that actually just building the outpost and garrisoning it is good enough, and I'd agree. It works really well with the fast castle build because the Delhi aren't going to have enough units to dive you. One ugly thing is actually, I'm pretty sure he hasn't got the influence from the House of Wisdom. So, like, if there was enough Delhi units here, they would be able to quite easily torch this down. Tech up complete. Should be seeing the Ghazi opening. It's just the bread and butter of the Delhi. And in this game in particular, it's going to be your strongest tool. Puppy Paw, a little bit missed micro there. He didn't use the House of Wisdom rallied. You can get a much quicker time with the berries, but in fairness, he was quick to react, quick to move. So, Puppy Paw, when he reaches Castle Age, what's the comp going to be? Typically, when you're talking about these advancement wing plays, it's always going to be about the Lancers. They're just too good. Looks like Puppy Paw is going to stop off for 1 or 2 Desert Raiders. I really like this build. This is still going to be targeting Fast Castle with advancement wing. The logic is that you add in 2 to 3 Horsemen, 1 to 2 Desert Raiders, and maybe a few Archers. And it forces B to keep dancing. He has to keep adding new units in and playing a longer feudal age timing. Investing in more units that you counter, because the idea with this comp is by building Horsemen and Archers, you keep your opponent low on Archers, you keep them away from Spearmen. If they're just building Ghazi, you love that, because you know you're going to be playing into Camel Lancers that just counter that unit hard. Did B scout the wing? I think he didn't, right? He probably would have known by the state of the berry bushes. And he'll know by now, this is at least one of the positives of playing up against the Ibids with these builds they have, is if you don't see a Desert Raider arriving at your base, you know it's not going to be in the military wing. And there's only one other choice you make right now of Ibids in Feudal Age, and that's going to be to go for the Growth Wing. So it's quite nice, like that element with the Ibids is very predictable, so you don't have to treat this like an unknown, right? I feel like Abbasids have more flexibility in Feudal Age options than the Ibids do. Now, I'm not saying the Abbasids' choices are stronger, they most definitely aren't. But they have more options to flex, so it's more important to scout an Abbasid player than it is an Ibid. Puckball has now got the outpost up. 5 on stone, so he is now going to go for the emplacement. It looks like he was waiting for Wheelbarrow, and this is all by design, right? He didn't need the outpost as quickly because he's playing units. The Desert Raider is the MVP here. So your goal... This is an interesting build. Your goal is basically to contest the initial Ghazi because the Desert Raider gives you an advantage. And then when you see Archers, you tend to kind of fall back. You're willing to fight Archer and Archer a bit. But the logic is you don't really want to trade too much because you want to smoothly move into Castle. And the Horsemen become like an after factor, but the Archers are something you want to upgrade later. Dive in by the Ghazi. Ambitious move. Actually, it's not going to pay off. He doesn't finish the Villager. Okay, wow. I mean, it's idle time, sure, but that overall doesn't feel great. You took a lot of damage on your Ghazi. He's at least finally going to kill 1 Villager. But I think that actually just gave full map control to... Yeah, that gave full map control to Puppy Paw. And what's worse still, guys, is B, he went the 1-1-1 build and prioritized the Spearman now, which is atrocious when you know you're up against Archers here. Damn. I don't think that was worth it for B. I mean, if he microed it a bit better, he probably gets 2, possibly 3 Villager kills. But the way that was played by Puppy Paw was fantastic. Minimizes the losses, still has some injured villagers at home, but with that heavy hit on B, like, don't mistake this count. He's more like 5 Ghazi and a bit. There's 2 guys that are basically on death's door. I love that Puppy Paw hasn't even committed the stone for the arrow slits yet. He's like, oh, I might actually just use this for a TC later, thanks. Another scary thing, B, how many sheep does he have? 8. 8, and the berries are exhausted. So this is going to get dangerous very fast with his deer and his berries being forward spawn like they are. So it's an attempt to grab the Sacred Site. Nice block out by Puppy Paw. This is another part of why it feels good to at least initially play cavalry for the Ibids, is you're blocking out the win condition of the Delhi while trending towards your own. think Puppy wants to stop now, right? He's playing on berries. I don't feel like you want to keep progressing this. You've got 448 gold. This is a time where you just start targeting Castle Age. The question is whether it's going to be the advancement wing or something funky. I have not seen any of these different builds recently. We haven't seen Bazaar. Advisors are something I've been expecting to catch on for a while that just still hasn't. Logistics might be a way Puppy Paw could go. If he feels like he can keep map control, or at least prevent B from having it for a few minutes, then Logistics is really good. But if he feels like this is going to be a tech up that's going to forfeit map control, Logistics is terrible. Because you'll be running dervishes out into their death, right? Aristo's down the way, so Puppy Paw is expecting to receive some flak for this. Be on the other side. Double archery range. Blacksmiths is at least there, but it only just got added in. So Stilled Arrow, quite some way away. Undermesh is still 2 minutes out. So it was a rush double Blacksmith. But still a long enough delay that Puppy Paw should be able to defend while taking up. I don't see any value in Master Smiths, by the way. Master Smiths is terrible because you need the Blacksmith upgrade level 1. Then again, maybe like he sees the value in it. I think you've played Fuel long enough that it's not a good play, though. You're at 14 out of 20 to get your tech ups faster. It just feels better to actually optimize around probably logistics here. Military ring reinforcement would be funky. If you upgrade the Raiders, it's not terrible. I just don't think you want to upgrade them. A bit of miss macro from Puppy Paw. Should be pulling the trigger now. Yeah, he's going for it. He's going for the military ring reinforcement. Okay, so he's worried if he doesn't have the unease, he can't hold. It's kind of interesting, actually, because it gives you a lot of ongoing raiding potential. 3 Desert Raiders every 2 minutes. The interesting thought is, like, the maths of this is that you get 520 resources. Sorry, 540 resources worth of units every 2 minutes. So you essentially kind of refund the cost of your Castle Age 6 minutes into Castle Age. 8 minutes, you're unprofitable. So if you plan to play Desert Raiders as a big part of your comp, it's good. It's just, I don't really feel like I ever hear someone saying they want to play Desert Raiders as a big part of their comp. What an interesting build, though. This has to be the least likely point in the game that you would see someone going for military ring reinforcement. It's almost always in Feudal Age, and alternatively, you'll occasionally see it in Imperial. But never in Castle. That's a very different build. Excited for it, man. I want to see what we can do with it. Especially considering that 2/3 of the Delhi army counter you. And they also counter you with a superior attack speed, right? So, Puppy Paw is definitely cooking. But right now, like we saw game 1. Game 1 in some ways felt experimental while also simultaneously being old school Mongols. Game 2 being experimental after you lost your first experiment is a brave, brave way to go about this. Still Arrow being prepped by B. It's about to come through as well, so actually he'll be capable of taking the fight. Ghazi and Spearman count is actually high enough that you could just dive this and burn it down. Even with the fire armor, it's not going to survive this attack. Puppy Paw gathering as much gold as he can in the meantime before that happens. Puppy Paw, is he legitimately going to try to hold this back with mass archers? Kind of reeks of it. The archer upgrade coming in. Tech up complete, but B now looking for a fight. It's going to be a dive underneath the TC. Desert Raiders do come out. There's at least Camelot needs to try and reduce the damage he's going to take from this, but you can see that this is about to get uncomfortable. Puppy Paw, 2/3 of his economy is not working. Trying to hold in the choke point. Archers just targeting down the Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders that are never getting upgraded. There's another reason you never see this as a choice, folks. You just can't get the veterancy quick enough. And B, I think he's done it. He's broken him. There's just nothing left to defend with. Puppy Paw, he's got 6 Camel Lancers queued up, but there's still a handful of Spearmen in his base. And more on the way. I mean, this is it. It's GG. It's going to be a 2-0. Puppy Paw, he can't access food easily. The gold is looking ugly as well. Although you do at least have the undermesh, these archers are only doing 1 damage. It's fair to say just a handful of spears would shut you down. Now, B does have to get those spears here. Puppy Paw will get a small reprieve. But the problem right now is, how do you feed the frenzy? Like, how do you feed the mob in this game? He's got 6 lancers and then no food.
He's gathering on the sheep underneath his TC. He's got 9 to work with, but these raids are going to keep on coming. I mean, in fairness, we may have called this slightly prematurely. I actually, like, I'll be honest, I didn't quite see the sheep count. I thought he was down to 2. There is a very thin chance that Puppy Paw is okay, but it is so thin, it could be a supermodel. There is no gold access right now. His Camelot's account is handcuffed. If he spams enough archers, he can still claw this back, but it is difficult. Well, this is definitely step 1 to doing it. B, making a bit of a mistake. Another thing to remember, guys, is like he has got 3 Desert Raiders coming. Another group just arrived. Dude, there's no way. I mean, this game should be over. B's at least getting the siege engineering. That would make it more permanent. But it is going to slow him down. It's giving time. A lot of time. Puppy Paw. He could easily get towards 25 archers before this attack comes in. You're probably going to be looking at, what, 12 camels in total? 6 of them Desert Raiders, 6 of them Lancers. I mean, B, like, at this stage, you could realistically just tech up as well if you're a little bit scared. But I think you should be diving. Gold's being gathered on the south side. This is the recovery arc for Puppy Paw. If he holds this area, back in the game. However, B is on his way. He has a 3x military number advantage. Double in army value. And he's swinging hard. 8 Spim in the mixer. Only 6 Camel Lancers. Difficult. Very difficult. Archer's now trying to trade out. He has to commit in, right? Like, you can keep trying to kite this as best you can, but the reality is those archers are getting cut down the backside. Spearman being held just out of range of him. They're finally going to commit in. Only 3 spears here, though. Puppy Paw in full melee mode, trying to hold his own. 6 Camel Lancers versus the world. B just trading archer for archer to allow the Spearman follow-up. He's got 18 Spearmen on the way. He might not win with this strike, but it's what comes next that should matter. Yeah, archer count has been heavily reduced. Puppy Paw just trying to double down that. He's reading this perfectly. Like, the Canadian is doing this right. He understands what this is turning into. The archer play is going to save him. B now has almost got half his army to spears. The problem is there's not really much camels left to counter here, right? You actually need more archers at this stage. Oh, man. Dude, are you kidding me? Puppy Paw. He does need to decap the sacred sites, but the numbers are shrinking, guys. He's got 5.5 minutes to go. It's 50 to 20 now. And dervishes are being added in. So Puppy Paw, despite the pressure, seems to be content and comfortable with the idea that relics is doable. Oh, man, TB. This is exactly why I highlight Delhi don't like diving your base to kill you. They like sacred sites for this very reason. Think about how long it's taking to reinforce. The reason why this backside is beneficial for Puppy Paw is because it's even further away from B's base. Imagine if some spears were there. A few extra spears coming in towards the tail end, the Camel Lancers are cleared. But now Puppy Paw, you know, the winning play at this stage actually would be a Manjanique. One Manjanique could protect this entire area. He has got the resources for it. Might be a bit paranoid that he doesn't have enough units to protect, right? You need quite a lot of blob. Sacred Site timer is still ticking down in the meantime. Level 2 ranged upgrade is coming in as well. This is going to be big for Puppy Paw. B has a huge problem. Right now, his entire army is at risk of being countered by archers. Flank resources are going to be scattered out, so B is going to snipe out Samiko over here. Archers went really far out. Bloody hell, Puppy Paw. I think he misread the situation slightly here. Overconfidence is an insidious killer. However, now, the Sealed Arrow level 2. He'll trade at least a bit better. The problem is numbers are still against him. And Puppy Paw, I mean, what is the goal? He's holding a lot of wood and gold right now. Warlord player's going to come in. Puppy Paw. Oh, I don't think that's going to work today. Ghazi count isn't exactly high, but I think Puppy Paw, like, something's happening here right now. It feels like he's a little bit stuck on what to produce. Maybe a little bit too tunnel vision on microing the archers. He didn't queue up additional troops. So B is back up to having a bigger military lead right now. Camel Lancers are at least going to draw a lot of fire at the tail end. Villagers are also being stabbed into. In a weird way, this is helping Puppy Paw because it's his military surviving longer. I know that sounds like a cop-out, but right now, he needs something to absorb fire. So his premium unit, the archers, can actually win. Dude, this is getting so scrappy. It's a 50 Nico lead now for B. Sacred Site timer is 3.5 minutes away. B is just interested in A-clicking constantly into the base now. He's trying to draw all attention here to guarantee no decap. Problem is, his army is getting smaller. Right, like Puppy Paw, it looked like there was a little bit of a whoopsie here, not being able to have enough archer production constantly coming, but once he starts ramping up again, this lead is shrinking. He's holding on to an insane amount of wood. I think there's a stage where you just have to accept that adding farms in isn't the worst of ideas because you are holding on to way too much of a resource you can't use. 3 minutes away. Guys, this is very much likely looking like a 2-0 still. Puppy Paw's food issues has slowed his army escalation completely. Decap's coming. Puppy Paw has also upgraded the Desert Raiders to a little bit stronger. The problem is his army is slow to react, and that means that B is going to be able to block him on this decap attempt. Oh, man. Hey, this is getting brutal. Puppy Paw. There's even villagers here from B. He was gathering the deer nearby. Just starving Puppy Paw out quicker. Puppy. This is an ambitious play. One Lancer with a dream. He's made his way over to the Sacred Site, but the problem is right now, folks, he's got 50 HP, and this is the Sacred Site right next to B's base. I don't know if this is going to work. Wallow's coming out. Puppy Paw. Wait. B? B? Oh my god! Puppy Paw just got a chance. But it's Finn. But he's fighting. Archers are in. It's a day of throws. People right now are after Dragavan's title. I can tell it. I can smell it. And B does not have the master stand here anymore. Mamluk's bravery coming through. The damage too high. This Sacred Site is going to get decapped. Oh my word. That is it. There's no way you play this now. GG gets called. We are getting a game 3. We go throw game. We go throw. If our throw game's this good, we should probably join the baseball league. Okay, I'm sorry. Jesus. That. All right, predictions for Puppy Paw win. I don't think you should have, but yeah, take your points, get out of here. All right, so we are looking to a game 3. Let me even the points up. So, deciding game. What would I call that one, dude? Like the... All right, there we go. Let me put the music back on. So, Puppy Paw's going to pick Ambassadors. B's going to go for... I think you have to go Japanese. Let's have a look. Let's see if I was right. He might play English, actually, because that build's been looking broken. Yeah, he went English. All right, dude. I mean, this is the only thing. Like, logic dictates it should realistically be
a Japanese versus a Bastards game, and I think I like that for B. I think Japan's like his flexible choice. I don't think Altman's play with English at all. Not anymore. This is going to be spicy. I think I said in the draft the Japanese was going to be really nice for this. Hello, Dradloose. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to Swarm, buddy. I think Japan's really good here. I know, guys, no cap. Like, no cap. For real. Japan's really good here. Because what you do is you basically you play fast castle. And if your opponent goes king, it doesn't matter because you basically build an outpost. And by gathering stone, you have the arrow slits the outpost, so the king can't dive you. And then you go fast castle. Mount Samurai versus Knights, you already win. But then the follow-up Onimusha guarantees the win. It's very difficult. Very difficult, even for the English build. I think Poppy Paw is going to go Abbey of Kings and go 2TC and try to idle his opponent as much as possible. Actually, no, I don't think 2TC. I think he's going to go Mass Horseman. We saw Wham doing the Mass Horseman build. I think you have to do Mass Horseman here. Because you can't let B get castle for free. What if B doesn't fast castle again and tries to all-in feudal? I think he loses. Well, the moment you see this Abbey of Kings, you don't want any part of long feudal. Because you just get kited and they heal and they come back. And any damage you use permanent. Any damage to them is temporarily done. You have to think of Abbey of Kings a bit like how you view old Delhi herbal medicine. Obviously, it's not there in the fight, so it's not as strong for that regard. But it's the whole idea of you cycle heal, cycle heal, cycle heal, right? Oh, take damage, go home heal. Take damage, go home heal. Like, English with Abbey of Kings plays a lot like water fights, where you go in, do damage, go home, heal. Same logic. Alright. So get ready. I don't think your outpost is gone. I think you cheesily run a villager here. Let's get ready. All right, deciding game between Poppy Paw and B to see who's going to make it to semi-finals of the Warchief Club. English versus Japanese. You know, this is a matchup that is going to have a bunch of swings and roundabouts. There's a new build on the block, folks. There's a beautiful horizon dawning for the English. And it is, of course, the Abbey of Kings builds. Abbey of Kings builds is pretty interesting here, actually. I think in this matchup, Abbey of Kings can work quite effectively if you go for an all-in feudal play. Predictions are now up. Get your predictions in. Whether you're watching live or watching later, let me know who you think is going to win before the end of the game. Don't be one of those people that types GGEs when the game's complete, or literally rather 10 seconds before it. Be bold. Make your prediction. Because this is an interesting one. Poppy Paw and Wham have probably had some of the most potent English builds at the moment with Abbey of Kings. They have some very interesting deviations. We've seen the 2TC. We've seen the Fast Castle, and we've seen the All-in Feudal, and they all look incredibly powerful. It's fair to say that there's a new age of English dominance potentially dawning here, and it's nothing to do with councils. That is putting a smile on my face, because that's been something we haven't been able to say ever since the game came out. Other side of this, Japanese in this particular matchup, they have some interesting plays. The reason why I think English are going to try to play an all-in feudal is if you allow this to just trend towards Castle Age in a rush, the Japanese win. Mounted Samurai are better than English Knights, and Onimusha as the follow-up just counters you out. So you can't play mobility, but the Japanese can. Kaburaya makes sure you can never run away. And sure, you can argue that you have this king that heals you, but you can't heal the undead, guys. Anyone who's played any RPGs understands that hurts them. So, you know, if it's dead, it's not coming back. I imagine the other way that B could play is, if this turns into a long feudal and he gets bogged down, I think that's where the game falls apart for him. But the reason he shouldn't get bogged down is there's this interesting detail with the Japanese. You see that stone ticking up? That stone ticking up can save him from even a bad spawn like this. It is a forward spawn gold, yes, but what you need to be conscious of is the timings here. Abbey of Kings is on the way. It'll be complete by what? Almost 4 minutes? Meanwhile, B has one person on wood. It's going to be gathering up at 45 a minute. So, he can start building this outpost. It's going to take a minute with 2 villages potentially. He will have it before the king arrives. And then arrow slits will be ready as well due to the stone gathering. This is the crazy thing about the Japanese. Japanese is one of the most efficient castle rushing civs in the game because they are hard to push off the timing. HRE players, you can force them to build double outposts, and they will not have the stone to get arrow slits easily. Japanese, everything they need can be found within arm's reach. Straggler trees, and then of course afterwards, the gold is all you need to get your stone. How are we looking on sheep hall as well? That is important for the Japanese. 8 so far. Okay, that's not bad. Poppy Paw has already taken the rest away, so funnily enough, it looks like we're going to get an 8-9 split. There's 1 or 2 sheep that definitely are unaccounted for in the corners. Poppy Paw now his way. B needs to be scouting this out. I don't know if he's just assuming it's going to be an Abu King's build. The fact that B isn't actually scouting the enemy base suggests to me that he's already locked himself into castle as the play, which is good. I think that's the correct play here. Regardless of whether it's Council Hall or Abbey of Kings, I don't think you react with anything other than going for a tech up. If it's Council Hall, you need to add 2 outposts. If it's Abbey of Kings, you only need 1. Abbey Kings, remember, you have to wait for the king to come out. Just like Coca Township. I mean, this is the land edition of Coca Township, in my honest opinion. 35 seconds. 35 seconds starting now. Tech up complete. B should be looking to quickly drop off the last of the wood and needs to start building the outpost in the next about 10 seconds to be safe, to give himself bandwidth. There we go. Here's confirmation. So B should now be looking for that outpost now that he knows 100%. Wait, what? He goes for racks instead. Dude, but you've already been countered. Poppy Paw built an archery range. Wow. I am shocked, man. I've genuinely expected a double outpost defense. It just feels a lot better here. But B was trying to find an organic solution. He may have just found death. We've seen this build on a proxy base, but it's still just as good doing this. Like, yeah, you spent 150 wood, but like this is the interesting difference of the Abbey of Kings build compared to before, and what makes it so much better. That king is free. You're saving 200 resources, so spending 150 on an archery range is still a positive exchange for you. And the difference now is these Lombos, when they arrive, they're not going to die over time, right? After they're done fighting, they'll heal outside of combat. Charge comes in, and B is now off of gold. I feel like he just didn't take this forward spawning gold serious enough. And Spearman as well at this stage. You're seeing they just don't work. You need more. This is like the other thing that I think makes this knight play really ridiculous, the king. At this stage in the game, just getting this for free, your opponent doesn't have enough to react. Oh my god, and they're Dark Age as well. I want to puke. Archers have now arrived. I mean, that is it. There's no more gold. You're going to have to play Mass Yumi. And Mass Yumi is difficult to do against this build. Mass Yumi against Council Hall, I really rate highly. It's like HRE as well. You just run them down and kill them. But the difference is here, anything you don't kill, anything you tickle and run away from, afterwards, the Kingly Presence is going to heal them up to full. This is brutal, man. King's now going to go raiding, because why not? There's at least 2 Spearmen here, so you may have to think twice. In fact, Poppy Paw... Calm down, mate. Cheeky git. He's trying to force them out of the brace to do permanent damage. That's the crazy part. You can do that with the Scout. This is crazy, actually. I love what Poppy was doing. That's sick micro, because the Scout has a passive heal internal, but then you have the Kingly Presence. Look how fast his health is filling up again. So what you do is you run the Scout in range to get stabbed. If you're getting stabbed, the Spearman can't brace. So then the Knight comes in afterwards and gets a free hit for 24 damage. Do that 4 times, Spearman's dead. Poppy was going castle, guys. Oh, dude, this is the exact scenario I was worried about, is that B would get stuck playing along feudal. This is what we did not want to see from him. He has no gold access. He has no choice. He's built horsemen. He's going spearmen. The palings have also slowed down his kill on these initial lombos. He's moving out in the gold now, but the king is coming back, and that means he's going to have to run away again. I think this is over. He's going to spam knights. Poppy Paw loves this build. You don't even need more longbows. The small group of longbows was such a cool detail to bait him. What a play, man. What a player. Horseman is going to try to chase this down, but here's the thing. Like, you got 47 HP left. You can pull this far enough away that the spearman won't be in range, and then you just turn around and kill the horseman. So this king is never dying. I don't think you know. Men-at-Arms is like a really, really bad choice here, because if you go Men-at-Arms, Japanese are going to try to rush castle now. That's their objective. They've already got Iraqs. You don't do men-at-arms because Odachi. You think you don't do you think you don't do knights because spears, but you can at least constrict the map and starve him out, right? If you go men-at-arms, you're diving in and you get forced into a fight that you can't win. So he makes it home. 2 horsemen here, but this is where you can just short birth need be. The king's going to stand his ground. And B now knows what it is. He knows that he's up Craps Creek without a paddle. Spearmen are even going to dive in. I mean, these villagers should be fine, though. It'll be a little bit of idle time, but I love the micro. Puppy Paw is prestigious for this. He hangs around a little bit too long with one of those villagers, but overall, like, he's pulling them back at the very moment they start to get attacked. And short bows are falling out. He probably should have done that straight away. I'm surprised he didn't. But he still gets his tech up. Credit to B. Behind this, his timing isn't much worse, folks. He's about to go up. It will be floating gate. And if he would just done this 5 minutes ago. Oh my god. I already know. Like the thumbnail is going to be 5 minutes too late. Other side, that second TC means there's already escalation on the way. B has lost all of his aggro units, only 1 spearman left over. The king is now new and improved, and the outpost is still not up! Okay, luckily he had second spearman coming out. Otherwise, that 1 spear would have lost to this. Remember, the king automatically upgrades. He's once again trying to do it. He's trying to guarantee that he doesn't get braced. Freaking love Puppy Paw, man. Instead, he's going to pivot left side. There is an outpost over here, so this should be safe. Interesting choice by B to prop owner Begisha, considering that the go-to build has usually been knights for Puppy Paw. That's a losing fight. It's almost like Puppy Paw could actually play this. Yeah, he's doing it. The reason this works now is like the reason why B is even falling for this is because B has built Spearman so long that his logic is there's no way Puppy Paw is going to build knights. He is. And this is where the matchup gets interesting, because I said Mount Samurai into Onimusha is your win condition as Japanese. That was kind of contingent on you not allowing your opponent to tech up first, and already find himself 3 villagers ahead. Not to mention the fact he's going for relics. He's racing you for this detail now. B has a very specific timing in mind. He will escalate knights quicker, and he needs to escalate them quicker. It's all about now shutting down his opponent on the map. But King plus Knight makes this kind of difficult. You have to stick to your target. You have to finish them. Nice dodge with the Shinto. It's important this guy doesn't die, or you're looking at probably a 4 relic game for the English. Spearmen are scary enough that now the Knight can't commit. I think B has an opportunity here, despite how messy that opening is. And that's what the owner Begisha was about. Sadly for him, as smart of a player as it is, there was a Knight nearby to guard from Puppy Paw. That's a really smart choice by Puppy Paw. There's 3 relics on the left side of this map. It's the high priority area. Please aggro the ball. Yeah! Get me some pork! Mount Samurai now waiting to intercept. Okay, I got to just say it. Despite the weirdness of the opening play that I definitely disagreed with, Puppy Paw didn't get a big enough lead yet. I think B actually done a really good job here of recovering what looked like it was going to be a very quick GG. King is going to go down as well, so that's a big loss. Puppy Paw has to play static comp. Crossbows coming out in small numbers, though. Mount Samurai is going to be slowed down, but I mean, this eco is heavily exposed. And he's going to look to take advantage of it. Nice charge in there. The second den actually kills off the Spearman, but the Mount Samurai count is getting high here. And yes, B has upgraded his TC. He has got the Daimyo Aura. He built a Katana Bannerman, which I find quite intriguing. I'm not really sure what the thought process was. That might have actually been a misclick. There's a really big issue with Bannerman where quite often I've seen players' key bindings lead to misclicks. And this Knight count, though. Puppy Paw's got nothing. Oof. Are you kidding me? After the way that early game went, after Puppy Paw played what looked like such a clean first 8 minutes of gameplay, we get this. The fast castle we wanted, proving exactly why it's what you need.
Mountain Samurai aren't slowing down. Now that the pressure's being relieved, now that Puppy Paw doesn't have enough knights to even defend himself with, you can't forget about raiding, and that means B. This build is food heavy. He needs to be able to move out the flanks. He got it at the perfect time. Relic's now being dragged back. Guys, this is a 4-relic game. Buddy, I've been there. I've done that. I think we all have. Ah, the floating gate experience. I mean, this is because he built the Shinto Shrine, by the way. Puppy Paw was not anticipating this. Most Japanese players wouldn't do what B has done here. They take their time, but the reason he done it is because his opponent played into monks as well. He was given a reason to. Holy crap, what an insane series. I don't think this is going to get top for the rest of the tournament. I mean, it's messy, but that's why I love it. This is what you expect out of B, but with some of Puppy Paw's new creative builds, it's just as sometimes sloppy, but messy also in a good way. You know what it is? It's like eating lasagna. Oh, that's the perfect way to describe it. Oh, Garfield your heart out. King goes down. Knights are losing this. The melee techs are the difference. There's no blacksmith play at all from Puppy Paw. I think it's fair to say that Puppy Paw is now cruising for a bruising. He only has, what, third farm cluster now being set up. Other side of this B already has all his free farms enchiled. He's got the level 1 Daimyo, more farms being added in. Deer plus berry, lots of it to work with. And Warlord's at least going to push this back temporarily. But B, now with the eco lead. And that, wait, sir. B's going to come for that, by the way. Mark my words. It might take a few minutes, but B's coming for that relic. Now you just sneak into the farms. Puppy Paw doesn't have a defense strategy anymore. He's lost the defense already. He just doesn't know it. The Congo line of death is bringing your death here. Mountain Samurai. 2 HP gets away. Reflective armor is going to come in handy for the redent. Knight count only at 3. Crossbows down to 1 and none. And I think soon we are to be done. Charge coming out. I mean, this is dicey. Like, the king isn't here. You haven't got the mobile heal anymore. The dive continues. Like, look at the idle time. It's 20 villages. Half your economy is not working right now. And B, what is this slowdown? It just goes it. GG! The king build has finally failed the Canadians. All right, I'm not going to call that 5 minutes too late on the outpost. Holy crap. I think I'm going to call that one the English king build has a counter. What can I use? There we go. Oh, man, dude, that's crazy. All right, let me pay out your points, you people. So, who won that? Damn right, B won that. Bzzz. 75k points. Holy crap. I'm a big channel now. My fake monies is being exchanged in big numbers. Oh, dude, part of me is tempted to go longer, but I think maybe we call it now because I want to eat that pizza. Anatan, please. Anatan, he's like, I got my bros back. Oh, do we... Like, what are the outcomes now? Let's have a look here. Standings are as follows. Rainlord versus Lucifer is now happening. Beastie and Wham are in a deciding game.
Tempted to call it. In a way, all final games are getting cast, right? Well, not cast, but covered. Actually, no, because like maybe not people. I don't know, man. Like I did say that I was gonna stop around 10. I do want to eat that pizza. Because if we sell for another series, B versus what? Beastie maybe here? Because I think it's like, what is it? It's Marlians versus Ibids. I mean, they're both castle. Ram's position isn't too bad. We went too far to go back? That's not how that works. Eat while casting? Oh, I don't think people want that. The problem is that I'm going to ruin my mat if I eat that pizza. I need to go set up a plate and everything. So this is the Wham Beastie series. What to do? I mean, guys, you're all getting spoiled. We done like an 11-hour stream on, almost 12-hour stream on Thursday. God damn. Anton Belarusian? Yes, he is. Because the thing is, this game could technically go for another 40 minutes. And then you'd be like 10 to 15 minutes to start the B versus whatever series, right? And that series could be 2 more hours. So we'd like eat some pizza right now. Yeah, well, the question isn't whether I'm going to eat pizza, is whether people want me to eat it on stream. I don't think I'd hang around. I don't know if I'd hang around to cast the entire of the next series. I don't know. Alright, I'm going to go once. Either way, I'm going to go get myself some slices of that pizza. Be right back.
All right. We have got cold pizza. What's up, Three Dots? You're a web developer? So I used to do some SharePoint, but my background was in C# for game development. But I haven't done that in quite a few years now, actually. Quit that life in like 2018. So, we've got... look at this. Stuffed crust, meat feast. Yum, 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 yum. Alright, we'll just watch Beastie's perspective. I'm sure he won't mind me just catching the end of this game. And prep for us to cast this series. Did Lord Pizza sponsor Get VIP already? Guy deserves it. No, we'll have to sort that in a sec. Brock Tree, the Chad Lord. I think I'm going to reheat the rest of it. I'm usually up for cold pizza, but like, it's nice to experience the heat and then eat cold pizza instead of the whole thing, right? So I'm doing it in reverse. It's weird. I don't think Brock Tree's here anymore, right? Oh, he's still here. Yeah. He's my pizza guy now, man. Brock Tree's my pizza guy. GG. Flaunt that diamond, sir. You've earned it, King. Oh, damn. That's tasty. Now, I've still got one cookie. Someone may have eaten my other Cadbury's cream egg cookie. You guys prefer the music on or off, by the way? I think because we haven't got in-game sound. Probably on, right? If people are wondering why I don't open this one up, speed up would probably be more confusing for people. Nah. Wham's 141st. What a noob. No. So, I actually think Wham is in a pretty good position, right? Jesus, yep. You need Mango Smash. You need good Mango Smash. That is a lot of Marleyan archers. Wait, he does have toxins, right? I don't think it matters. He's overkilling at this point. Oh, that mango. Ooh. Dude, the mangoes. Sofas go in hard. Yo, that's where you put the blinders on your horses and don't let them know where you're going, right? Oh, Jesus. That's an expensive army to lose right there. He's only got archers left over, right? I don't think Ibits can win Archer and Archer. And also, the problem is Beastie doesn't have many farms right now, right? He's got no food. So he can only really play more archers or make a full farm transition. And that's scary. Like, he has a small window because Wham doesn't have enough to torch through yet. But once that arrives, this is spook. Yeah, he has to even cancel the Manganique. Damn. This is so tasty, guys. Look at all the meats. We've got our meatball. Our pepperoni. I think there's minced.
bacon. I left it on, but the bacon ain't the special part. The rest is. Nice plate. Thank you, thank you. I don't know why I was paranoid about getting my address out. Rock Tree's a really nice guy. I think it's just like previous experiences in other scenes and people that I've heard stories with. I mean, in general, it's a good habit to not give your address out. But, yeah. Nice camming. Yeah, in fairness, like I went esports first and then into the content creator side. I mean, fingers crossed we'll keep growing. And then I'll be able to pay our bills. Okay, yeah, so the breakthrough came in. Yeah, this is... It's close to game. He's running out of wood. Okay, actually, no, scrap that. He dropped a keep on the wood. Okay, that's not too bad. So BC has like some way of kind of slithering out of this. It's difficult as well, though, because gold's limited, right? I think he actually doesn't have... Wait, is that gold at the backside? And that's it, right? And the Sacred Site time is ticking. This is looking really good for WAM. How'd this game go to the stage? I have a feeling they played longer feudal, probably. Maybe. I don't feel like you want to play long feudal against Malians. But, like, you need them to build units, not just run. Because this is one of those civs that has a really annoying mirror timing. Alright, that keep is very nice. My wife, she makes very good manjinique. Very nice. So I need more of a bang tash when I say it, right? It looks good until he has to come out of the base, right? I think Beastie is looking more docked than a seagull without wings. This is tough. I mean, he's popped, right? But how much of that is siege? It's not fast. The center Sacred Site is probably the weakest point from the jump. He's going to try for this decap here. But, like, there's a keep in range, right? And presumably, Wham is sitting his army here. Yeah, you can see it. It's right here. It's enough time to react to any sacred site. This is an interesting element to sacred site control in the late game. We always talk about defender's advantage in your own base. This is like that. Any move you make is wider around this keeps the sacred sites than what your opponent has to do. And wow. Dude, that's going to be brutal. Sofas. In on them. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Commence the slappening. All right, keep's going to go up, but there is not enough safety room in there for everyone. This is full beastie desperation mode right now. Army is very small. Villager count is about to be very small. His food income can only do so much. I think it's fair to say this is looking a bit chalked. Trebs might be able to go to the keep. But it's unlimited spam and... Oh, dude, the sofas round the back. Oh. That's almost as tasty as this Domino's pizza. Domino's, sponsor me, come on. I mean, he's going to get the final Treb? Jesus. Has he got banker repairs? I feel like this is really good repairs for 2 or 3 villagers. I mean, final Treb is alive. We're 2 minutes away. Wham has to have a big second wave on the way. I'd be really surprised if he's out of resources. Like, it's impossible to run out of resources in Malians, right? I don't know. I think Wham skipped production. Dude, if BC gets back into this, this is wild. This tournament has been crazy. This one-day tournament, these games, the quality of them is insane. Wow. I mean, I kind of wish I casted this, but I'm eating, right? I mean, this game should have been over. That was crazy. I think the keep's like a foregone conclusion. Sofas can't kill that many villagers. It probably would have been better for Wham to attack the army instead. Holy crap. Yeah, this is 1-1. Hope Beastie doesn't mind we're just watching the end of this game. He's a good lad. I don't think he'd take too much issue. I very rarely do this. This is some good meat. Remember, Wham is in Imp. If Wham's prepping with Safadi Gunners, we ain't over. The game is definitely in a pretty good location. Position. I just wish the devs actually, the publisher would do a better job of marketing it. Game doesn't get enough praise or exposure or highlight on it from external forces for how good of a state it's in. It's actually a crime to watch the game be in this good of a state and nothing being done to show it. Now, part of that's probably going to be like budgeting, because I know like Microsoft have their budgeting reallocated in April. But if someone doesn't change like April, May, I'm facepalming, man. Like, there's not been a better time to market how damn good this game is. And if they don't, they're slipping. So BC still has gold issues, by the way. He's doing really, really well. He's got that gold in the flank. But, like, you still feel like you're on the clock against Malians because they never run out of gold, right? This is just the dumb nature of this civ. Food and gold never runs out for them, right? Hi, Rising Empires? Wait, is Rising Empires watching us watch him? Oh, no, dude. You just do this to him. Oh, dude. You caught him looking. Hey, only I'm allowed to be this lazy with content creation.
Sad. Still, though, that we didn't get the 4 legs. KP, go away. We know you're lazy.
We did get a game 3 in both of these sets so far.
That's very true, actually. I mean, but that's the thing, though. I mean, the state of a lot of the games, to be fair, like the second game of the 4 legs.
That was brilliant. Thank you for pointing that out, worst case. That was absolutely fantastic. Just checking is like, okay, we'll check on KP's side, see how close we are to the finals, because clearly Marine Lord stomped, right? Yeah, because like, what was it? Yeah, Marine Lord stomped. Oh, that's brilliant. All right, so we come back in, and BC, like, dude, this is the thing that makes BC so annoying in the late game. What he's doing right now on the flanks, you guys are seeing that, right? I should like do this so you can see it clearly. He's playing wide flanks, and this is keeping him in the game. Not just a raid, it's the resources. These pocket woods are valuable. Wham is really full on dent sending it though. Like, this is spooky. Sacred Sight's locked in again. I don't care about that as a win condition. Wham is looking to blitz the base, and BC, he's not maintaining 200 pop constantly, right? He's trying to just blitz down the Fulani. Need to kill a lot more of these ranches, though, and that's just difficult to do. But this dive, a lot of infrastructure is falling. I think, like, the state of the game, I can see BC still playing it back in and getting control of this game. It's really turning into quite, like, the attempted outplay on both sides, right? But, you know, it's kind of crazy. Like, if Wham, seeing the state of this game, had just, like, stonewalled up, this is, like, really, really clean, right? He can just full-on dent it. It's interesting how often we reach this stage of the game and the stonewalls don't come out. Because I don't think he's stonewalled, right? BC just burnt through palisades to get in. Now, BC might be able to push him out. That's still not gunners, right? I think that's still only archers coming out from Wham. So that's a very difficult comp to play into here. Like, realistically, BC is just fielding more quality with less ability, which is crazy. Like, in terms of, he shouldn't have the ability and he shouldn't have map control. Yeah, I'm curious how our Ramsey eco looks too. If only there was a way, Avali, that we could have known how both players' bases looked at 40 minutes into a game. I mean, I'm baffled, I'm perplexed. Dude, I thought this game was gonna be over in like 10. I was like, nah, it's gonna be over. We'll get ready for the next game. Let me eat. Now I kind of wish I just fast forwarded to this point. And I am actually feeling bad. Like, I'm stealing content from BC. I'm not. That's not my goal here. I thought we were like a few minutes from done. Yeah. So they've switched from my stream to BC's. Probably the better idea. All right. Now I don't feel so bad. We're all doing it. Fast forward in the back. The problem is the fast forward's not very quick. Oh, sorry, music back on. Score between these guys is 1-1. Like if I put, I think the fast forward isn't quick, and also I'm pretty sure people get tilted by the noises. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like Wham is breaking, right? Actually, guys, do you like? What do you think? Do we just raid Rising Empires? If the other series is already over, it's gonna be like double casting the same series, which I usually don't like to do. Maybe now is a good time to call it. Because I just realized if the other series is done, then they're going to be casting this too. Or do you guys hate Rising Empires? Be honest. We didn't come here for KP casts. Aw, Philly. Only KP casts. Oh, you don't want some crackety? Dude, he got it. He got it! Yeah, dude, look at that smug mother. Oh, you guys can see that. That smug mother ducker. The very casual pickup of the mug and sips like, ah, I always had this. Freaking beastie Chad, man. Well played. Well played, Alex. Well played. That was really good. Do we keep going? I'm weighing it up now. I really want to eat more of that pizza. But, like, I'm going to have to cash. We've only been live 10 hours. I thought we were live at 11 by now. Sad for Wham, but insane plays by Beastie. Hell yeah, dude. That hole was clutch. That was insane. Or Giga Chad. Alright, so... It's Puppy Paw versus... sorry. Beastie versus... B. Why do I keep saying Puppy Paw? Puppy Paw got whooped. Alright. So... Let's have a look. They're not drafting yet, right? Just watch Beasties for a sec so we know when they're drafting, and then we can hop across. What an insane game, man. Yeah, I'm not surprised he's taking a second to be like, well, I just done that. I got an interesting idea. Let's see if they respond. Let's maybe see if I can source myself a co-caster. We should make Avali a caster. Nah, I'm kidding, dude. Avali's OP. He's a player. He's a map designer. We can't make him a caster as well. That's just Imbo. Sorry, Avali. We're already working on making you take the level designer's job, so I don't need you taking my job as well. You can cost the Monk game, tell you exactly how it's going to go. But your meta's out of date, Philosboto. You see the way Puppy Paw's playing? Where's Crackety? Crackety's, I think, on the Rising Empire stream. Yeah. 0 aspiration to cast. Thanks, man. You're right. It's a crappy gig. We're gonna guilt trip him into casting. Okay, so has he started the draft? Should be starting in a sec. Unless they're gonna be like, let's finish this tomorrow. I don't blame them. Most AoE casters are kind of laid back. Who's most, Philly? Who's most? Huh? Nah, the thing is, you shouldn't, like, AoE 4 is not the type of game that requires constant hype, in my opinion. I've actually said before, like, you could actually have a decent casting player in AoE 4 because of the pace of the game without a play-by-play. The reason I talk so analytically is because there's so much time to do so. AoE 4 is not a high-octane game, in my opinion, anyway. It can have high-octane moments, but it's not start to finish. Like, even compared to StarCraft, right? The pacing of StarCraft, but then compare it to, like, Dota 2, Call of Duty, Apex. Well, Apex has its calmings, but when it gets going, it gets going. Good casters never aspire to cast. I aspire to cast, so. Thanks. Pepe hands. All right. What's that?
That's alright, it is what it is. It is what it is. Thank you for the coffee, I appreciate that.
Oh, is Marika going to sleep? Are we not getting our guest
Better
caster?
chicken wings.
Rip.
I'm joking, I don't feel like chicken wings.
I may have been trying to recruit a biased Beastie fan to cast. We need to look at the plays, look at the moves. Faker, what was that? That's the moment we need. Maybe. I don't know. I think like me casting this versus casting Dota 2 are very different people. Now that I think about it, really different people. I'd love to just focus on the hyping up the moment, but you know, what is Dota 2 KP? What you mean, like what am I like in Dota 2, or actually what is Dota 2? I'll probably find like
With all seriousness, though, we are done.
no, that's not what we want. You want casting? It's casting.
Picked up, which means Charlie needs to get out of here quick. The kisses are coming through and Magnus is stuck on the spot. No chance to even use the RP. The egg goes down. No turnaround, moving straight into it. The buyback comes out from Magnus. Too late. Wukong's Supreme throws it down. Booms and BKB still running, so he moves away. And Charlie needs to get out of this quick. Spin is running out soon. Toby cuts the back line. Stun comes down to save a light before he can skew across the stun follow-up as well. This could be his dieback. He needs to be careful. Look at the RP. He whiffs them. Dad just casually sidesteps and says, what up? Not much, but 3 heroes on Nipper down.
Because the illusion. I like.
No, Blizzy! Straight away, no! He gets back. Actually, bought. They're gonna hand over. Kellen goes in, he gets back straight away. No, Blizzy! He picks it up and he kills the AM as well. And all of a sudden, everything has fallen into crapville for Omega Lil. What the hell was that?
Went the distance. What'd you?
Yeah. That's KP and Dota. Full suit KP. I do that a lot, yeah. That's chubby KP. I think what happened is I don't know. Someone started BS stories. People believed it. That didn't help. And then afterwards, I missed out on the leaks when they switched over. They got black belt. No. It was like I don't want to turf it up, but let's just say me and another talent didn't get along, and I didn't realize. Wait, what? All right, that's interesting for me. Thanks, man. But like, yeah, and it is. I don't focus on it. The person who tries to screw me over, like all I'll say is I'm doing better than they are. My life is in a much better location, position. They're toxic.
$1 million.
The toxic
5
attempts
days
didn't
of
pay off,
intense
in my
action.
opinion. I think they hurt themselves more in a delay.
Masters. We have got a banger of a grand final. It's going to be
They drafting?
Extreme Gaming versus Team Asta. I am going to, of course, be joined by Misery once again for the final time.
3 teams have been eliminated so far. 1 remains, but in their path, in their way, stands a Goliath of the Chinese Dota scene. It is the one. It is the...
Like, oh, I like this, dude. This was a goose piece.
Strong right now, scares them away. Sonic Wave on the back foot. Queen of Pain in a little bit too deep. The Ray Fire Blast comes out. They're going to find him, bring him low enough. Queen of Pain able to get away though. They're terrorized. They're going to reset, forcing them back for the moment. The turnaround coming in with a duel onto the side. Cookie connects on the 2, able to turn once again. IG taking control. The buybacks come out. Ares trying to get back in. Emo gets away once again, living on 10% HP.
Thank
Forever
you.
and ever. Red
Appreciate
Panda
it,
chased down
Brock
though in the trees.
Legend.
Will be hunted down and chopped off the block as they look back towards the Void Spirit, clean him up as well. And Ares with the all-in buyback commitment will find nothing for it.
That was Dota 2 casting KP. Need Saudi AoE 4 LAN? Oh, dude, I'd smash that. Whoop whoop. Yeah. So they're drafting now. I still don't know if we do this or if we let the main channel just get like have all the viewership. Let's keep going. Red Rudder. Las Vegas land, Red Bull Wall land, Avli's homeland. That's true. These all need to happen. Avli's entire apartment just has every room has to be remodeled like one of the maps he made in the game. When I start casting Dota 2, so I started casting Dota 2 in 2018. So I was very late to the scene. And I tell you what, like I'd say I was actually rising quite quick for someone who came in that late. But yeah, like I said, things were going really well, and the DPC league happened. People, like there were some people I thought had my back. Like, let's just say the crap that went down, you learn very quickly. Who does or doesn't have your back. That was a very kind of eye-opening moment for me. Caster's backstab? No, it's not as much Caster's backstab. One person had a problem with me. They told people certain things, and then it was downhill from that. Like I said, there's no point focusing on it. It doesn't matter. Like I said, like let them rely on that moment because that was what they needed to try and big up their career, and long term it didn't pay off. So, am I annoyed in certain ways of how things played out? Because I think it made it harder to exist in the Dota sphere. Yes, but I know I will be the one always laughing in the end. That's my goal. I let my, instead of letting like dragging someone else down be the measurement of me, I'd rather focus on what I can do. So yeah, onwards and upwards to better things. Yeah, the main thing wasn't even that. I think it was genuinely just like when they switched to Pro Circuit League, I didn't get on any leagues. I was deep in talks with a few. None paid off. Sadly, when they changed to Dota Pro Circuit League, if you weren't on the Dota Pro Circuit, you weren't going to get in at all. Missed out on a lot of money because of that. Missed out on a reliable paycheck for over 2 years, like some people got. But we do how we do. Just a man biding his moment. Waiting for his time. And his basil and rosemary too, baby. Alright, so we got draft coming through. Any thoughts on casting football? I don't think, like, I don't know. Like, Twitch streams NFL games? I mean, I think it's like futile if you don't have a link into those communities anyway. But like, there are loads of games I'm interested in. Rocket League, Call of Duty, Apex Legends, Dota 2 still have love for, Age of Empires. Stormgate was pretty fun. It's an upcoming game called Project Loki. Interested in the new Marvel game. I'd love to actually get back to some Overwatch. That was quite fun when I used to do it. When I used to play it. But like, you know, a lot of these things, like leading careers, there is an element of who you know. Like, if someone knows you and they know you do good work, you have a better chance. I don't know anyone like sports. Alright guys, should we get the guest caster in? You guys want the guest caster? King Cup KP tournament, when is that happening? Ah man, I got get some fun, dude. I want to do some tournaments. Really want to do some tournaments. Had some interesting ideas, but I'm waiting on Microsoft to respond. I probably cover about a quarter of my cost per month right now with full-time streaming outside. So I'm not in a position to now like pony up thousands of dollars. Antan guest cast? Damn. What a chat move. Alright, no. We've got a bias caster. Should we get the bias caster on the line? Okay, guys, we've got bias caster ready. This person's going to be fanboying the crap out of B.
Oh my god, is this the real KP?
Oh my god, is this the real cutie?
Oh god, now I'm cringing. Stop. Don't use that voice. KP, we do have a problem though. How am I gonna watch what we're looking at? Are you gonna stream for me on Discord as well, or is your computer made of potatoes?
I could stream, or I think we can just join a party, and if we join a party, it syncs up, right?
Oh, it does. Oh my god, developers, what are you doing?
Yeah. So, wait, you know,
Okay,
what have you called your account now? It's not Warman-Q, is it? Is it Warman?
No,
Yeah,
just Whammon. Yeah, but there's a few of them. The one
Yeah, I
that is
got it.
Diamond 3.
No, I've got you added. You're just not online. You're one of those people.
Give me 1 second. I'm coming. It's loading. I didn't know that this was gonna be a thing. I was unsure.
you thought I was gonna do the cow shit and just like let you watch my perspective?
Yeah, I'm like, okay, where is the Parsec link? Let's all join together. Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
I could send you a Discord if you really want.
It's okay. Party me up, boy. I'm online.
Boop boop.
Okay, so what is the vibe on your stream? What are we allowed to do? What are we not allowed to do?
Do whatever.
Is this the unhinged cast?
I mean, this can be now the unhinged cast. There's literally like,
Nice.
because I don't like double casting, so who gives a duck? Whoop, whoop.
You don't really do double casting on your channel. You're just
No.
living your best life.
Because
Yeah.
it's like I find it's like disingenuous. It's almost like you're egotistically saying you do a better cast. I know that's not what people aim to do, but it's how it feels. So it's like I try to avoid it as much as possible because like there's other games to show. It's like you're carving the viewership between you and someone else, right?
That makes sense.
And like especially in this case when it's like someone else's tournament. And it's a bit weird to me.
Yeah, it's always strange because you never know what to report on. Like, do you show the numbers of everyone combined who's involved in the tournaments, or do you just
You can. All you need
Set
to
it by
do
yourself.
is set a rule set. So like they must have the Warchief Club or something, the title, or they must have the logo. And then it's like, because then when you're tracking the data later, it's easy. So it's like very important that Katega had the Elite Classic 2 in his title when he watched the games. So that like from a compilation point of stats post event, you can just go and find them quickly by searching, right?
Makes sense. Today I learned. And yeah, no, I completely agree. It makes sense because you need to be able to make your stats at the end of all of it. Yeah, guys, KP and I will talk numbers all day if you allow us to. But
How
on
did
the
I become
more...
a salesperson? How the hell did that happen?
I don't know, but you're a pretty good salesperson at that. Alex.
I'm a piece of shit. Alright, so we got a draft. This draft, I think...
Well,
how the
I don't
hell
know.
did I don't know how Roos actually didn't get banned.
So I don't know if you watched Beastie stream while you're casting at the same time, because I know that you're a very talented man. But basically, Beastie and I had a conversation, and he was like, "Chicken wings are overrated." So I think he might have lost it along the way. He's not supporting the chicken wing economy, and this is maybe why the drafting is a little bit strange. So yeah. No, but I'm very surprised he got Roos and Ottomans and Abbasid. Oh my goodness, what's going on? What did B do?
Yeah.
B, stop!
I mean, like, the fact he picked Abbasids into Ottomans, that strategically is very smart from Beastie, because, like, the best counter to Ottomans right now is Abbasids. It's really strong. No English pick from B is weird. I actually think English is good against Ottos, but Marlian's first pick, I don't know, man. B, he's on a bender there. He's got Jean d'Arc to deal with Delhi, which is really good. HRE can actually hand Ottomans their arse on a plate. Roos is a bit tighter. But, like, I think B, his strengths are later in the draft, weirdly enough. What was the map draft? Let's have a quick look. Because that'll give us the full picture. There's some interesting paintings on the walls happening here. So...
Well, this production is a professional. You can even you share your screen willingly. Are you on incognito?
Oh, what, on Discord?
No, on your browser.
Oh,
Are
no,
you
I've
using
just got dark
incognito?
mode.
Wow.
No, I just got
Okay,
dark
okay.
Because people hate white.
Oh yeah. Of
Can't
course.
blame them. We're bougie everywhere. Whoa. So Gorge dry rate says Gorge. Okay, Gorge game 1, and then what did we just see for the draft? They're doing Otto Malians. Yeah, I don't like Malians on Gorge. I've been a real stickler for this. I think they're a really bad civ for Gorge because it's hard to get more than one gold vein. Wait, did Wardrake get drafted?
I feel like you can also stop the Malian raiding pretty easily, so Malians doesn't really get to punish them as much as they need to, even though they get ahead. I mean, both civilizations have that advantage where they get passive resources or passive units, so you're not really in a situation where you want to let Ottomans have free reign, but I feel like that is what Beastie is going to get. Although Beastie is dead at the moment. I saw his face just now, so B might just be buzzing all around him. Who knows?
The mental drain was clear off that game. That game looked done, actually. Saying it was an insane turnaround. Has it loaded you in? You're 15 seconds from start, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. So yeah, like I think Ottoman's kind of stuck in feudal though. So if B's got some like super aggro build in mind, I think it's favorable. If he drags it a bit, it's a bit weird. I'm curious to see what BC is going to do in reaction to like a greedy Malian play, because it's like Ottomans don't play all in feudal very well now. But let me switch over the casting.
Oh my god, did you? He's opening with the barracks instantly. Okay, so I know this is right. You're supposed to open with a barracks. Oh, I mean, not a barracks. Oh.
Here we go. I'll start the recording. All right, nerd it out, Warman. BC's doing the racks thing.
He's wild. It's starting off wild. I'm already confused. I don't know what Beastie is trying to tell us, but I know what he's saying, and he's saying, I'm going to be aggressive. Good luck getting your gold up, B. You're done for.
Yeah,
Look at my spears.
This is interesting from Beastie because like we've seen similar from Mongols to take down Malians. The whole idea is that you just spear spam. You kind of have an edge here as well in that racks he just built only cost 100 wood, whereas most civs would pay 150. It's not very like sustainable, right? Now the follow-up logic is that if you think about a straggler tree count here, you've already spent 50 wood less than what B has to, but B's gonna start on houses as you always do. But then when this does get into a spear spam on both sides, B's gonna have to spend a lot more on his Donzos. So like collectively over time, there's less spam that you can do as B compared to Beastie.
Now, my question is, what do you do as B when you do see these spearmen come out? Because when he sees the first spearman, will he know that it was a barrack spearman? He has to. So, does he know that more's coming? Is he going to scout it out? Now, this is something that I'm not too certain about for B, what his answer would be. Now, from my very, very trash perspective, I would go and get enough gold, go back and go straight onto food and hope for the best after that. So, I'm not too sure if we've seen this in pro play enough for him to be able to respond to this quite easily.
I think you just have to go into fuel quickly. Like, it's way too late. You're not gathering stone, so you'd have to put 5 villages actually, and that would take you still a minute to get your racks up. That's far too late. So, like, you kind of have to nod, accept this is what it is. 2 spearmen makes it really obvious what has happened here. B might actually have to consider going for the Saharan, and I think that's a death sentence. Saharan is literally the worst thing that could happen here.
It is? See, now this is where I learned something, because for me, Saharan, when you're playing against a serf that's very aggressive and wants to feudal all in you, then maybe there's some sustainability in there. But like you said, Ottomans is not the greatest when it comes to all feudal all-ins anymore. So, B wants to protect this. He's putting down the villager. This thing is going to try protect, but those amounts of spearmen, they're going to be quite scary.
Okay, I'm getting a bit of lag. 1 sec. I'm going to pause for a sec. What on earth? That's a weird start. I guess I should have restarted the game. Are you lagging as well?
Yeah, no, I think it's a server thing.
Alright,
Might not be.
Keep going then. I'm a 24. Yeah. Dude, this is completely lagged. What the hell? Alright, let's just play it out, chat. We'll play it out. It's deep in the evening. Are you, what second are you at?
No, it pauses when you pause. Don't worry.
Nice, it does. Okay, perfect.
They fixed this game.
We'll blame Serbian internet. There we go. We have a solution. Alright, so Mansa Quarry's on the way. You're not still in South Africa, are you?
No, I'm in Serbia. We have real internet here. We have lots of vodka and real internet. Everything a girl could dream of.
I think the ISP guy may have spilled the vodka on the internet. But check this. Outpost rush coming.
You're from the UK, KP.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We wouldn't spill vodka. Like, inflation's a real pain in the ass over here. We can't afford that.
Okay. Well, what we can see here for the little bit of a tower rush Coming from Beastie, I mean, Beastie hasn't been very spicy in his recent gameplay. I know he's been a very aggressive player recently. He used to be memed for being the late game guy and building walls and siege. But now, this last while, he's been very aggressive, and it hasn't always worked out for him. Now, when I spoke to him about this, he told me that he needs to switch up his play a little bit. He might play a little bit more or less aggressively and focused on just getting to feudal, getting to TC, and macroing up. But this is exactly the opposite of what we're seeing right now. Beastie looks like he wants blood. And I love that he's scouting on the other side as well, so he's keeping an eye on where the B is moving out for that second gold, because he does see B on wood the whole time.
Yeah, this is what I usually refer to as like, when it's a poker term of like expected hand. When someone plays a certain way, you anticipate they are doing something. So a perfect example is like, if someone 4-bets you, they're saying they've got aces to start the handoff, right? Very strong play. The problem with that is like, if you always follow that route and that's always your approach, let's say you never go all in with like 4-5 as your starting hand in poker, you're going to become predictable and readable. It's the same logic with what BC's doing here. His whole point that he's making there is if you go into a game and your opponent knows what to expect, they already counter you before they even see it. And playstyles is a very big thing. I love to see this evolution from Beastie. It's actually exactly why Irobids has been at points counterable as a Civ, is because when you start the game, before they nerfed Advancement Wing, you knew it was going to be Fast Castle. So the only reason you were able to counter that build is because you acted as if it was instantly going to be Fast Castle. And I love that he's got this deviation. We've seen similar from Puppy Paw recently. I think Puppy Paw has turned his aggression up to 11, and it's caught a lot of players off guard.
Now, we can see B did manage to sneak by and get that second gold up. The houses are popping out, which means that he's going to be able to make these javelin throws just to push off the spearmen. I'm expecting Beastie to try and just, keep playing it safe, keep getting his upgrades, and just do the Ottoman thing and snowball, of course. Now that B is forced to go on a very far away gold, this is going to be a very prime position for Beastie to just come in with his little Sapahis, take out what he needs to, and get back out.
And he's already on his way to the fat gold. Oh, this is such a painful situation because actually Beastie, he never scouted the east side gold. So he doesn't know exactly where that is. So his logical conclusion is check the left side anyway. There's 2 different gold veins over here. And it's one of the fat stacks. Just a great read. Like, this is always a predictable element. And this is exactly why I'm not a really big fan of Malians on this map. Is if you have to go wide with those pit mines, the game unravels. And Beastie has done a remarkable job to achieve that condition. The investment it requires now for B to get rid of this outpost is more than he can afford if he can't get these pit mines up. Luckily, he did commit to the blueprint before the spearman stands in range. Because little tip to people, if you actually walk right up to a gold vein and stand a unit inside it, the Malians can't build.
That's not a fun fact at all. Oh no, you just told me something. Thanks, KP. Well,
You've been playing English a lot, right? We've found a way to win that matchup.
Yeah, finally. Okay, I will be doing that. Thank you. Your longbows actually have a use now. But B is responding well. You can see he's already sending his javelin throwers, but I don't think Beastie is going to allow this to stand for too long. Beastie loving his upgrades. I spoke to him about this today as well. When are upgrades overrated? He said never. Get your upgrades, snowball, take him down. Be patient. By the time your upgrades kick in, it takes 4 minutes, and then you're already ahead of your opponent. And this is exactly why he stands by his words. And you can see with that amount of stone he's looking at popping down. Oh my god, is he going 2 TC?
It's 2 TC. Like, this is really smart. Right, remember what we said? That this matchup, Ottomans versus Malians? Ottomans are a bit when it comes to their feudal play. They're not as strong as they once were. So you need someone to juice you up. This is the juicer. Because if you just rush into Castle Age now versus Malians, you've blocked some of their plays. You're still playing to the strongest point in Malian play, right? Which is the full Fulani. This is going to give you an edge, right? This is the equivalent of taking those special pills before you start the race.
And this is now that point where, B is eating his cows at the moment. B is just snacking on cows, and he's making units. This is the moment where he needs to do some damage because he knows this is going to snowball out of control. Military schools are one thing. Ottomans getting 2 TC and then a ton of military schools, that is a whole different ballgame.
Because he was forced to fight on the defensive, even with the scout being there early, it's just a little bit too late. Even javelins are not capable of diving a TC. And, you know, this is very telling. Beastie, this secure on the gold, tells you everything you need to know about the game state. This is now about targeting Castle Age. I'm not expecting him to play long feudal. And he's safe for that. Look at the sheep count for Beastie. He's got 24 sheep underneath the TC.
and B is starving at the moment. B is barely keeping it together by getting enough gold for the cows, and he's just gonna get run too low at this point. Man is going to starve, and he's going to make a lot of units, and if he loses any of these, it's going to cost him so much more.
I think we need to see if there's cannibals. You know, you run out of food, you just look at the guy next to you, lick your lips, clonk him on the head.
Well,
I mean, he's getting to that point where he's going to wish he could, right? Like, I mean, this is pretty brutal, having to just eat through the cows. You're 9 minutes into a game, you don't have a single ranch up, and now you don't have a wave dent in the base. The worry I have is the gold escalation, because he went Javs, might be too slow to get into Rams before Beastie's in castle.
and this is pretty interesting. He's moving his villagers over now to be able to get the... Oh, I was going to say to be able to get the gold, but he just needs food. He's so desperate, he's going for berries. And guys, this is not something we see Malians do ever. Be innovative as always. Just going for berries as Malians. He's a hungry man today. Well, unfortunately, his deer did spawn forward, and his deer at the back is going to be depleted pretty quickly by all those villagers. But again, BC doesn't have any units. This is the one time he's going to be able to do this. And the ram is coming in. Oh, the ram is coming in.
It's clown car time. Javelins looking to play. Not the quickest killers, though. And this goes both ways, because you can also play Garrison shenanigans. He's still got 6 left.
BC's APM is just off the charts. He's managing this.
His APM almost looks too high. He's ghosting those torches, and it looks like he's going to be ghosting the TC. So giving it over in the end. BC, this is insane. He didn't get any value out of this TC. Look at the eco count.
He didn't. However, he is in castle now. If he survives, that is what's going to be the most important. That ram is going to cause him some trouble, though, because this ram is the kind of ram that forces you to, you know, steer a little bit. He's going to be steering because he's not going to be able to have enough units to take these down. But with him hitting Castle Age, he's going to pump out those men-at-arms in no time, and hopefully they will survive a little bit of that onslaught. But the javelin throwers are looking at another kill. Oh, and they do not get it.
Yeah, good micro, Beastie. Just waiting for the target to come in. Javelins have a really slow wind-up, and their projectile speed isn't insane, right? So quite easy to dodge if you micro for it. Tech up's complete, but guys, this is a 0 military school base. One of the racks has already been targeted down. The men-at-arms spam's at least going to come through because he has got the gold gathering happening in the south corner. But double ram clown car, there's a risk that you lose all Raxes before you have more than 3 men-at-arms.
I don't think he's planning on doing that, but with 1 men-at-arm out right now, oh, he's bringing the torches. They're looking for a fight, but the javelin throwers are going to be snacking. They're just going to take them down. But I don't think this is going to do enough damage for him. The men-at-arms don't have the upgrades they need, though, too.
No undermesh. Base damage on Javs is really high. Remember, he also did get the steeled arrow, so that's 9 damage, 5 going through on these MAA. And soon they're going to go MIA for the planet. 2 more go down.
This is something that I was just unsure about as well. Beastie at this point, he made that decision to go to TC, but he knew that was risky. You're going to TC, you're going Naked Castle. This is not something that is going to go down easily. And Beastie, who looked like he was in the lead, is now actually pretty much steering.
He's in this pretty comfortable position. Taking out this blacksmith is a huge deal. Beastie needs a critical mass of men-at-arms. This is slowing him down. Look at the timing. He went from 17 seconds to 23 per. On top of that, yes, he's got all this food. Yes, he's got all this gold. But like the production speed is your real resource in this matchup now. And B is already prepping for what you're building. Musafadi in Feudal Age is not something I usually approve of. But this might be the one situation I'm willing to give it a pass.
And the best part is, Malians is the one civilization that has an answer to these men-at-arms. And luckily the clown guard goes down. And
oh wait, there's more.
The javelin throwers are just doing too much damage at the moment, though. If I was Beastie, pull back, wait for your upgrades. Oh, there's no upgrades.
What upgrades? Yeah, the blacksmith went down.
I was about to expect another blacksmith. Come on, man.
I mean, he needs to get a reason, right? You're an Ottoman player and you're building a blacksmith with no production. You kind of get this weird feeling in your stomach like you're going to hurl. And I don't know as much as hurlers get thrown out of this game right now. B's army is weirdly premium. This is kind of the interesting thing about Malians, right? Their Feudal Age units are premium versions.
And with his vizier point, he chose to get imams instead of getting. I mean, he couldn't have gotten the extra military schools. He's at 0 right now.
But man, dream.
Mangonel.
Just hide. So much for bonus damage.
At least it scared them into their car, but the relics are being picked up. I'm not too sure what his plan is with those. He does attack the ground.
It's just wallow hard.
Just pull along, be lucky, come on. Let's scream to the skies, boys. The barracks does go down. Menanon does not pop out, unfortunately for him. And luckily for him, there might be knights coming out if he ever gets a house up. But with that amount of wood, that doesn't exist. Oh, and the villagers are on the run in the north. He's just snacking away at the villagers, and I think this is going to be a GG.
He's got wheelbarrow. I mean, he's got textiles, but yeah, like there's no way to run here. I think the impressive part of this is just how much power he's still got out of these rams. And Beastie has got 8 men at arms together. He's building into Lancers, but Lancers feels kind of bad here. You're up against a feudal age army that can actually counter that type of unit, right? With Musafadi or Donzo. So this speaks volumes to how Beastie thinks he's going to get back in this game. It's survive and then try and raid. But the survive part is proving increasingly difficult.
These villagers running around and you're just waiting for them to be picked off one by one. It's an absolute destruction. These things are popping down as they go, but the knights are taking a lot of damage from these Musafadis as well. Sorry, Lancers. I know, different.
They used to be called knights.
Yeah.
And then people rioted. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ottomans,
Thanks, Reddit.
I mean, Ottomans don't kill the Christians. They just ask them to convert. So maybe they were nice. Well, that was like a big... No, that's a commendable thing, right? Christians weren't that nice.
Really? Have you been to Turkey, KP?
I'm talking historically. I don't know about recently.
No. I'm talking about it historically. If you go to Turkey, there is a region in Cappadocia where you see that people were massacred, Christians and Muslims alike, for their religion. So this does go all the directions, unfortunately.
True, but they did recruit some Slavs.
Oh,
they're the Janity boys.
Bodies. They're just killing at the backline. These villagers are running for their life.
I mean, the impressive part is like this game is far from over because Beastie, although he's lost so much eco, look at the raw count.
I can't believe that these mangonels are going to come out and carry him into this game. Now, the cow boom hasn't begun. The cow boom doesn't exist, but the Lancers at the back of the base, they're just looking at doing a little bit of damage.
It's hunting time. That wood line is getting insanely thin. On top of that, we're getting a lot of farms being added in by B. This is not Marlian gameplay. I'm not sure what this is. This must be a variant civ.
Oh, we said he wanted to play English, but he was like, oh, we could probably try this. We could probably play this like in English. And so instead of making cows, he makes farms. He goes for the berries. He builds farms. He's playing English right now.
I mean, actually, it's true. Like, we like our beef. He is eating a lot of beef in this situation. In the kind of way, like, your javelins have actually functioned like lombos, if you think about it. They didn't really have a counter to attack. They were attacking into men at arms most of the time. So it is kind of turning into a weird English game. And, well, that's a bad sign. Because if you had to choose one age that you hate playing as the English, which is it?
Oh, Imperial. That's
okay.
what
That's
I love Castle. I love Feudal. Imperial. That's where I lose it, man. I love Dark Age as well. Ooh, spicy longbows just tower rushing the gold.
You know
what age do you think?
I respect that. The high-level players will tell you Castle. Castle's like the most uncomfortable point in your game plan, right? Like it's where you don't really have a clean or clear power. Late game Imperial, you have like enclosure farms. Feudal Age, you have longbows. Castle, you can't afford spamming men at arms. So you don't really have an answer. It's kind of heading towards that as well, because what does B do when he can afford Castle Age? Are we really going to be looking at a Farimba game?
We can't see a cow boom because, we can't see any cows, so there won't be a cow boom. But he also he's not drowning in gold yet, but we do see the amount of villages he has on gold is screaming Farimba, isn't it?
It has to be. And, you know, the crazy part is, like, when you think about it, he's been going so deep into this Feudal Age, he's exhausting quite a lot of gold. For a Malian, anyway, right? He's already taken over 2k of that fat stack. It's like, oh, wait, what?
He is going for the Castle Age transition boom.
No, Warman, this is a new hybrid landmark. Usually we see Fulanis. This is an empty Ani.
How do I respond to that, KP? You throw me off, man. Oh god. Oh, this is going to be the saddest Fulani empty Lani we've ever seen.
This is
but the lances.
To make this child friendly, I'm just going to call this a Pulani. Oh man.
KP's dad jokes are coming in on. The Lancers should be able to see this and kill a few villagers. Let's see if Beastie responds. Oh, he's just going straight for the woodline. Hello, let's take you down. And right now, B is not in control of the game anymore.
No, because he can't catch these 5 knights. Like, it's crazy to say he's losing this game due to 5 knights, but he is. Look at the reaction. That's a lot of Musafadi.
Honestly, this looks a little bit like my gameplay because I just select all army and I chase after the units and I don't know how to split up my army. So, I don't know. I guess.
Hey.
I guess it happens to the pros as well.
Control Shift A. Look, the key to winning is A, right? Okay, you just need to A click harder, and B is he's A clicking real hard right now. I am worried about what comes next, though.
I don't think this ram at the back of his base was intended to be there. Beastie is just like moving over the whole base. He's eating what he sees in the middle of the map. He's snacking on deer soon. This man is just taking his time. He says, yes, I did lose about 600 villagers, 16 villagers. But, you know, I'm Ottomans. I don't need to worry. I'm in castle. I'm just gonna boom. I'm gonna make mangoes and we're going to kill everything. What do you have?
I'm sorry, I'm just focused on B entering riot police mode. He's just made line formations with the Musafani to cut off the knights.
Oh god.
Oh, that was fantastic. I mean, it took a long time to get there, but finally we arrived at it. I was getting to the point where I was like, if one of these guys dies, I can call them the 4 Musketeers because they genuinely made the story all about them. It's bought a lot of time for Beastie. Interesting that he's still going men-at-arms, though, like, you know, considering you're up against Musafadi. But you can't really go Janissaries, Javs counter you. Sipahi is very expensive at this stage. He's scaling them in, but I'm pretty sure that's all just passive reduction, right? No, active production.
The man would rather go for men-at-arms from the military schools. And, I mean, Beastie did double down. He did go for a second TC again. He realized he lost a lot. And the passive is not enough for him. He needed more. How many relics is he on right now? 3?
He's got a 4th on the way home still. Like, that one that just got sniped, there's still one elsewhere that's being brought home to Papa. Ay. And these walls going up, I mean, they're so obnoxious because from a grand scale point, if we zoom out, these walls look a little bit dumb, right? Like, it doesn't realistically stop a flank attack, but because B's army is slow due to the javelins, it's buying just enough time while he preps for the main fight.
Now, I don't know if you noticed the Sipahis at the back of the base, but Beastie finally realized that Lancers are kind of countered by Musafadis. So he's going for the easier play with the Sipahis, and he is just snacking at the moment. Now, B got into the back line. The javelin throwers are going to be able to scare off a little few of the villagers, but Beastie's army is ready. He's got Sipahis at the back of B's base. He's got Sipahis at the back of his base. This is going to be an absolute destruction if he chases them.
Now we just need to bring the Sipahi from both sides of the map and squeeze him in like he's in a Star Wars movie trapped in a trash compactor. I mean, the scary thing, by the way, this Massimo Safadi, really strong play. Right now, Beastie is on attack speed. If you switch to melee armor, your men-at-arms are actually so ridiculously tanky here, even against the unit that counters them.
We see that B is doing the Conqueror 3 thing, where you make your units invisible at the, what is that, northwestern side of the western side of the map. There are 5 invisible Musafadis ready to go into the woodline and do some damage. But I don't know if he's going to remember that he made them invisible to go do some damage. He's just standing there, being overwhelmed.
You know what it is? It's like Malians, they really like gold, so when they see it, they just go, ooh, shiny! Like, they're full focused. So he's kind of thinking, Beastie, he has that all same shiny mentality because he's going to want to build all these premium units. He's going to build Siege, Janissaries, maybe he wants to go towards Imperial Age. But that's where Beastie is just playing the con, right? He doesn't actually need much gold because the men-at-arms are being produced passively. And the only other gold spend is blacksmith decks. So he doesn't have to desperation rush out to the flanks. So it's a good idea by B if this was a different kind of Ottoman game.
The problem as well, I think B doesn't realize he has 45 Musafaris, yes, but you're up against a lot of Sapahis, you're up against archers, you're up against those men-at-arms that you're trying to counter. They're not going to do much when all your units are dead from all these archers that are about to collapse on you. He does have a mangonel, but, you know, that's why Ottomans makes Sapahis. They can snack at the back. And that's exactly what BC is going to do with his 16 mangonels as well.
I mean, we're getting close.
Yeah.
Because I've seen this before. Look away for a few seconds, it'll be double digits. I mean, 5 mangonels. Mustafadi are glass cannons. And BC's got the micro potential to split his mango shots between 2 different groups. Half this army is about to be splatted. It's quite ugly for B because he's also choosing to layer in Springolds, which is going to leave him more inclined to play clumped anyway. And if BC just uses this tree line near his base and waits, he can reel B in to a false sense of safety.
The funny thing is, he did go for the Vizier point where you can build Janissaries and Lancers from your military schools, but the man likes his men-at-arms, and he's just going to do exactly that.
Oh, he's toggling.
Oh, he's toggling? He's toggling?
Yeah.
Oh, Janissaries are coming, boys.
Which, I mean, it's quite smart because B has gone for a very heavy Mustafadi comp. There are javelins, but there's actually not many of them. And 5 mangoes is enough to clean that up in one wave. Here we go. Turns the corner. Wait, did B see that?
Yeah, B.
Oh my!
Oh. B's mangonel did some work, but I don't think it did enough. He needs a miracle to take this down. Oh.
He needs a game too. Like, he's going to have to run away. There's no turning around against this. The Archer's going to hunt you down as you retreat. And this is a perfect cover for the Janissary transition.
And finally, the Sapahis did so much work here. B just didn't turn around and use his army against the Sapahis. He just allowed them to clean up those mangonels. And now BC is just going to collapse. He's going to push forward. He's going to destroy everything. Mangonels trailing behind.
The mangoes don't even matter anymore. That's the crazy part. Like, weirdly enough, them just kind of existing, being a threat, seem to throw B off a little bit. The funny thing about these mangoes is they've killed maybe like a total of 10 units between them. It's something that tail end the fight that they're doing any notable real damage. This is just BC, as you said, outplaying the Sipahi and using that mass of archers with the attack speed buff to win out. He sees his Janissaries now coming. I mean, like B, the reality is that when the Jannies arrive, there's going to be no jabs left to contest that. And from there, this turns into a meat grinder that favors the Ottomans.
And with what we see in Q, Beastie queued up a bunch more Sapahis. He's looking at just taking down every bit of siege that you pop out, because when you pop out siege, you have a shot. But Siege Workshop just has a bunch of Springolds queued up. B is desperate to take these mangoes down, but honestly, sir, the mangoes are not the problem here.
He's like, maybe I'm just going to play Age of Springald. That used to be good, guys, right? Right? Yeah, maybe a long time ago, B. These units have been heavily nerfed since those days, and I think we're approaching the macro point. BC is converging upon Imperial Age. The reason he wants to get there is, remember how long ago he queued up Janissaries? Look at his Janissary count. He hasn't lost any. It just takes that long without the Istanbul Observatory. So, #1 priority, if you want to play into Jannies and not pay for it, if you're feeling like a bit of a cheapskate, you need to get Imperial.
That is actually something I need to write down, because I was always so confused as to why we make Janissaries out of these military schools when they're so damn slow. Thank you, KP.
Stop it.
You're like a coach here as well. Oh my gosh, why are you so smart?
Stop it. You're gonna make me blush. I mean, like when you put both of my, when you put my IQ together, you do almost get my age.
I can count your IQ on both my hands.
Woo!
Yeah, both, KP, not just one.
I'm hoping one day someone's gonna need to use their toes to count as well, maybe. Boy can hope, but Istanbul's Observatory are now on the way. And
now,
this...
He's transitioning though. He's transitioning into the Sofa army. But so far, it's not looking like he's going to have time to do any damage when Beastie pops out Imperial, gets one singular upgrade with that amount of gold. The Sofas aren't going to be doing much.
No, it's almost like build Cav into Gunny Gun, bad idea, right? Like, this should be written on B's board because he's done a really good job of avoiding this problem for a long time. The reason why Beastie didn't spam Janissaries is because when you go Mustafadi plus Javelins, it feels impossible to do so. But now that B is entering that cozy stage where we see Malians feeling like they've got the food to allow Sofas, he's about to essentially be a horseman that might as well be running into a spearman. This is a pretty terrible position for B to bring in. On top of that, Beastie's busy building the Turkish version of Takeshi Castle right now. He's got so many stone walls up here that you can't flex these sofas as a flanking unit.
And that's the one thing sofas can do, because you don't want to run sofas into Janissaries. They're not famous for their performance against them, but they are pretty good against Siege. And actually, B does get to push these mangoes back. So, not by sofas, but by the sheer amount of spring ults. The Mangonel is trying to get some damage done, but doesn't do as much as he needs. The Sapahi are fighting the sofas at the moment, and that's not exactly what you want to be fighting. You want to get rid of these spring ults so you can actually survive. He dodges that Mangonel shot. Honestly, the fight doesn't look too great for Beastie.
It's about to get pretty good, though. The elite statuses are going to kick in for the archers. The spy have at least been wiped out, but at this stage, in the sofas, even in Port Armus, those archers do more than a mere tickling. So it's going to be a temporary reset, but this is kind of a slow siege. You've got double Mangonel, you haven't got a quick breach through. Behind this, although the Janissary numbers are low, so are the sofas. This isn't like your Zerg factor of 20, 30, 40 yet. Beastie does need to compensate somewhere, though. I think he's relying a little bit too much on the passive production. We need to be actively producing here.
And keep in mind, you did just spend a fortune on going Imperial.
I need you to be actively producing here.
Just make more units, Beastie. You're gonna get there. But the problem is Beastie is not drowning in food right now. His farm transition is coming along, but there's not enough, you know? So this man can't just click, click, click and have enough. But I do think that Beastie is gonna do a little bit of a cheeky peek here somewhere, because now B is pushing in slowly, and Beastie cannot afford this.
The problem is, like, the keep needs to be right next to blacksmiths, or you lose the full passive production. So, like, it's probably his best way. And what am I seeing from B? He's setting up a little siege camp in the base of Beastie. Nice retreat point, because he knows the Sapahi wave is the one thing that could potentially kill him here.
The counter to horses, walls, ladies and gentlemen. But these Sapahis are upgraded now, and they're looking at the siege already. Beastie is looking to collapse right now. He knows this is a pretty good shot under his TC. Oh, and the archers are doing amazing work on the back lines. One Sapahi going all the way to the back, taking down that Mangonel too. And it's not the greatest for Beastie, but all things considered, he did do quite a bit of damage in this scenario.
These numbers have slightly reduced. I love the fact that a little bit of cavalry does actually reach the Mangonels in the end. Unfortunately, it's the Drummer Boys, the worst possible one to reach in. We finally got a great bombard being queued up, but this was a messy engagement for Beastie. He split up the archers to minimize any damage from ranged units, but B laid himself beautifully, perfectly thinning his line to make sure he holds on all angles. And now we have a full dent attack. Triple Mangonels and landmarks in range. B has done a phenomenal job of parking himself here in an immovable way, because Beastie was wholly reliant on Sapahi. As you mentioned earlier, he doesn't have the farms to enable this.
Not at all. And he's floating 2,600 gold right now. He actually doesn't have anything to do with this. At this point, you need to ask yourself, maybe I should buy some food and make some units. And B's just slowly going to bring his units in and constantly take things down. And the siege numbers from B is looking really scary. That great bombard is going to come out and it's going to die instantly.
Maybe gets one shot out of his lucky, and then, yeah, it's crap shield for it. On top of that, you say he needs to sell and buy some food. Maybe the stone could also get you additional gold to buy even more food with, because this stone is now at 1,200. I think BC it's become a little bit scrambled at this stage, right? TC's already down. You're losing your passive production buildings. You're struggling to get a raw force together to fight with. He basically has one shot at this, and it's Janissaries. But the problem with that idea, Marika, is right now, B is playing his very own testament to CGQD. And it's looking like CGQD Prime.
This is the one thing that Beastie does not have an answer for. There's nothing he has that can take down those Mangonels unless he makes some magical spring ults at the back of the base right now, and he's trying to delay. The magical spring ult does come out. He's gonna take a while to kill these though. Oh, those villagers. Yeah, he had 130, didn't he? Oh.
Once upon a
time. The Mangonels. Ooh, the Mangonels. The Great Bombard is out. He does get a shot, but he's gonna go.
And it's going to easily be removed from the equation. There's still 3 Mangonels in here. It's that crafty play. B essentially using BC's own base against him. There's still a spring on the backside playing into this, so it looks like the Mango should eventually get cleared up. But the military advantage is becoming, quite frankly, undeniable.
And B isn't happy with his own resources. He's that person that like orders the exact same meal as you. You both have fries, but he still takes them from your plate. B is moving for a keep drop.
Oh no! And these supplies are trying to take down the... Oh, I said they're trying to take down the spring ults, but they're just going around the javelin throwers too. I don't think that any Imperial Age unit is able to save this right now.
Let me check the Ottoman manuals. Well, they haven't added tactical nukes yet, so yeah, this is pretty done. There's really no comeback at this stage. Free military advantage for B, and the keep drop should be the definitive point. At that point, BC should realize there's really nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Villagers are now being pulled to try and contest this, but with textiles, your shivs are just not good enough. We know that BC is that type of player that will try to play a game through, even if it's a 1% chance. We are very fast approaching the none percent chance, Mareka.
The problem is he also has sofas at the south of the map, cleaning up all those villages. They've killed so many, and hopefully one day we'll have the StarCraft counter that tells us how many they did have. But yeah, unfortunately for him, his villages are getting cleaned up. He's still being denied from all his resources. He's gonna be poor. And poor Ottomans without production buildings, not something most people fear. He does have 3 spring ults now, so we should probably... Oh, B is losing villagers too. B is losing villagers under the keep.
That's because it's a villager-on-villager affair right now. This is getting a bit scrappy. Beastie playing into the corner. We see this a lot, actually, when you get cut off from your main base. Unfortunately, when you're seen going there, it doesn't really tick the required box, which is that you hide. Instead, it's going to be your hides getting skinned here. Last of the villagers going down the flank. Base army is being cleared up. Beastie, surprisingly enough, is somehow not too far behind in economy. I think B just needs to slow it down a bit. He's done a good job starving the map, but he just needs to go in with a few siege weapons and actually take out these production buildings permanently.
I mean, Beastie is dropping keeps a little bit more aggressively. He's getting wood. He wants to redo his farming transition. But, Beastie, you're gonna need a lot of work to be done. The thing is, B is still castle, right? B doesn't have the food to just fall back and be like, hey, we're going in. And the gold is also getting quite scarce on this map. So, I don't think B's gonna go for Imperial. B's just gonna triple down. And if Beastie can hold one more fight, this is GG.
That's worrisome as well. He's pulling the villagers. Yeah, he's going for another keep drop, which with great bombards already out, 2 of them. I feel like this is the one way you can definitely lose this game. I mean, Beastie is in a situation where he can't build many villages, right? It's only 1 TC effective. This is, of course, Fulani full this deep into the game. But B, the reality of this situation is your best solution right now to these bombards is to get springords. But to do that, you need the Imperial unlock.
I just love that Beastie is at the back of B's base getting that gold. Because B is desperate to get gold right now, and he's getting none. With those keep denies, it's just going to be impossible for B to really get to that point, and that's why he's doubling down. He has a ton of Donzos, more on the way. But he needs to make a massive, massive play. And luckily for Beastie, he has boiling oil, so he should be able to keep this keep up, especially with the army standing right there.
I think B may have played himself into a loss here. This is so difficult now. I mean, he's just playing Donzos. Javelins aren't even high enough to really contest. The Great Bombards, it's almost like you need to be back on sofas, but this is always the age-old tale rather, up against the Ottomans, is how do you play into your sofas when they always go Janissaries?
It just doesn't feel like there's a late-game answer to this. At all, because you have Great Bombards you can't deal with. You have Janissaries you can't really deal with. So, yeah, maybe the late game from Ottomans is too strong. And B is starting to float a few more resources. He's also got 2,000 stones, so he could try and make another cheeky keep. But now with Great Bombards on the map, how are you going to keep those keeps up? They're just going to keep going down. I feel like I've been saying that word too much today.
There was almost as many keeps in that sentence as there is keeps on this map, yes. It's getting a little bit out of control, but most of them have been cleared up. I mean, I'll admit, I think I called it a little bit early from Beastie being out. I think he actually played really well to stay in this.
B had a stranglehold in his base. It looked like all the passive production was going to go down, but you wouldn't believe that if you look back at the screen now where he's actually rebuilding the primary TC. I think the Mehmet Imperial Armory not being dented first hurt B's timing. The fact he didn't finish off the other 2 military schools slowed him down, and all of a sudden, when you get that full slowdown you talked about running out of gold, all that matters is that these military schools are back and operational, right? Gold was the limiting resource. Stone almost seemed like a freebie for both players in this game.
And Beastie is behind on the supply. Now, guys, in StarCraft, we used to say the supply does not lie. And in this case, the supply is telling a very, very big false statement. Right now, Beastie is on 2 TC. He is producing double villages, so he is going to be behind in that case for a little while longer, but his production is pumping up. Although, I see that the military schools have accidentally been detoggled. I don't know if he knows this.
Oh,
Oh, Beastie. Girl. What happened? Maybe he noticed this after some point. His Mechner is still producing, so that's great.
But here's the problem. Janissaries has been beating this entire army. So if you think Janissaries are going to keep beating the army, you're not going to toggle your buildings, right? I think we've got a very awkward point in the game for the Ottomans here. Also, notice B was doing something very important there, clearing up this infrastructure. It's not about stopping production, it's about stopping choke points. If he keeps stripping the base like this, these Great Bombards don't have anything to hide behind.
See, this is where it's very difficult to not be biased and knock on the door and say, hey, turn on your military schools.
Well, we're 5 minutes in the past. If he's still not got on board, I think he might be a bit ducked at this stage.
Oh, and I haven't heard a very big sigh from his room, so...
You might be about to. I mean, with where this is going, he found the resources. He slowed it down, which is what we wanted to see, right? Like, he was kind of rushing to an end state when that time had passed. Griot Bara is now on the way. Kind of interesting that we're not seeing Fort the Huntress. I actually quite like the idea of Musafadi Gunners against this comp. But considering how many buildings he's been blitzing, makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Those Great Bombards are just making that keep look like it's made out of paper. Luckily for B, the Springolds are around. So now getting Imperial Age, though. The upgrades will take some time, and B doesn't have the resources to instantly get his Imperial upgrades. So you do have a person who's in Imperial, but there's no Imperialness coming out of Imperial. So he shouldn't be taking this fight. He shouldn't be sacrificing his units like this. When you're aging up, you can't just take your units and be like, hey, let's go attack. You don't have your upgrades. You're not getting that advantage that you just invested so many resources into.
Yeah, the other problem here is, like, in general, this talk of dive, I mean, it's not just the mosh pit that you threw away. It's more important the Springald count. Like, making that fight happen before the Springalds got the shot triggers, it just screams, I want this gold. And I'm not sure, like, if you think about the amount of gold he spent with that dive, what was worth more, like the 2k vein? Or those units? It's kind of an awkward predicament because to him, the bigger deal is that Beastie can't access the gold, but we can already see Beastie's still got 4,000 gold for the south side of the map.
The problem is right now, you have idled your villagers so much also coming to the other side of the map, and you can see he's desperate for this gold. He's trying to get that because he knows he needs his upgrades. He does get the Springald upgrade because he realizes if I'm going to survive this, I need to take out those very, very chunky boys. And for that, I need range. But the Great Bombards are... destruction. The javelin throwers just splatter apart. It's a horror show right now.
I think the other issue I'm seeing in this game, Beastie has been doing all this holding without Janissaries. It's about to go from holding to gripping very tightly. If you can't beat this Janny army, when they've got handguns, what happens when they update to shotguns?
And, I mean, these are all Jannies that were pumping out normal production. I mean, these are old production Jannies. But I really am surprised he hasn't toggled his military schools back up. At least his Mechtas are free. And that is all he needs.
I didn't realize this was the true late game meta, but oh, baby, if you can find this, B. There's no sneak point out of here. Like, if you check the vision, Beastie knows. He just saw him. This is going to be a hunt down. He's already got a few extra troops going over here, and the only way out is through Beastie's base.
And Beastie, oh, B doesn't have a rescue team here. This is, you guys are done. Good luck, boys. Have fun. You guys are out. He does split them up, hoping to distract B, but the one Sapa, he should be able to take down all of these boys. And at the same time, these archers find the other group. Beastie not being fooled by the split. The man realizes there's something fishy.
And all of a sudden, B is missing 20% of his economy. Even if it eventually gets out, the amount of out of time here is going to be hard felt at this stage, right? Like, we were at a stage where both players have full pop. If BC can force a fight right now, his ability to replace his units, even without passive production, is strong. And you know, that's kind of the interesting thing here, Marika, is usually the Ottoman player reaches 200 and they want to trade because of the passive production. I don't think BC's going to realize even after he trades, because his reserves, classic BC, are getting big enough that he can just mash click the replacements.
Is this just the strength of Ottomans in the late game? The thing is, he does have passive production on Great Bombards, right? But, no, those things are just going down.
But this is why he needs to fight, right? Like the passive production of Great Bombards is like, you can't get another one out. It's been waiting, right? This is like, baby was meant to be born 9 months. We're in the 10th now. Like, this is getting a bit uncomfortable.
And the Sabahis at the back is just forcing B to split up his army. These Donzos are still Castle Age Donzos as well, so they're not really doing the damage they need to do to take these down.
Oh,
and
B.
finally...
The most adorable attempt to escape the villagers for that little pocketed fence area. It finally comes to an end, but... You know, where does this really end? Because we should be now looking towards trade. And one player's actually secured that with a keep. The other's exposed, right? This landmark near the trade post on the north side for B is not Fort the Huntress. It's the Griot Bar. And has he even used this Griot Bar once? I don't think it's been spammed at all.
Well, this man, I think he activated it for food, but I'm not too sure. I just remember seeing 300 gold drop, and I was like, oh, it must have been the food one.
Yep, there it is again. What was that? That might have been Springwood. Yeah, I just don't think he has the income for this, though, right? Like 500 gold at this stage of the Malian player. You don't really feel like your teeth are made of gold.
And you can look at the northwestern side. The Beastie's building a tower. He knows that B is in trading. He knows that B is running out of resources. And right now, B is floating. Oh, I was going to say he was floating wood, but the man just spent all his resources. He knows this is the moment. He made rams, though. I don't think if that's what you wanted to spend your resources on.
I mean, Great Bombards are like giant buildings in a way, but yeah, the Rams don't respond well to that. Clash coming in a mosh pit is the worst possible case as well. The Great Bombards unpacking, you immediately have to run and hide for that exact reason. Spiral count down to just 2, make that 1, and I think he might be done at this stage. Even with BC now finally realizing that the Janissaries were not being produced out of the military schools, I don't think he even needs the replacements anymore. How do you ever get rid of these Bombards? You don't. GG. Beastie, what an insane turnaround.
I cannot believe that this game was thrown so many times. I feel like they were touching a really hot potato. The hot potato being the victory. They were throwing it at each other. They were throwing it away. Then they threw it on the floor. Then someone took a bite. And they just kept throwing it. Burned their mouth along the way. And that's the game. That was my analysis of the game. Very hot potato.
I mean, yeah, I'll send it across the PayPal. Pretty much what we're going for here is B was like, bro, I can win this in game 2 free. You have this win. B's like, bro, I don't need a free win. You need a free win. Back and forth we go. And honestly, I think today has been one of the craziest, like I want to call it Game of Thrones, but I actually think it's just the messiness that both players are forcing off the back of a fresh S tier meta. It has me excited for the weeks to come. If you guys did enjoy this cast, I'm sure you don't need any telling to go follow Marika, Wam and Cutie, across on Twitch.
Yeah. Oh, it's so weird that you call me by my real name. And Twitch chat's like, who's this person you keep mentioning?
It's the reveal at the end. They're like, oh, it's Ho! I love that person! So go subscribe to her.
Aww.
So, game 1, let's update the pointage. So we have got... Oh, wait, it's still showing the previous draft. Whoopsie. Need to update the draft chat. So, that game was messier than my daughter at dinner time. Good God. And she's pretty freaking messy. So,
Well, how old is she now?
2. She turned 2 on the 24th. Should have been 24th. Yeah, 24th. Alright, chat. So I think we should probably already have the draft for game 2. Oh wait, it kicks us from a group afterwards, right? I think I need to re-invite you. Is that right? I think that's right, chat. Let's find out.
We'll find out soon.
Oh. Actually, I'm going to restart the game just to be safe, considering that weird lag we had at the start. I don't trust AoE 4. Does some sausage stuff. Usually probably happens after you had the game open for 11 hours.
How does your family feel about you casting for 16,000 hours in a row?
She's fine. She got pizza.
Oh, well, never mind. That's all good then.
It wasn't her pizza. It was my pizza, and she stole it.
Well, you know, being the woman in the house, I do believe that the pizza belongs to her.
No.
It's
She didn't
free
pay.
real estate.
She didn't pay for it. All my viewers paid for it.
Wow. Oh, wow. The viewers? You buy KP pizza? Damn.
I was impressed. I was like, hey, I'm gonna have to start doing this more often. The guy, Brocktree was like, wow, I thought, props you for not just pocketing the money. I was like, no, I ain't gonna do that. I need to set a standard
buy
here.
that woman pizza. Hell yeah.
You start buying the food, people are like, oh wow, I want to feed KP as well. It becomes a thing.
Yeah, then you can. Because KP, you're quite in good shape, right? Especially for a gamer dude.
Don't know about that. Really need
yeah?
to hit the gym more.
Yeah, I was at the gym. That's why I'm dead, by the way. I went to the gym earlier and I was they hung up one of the kickboxing bags, and I used to do kickboxing. So I'm standing there, I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself by exercising myself to death. So I was punching this bag and a guy comes up to me. He's like, oh, do you want to spar? And I'm like, oh, that would be great. I love sparring, but I haven't boxed in ages. He's like, oh, it's fine. I'm a noob. He was not a noob. I got destroyed. It was an absolute destruction. So, yeah, I did get smacked today.
I think
much like B just did.
But what matters is that in that case, you came home and you were able to find some beef to eat, unlike B. Oh, by the way, shout out to Fishy Fishy. Just came in with the £5. Thank you very much, Fishy Fish Fry. Look at that, guys. You mentioned that I need to be fed, and they start feeding. I got a daughter to feed, guys. Get those subs in as well. The primes. This is how this works, all right? You've seen her. She's adorable, but she's also very big. She's
fish and chips, baby. It's what you get in
fish and chips.
I
get my fish and chips in it.
I'm so proud of Britain for inventing that, KB.
Yeah,
Take that W.
We done some things. We also created a new standard for economical stupid choices in the 21st century. We're always creating things. Yeah. Then we came up in it.
By the way?
How's that going? Bad. It's good. Really? It's probably a good thing I'm not a tier 1 caster, because I wouldn't be able to fly to Europe and cast enough tournaments. So like, there you go. I guess it worked out.
90 days a year is more than enough, you Brit.
Well, I mean, tell that to some of the tier 1 talents working all the events. That's what I'm saying. Good thing I'm not there. Whew, been fudged.
By the way, you need to add me again to the group.
I did add you to. Oh, for God's sake!
It killed the connection.
Yeah, but I did add. Wait, did you not say? Oh, okay, hold on.
No, I clicked it and then it disappeared.
Let me.
I'm sorry. It's Age of Empires.
Are we just blaming Age of Empires? Is it all Age of Empires' fault?
Europeans, aren't you guys tired? Aren't we going to bed yet, boys?
Yeah. Can we just why not just host the main channel and make it their problem now? Easy. Oh wait, I just sent an invite to Beastie. That's a good start.
He's like, nah, dude, I don't want to be your friend.
It's been too long. Are you in the group now?
Oh, just got it again, yes. Let's see.
There we go.
I don't have the mods though. Is there a mod I need to download?
It should just auto download it.
Yeah, I cannot observe the modded match.
Okay, yeah, you need EGC Lippany. EGC Lippany is
okay, EGC Lippany. I'll go find it. All mods. Beastie makes us delete it all the time.
Ad time? Alright, thanks, Fish. Let's get that bang. 60 seconds of ads before we get started. You will love that.
Is this Lippany without markets?
No, it's just it's a better balanced version. So EGC Lippany.
I typed EGC Lippany, but it's just giving me CC Lippany.
Just type EGC then, maybe.
EGC, okay.
And then there should be a Lippany there.
EGC Tempe's this The CC Lipany. Maybe that's.
No, EGC.
Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why it didn't come up. That was wild.
Yeah, that's a bit weird.
Okay, let's try it again. Please invite me.
Okay. Yeah, the other reason is not just feeding me, guys. Alcohol's very important. We've been drinking a lot of Malibu, Amaretto. There was also all of that copious amounts of Baileys we've been through.
I recently, South Africa has this version of Baileys, which is Amarula, and it's absolutely amazing.
You didn't try the drink I told you to, did you?
Which one?
So you need to mix Baileys, or in this case, Amarillo will work, Amaretto or Di Serrano, and then Malibu, and then add milk.
Okay, I'm gonna write this down again.
It's an alcoholic milkshake.
Okay.
It's delicious. All right, are you in now?
Yes, I am in. Thank you very much, KP, for sitting with me through this.
It's fine. No, thank you for sitting with me through it. Chat bullied me, and I was like, you did buy a pizza. It's a fair game. All right. So let's get ready for this one, because we hop into game 2, and this is quite the sticky predicament Beastie finds himself in. Then again, I don't know if it can get more sticky, more sweaty, and more confusing than game number 1, but we're going to try, because this matchup, Marika, is heavily IBID favored.
Heavily? Why? Tell me more.
So Abbasid has this really big issue against tempo and timing-based civs, right? Typically those around tech timings, they struggle. Like Abbasid versus H3 is kind of a weird matchup as an example, right? Because you can't really stop them getting Castle Age, and you can't race them to it either. Iobid's is that to an extreme if you think about it. They reach Castle Age at a very clean time. In that area, they are just a better Abbasids. These first 10, 15 minutes, they'll always be better than Abbasids. So for most ABBA players, the conundrum they've been trying to solve right now is, A, can I either survive to Imperial Plus, or B, how do I keep the IBID player on Feudal?
And the answer to that could be Military Wing, or the
Always.
fact that you can actually counter it with one tower. Because I feel like Military Wing, especially with B's spawn, B has an amazing spawn at the back with his gold. He can keep that gold safe. So his gold is going to be untouched, no matter what Beastie ages up with. He can age up with a magical landmark at that point. There's no way you're going to do any damage to that gold.
So hear me out.
So
You go Trade Wing.
you go Trade Wing, just outperform him.
Because at that point, if there's one way you can try to race him and scale, because the alternative is Military Wing. Everyone does Military Wing and they go 2TC. The problem with Military Wing and 2TC is it's a slower ramp up, and the Milli Wing units actually don't perform that well if your opponent just goes Desert Raider. Alternatively, trade escalates a lot quicker. So if your plan is to convert that into an army and do things, you're going to hit a lot harder. And we have actually seen Beastie win this particular matchup before against Louis in the Elite Classic 2. That was a game where he played long feudal and spammed horseman camel archers. I'm living in a dream world, though. It's going to be Military Wing. Okay, well, we might be going to a game 3. I'm sorry to do this to your boy, Warman, but this matchup has been brutal, and I've watched a lot of it.
Well, you know, there is a place he can collapse on, and that is the food, the berries. But does B have a safe food? Does he have enough to get to castle? Because this is the one thing that you need to also keep in mind when you're playing against a civilization that does have some weaknesses with food. They run out of it. So even though if he gets to castle, he's not going to be able to produce anything in castle. And this is something that a lot of people have decided to go for. So I don't know if B is going to be able to get to castle and make units. So he might reach it, but Beastie's transition behind this may determine his fate.
Now, it's interesting you mentioned that, because I think that's part of why Beastie done what he done. Check the sheep count on both sides. B has got Duckle. He has 6 sheep compared to Beastie with 19 on this map.
And that tells you...
I mean, it tells you can play a long feudal, right? And if you just keep investing in, say, expensive units like camel archers, B might get to that castle age, but as you mentioned, he doesn't have great food source. And what worries me more is, look at what B is doing. He's walling off his gold. He's not even trying to shove the deer in.
I don't think he realizes how difficult this is going to be to sustain himself all the way through. So, the thing is, what you guys are going to see now on B's side, he is going to be able to get his berries. This was the only time that he had to actually get his outside resources, because after this, Abbasid is just going to snowball with the aggression. So the berries are very much being used, but there's not enough sheep to push this through. He's going to be able to reach castle. But what happens then? So now, what I'm really worried about is what does Beastie do here? The thing is, he went for wheelbarrows, so you already know he's not going to try to force castle either. He goes double broadaxe, he's not going to force castle.
It's 2TC. And there's these 2TC, like if the sheep wasn't enough, you talked about the food for B, look at Beastie's food.
Oh.
The biggest
The problem
jackpot
is-
ever.
Gulams do pretty well against the second TC though.
That's why you build camel archers. Camel archers is the play here. I think Beastie, he's opening with the stables into horsemen. Wouldn't be surprised if by like 30, 35 eco, we start seeing camel archers come out. Because camel archers are absolutely phenomenal against most things that B's going to have access to. B has actually dropped an archery range, so maybe he can throw a curveball here. Like, the problem though is you're up against horses which soul for you. And if there's one unit you never see IB players build, they never feel good about building. It has to be spears. Spears are going to be a necessity here.
Now, what I'm worried about is B is making archers, yes. But he's already using his very limited food. So you're already trying to rush castle, but you're spending your food on getting archers. Now, he does make 20 stops. So maybe he does realize, okay, I shouldn't spend too much, otherwise I'm not getting to castle. Oh, and he's going for his external food sources. The man is ready.
Timing's good as well. He just spotted Beastie coming on the left side, so he's as far away as possible on the other flank. And he's left enough villagers here. I don't think Beastie's going to be convinced this is all the econ food, but it's something that he has to address, right? And behind this, we know that Beastie's not going for an all-in timing because he needs to get that second TC first.
The second TC does take a while though, and he does have it ready, but at the same time he's pumping out horsemen, so that's great. So he's going to have horsemen, he's going to have control on the map, but he needs to attack the right food source. He needs to read this correctly, see, okay, the man is not going anywhere, he has to be on the other side.
How about this? We said he needs food, but we said the goal should be safe. Look at where Beastie is. Look at where he's circling. B doesn't have a great army to defend, even against a small group like this right now. It's going to be an expensive fight for him. In the meantime, it's going to be idle time on the gold. And that's worrisome. If B had any intent of going for a full price castle play, that's now being idled up and slowed down.
Now you're forced to go for fast castle with your culture wing. And the thing about culture wing is, yes, you do get it quickly. There's a great, cheap little castle age waiting for you. But you don't get anything aside from that. So I've seen a few people go for eco wing if they can afford to. But does B have that choice here?
He has to. The way that this build works is you always know there's a second TC coming out from Abbasids. It's just the meta at this stage. They always do this. He's even scouted it. So the whole logic is as long as you pull the trigger before 2 to 3 villages have come out from the second TC, you will gap close the boost that the TC for BC gets, right? Because think about it, like it takes 2 minutes to tech up, that gets 6 villages. So 8 villages at the beginning of your castle age balances the matchup again, but the difference is now you're an entire age ahead.
But BC doesn't look to be investing too much more into military.
No.
Even though he did initially, he's also probably going to start looking at castle age. With that amount on gold, he's going to go for castle. And the good thing for him is he does have double broadaxe as well. So he's going to have a little bit of an economic advantage eventually.
It's bigger than that, actually, because you already have an economical advantage if you're the Abbasids. Your Golden Age gives 15% compared to 10, right? Add in the fact that you've gone 2 CCs, guaranteed you have fresh foodstuffs. All of a sudden, this climb towards Castle Age, obviously it's going to be later than the Arbids, but not drastically. And, you know, if this is an eco-wing play, I'm all for it. It really depends on what Beastie's objective is. If he thinks he can contest the Castle Age, Culture Wing is better. But if he thinks this is going to go later, deeper Castle, and skirt towards Imperial, that's when eco makes a lot more sense for Fertile Crescent and Agriculture.
And Beastie does have the wood as well. He's not going too greedy. A little bit greedy if he goes for the normal age up, and that seems to be the case. he does have the wood to be able to start producing units to deal with these Castle Age units from B. So, the forces are getting through, and they might get a villager. They are going to get a villager. And another one.
And where is B's limited army? The Desert Raider was on the other side. He reacted so slowly to that. So more out of time on the gold. BC is now 6 villagers ahead. We can see that we are 40 seconds away. So that's actually now going to turn into, what, 11 villager lead reduced down to a 3. Pretty good position to be in. And it is indeed going to be the culture wing. So he's looking to frustrate these timings.
Ooh.
This is pretty powerful, actually, because if you are planning to go into, say, Ghoulam's, it allows you to ramp up with preservation knowledge into your blacksmith techs at a faster pace than the Irobids.
Now, what I'm really excited about to see, now, guys, this is also something to keep in mind. With Aeobids, you don't get anything from culture except for your fast castle. Or in this case, you could maybe go for a fast imperial, who knows. But with Abbasid, culturing is fine. You get great upgrades from there that you can actually use to your advantage. But now, what are you showing us, KP?
Do you know what the uncultured people do?
What do?
They proxy your ass. B. He's gone for the double racks right to the south of BC's base.
Oh my goodness.
And he's not stopping. He's adding more in.
Oh, BC sees it.
No?
BC sees it.
He saw villagers running through, right? He doesn't know about the previous Raxes, so he might address this one, expecting like 1 or 2 Ghoulam's a minute. Instead, it's going to be double, triple that.
Oh, Beastie. Beastie, you're about to get a surprise, and his culture wing is not ready. Beastie also just doesn't have the production at the ready. He's gonna have it. It's just not gonna be on time. But he does have the gold to get his crossbows. So the man will produce what he needs, and he will be able to get upgrades as well. If he decides on a blacksmith, but who knows?
Yeah, but here's the problem. B's already got the undermesh level 1. You've got no increased damage in your static defenses. The double crossbow production is going to be nice, but that's what makes this play so big brain for B. If you build Ghoulam's random from your base, it gives defender advantage to react crossbows in this matchup. But this proxy base guarantees that you're flooding the eco and causing panic for Beastie before he has a single crossbow out to defend.
Now the crossbows are coming, and the first one's about to pop out, and then these Ghoulam's will be in a little bit of trouble, but he does need to micro this, and I think B is the kind of guy who will go and target fire the crossbow, I say, as he doesn't. Oof. He does get a little bit of damage done, though. But I don't think this is the game-winning move. He's going to lose those barracks in Beastie's base, and that was actually a pretty big investment.
He's investing more. He's actually not content with the current pump. He's added in a 5th Rax.
The man doesn't stop. I'm just waiting for Beastie to also start producing some Ghoulam's, maybe get something out of this. He does float 600 gold though, so at least he does have everything he needs for upgrades. And he says, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go for relics. You bring your Ghoulam's. I got relics.
You bring your Ghoulam's, I'll bring my imams. That's how we do this in this neighborhood. And, you know, the interesting part is, like, in a weird way, these villagers are actually pseudo frontliners. They don't last very long against Ghoulam's, but they're very cheap. Only 32 food each. That's an important detail because Beastie needs every little bit he's got going to crossbows. He's barely holding on by a thread. You can see both players. Max is 10 military pop, but the balloon might be about to go pop for Beastie. That Ghoulam count is scaling quicker than the crossbow army.
And the thing is, B is on those external food sources, right? We were talking about this, and Beastie is not punishing him for it. If you took one of your horsemen and dealt with that, you could have stopped this. And this is exactly what we talked about with Ghoulam's. You can't, or with Ghoulam's, with Aeobids. The moment you're in Castle Age, you have to deny their food. Otherwise, you're going to be in this position where everything just snowballs.
And it's really problematic because this stage is still way too far away from the idea of the dream and production speed, right? You don't ramp into that quickly like the Irobids. Abbassids take a million years to get to that 60 structures in the Golden Age. So you don't have military academy either. You wouldn't even be able to afford it. Beastie has an insane issue. Like, this is one of the negatives sometimes of having all your food in one location. It puts a target on that area of the map, and that's what made this play by B genius. Double berries, double deer, and he camps this entire area while also blitzing your base. Beastie has now been reduced down to 5 crossbows. The Ghoulam's are causing a massacre in the base, and although he may be able to make it to the other side of this palisade wall to hide,
The problem is his army is running by. No one is left behind to protect these villages.
Now, the villager lead is looking great from B. B is able to, secure this properly, but those crossbows are just not going to be enough for the amount of ghulams we're seeing. And Beastie going for his imams. He was confident. Those wolves are going to be snacking on villagers, but he was confident, and too confident in this. He does have his first two upgrades in this case, but I don't think this is going to be enough.
No, I think genuinely either Beastie didn't notice the villagers walking past the wall, or he did notice and he didn't know about the previous 2 Raxes. That's the key detail. He probably thought, oh, this is a proxy-based play, but I'm going to have crossbows in time. Had he known the additional Golem spam was coming from the other side with the Rax, he would have understood that he needed additional archer ranges, not Raxes, to try and hold this back. But the crazy part is, let's say Beastie does get enough crossbows here to hold. All B needs to do is back up, build 1 Manjanique, and then you come back in for what is a killing blow.
You think, oh, you're right. The Manjanique will do insane amounts of damage here because you're in a position where Manjaniques can deal with crossbows armies very, very well. And I don't feel like there's any mobility here that will save him. No. These Ghulams are a little bit overextendy at the moment, and the villagers don't go down. He does force them to get a little bit of idle time. He might get one of them in this case. But those crossbows are in danger of going down. But that doesn't matter because they've got backup right there.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising, actually. B went for Mamluk's bravery, and now Beastie is showing off the buffs to garrisoning. I love this. I've seen Louis do this as well. It's insane the type of holds you can pull off if you just keep kind of clown-carring it, but this is a bridge too far. GG gets called. B pulls one back and gets us a full series.
And this is why denying the food could have changed the game. If he took those horsemen and went straight onto B's external sources, he would have been able to hold this. But instead, he let the man farm and let the man eat. They will be men-at-arms.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well. I think there was a cleaner way for that. B, he did kind of reach that point where it was A-click mode a bit with the Ghulams. I think slowing down for Manjaniques would have worked as well, but he threaded the needle perfectly. Beastie. Now we head into a deciding game in a situation where, when we look at the draft, which is definitely not showing the right results, we have got Iobids and Malian's use, and on the other side we have got Ottomans and Abbasids. So this is a very strong for Beastie. Roos or Delhi? I'm expecting him to go Roos just because there's a risk that it's Jeanne d'Arc, and Jeanne d'Arc dunks on Delhi.
The funny thing is, when I spoke to Beastie about his strategies and what he thinks could work, I heard him talk about how Delhi could just go for castle. So I don't know. Oh, and that's exactly what we're gonna be seeing. Delhi.
Okay.
Ooh.
So he thinks that there's a way that you can beat Jean, is what you're saying there.
Yeah, but he is against HRE this time. So
yeah, but that's what I think is crafty. I think he fought Jean. Okay, so we got to dissect this because this is a very interesting matchup. For a while, Delhi was uncontestable and competitive. About a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago at this stage. It was around the Red Bull Wall Law, road to Red Bull Wall Law, in fact. You might remember that the solution that was found was HRE Feudal Age. You would spam Men-at-Arms, you would build up to 20 to 30 MAA, and then you would just go Castle Age, and you're unstoppable. Now, since then, since those days very long ago, Marika, that build has been buffed, considering you no longer have to waste time going for a blacksmiths and marching drills.
And marching drills is a game changer. I told Beastie this when it was being released. I was like, HRE is gonna have a shot. And he's like, no, it's not that great. But we've been seeing marching drills, and honestly, marching drills have been an absolute stunner. And I'm so excited to play HRE a little bit more, just to be able to charge into your opponent's base, get a few villagers down that you wouldn't have been able to get to before. I think Beastie is in for some shenanigans from B, because we know B is not a standard player. The man likes to be spicy, and spicy we will get from this HRE Chad.
B was playing long feudal before that buff even came in, so I'm sure he's more than confident in the idea of playing it here. And it's a very interesting matchup, actually. Like, Men-at-Arms plus Archers is very sustainable very early off the HRE. I mean, Rocket, you play a lot of English. You'll know that the build for English and long feudal, they like to spam longbows, and then when you get like 3 or 4 farm clusters, you add Men-at-Arms. The funny thing about the HRE is that 40% increased gathering buff, which will be buffing your entire economy at the start of Feudal Age, means you can start kicking that build off straight away.
Now, what most people are going to be like is like, oh, but there are Ghulams. Ghulams do extra damage to Men-at-Arms.
Oh, you mean the Ghazi?
Yes. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry,
Ghazi,
you're still fixated
Ghazi.
on that maniacal game too. I don't blame you.
It is 3 a.m., so excuse my naming knowledge. It is way too late for the brain to be working. But those Ghazi Raiders are supposed to take them down, right? But when there's enough Men-at-Arms, the Ghazi Raiders do not tickle hard enough to take them down. And we do see B opening with a might work.
What?
I do not
very
like
noise.
this.
Um,
That was very manly. I'm actually quite impressed, KP.
Thank you. What can I say? I don't want to don't want to brag too much, but I did do 3 press-ups today.
Ooh, look at you.
That was almost believable until I called them press-ups, which actually isn't a thing. But I am not impressed by this landmark choice. My Work Palace got buffed, but it was kind of an irrelevant buff, the HRE. The problem with what I'm seeing here from B is this is pretty atypical for a Men-at-Arms Burgrave spam. What I don't like is you opened 1 scout. Would you like to have a look at B's incredible sheep number? It's not incredible.
7.
Woo!
On Dry Arabia, 7 to me is like 10. Dry Arabia is the worst map for finding sheep for me. I hate this map, so...
You hate it more than Golden Pit?
I love Golden Pit. I absolutely love Golden Pit. Dry Arabia grinds my gears. But I play Civilizations where you're inside of the pit. There's a difference there.
Yeah, but the sheep game is cringe.
Oh yeah, but that's the great part. It's cringe for both of you.
That's true. You do just run a straight line, right? You're like, okay,
Yeah.
shake hands. I'll just go deer now because they spawn too close. Meanwhile, Dry Arabia, I know the feeling. Like, I remember every time I just hop on and start playing some games, like, I can't be asked to play enough to, like, figure out the optimal scouting rotation for Dry Arabia. It's balanced, I get it, but
Yes.
it's always a mess.
It's always a damn mess. Now, with HRE going for might work, oh, and getting a wheelbarrow instantly B.
Yeah, you have to.
Hello.
Because he's going to build additional prelates. So the whole idea is you play deer. The funny thing is actually there's a really nice build if you're trying to go fast castle. I'm surprised B didn't do straight away. Is you don't even wait for wheelbarrow. You pull the villagers out with the prelate onto the deer straight away. The problem is the deer spawned a bit too far away, and I think B originally didn't scout them immediately. So if you remember, like in the opening, B ran straight for the enemy base. So he scouted the enemy side first, so he couldn't play optimally on that opening.
Now, what I want to see is what is Beastie's plan here? And Beastie is opening with a stable, as is pretty standard for Delhi. So he's opening up with that Ghazi Raider, and the reason this is really, really important for him, we can also see that he's rallied his Ghazi Raider all the way across the map. This man is going to notice that there are dead deer everywhere. And this is when the Ghazi Raider will shine. Because if B is going to be greedy, he is going to learn a very, very fat lesson.
The problem is, like, you should be anticipating Ghazi. Ghazi is the natural choice for Delhi. The only time you see Delhi not building Ghazi is when they have to counter something. Right? This is why certain cities like Abbasids have an interesting shot at beating Delhi, is because when they go military wing, they force your opponent to build archers or spears first, right? Like, well, archers, basically. Which is not what you want to do as Delhi. You lose pacing on the map. But this matchup, I mean, B, he's going to defend it with spears. Great. But now, like, sure, this keeps you out here for a while. The reality is, like, if you're guarding this wide on deer, even with marching drills, there's a big question mark as to how you guard gold and wood as well.
The funny thing is, Beastie just killed one of the sheep that was attached to the scout.
Oops.
And I don't think you saw that, but it's absolutely hilarious how Beastie's like, oh, I'm just denying food right now. I do not give a damn. But the Ghazi Raiders aren't rallied onto the second deer pack just yet. yet. I say, as he rallies them over there, he knows it's time for us to twist.
Okay.
And he's going to do exactly that.
Do you want the real twist? Because it's coming now. This is what I was waiting for. There's only one reason you go mine work here. Really one reason. It's Riveted Chainmail. I wondered if he was going to try to force a melee full comp, because actually, Horsemen at that stage with an extra +2 armor, if you think about it, Ghazi are practically at like neck and neck damage for you. And the other interesting thing is Delhi forced these blacksmith timings because that's the optimal play. Well, you get those very efficiently as well. You're getting a 50% discount and you get them in 40 seconds. So I think we might just be looking at like Horsemen, Men-at-Arms, maybe some Spearman spam. Weirdly enough, and this is very weird to say these days, I don't think we're going to be seeing archers from the HRE.
This is actually literally amazing. He's targeting down the Prelate because he knows that even if B reaches Castle, the Prelate's not going to be doing much. You know, he's dead. But now there's no inspiration on these guys, and that's going to mean getting out those huge amount of units that he allowed last game, he's not going to allow now. And the Ghazi Raiders are going to try get some idle time.
Beastie, he scouted the south side. He saw him move out in the deer here, so all of a sudden B is stretching himself incredibly thin. And this is worrisome because Beastie is not adding another unit type in yet. It's finally coming on delay, but for now he's content to just keep spamming Ghazi.
Now, the reason he also probably does this is because this man is able to raid and raid and raid. And with Spearmen, you're not able to protect, because at some point your Ghazi Raiders are going to overwhelm the Spearmen, and you are going to be able to start picking them off. Now, I don't think BC is willing to sacrifice any of these, but keep in mind Delhi can heal their units. So getting your units a little bit low is not the end of the world. They should be able to sustain themselves pretty well. But the archery ranges are coming out now, and this might be a very beautiful transition, although archers are not the greatest against men-at-arms, especially with upgrades.
Interesting part is actually with the Tower Victory, you're not the terriblest at dealing with them either, right? Like these are, at the end of the day, boy arms, not full men at arms. And the interesting thought is actually Beastie went for a double archer range instead of just going one with military efficiency. So he's looking for a very aggressive timing to capture those sacred sites. You get that gold inflation, we could actually be looking at a pretty quick skip into Castle Age for Beastie.
And if we get a Delhi semi-fast castle, it will make my night.
I mean, he did tell you it's the way.
Well, it might be one of the many ways. But what I'm a little bit confused about is why BC is not right now on top of all the villagers. I say that, and the man decides, oh, I'm going on top of the villagers. Do not mind me. Now, the horsemen out here, they're going to do pretty well against archers too. But those archers just there to get the walls up. And that's a lot of villagers with one spearman guarding him. You're in danger.
Wait, there's two, right? Yeah,
there's two.
They're splitting duties.
They got a shot. They're fine.
One's napping while the other's on guard duty, and that's going to be unfair for him. I mean, funnily enough, BC could actually target down these spears right now, but it's all about the prelates. He's just trying to strip that buff gathering rate. Now he's in on the villagers as well. Meanwhile, elsewhere, he's got additional horsemen now intercepting. Archers coming out as well, so catching B with his trousers down here, split across the map, forces some idle time on the eco, and actually keeps that army count at the HRE down.
And this is exactly what I mean with Beastie just raiding everywhere. Now keep in mind, Beastie is also 4 villages ahead. Why? Because Twitch chat, that is because he had to make prelates out of the TC. Because Beastie killed that first prelate, he knows he needs to replace that, but you get a prelate with great gathering rate. However, you do sacrifice another thing. You sacrifice a villager every single time with that idle time. But these men-at-arms are quite good.
Yep.
He doesn't have enough Ghazi Raiders to take this down yet until he turns around. Yes. Oh, and he turns around.
I mean, it's difficult. You basically have to kind of stab, retreat, because Ghazi have a worse attack speed than men-at-arms, so the longer you stand still, the worse it gets. But this is the power of marching drills, man. I mean, like, he had the mine work. Sure, he could have got it cheap, but because it was in so early, the Spearmen were able to defend with smaller numbers. He's able to reach this surge point. The question now is, can he crack the egg? It feels like this is a little bit of a dive too far, so Beastie able to hold his base, building into more Ghazi. He even got the Scholars involved, giving a little bit of heal over. I think B needs to calm down a bit. Right now, his win condition is actually gradually trending towards castle while restricting the sacred sites. He's done that. The way he potentially loses this game now is diving the base.
why do you sacrifice your units in this position? You are actually in a great, great position. You're forcing Delhi to constantly make units. You have prelates still. You have 3 prelates on top of your units everywhere. You're going to get your castle faster. You're going to get an amazing army faster. You just need to force BC to keep making units and keep him in that position. But he keeps trying to take this fight, and this fight is not something he wants. He targets down those spearmen, and it's absolutely destructive. The Gaza Raiders are coming in, and this is a fight BC wants to take, mostly.
And that's the thing. When the HRE last won with this build, it was before the Ghazi change actually came in. Back in those days, Delhi actually had normie horsemen, believe it or not. You see the difference it makes with the cycle charges. You don't hang around too long, get the archers out of range, and then pull the Ghazi back. That's all you have to do. Rinse, repeat, and the men-at-arms spend a little bit too much time idle chasing. B, he's going to get cleared out underneath this TC, and after this, it's a trickle of troops. If you're wondering why is B so hell-bent on throwing these poor young German lads to their death, it's because he's got helpless German lads on the flanks. He's went wide onto the boar and the deer. He's afraid that if he doesn't dive this base, BC's going to start leaking out Ghazi again.
And the problem is, you're throwing away very, very expensive units. Yes, you're getting your food, you're getting a lot of food, you're getting your boar, you're cleaning up the deer, and those things are going to run out soon. So yes, B is able to get this, but he's spending so much on keeping Beast in his base that he is not going to be able to keep him in his base for too long. That you can see the army difference from Beastie. That's 40 military units to 22. That's not a fight anyone wants to take. And again, what's happening right now on the base at the back, the prelates are healing, or I say prelates, but scholars are healing the Ghazi Raiders. So them taking a little bit of damage is no problem.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing here is the archer count is the one thing that increases in these fights. So if the Ghazi count is mirroring the men-at-arms count, BC's not losing, because eventually this archer count will get high enough to snipe down the trickle of troops. You have to realize that B is in a game where farm transition is not coming. Food is finite for an HRE player in this position. This has a limited burn. The idea of Castle Age doesn't actually save his comp now unless he can get up to 30 to 35 men-at-arms as he's chasing the base. That's where the Burgrave upgrade comes in so quickly he can potentially win. But right now, he is being toyed with. These quick walls from Beastie allow him to freely snipe. It's going to be a back away because Beastie does have a small issue. The reason he was getting these walls up, he's running out of safe food. So we're seeing that Ghazi count for the time being, at least, on full pause.
The thing is, B was looking at Castle, and now he's like, actually, I'm just going to make units. And he has 28 men-at-arms. Now, you guys can see, Beastie is just trying to do damage to these men-at-arms. If he kills them, he kills them. If he doesn't, that's fine.
This is a really bad fight, actually. Beastie feels the need to kind of pressure the map. And, you know, once he gets back to his base, realistically, he'll eventually hold. But this wave is bigger than the last ones. I think B was forced to go a little bit earlier than he wanted to. We're not at that fabled 40 number yet. It's only 30 in total, and that's 20 actually diving the base. But Beastie, there's been a pause, there's been a gap. He needs to try and buy a little bit of time, because if you don't have the guys in the front line, this is going to turn into a wipe.
Do you know where the Ghazis are?
Pie in on the boar?
Yes, party on the ball, baby. They are taking down the villagers, and this is actually so massive for Beastie. Just because he can stop the food income, yes, he is sacrificing a bit of his army, but those scholars are doing a lot of work. So if B doesn't get enough damage to this army at this point, he's so far behind right now with villagers. This is very dangerous. And he's diving the TC again.
I think at this point he's more baked than a uni student in Amsterdam. I mean, it's pretty dumb for B. The count is down to 5 men-at-arms in the base. Fantastic hold by Beastie. He keeps hiding in these choke points. Choke points are your friend when you play Mass Archer. The melee units just can't actually club you quick enough. If this fight happened in the mid-map, that's what I had worry about, right? Is that Beastie came out, that's the one way he loses. But once you fall back, once you have that TC fire as well, all of a sudden, B doesn't feel so threatening. And you know what? I wouldn't say any men-at-arms spammer looks that threatening when I look up at 42 food income a minute.
That is an HRE without food. And guys, that is an HRE without food, without a proper inspiration station. So they can't even do it faster. They're just going to be stuck in this.
Now, the interesting thing is, like, Beastie's been very careful about not throwing away additional Ghazi, because that would drain his food as well. The reason why he's not dead in this game, we mentioned the sheep count. That was huge for sure. But if you think about it, usually like a Delhi player's taken 2 berry patches by now. He's only now exhausting the secondary. He's still got his deer. He's still got the berries to the south side. The second deer he's playing onto. This is all because his choice to go archers, which are more cost efficient on food. One side is spending 30 food per unit. The other is spending 100.
And the great part is he does have the wood to secure these food sources. So you can see he's popping down towers exactly to fit as many villagers as he needs. And he's still not on gold though. The man does not secure the sacred sites, but he does take down a big chunk of army every single time he gets the chance.
That's the wild thing, right? Like, we're watching a 0 Sacred Site Delhi game, and yet he's still winning. And it's because this is the correct response to this Men at Arms build. This Men at Arms build is designed to crush you for spreading the map too thin, guarding Sacred Sites. Beastie forfeited that element because if there's any player that's going to tell you not going Archon is a big forfeiture, it's Beastie, right? He's a sole believer that mine work does not work. The moment he saw that detail, he had to feel like it was necessary and viable to sacrifice his own upside.
It does go a little bit far, but now he's going to have villagers here to help him as well inside those towers if he decides to take that fight, but he doesn't even need them. He just says, "You come fight." But B takes the bait.
Gazi on the north side, he found the second